The main character's name is Kim Se-hun. The system window reports that he has completed the game. The end of the game will now begin. Everything is over. 10 years ago, this world became a playground, and people turned into players. They killed monsters and tried to survive. Tasks were given to them by the masters of the game, the so-called GMs. Naturally, it was not the players who enjoyed the game. This distant being high in the sky, a deity. There were also deities who watched the game. Some made the players they liked their avatars and personally took part in the game. And as a result, humanity died out. Se-hun lies on a wasteland and curses the game. The finale achieved with such difficulty is the destruction of mankind. Is there a more stupid game than this? He so wanted at least in the end to teach these fools a lesson. There is only one way to be saved from death, and that was to get out of this world through that hole in the sky. However, according to the rules of the game, the avatar of the deity cannot pass through it, and he was just that avatar. His deity must be looking at him and mocking him. Or does he cast pitying glances? No, someone like him would most likely criticize him. The system window reports that he has reached the bad end, the lonely world. Se-hun says a bad ending. Well, what else can you call it, if not a bad ending? Lonely world. What a big name. It suits him so well, the last man standing. The system pays tribute to him for completing all the tasks alone. The game will be over soon, he's done well. Se-hun says yes, that's how it ended. These words mean that his role is played. Instead of being alone in this deserted world, it's better to die. He looked at his sword, sighed, and pointed the point at himself. He was about to commit suicide when suddenly a system window appeared. He opened his eyes and asked, what does that mean? The system window says that the DLC shop opens after clearing all single-player modes. Se-hun says that such shops are usually found in console games. Why did this suddenly appear? He swipes the window and the following inscription appears. For points, he can purchase items that will help him DLC. He got up and thought about what he could get. He can purchase a second set. With this set, he can start the game from the very beginning. He will be offered various advantages. It costs 1 million points. Se-hun wondered, the second set. I wonder if the gods know. No, if they knew, they wouldn't just leave him like that. Why did this feature come about? He raised his head and said maybe it's the Joker that appears after beating the game. Or is he crazy? He let out a chuckle and thought, no, there's nothing strange about that. It's a game. If it's not a hallucination, he can be sure of one thing. He can turn this game board upside down. He needs 1 million points to acquire it. In 10 years he collected 1,700,000 points. He did the right thing not to spend it. He purchased a second set and received benefits. After the start of the second round, he will be able to purchase various items in the shop. Se-hun hopes that all of this is true. If he really can start everything from the beginning, then he can change everything, including this bad ending. He closes his eyes and the system window tells him to try to come to the other end in the second round and wishes him a pleasant game. Thus ended round 1. Se-hun opened his eyes. Before him he saw an ordinary city. Everything turned out to be true. People walked the streets, all the buildings are intact. Se-hun thinks everything is back. The status window does not open yet. He lies back on the bench and thinks that he has not seen this piece for so long. Some girl came up to him and asked what he was doing there. Se-hun was surprised. Her name is Han Jisoo. She was his close friend at university. Se-hun stared at her and Jisoo asked if she had something on her face. She was a year younger than him, but she knew how to take good care of others. She often approached him when he was alone and talked to him. Se-hun answers her question and says no, nothing. He continues to think that they were quite friendly. She was very well-mannered, so she did not let him go until the last. Yes, until the end. She asks, has he been playing games all night again? At this rate, his grades could suffer this semester. Se-hun says nothing. Jisoo replies that it means nothing. Se-hun grinned and thought that the semester wouldn't even start anyway. He asks her what date it is today. Jisoo was surprised by the question and said that today is August 17th. Se-hun lowered his head and thought that it must be true. He looked up. The game started from the beginning, so he returned to that very first day. Jisoo calls Se-hun. Why is he frozen? Maybe not fully awake yet. Se-hun replies that it looks like it. He thought, okay, let's say he played a dangerous game day and night and just saw the end. He leaned back on the bench and sighed. Did he really come back? Jisoo asks if he remembers that classes start next week, right? He replies that he remembers and thanks her for everything. He is grateful to Jisoo for more than just taking care of him. Jisoo turns his head and says anyway. But she abruptly fell silent and asked if they could go somewhere else. Se-hun asked why all of a sudden. There was a guy walking in the distance. It was Lee Jong-hyun. He always hangs around Jisoo and calls Se-hun a lost player. Se-hun thinks he became like this at level 1. He doesn't even remember. He probably didn't even pass the first level. Se-hun tells Jisoo not to change seats just because of him. Jisoo asks why. He didn't want to face him, did he? Sehun asks, right. He thought that now he doesn't feel anything much, because in his memory it was 10 years ago. Jisoo hums and says she doesn't like it. He has a strange look. She offers to go better to another place. Suddenly he starts to say something. Jisoo suddenly asked, what is it? Sehun suddenly remembered. It was with these words that it all began, on that day 10 years ago. That day, she and Jisoo were talking about nothing, and she said that too then. What is it there? They're probably making a movie. Exactly. Everything was just like that. Monsters began to crawl out of the ground. They were small green goblins. Some student asked what it is there. The other replied, it seems these are people in suits. The student asks, are they such small people? Maybe kids. People became interested in creatures. Are they filming a movie or what? Several people began to approach the goblins. Jisoo offers to watch too. Sehun says no and asks to wait a bit. Jisoo turns around in surprise. 10 years ago, he followed her to see the monsters. He asks Jisoo to wait just a bit. A crowd of people crowded around the monsters. Jisoo looked at what was happening there and was horrified. Some guy screams that a man was stabbed to death. Goblins started attacking people. The goblin killed the man and made a vicious sound. More and more monsters began to emerge from the ground. Jisoo jumped back and asked, what is this? Are these real monsters? People began to run away from the monsters, but this was their worst choice. Goblins mainly attacked the weak and infirm, so turning your back on them was tantamount to asking them to kill. Killing for them was not hunting, but entertainment. So they killed people with a smile. Jisoo called out to Sehun. One goblin jumped up to them. Then he was too weak and cowardly. The goblin raised his blade and Jisoo clenched her teeth to cover Sehun. Yes, he was like that at the first level. Jisoo covered him with herself, and he stood in his tracks. Her scarlet blood spattered him. 10 years ago, he stood behind her, and then he just ran away. Like the last freak. The system notifies that level 2 will begin soon. Synchronization starts. Sehun swipes the windows of the system. He is a lone player who has seen the end of this world, but this time it will be different. Sehun ducked under the goblin's arm, dodging the blow. He hit the goblin with his fist, this time for nothing. He picks up the goblin's blade and plunges it into him. This time will not be like then. The system notifies that he destroyed the goblin. Reward for completing level 1. He can purchase DLC items. He gets the balance of level 1 points. He has access to the community. He can use it after the synchronization is completed. The system window reports that the synchronization is complete. It congratulates you on the start of level 2. Sehun destroyed the goblin. For completing the task, you can get points, and for these points you can increase your experience or buy any item. This is a general rule for most games. These rules also apply in this world, which has become a game. The system window says that for the destruction of the goblin he receives 300 points, which are added to the points already available. At the first stage, he had 700,000 points left. Sehun said in surprise, go crazy. His hands began to tremble. It's like buying non-purchasable items in newbie RPG. A system window appeared in front of all people, which notifies that they were invited to the game of the gods. Now they are all players, and they will have to complete the main task. And if you fail, there will be punishment. They can learn more about this in the Help tab. People wonder what all this means. A game. Sehun thought yes, this was the game of the gods. If he suddenly increases his points or uses too good a weapon, the gods will immediately notice him. He needs to be careful. He needs to be grateful that everything has started anew. Flying eyes around are observers. These are the eyes of the gods and the master of the game. For each user, it can be different depending on the level, but in most cases it looks something like this. The goblin decided to attack Sehun. Sehun noticed him and thought if they suspected him of something, it might affect the difficulty level of the quest. They won't just leave it like that. The game can become more difficult. From the very beginning you need to be careful in your actions and not stick out once again. He caught the goblin by the throat and lifted him off the ground. I wonder if it looks like he's having a hard time dealing with a goblin. Jisoo calls him. Sehun turns around and asks, what is it? Jisoo says it's hard to believe, but she seems to know what's going on. Such monsters can't just appear in the real world. This means that reality is no longer what she used to see it. Sehun releases the goblin and says that it is possible because it is impossible to see such an alert with a message in the real world. Jisoo sighs and says okay. Sehun says how calm she is. Jisoo exclaimed, not her, but him. Why is he so calm? And how did he deal with that monster so easily? The system window reports the main task. You need to get out of the university campus. Difficulty level E. 2 days are given to complete. From now on, they will be attacked by numerous goblins. Players must either destroy them or run away from them. The main goal is to go off campus. Each player receives a reward depending on their personal achievements. It is recommended to actively participate in the passage of the task. Sehen looks at the difficulty level and time and thinks it's easy. He invites Jisoo to talk later. Now we need to move before these monsters come. Goblins continue to advance and actively appear from the ground. Sehen takes Jisoo's hand and says run. A whole mob of goblins chased after them. Sehen and Jisoo ran through the bushes past the other students who didn't see the goblin. Jisoo turned around to look at the students. The goblins were killing everyone in their path. Jisoo closed her eyes and didn't look back anymore. After a short run, they began to rest. Jisoo breathes heavily and asks about those people. Sehen says everything is fine. She asks what. Sehen replies that there aren't many casualties yet. Goblins have the strength of an average adult male. Especially as soon as people start to gather in a crowd, everything will calm down a bit. He thinks, but that's just before the advent of the hobgoblins. It seems around this time he entered the safe zone. And he was right. He and Jisoo went to the safe area. Jisoo asks, safe area. The system notifies that they have entered the safe zone. Sehen remembers when he was rummaging around here in the first stage. He got lucky and reached the safe zone. Jisoo asks what kind of safe zone is this. Sehen replies that if this is a game, then there must be a safe place where monsters can't get into. The goblins try to get through the barrier, but fail. They gave up and left. Sehen tells her to look at the goblins. They can't get in. Jisoo understood and sat down on the ground. She breathed a sigh of relief and said that they had survived. Sehen says that they will first rest here for a while, and then move on. Jisoo agreed with him. Sehen thought to equip Jisoo with everything she needed so that she alone could take on at least one goblin. The day is slowly coming to an end. Lee Jong-hyun ran away from the goblins with another girl. He swears and asks what is really going on. In front of them, someone jumped out into the road, and this person killed the goblins. The man was equipped with various items. It was Jisoo. She held the blade in her hands. Lee Jong-hyun thought hand Jisoo. What happened? 3 hours before. Sehen says that they will first rest here for a while, and then move on. Jisoo agreed with him. Sehen thought to arm Jisoo with everything he needed. Jisoo is trying to do something on the phone. Sehen turns around and thinks they are also being watched. The eyeball watched them from behind the branches of the trees. There is only one reason why the gods were watching the players. It was for the sake of interest. They chose the player they liked and made him their avatar, watched him complete the task and enjoyed the game. These are the gods. And GMs are masters of the game. There were so-called game masters who monitored the server and gave tasks. And the eye that is watching him now is the personal observer of the Korean game master Akators. Sehen lay down on the ground to make the observer lose interest. Sehen mentally asks him to back off and get out faster. Some time passed. The observer saw that nothing was happening at all and flew away. Sehen thinks he's been here 30 minutes. He has no patience at all, so Akators will not be able to become the best master of the game. He is so impatient, although Sehen is only on hand. He decides to check out the DLC shop. He presses the button and the system window changes dramatically. He thinks he's so scared. Judging by the fact that Jisoo is not reacting to the backlight, apparently he is the only one who sees this. He looks at the screen and a notification pops up in front of him that Earth has become a new location for the role-playing game. He sees something like a web browser in front of him. There is a tab for the community of the game, which is used by the gods. There is a recording feed, strategy tips, chat, and more. He thinks they just copied a regular gaming site. What else is a chat? He enters there and the system welcomes him. Anonymous48 has joined the chat. It seems to be like a normal chat on the internet. The Greek captain says what anonymous guy just walked in. Can he introduce himself to them? Sehen thinks it's necessary to reveal the identity. One-Eyed Mia writes that he is again for his own. Another user asks to respect the rules of anonymity. The Greek captain replies that things were different in his time. The message went on. Anonymous22 asks what server they sit on. It's an American. Faster Than Lightning asks him, so how does he like the American servers? Nothing. Anonymous62 writes that he is from a Chinese server. The Greek captain asks, is there no one from Korea? Sehen was immediately interested. One-Eyed Mia in the chat asks if there is not a master of the game Akators. He seems to give 2 ordinary tasks. The Greek captain writes that good players often come across here. He just saw a pretty girl. One-Eyed Mia asks if he chooses avatars based on their looks. The Greek captain says he doesn't raise men. They stink too much. One-Eyed Mia asks if he's going to choose an avatar before the first task is over. The Greek captain says that he wanted to at first, but some kid ran away with her to the safe zone. So he missed her. Cool Game asks, did you run away to the safe zone? How did he know about her? The Greek captain replied that he just ran at random. How could he know? But he didn't do anything, so the GM's observer left for another place. And the angle was just so good. One-eyed Mia answers, he will also say, angle. Sehun thinks it's such luck. They seem to be talking about them. And this chat is not a bad thing. You can get a lot of useful information. Next time he will have to try to write something. We must not forget to constantly check it. He checked the community first, and now the items. In front of him was a huge closet with many shelves. His eyes lit up. There are all sorts of jewels covered with gold and weapons, but a few of them were closed. Maybe it depends on the level passed. It seems to be the most important, but it's still closed. In general, he understood what was what. It is not yet clear whether it is possible to open all items or only a part. And there isn't even an explanation. Well, even if you open a part, that's not bad either. Still, he performed well in the first stage. I wonder if there are any features here. First, he needs to exclude closed tasks. He saw the multiplayer kit. The item description says that he was a lone player in the first stage. How about playing with your friends in the second stage? Sehun thinks, what does that mean? Can he put together a team? It costs about 20,000 points. He has 700,000 in his account, so he'll have enough. Usually sky-high prices for everything. Although if all items cost this much, then you will need to save. Suddenly the voice of one of the students was heard. He shouted to everyone to go here. He doesn't know exactly what's going on, but if they unite, it will be better. Sehun thinks they are slowly starting to form a group. The student held up his gun and said they could do it. We need to destroy these creatures together. A group of people rushed to the attack. The goblins weren't far behind either. One of the guys hit the goblin with a mop, and he immediately attacked him. The girl was screaming and asking for help. The goblins chuckled viciously. Another guy hit one of them. The goblin attacked him, but he managed to dodge. Only the strongest remained. They have to hold out a little longer. The goblins surrounded them. The student who had assembled the group clenched his teeth in fear. Sehun was watching them. Jisoo quietly approached him and asked if they were going to sit there. He was frightened because she approached so quietly and said that they would slowly move forward. Jisoo tells him then hurry up, she's already hungry. Sehun thinks she's hungry in such situation and says that we must go. He thought she didn't even ask. Even though it makes him feel more comfortable. She adapted so quickly. The situation is so strange, you still don't understand, even if he tells everything he knows. He says that before they go, let him take it. He hands her the dagger. She asks if this is the knife he took from the goblin. If he gives it to her, then he himself will have nothing left. He waved his hand and said he would get more. She's more defenseless than he is. She was silent for a bit and asked, is he definitely Sehun? Though he has always been a bit odd. Anyway, thanks to him. Sehun says it's a bit rusty so it's not in the best condition. But still for self-defense will go. And let him take this brooch. This is a VIP brooch that speeds up wound healing and increases points by 20%. Jisoo asks, okay, is this some sort of in-game item? Where did he find it? Sehun took off his jacket and said hesitantly that when he caught the goblin it was there. He asked her how she knew about game items. Jisoo says that it would be strange to give her an ordinary brooch in such a situation, and even more strange if he had the same brooch with him. And the game uses items. Sehun thought he gave 10,000 points for this little thing, and instead of his brooch, 20,000 points come out. The DLC shop is the best. There are sold goods of a completely different level than in an ordinary store. It was not cheap, but if you think about the effect, then this is even savings. Reality became a game. But death still meant the end. Judging from this side, healing wounds for 20,000 points is worth it. Especially since it increases points by 20%, so this is a very profitable item. The system warns that they have left the safe zone. No wonder they say that items are important in the game. Sehun peeks around the corner and says that they will try to get out of here. Jisoo needs to remember that she needs to focus on defense. At the same time, the masters of the game are sitting at a large table and discussing something. One of them says, what a chaos. What funny people. On his site they begged to save them, and then they took and died one by one. It's not even that interesting. Another GM said that they shoot at him. They made such a fuss. Shooters are great. Someone asked to caters, but he has nothing. He replies that there is one promising guy right on his site. He's just a beast. Sehun checks that he didn't forget anything. The equipment is here. He asks Jisoo, are you ready? She replies that she is ready. They watch the goblins from the second floor of the campus. Sehun nodded to Jisoo and she jumped down. The goblins immediately noticed her. Jisoo runs ready to attack and remembers Sehun's words about the plan. He drew something with his finger on the ground and said, if there are so many groups of goblins, then surely there must be someone who controls them. Jisoo asks how does he know about this. Sehun replies that this is what usually happens in games. Every gamer knows this. Jisoo speaks clearly, so he recognizes himself as a gamer. Sehun says he heard everything. He goes on to say that it is documentary shows that all animals living in a pack have a leader. Jisoo agreed with him. Sehen says that this leader is the boss in this quest, and if you do not kill the boss, then it will be difficult to get out of here. She asks if he wants to catch the boss by oneself. Sehen tells her that this is why he needs her help. They can do everything. Jisoo breaks through the crowd of goblins and runs on. First, you need to use the smell of temptation. This elixir will attract weak monsters in the area. She will spray the scent and lure the goblins, then use an invisibility potion. Jisoo asked if she would be the bait. Sehen replied that it was his request and he would take care of the rest. Can she do it? Jisoo said she would try. And where did he get all these potions? Jisoo thought it worked. The goblins have gathered, and now she needs to use the potion. Suddenly, Jonghyun's screams were heard. He ran away from the goblins with the girl. Jisoo noticed him and thought, out of all the situations, why did this one happen? Earlier, she asked Sehen if it is mandatory for them to catch the leader. Their job is to get out of here. Sehen replied that it was a game. The more people left alive, the greater the reward, right? Jisoo abruptly changed direction and jumped down to help. She killed all the goblins in one fell swoop. She felt her body suddenly become so light. Jonghyun sat on the ground, covered in green goblin blood, and asked what it was. Han Jisoo, what did she just do? Jisoo thought, well, she wasn't going to save him after all. She angrily told him that in general, in such a situation, one must first thank for the salvation. She suddenly felt something. What was the matter? Suddenly it became difficult for her to breathe. She could not calm down. She feels like her blood is churning. What happens to her? Time is running out. She cannot delay. Gotta stop the goblins. Her whole body trembled. She dropped the invisibility potion from her hands and it shattered. You can't let the goblins get to Sehen. A strange red aura began to emanate from Jisoo's body. Her eyes changed. She needs to stop the goblins. At this time, Sehen walks and thinks nothing will happen to Jisoo, right? In front of him stood a huge goblin. Sehen greeted him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, so it's been 10 years. The goblin remained silent and made an unexpected maneuver. Sehen said it was unexpected. Then now it's his turn. Points distribution. 20 points for dexterity. The muscles in his legs tensed. He made a very fast and high jump. The goblin began to look around. Where did he go? But Sehen was right above him. He landed on the goblin and holding onto his horn, punched him right in the eye. The goblin screamed in pain. Sehen bounced off him as he swung his sword furiously. Because of this sword at the first stage there were many victims. This time it will be different. 10 points to strength. He abruptly threw the stone that was in his hand. The stone hit the goblin's wrist and he dropped his sword. Sehen did it. This sword will be enough for him. He picked up the sword and said goodbye to the goblin. He gripped his sword more comfortably. While the goblin held onto his wounded eye, Sehen was already over him with his sword raised. He cut his neck. The system window says that he destroyed the hidden boss. He receives a hobgoblin belt and a bonus of 500 points. Sehen said it was a worthy reward for a hidden boss. The hobgoblin's belt adds 10 points to strength. Main task constraints do not affect these metrics. Sehen thinks it says that the main task does not affect the indicators. Not bad, right? He looks at his status and says that it turns out that now there is a limit of 100 points, since he has an F rank. All because this is the first task. He will then increase these indicators when he needs to. The gods will soon find out that he destroyed the boss. We must get out of here before the observer arrives. Did Jisoo seem to be on that side? He walks down the street and thinks how strange. The goblins should have come here by now. The duration of the invisibility potion is only 5 minutes. Did Jisoo not manage to get out? Or did he end the battle too soon? The screams of the goblins were heard as they all ran past Sehen. At the sight of this he was bewildered. He thought, what's the matter? Are goblins afraid? Did nothing happen to Jisoo? Sehen rushed in the direction from which the goblins were fleeing. Now there are mixed different incomprehensible smells, but he clearly smells blood. No wonder he left her alone. He can't leave her here to die. Sehen came running and froze in place dumbfounded. Jisoo stood in front surrounded by goblin corpses and asked, Sehen, is he already here? A few minutes earlier, Jisoo had massacred here. She slaughtered the goblins one by one. Her eyes were not human at all. The goblins kept advancing. She plunged her blade into everyone. With swift and dexterous movements she killed them. She raised her blade and pierced the head of the last goblin. After standing for a while, she turned around and saw Sehen. He said her name in surprise. Jisoo put down her weapon, sat down on the ground and smiled at Sehen. He thought, what happened here? Goblins, though not the strongest monsters, but she single-handedly laid down such a number. He asked her what happened. Did she use an invisibility potion? Jisoo said that when she was luring the monsters, she suddenly ran into this guy, and she pointed her finger in his direction. Nearby was Jonghyun and some girl. Jisoo said that at first he looked normal, but then he suddenly fell down. She thought at first that he was dead. He must have been too scared of the goblins. He was such a coward. Strange type. Sehen asked if he fainted because of her. She asked, because of her. Why? Sehen thinks what's wrong with her. How can he check? A thought came to him. He asked Jisoo if he could see her status window. He will send a request for data verification, and she only needs to accept it. Need to loudly say the status window. Jisoo agreed and said the status window loudly. A system window appeared in front of her and she asked, should she press the accept button? She pressed and San began to look through her status window. Experience points are quite high, but he does not see anything unusual. No, wait a minute, why did it appear here? The Death Star is a rare SS rank skill, passive. Passive skill, a type of skill that is effective at any time, you just need to master it. At stage 1 San saw him somehow. A world called Jin and a being called Helma who came from this world. He met him while doing quests, and remembered him because he was the strongest warrior from another dimension. It was he who possessed the Death Star skill. One with this skill could terrify the opponent, then it is understandable why the goblins ran away so quickly. However, if the holders of such a skill could not handle this power, they would lose their sanity and might even lose their personality. But Sahan doesn't see those signs in Jisoo yet. You should watch her. Jisoo asks him what does the Death Star mean in her features. Sahan considers whether she should talk about all this, but it would be wrong to hide it from her. Now we need to tell her only the most necessary. Sahan says in a nutshell, it's a feature that makes her stronger at the sight of blood. She picked up the blade and looked at the blood and said what a disgusting skill. Her eyes immediately changed. Sahan takes the blade from her hand and says enough. If she uses the skill often, it can be dangerous for her. She needs to be careful. Still, such a skill from the very beginning. This is a good indicator. Sahan looked at it and thought that judging by the fact that it doesn't have any scratches, this skill along with the brooch helped a lot. Amazing recovery power. After a little thought, he asked, maybe she will sign a contract with him. Jisoo blushed and asked again, contract. Sahan noticed this and said that there was nothing so strange about it. He just offers to become one team with him. Jisoo exclaimed as a team. She somehow participated in the team hunt. Sahan said that this is a standard pattern in RPGs. Jisoo agreed. Great, then Sahan buys a set. Skill transfer. If everything works out, then he can become much stronger than the previous life. Jisoo received a notification. She asked to confirm and that's it. Sahan said yes, don't worry, nothing bad will happen. She just needs to press the button. Jisoo believes him. The system window reports that it has its first team member. Does he want to share his skills? Sahan said yes. The system says that he currently has no skills, so he cannot share them. Sahan sighs and thinks, does he have to have some skills to share too? It turns out that we need to exchange skills. It is necessary to share with Jisoo such a skill that will be most useful to her. It will be better for both. There is one skill that will suit her, but he must acquire it himself, and this will take some time. He will postpone this point for the time being. Right now, he doesn't need her skill anyway. Watchers appeared in the sky. Sahan thought they had finally arrived. Good thing they didn't see Jisoo deal with the hobgoblins. Sahan asked Jisoo if they could try to finish the task. Jisoo answered well, they just need to get out of here. Jonghyun woke up and pointed at hand Jisoo. Jisoo said that such a reaction is much better than his nasty look. Sahan approached him and Jonghyun asked if he was that loser. Sahan said it didn't matter and asked what they were doing here. Jonghyun exclaimed, what a freak. What does he care? Jisoo placed the blade against his chin. She tells him to answer the question properly. Jonghyun says he got it. Let's just take this thing away. Jisoo turned around and with a smile told Sahan to ask again. He thought maybe that was her true nature. He asked Jonghyun. People began to gather in groups. How did he end up here alone? Jonghyun averted his eyes and said that he was here on reconnaissance. Sahan asked, on intelligence. With this girl. Together. Jonghyun replied yes, if something happens to one, the other should report it. Sahan said it means that there is someone who gave him instructions. He doesn't think he volunteered for the cause. Jonghyun exclaimed what a freak, and immediately shut up, feeling the cold steel on his chin. He laughed nervously and said yes, would he go on such a task of his own free will? He was unlucky. He drew lots. Sahan does not know who is behind this, but it turns out that there is a person who commands people to fight goblins. If he can control a panicking crowd, then he has a head on his shoulders and the makings of a leader. Given that Jonghyun was killed in stage 1, it would be better to get out of here and not confront the goblins. Sahan called out to him. Jonghyun angrily asked what again. Sahan asks to be taken to their leader. Jonghyun asks why is he doing this. He replied that it was his business to show the way. Jonghyun said he was crazy. That's how he rolls. Who is he to tell him what to do? A goblin suddenly appeared behind him. Sahan reacted and grabbed his arm and broke his wrist. The goblin screamed in pain and tears welled up in his eyes. Sehen knocked him to the ground and started beating him. The goblin's blood splattered on the frightened Jung. Sehen finished and said that goblins have one interesting feature. In a fight, they always try to kill the one who looks the weakest first. He asked Jung Hyun if he wants to be alone. Or is he still doing it? Jung Hyun gave up and said he would show the way. Sehen thinks that in a past life at this very time, he also tried to escape from here. He was lucky to find a safe zone. Sehen asks where are they going. Does he show the right way? Jung Hyun says that he is driving correctly. They took shelter in the gym. There are many wounded in the sports hall. Sehen says that most of them are victims of the very first attack. Sehen thinks that he must have been at a loss, but he had the strength to help people and take refuge in this building. A person who is calm enough and can easily win people's trust, and also has some awareness. There are very few of them on this campus. Sehen says he understood. Is that the elder? The one who sent him to investigate? Jung Hyun asks how did he know? Sehen asks how can you not know? Sehen thinks the head boy, Yoon Hyun, is cute and smart. This time, he again showed that he had all the qualities of a leader, so the gods could not help but be interested in him. He certainly received the status of a rare avatar, although in a past life he was attacked by a hobgoblin and he died. Apparently, he does not know that if you do not get out of the university, you can die. That is, he still has not become an avatar. There are so many observers here, there should have been a request for an avatar by now. He probably doubts whether these gods can be trusted and whether it is profitable for him to become an avatar. Hyun looks out the system window but notices Jung Hyun. Hyun asks if he's okay. Jisoo is fine too. What's happened? Sehen says that all the formalities later. First you need to get out of this place. Hyun asks who is he. Sehen says his name. Hyun asks why does he think he should leave here. Sehen says it's because the leader of the monsters is dead. They must have already received notice of the death of the hobgoblin leader. Without a leader, they now do not know where to go. Therefore, they need to seize the moment and get out of the campus. From the very beginning, the mission was not survival or shelter, but escape. If you open the window with the task, the execution time will appear there. Sehen thinks there are too many people here, so he won't cheat. Hyun says he didn't know there was a run time. Sehen says that as they already know, this situation is not realistic. It's like someone has locked them in a game and is having fun watching them. Hyun says they seem to know something. Sehen says he doesn't know anything. These are just his assumptions and observations, but he knows for sure that whoever he is not their friend. Sehen thinks that now he is confident that his knowledge of the game and the beginner's system. Yoon Hyun is not an avatar. We must persuade him as soon as possible and escape from here. The hobgoblin died, and the victims are getting smaller. The gods will gradually become bored. It is not known what other task they will come up with. The more favorable the situation for the players, the less interest it arouses among the gods. And in this crazy game, the most important thing is their reaction. They probably already knew about the destruction of the hobgoblin, so they need something new. Hyun says that it means that the most important thing in completing the task is to escape from here. Sehen says he is right and needs to be done as soon as possible. Hyun says that he was just thinking about taking some action. Moreover, there is no connection with the outside world. They can surf the internet and find out what's going on outside, but they can't send out a distress signal and relay information about themselves. It's probably because of the assignment. Sehen doesn't understand how he understands the situation so quickly, but he couldn't do anything at the first stage and died. Something is wrong here. As far as he remembers, back then there was no way to fight back against the goblins or go outside the gym. He heard that while he was defending himself from the monsters, he was killed. Therefore, it seemed to him that the leader was too cowardly and indecisive person, but he does not look like that. Someone asks what are they talking about. The best thing they can do now is wait for help. They can't put themselves in danger out there. Does Hyun agree with what this person is saying? Sehen thinks what is Park Dong-won the bat doing here? Sehen knew this guy very well. In a past life, he framed him several times. Hyun says that only if they have a connection with the police or rescuers, and if they sit here, but no one comes. Dong-won asks if he is offering to take risks by endangering people's lives. Hyun says that's not what he meant. Sehen remembers that this guy went to the same university with him, but you can guess what it is from his appearance. Dong-won greets Sehen and says that he is the deputy headman. Sehen says he's very pleased to meet you. Dong-won says they just said some ridiculous things to the head girl. Does he offer to get out of here? Is he completely sane? Half of those present are injured. How is he going to run away with them? It seems that they were very lucky because they were able to kill a couple of monsters, and now they believe that they are not afraid of anything, but there are terrible monsters outside. It is impossible to get out of here with the wounded without weapons. Waiting for the help of the military or the police is the best thing they can do now for all of them. Sehen thinks that any ordinary person can think like that, but he knows what kind of person it is. The best thing they can do. Dongwon infiltrated different groups and split them up. This is a psycho who watched the killing of people with gloating, and he himself eventually escaped alone. He doesn't care that people die as long as it's for personal gain. This monster is in the form of a man, and he is now talking about the good of a group of survivors. This time, this freak will not succeed. Jisoo asks, is he saying they were just lucky to kill the monsters? Did he even see them kill those goblins? These are the monsters that are outside. When you kill them, the name appears above their head. Dongwon asks, so they killed them too. Jisoo asks if he wants them to go outside and she shows him. Jisoo shows the phone and says that it's stupid to sit and wait for the rescuers and at the same time be afraid of the goblins. The police and the military will not contact. They don't know when they will come to rescue them. Dongwon asks, on the other hand, will other people be able to accept all this and understand? Sehen says that then he can stay here alone. He did not think that they could persuade all the people who are here. If they want to stay, then it has nothing to do with him. Sehen thinks that if this is the same Park Dongwon he knows, then despite his words, he will never stay here. Most likely, his goal is to kill all these people and reward their lives. He has a completely opposite method to Sehen, in that he tries to save as many people as possible in order to get a reward. If he stays here with those who are afraid to escape and get a reward for killing a few people, then the risk of falling under suspicion will be less than if he survives and can get out of here. Sehen asks if he's still going to be alone here. Hyunkyun says that he will go with Sehen. Dongwon says there is nothing he can do then. He will follow Hyunkyun. Sehen thinks it's not even funny anymore. Now he is sure that Dongwon is pretending not to know anything, but he is definitely aware of the reward system of this game. This freak thinks quickly. Dongwon must have already become the avatar of the gods. Someone looks out the window and asks Hyunkyun, is he going to be okay? There are many more monsters outside. Hyunkyun sharpens his spear and says it's okay. According to the guys who carried out the reconnaissance, their leader is dead, so the rest seem to be unable to think properly what to do. The man says that Hyunkyun planned to drag all these people outside. If he will be engaged in amateur performances, then in the next semester he may not expect good grades. Sehen doesn't understand. He still talks about some grades in such a situation. Is he out of his mind? How did he even become a professor? When everyone was ready, Hyunkyun says they should be ready to go. They should be careful. Jisoo asks Sehen if they can go out. Sehen says that if nothing special happens, they can get out of here quickly. Jisoo asks if he means goblins. Sehen says that usually goblins that have lost their leader don't attack groups of people. Jisoo asks then what did he mean? Sehen cares about this idiot. He doesn't like him, but he can't be killed now. There are too many people here, especially since it can be used later. Someone says that they need to be careful because there are goblins here. Are they going to attack? There are too many of them. Maybe the goblins won't attack. Hyunkyun says that goblins don't touch groups of people, so they don't have to worry. Sehen thinks that Hyunkyun is doing everything as he was told and doing a good job. Maybe he can be trusted with these people. Hyunkyun says that there is not much left. They should hold on a little more. The guy says that he sees the gate. For the first time he is so happy with a simple gate. The system notifies Sehen that the difficulty level of the quest is increased to D, and a guard will appear. An earthquake starts and people do not understand what is happening and a minotaur appears in front of them. Sehen doesn't understand. Are the gods crazy? Did the minotaur appear on the first mission? Did they send a monster here that usually spawns after completing at least 15 quests? Hobgoblinos or similar hidden bosses can still be defeated somehow. If ordinary players join forces, they may well complete the task, but not the guard. In single player, there are often 100% lose events. If they sent a guard here, then they just want to kill everyone who is now here. This Akardos decided to take the easy way. Of course, the guard will have experience point limits, since this is the first task. Even though the Minotaur is a C-rank monster, its stats can't exceed F rank. Dongwon says they should run. Jisoo covers his mouth and tells him to be quiet. Sehen thinks he can't run away. The Minotaur has the habits of a bull. If people run, then the Minotaur will immediately rush after them. This freak does just that. Someone runs away and tells the others to run too. How can they bypass this monster and get out of here? The Minotaur screams loudly. The girl stops and says that her legs do not move. Sehen thinks that perhaps this roar causes the effect of wild horror and numbness. It's even better because it's safer than running away. The guy runs and turns around. The Minotaur that was chasing him killed the guy with one blow. Everyone stands in horror and watches this. The professor runs away, and the Minotaur, noticing this, very quickly ran up to him and hit him. The guy says that the Minotaur tore it into small pieces. The Minotaur screams loudly. Hyunjeon realizes that the Minotaur is a little over 5 meters. He doesn't need a weapon to tear a man to pieces. Why has the difficulty level increased? He can't remember how to run away from this monster. Would it be safer to run away from him? What should he do in this situation? Sehen says that someone needs to distract the Minotaur. It will become bait. Hyunjeon says he doesn't have to be the bait. Sehen asks, is there anyone else? Or does he offer to die at the hands of a Minotaur? Hyunjeon thinks that even in this situation, Sehen's expression does not show any rush. He seems to be thinking of the most efficient way out of this situation. He was sure he was being reasonable enough, but this guy was better. Sehen signals to Jisoo to come to him. Jisoo thinks he has a plan. Jisoo releases Dongwon, who annoys her greatly. Sehen picks up some red cloth. Dongwon thinks he failed to get the reward, but he can't help it. They said the Minotaur is very dangerous. He needs to move away. He has many tasks, but he was chosen by the deity himself and he has nowhere to rush. Hyunjeon thinks they don't know how much time they can win, but they have no other choice. Hyunjeon asks for forgiveness, but asks to do his best. Sehen says that when he gives the signal, they should take the people and run away. Sehen jumps onto the building and swings the red cloth around, drawing the Minotaur's attention. As the Minotaur rushed towards him, Sehen told the others that they should run now. Hyunjeon tells everyone that they should run towards the exit and not stop. Everyone ran to the exit. Hyunjeon says they shouldn't look back. The system notifies Hyunjeon that he has acquired the command shout skill. Sehen dodges every Minotaur attack. Hyunjeon looks and doesn't understand what it is. How does he manage to dodge so cleverly? This simply cannot be. The guy calls the elder. Hyunjeon realizes this is not the time to stare at this, because he needs to get everyone out of the gate first, and then think about what to do next. Hyungun says they should run to the gate. The system notifies Hyunjeon that he has completed task number 1. The level of completion of the task is golden. He will be rewarded. Hyunjeon asks if everything is alright. They must check if everyone survived. Hyunjeon thinks everyone is safe. Now he needs Sehen to get out of there. Hyungun can't come back because of some blue shell. Maybe it's a blockage that prevents you from getting to the previous level. Hyunjeon loudly tells Sehen that they all got out and he should get out too. Sehen agrees, but at that moment he is hit twice by the Minotaur. Sehen flies into the wall and the Minotaur hits him again. Hyunjeon can't believe it. He apologizes to Sehen. He didn't just sacrifice his life. Hyunjeon apologizes to Jisoo. Sehen thinks that in his past life he did not have a fair character. To be honest, he was even a bit of a mean person and now he is no different from his past self. Maybe that's why when he heard Hyunjeon's words of gratitude, he felt a little disgusted, but it's not that bad. Sehen gets up from the rubble and thinks he was weak before. There are any number of players much more capable than him, but he wanted to live and for this he had to become heartless and mean. And what was the end? Sehen says that when someone becomes the sole survivor, that person ends up with nothing. He realized this and went back. Now he can choose something else. He is pleased that there are no observers here. Sehen asks the Minotaur, will they try to fight for real now? The system shows that Kim Sehen has the title of player of the second round. His peculiarity is that he is a single player. His strength is 17 plus 10 points, dexterity 26 points, magic power 3 points, physical strength 100 points, no skills. Sehen asks the Minotaur, is he surprised? At this level of difficulty, it's strange how he hasn't died yet. Sehen thinks that he is now sure that all the indicators of the Minotaur have stopped at around 100. There is no way for an ordinary player to defeat such a guardian monster. In a past life, he avoided meeting with him, and if he came across, he used all means. He didn't care about other people's sacrifices, he just wanted to survive, but this time he doesn't want to do the same. The Minotaur runs towards Sehen with great speed, but he stops the Minotaur by grabbing it by the horns. The system notifies that Sehen has used points and his strength has increased to 83 points. Strength indicators have reached the limit. He can no longer use points for this indicator. Sehen says that this is the balance. Now the Minotaur, too, must feel the existence of a wall that one like him would never be able to overcome. Sehen's strength is 100 points, but the Hobgoblin's belt adds another 10 points. Sehen says that now he can calm down, because he is still stronger than this Minotaur. Sehen rips off the Minotaur's horns. Sehen from a past life would never have been able to do such a thing. A single player, heartless and looking for his own gain. Eccentric and mediocre, stupid criminal, standing on the edge. For the way it used to be, it's impossible. However, now he lacks nothing. He is a second-round player, and he will try to be a hero. The system notifies that the main task number 1 has been completed. The rank of completing the task is white gold. He will soon receive a reward. Sehen thinks the bait is to help the others escape. White gold for the boss and guard monster. He knows it's the highest honor, but it's still a bit of a pity. What will be the reward? The weapon is also not bad, since he does not have a normal weapon now. Could this be a good skill? Just not a small item or points. Sehen comes out and asks Jisoo what is she doing here. He thought she left with the others. Maybe she was worried about him. Jisoo says that she knew he would be okay. The last time they organized the team, she was able to see the status of each member. Sehen was fine even when he got hit by the Minotaur, so she thought he was just pretending. He probably just didn't want anyone to notice. Did he catch a Minotaur? What rank did he get? Sehen says he got white gold. What does she have? Jisoo says she got the gold. Sehen thinks that gold is also a high level of completion of the task. It's just that the platinum barrier is too high. The system notifies that the calculation of remuneration is over. His achievements are sacrifice, the destruction of the guardian monster, the destruction of the hidden boss. Sehen doesn't understand why he is a victim if he ended up surviving. The system notifies that he receives a shape-changing orichalcum as a reward. He gains the decisive time skill. This skill can increase, and the regeneration skill, which can increase. Sehen says it's not a bad reward. Shape-shifting orichalcum, what was it? Sehen thinks he has been given 2 more skills that can increase with high difficulty. These are additional rewards for hunting. Most likely, this is the first time in the world when someone completed the main task and also destroyed the guard. Increasing skill type has high potential in the second part of the game. However, it's a bit unfortunate that it's not an S-rank skill like Jeongsulsun's mask skill. Jisoo asks Sehen, has he checked the reward yet? Did he see the message about the second mission? Sehen says that he just received an alert. The system notifies that the main task number 2 is called forward to the Roman Tower. Their task is to go to the Roman world and destroy the monster boss. They have gone beyond the university and are now taking their first steps into a new world. They need to destroy the monsters that captured the Roman Tower. Sehen thinks that the same task was in a past life. Those players who completed the same level together received the same tasks, so Jisoo and Dongwon are likely to receive the same messages. Sehen asks, have the others gone to the Roman Tower? Jisoo agrees. Sehen asks why didn't she go with them. She might as well wait for him there. Jisoo says that she doesn't like the fact that there are a lot of people there, but in general, Dongwon annoys her. Sehen asks why he annoys her. Jisoo says he stinks. Sehen does not understand. Did she really understand what kind of person he was so quickly? She has amazing abilities. If she had not died so early in her past life, she would clearly have become a famous player, but it is unknown whether she would have been a heroine or a villain. Jisoo asks if they will go straight to the Roman Tower. Sehen says they can take their time as they have 2 weeks to spare. Sehen thinks it was impossible for Jisoo not to notice. Why isn't there a single observer nearby? Sehen says he is curious about something else. Has she already become an avatar of the gods? Jisoo says she didn't. Sehen asks why. If someone applied, they would probably have already been informed about the advantages of avatars. Everything is clear with him, because he pretended to be killed by the Minotaur. Jisoo says she doesn't want to get involved with someone she doesn't know. In addition, this word is an avatar. From the mere name of her, mood deteriorates. Sehen says he thinks her personality has changed a bit. Sehen thinks she's being too cold-blooded. He can't tell if it's the influence of the Jeongsulseong mask. For starters, it doesn't show signs of insanity. Even that Holma monster couldn't completely get rid of the signs of insanity after the Jeongsulseong mask. Jisoo says that it just seems pointless to her now. Sehen asks how many avatar requests she received. Jisoo says about 12. Sehen thinks she deserves it. But now she's a member of his team. Since it happened, he will help her become no worse than any avatar. For starters, the first skill to train is a way of survival for someone who has fallen under the influence of the Jeongsulseong mask. This is the Helchen Suragan technique. This skill Sehen was unable to master in his past life, as he did not have a Death Star. After the battle with the Homa, he was able to learn martial arts, but without the Death Star skill, it was impossible to master the Helchen Suragan. Most of these skills can increase, so they are difficult to acquire and master. Because of this, in a past life, he did not particularly strive to acquire these skills, but now, has Jisoo really gotten that far? It's too fast. A few hours before, Sehen activated the battle time skill on the goblins. This F-rank skill speeds up all actions for a certain amount of time. The duration of the skill is 5 seconds, and the waiting time until the next use is 1 hour. Sehen attacked a bunch of goblins at once. This skill increases everything, including vitality and attack power. In addition, this skill can grow, so the indicators will also gradually increase. Jisoo yells at him about the danger behind him. Sehen smashed the goblin's face with his fist and pushed him away from him. Unlike the decisive battle time, the regeneration skill is passive. Neo-generation generates 50% faster recovery of the user from injuries. Jisoo ran up and asked if he was okay. Sehen said he was fine. Let her better check if she can see the scores. Jisoo said that thanks to the action of the brooch, she managed to accumulate a lot of points. In that case, since they sorted it out here, he should share his skills with her. They went to a cafe. Sehun asked her to enable the status window. Start sharing skills with a team member. Sharing skill regeneration. Obtained skill Jongsulseong time of decisive battle. This is not a bad skill, but for Jisoo now, regeneration will be the most effective skill. If the connection with a team member is not particularly strong, then the abilities of the transferred skill drop to 30%. With a strong connection, the effectiveness of the skill can reach 80%. However, when transferring a skill, the punishments it contains are not transferred. Is that really true? The system should warn about this in advance. If the punishment disappears with the decrease in efficiency, then this is madness. Jisoo is pleased to have new ability, but she is a little uneasy due to her lack of attack skill. Sehun said that regeneration can also be called an attack skill, because the ability to survive is also a great way to attack. Others need to dodge attacks, and she may not do this, because she will immediately be able to restore her strength. That way she can use that time and energy to fight. In addition, regeneration not only heals wounds, but also increases stamina, so it will be very difficult to defeat. No wonder this skill is considered a high-ranking skill. Right now, this skill just speeds up the recovery process, but as you level up, the skill will become more and more effective. Jisoo thanked him for that really good skill. They have a lot of time in this task, so Sehun would like to learn a new skill before proceeding. But isn't it enough what we already have? This is not entirely true, because this is not enough to fight with avatars and gods. By the way, he has another skill that he can share with her. This skill cannot be shared, but simply transferred to Jis. She asked him, was he like this before? She feels as if he is ready to give everything to her. He did not care about others and he did not care about anyone. Sehun said that this skill is just perfect for her, and the name is appropriate. If she does not want this skill, then he will not give it. Jisoo said that's not the point and she wants this skill. Heil Chungsragen. Jisoo is great at this, so right at the moment when she had no time for it, Sehun decided to check out the community. There is more activity here than last time. He decided to open a chat and entered into a conversation. God under the nickname Honest Life wrote that everything infuriates him and he just wants to take everyone and kill them. God under the nickname Darkness in the Dark asked him whom he was going to kill. The game is in full swing. It immediately becomes clear who is the God under the nickname Honest Life. This God, unlike his nickname, is far from being honest. It was the God of Park Dong-kwon. Judging by the number of complaints, Park Dong-kwon has calmed down a little because of CUNY. Well, he didn't manage to get the award like he did in the first round. The rest of the messages in this chat are all empty chatter. Young Jester wrote that his avatar seems to be capable, but somehow dumb, because with the help of his skills he robs banks. Sehun asked, why is the avatar robbing banks, since money doesn't have much meaning for the players anymore? The Jester wrote that he was just having fun watching it, so he just left it as it is. Sehun said that he was also interested and asked to look at it. Young Jester invited Sehun to their observer. Sehun had no idea that there were such features. The system notifies that the appearance of anonymous users is hidden. Did the Jester really invite him to the personal observer channel? The Jester pointed with her finger and said that it was her avatar. In the destroyed building, the policeman approached the girl because he heard her sniffling. He asked if she was okay. It's dangerous to be here. The girl started screaming. Sehun is shocked that they're staying there right now. This is what will help him destroy the monster from the Roman Tower. The key. Sometime later, Jisoo asked if the Roman Tower is on the other side. Sehun said that he just wanted to go to one place before they went there. For the passage of the second task, he definitely needs something. By the way, there are almost no observers here, because there are few players who have lived to this level. Jisoo said that this street looks terrible. Sehun said that some of the people died at the hands of monsters, and the rest is the work of people. He is already used to this, but for Jisoo this is probably a shock. Monsters do not need to touch such objects of civilization. The laws here no longer apply, and there are no police or military nearby. It is a manifestation of human weakness. Sehun said that it's not all destroyed yet. They watch the news live. The gods or the guys running this system will never leave those in power alone. To be honest, it can be considered that such things as the government are already destroyed, therefore. Sehun didn't let her finish and shouted that there was a goblin behind her. She pierced the goblin's head with lightning speed and grimaced at the large amount of blood. Sehun asked if that's the only thing she's worried about right now. Jisoo said that her sword blade was dull, so it would be good for them to change weapons. Sehun said that even with such a knife, she killed the monster with one blow. Jisoo said that it was because humanoid beings were affected by additional damage. If Sehun has 30% extra damage, then Jisoo has 100%. It is strong, although it has passed only one stage. Sehen said that they need to find someone and they will immediately go looking for weapons. They came. Jisoo asked if he really needed to go to the bank and wants to withdraw money. Sehen said that now money is useless, and you can't buy anything with it, but you can use points. Inside the bank is the person they need in the second stage. The policeman shouts that he will stop the thieves, and people should run away from here. The bandits were told that no one would be here, but the policeman rushed at them at the same moment. He knocked out one of the robbers and punched the other in the stomach. The robber doesn't understand why this guy is so strong. Since all the robbers have fled, he has no more business with them. Everything ended well. Jisoo said that this guy is very cool. That's what San was looking for. Robbers are also players, but he defeated them all. Maybe he has some special item. It's entirely possible, but San thinks there's another reason for this. He is an avatar of God. The policeman turned around and asked, did they come on banking business? It's too dangerous here and they need to go to a safer place. Too many robbers come to the bank lately. San said he didn't come for banking. How can the bank normally work in such a situation? It turns out that they came to hide here. No, not because of that. Then why did they come? San said they came for Mina Lee. The policeman's eyes widened, but he said that this was the first time he had heard the name. His name is Nam Kyung Chol. Jisoo grabbed his hand and told him that his pulse was racing as if he was taken by surprise. Judging by his dilated pupils, she has a feeling that he was very surprised to hear this name. The strange thing is that he is so surprised because of the name, which he hears for the first time. She thought that Sehen knew about everything in advance. Sehen doesn't understand who Jisoo really is because she is too perceptive. Sehen said that they are the ones who know his true face and also his tone has changed. This guy is too bad at pretending. The thing next to it, it's sort of like a jester's observer. Did the observer look like this from the very beginning? Is it a special edition or something? Why does it look like that? Well, since it's a god who tries to have all the fun, this situation should be quite pleasant for her. The policeman asked him how he knew. Sehen asked him if he would answer if he were in his place. Is he really not even trying to hide his true face anymore? Let him show them his skill. The girl tried all the tricks so as not to die. She changed clothes and everything. It was the perfect plan. She transformed back into her true form and asked them why they were looking for her. She has so many things to do. Sehen asked her if she robbed a bank. It is very low. Jisoo asked what's going on. Is it a transformation skill or something like that? This girl can transform into other people or creatures. Sehen thought, if Jisoo asks how he knows this, what will he answer her? But luckily she's not going to ask that. Jisoo asked him what he meant when he said she was busy robbing a bank. She felt like she was helping other people. Mina Lee said that people wouldn't trust a schoolgirl more than a police officer, so she reincarnated. Sehen said that it was Mina Lee who brought the bandits here herself. What the hell is she trying to tell them? People running away, the monster hid in the bank, which means it was impossible to rob him. That's why she lured the robbers here, isn't it? Mina Lee asked why she beat them then. She was going to take all the money for herself. If the bandits appear here a couple of times, then the rest will consider the bank dangerous and will not come. Isn't he right? Only two people can incite people here, Mina Lee and Park Dong-kwon. He had seen these tricks so many times in his past life that he immediately recognized them all. Mina Lee asked him what he would do now, hand her over to the police. Sehen said that neither the police nor the prisons really work now anyway. Moreover, someone like her will immediately run away from there. She will have to stay with them for a while until they complete the second task. Mina Lee was surprised that he was only on the second level, but he was acting tough. She's already on her third mission. What game did he start? What monster did he kill? Sehen said she didn't need to know. Let her quickly decide whether she will go with them or not. Mina Lee asked what's the point of her going after them. Sehen said he would share the points with her. Mina Lee asked the ragamuffins, who hadn't even completed the second task yet, how many points could they have there. Sehen forgot. Did she act like this from the very beginning? Although this is still normal when compared with what it was in a past life. If she treats them like that, then nothing good will come of it, so he needs to raise his authority in her eyes. He hit her with his finger on the forehead and she almost fell. She didn't even realize what he had just hit her with. Sehen suggested that she be polite. She must have been in pain because her stats were over F rank. Mina Lee started screaming. Who is he to tell her how to behave? Does he really think that she will stand quietly and receive slits from him? Jisoo stopped her fist, causing Ming Lai's hand to shake. This girl is too strong, but Mina decided not to show it. Does Jisoo think she can't get free? Her hand begins to emit light, but Jisoo only squeezes her hand tighter. Mina started screaming that her weak arm was about to break. Jisoo realized that because of the pain, this girl could not concentrate and reincarnate. It would be nice to be polite to each other like San said. They are people, not animals, right? Mina said that she understood everything and asked her to let go of her hand. Sehen asked if she would go with them now. For a while, Mina asked if they were avatars too. Sehen said that they are regular players. But then why are they so strong? Sehen said that it is not necessary to be an avatar to become stronger than a normal player. It's much easier to get power this way, but the most important thing is the weapon. Good performance is not everything, because the player needs high-quality equipment. Jisoo asked him if they could find a decent weapon. Chaos reigns here and there is not a single whole store in people. Sehen said they would certainly be able to do it. They entered the safe area inside the store. He has only to look at the store and you can immediately guess that this is a safe zone. Traces of robbers are clearly visible inside, but there are no traces of monsters here. Things are not broken here, and there are no dead people either. Moreover, the monsters would not steal food. Mina asked what weapons are they going to buy here. Sehen said he has one way. He ordered the system to open the point store and a huge vending machine appeared in front of them. Mina said it was very cool. She's an avatar, but she doesn't even know that. Mina said that she had no idea about it at all. How can she ask about something she doesn't know? Most of them could have told her about it themselves. Weapons are a necessity in the game. Her ignorance is not surprising, since the jester is known for her inclinations. She couldn't send her avatar to take the easy way. Sehen said that he himself found out about it by accident. After all, Mina is at an early stage, so don't get upset. Mina said that she was still offended, and Sehen is generally the most disgusting. Sehen said that they will no longer have a chance to acquire weapons before they start the second task, so he advises them to choose one of these items for themselves. He wonders what will appear in the store this time. As he thought, mostly standard weapons here, and the whole trick of the game lies in unusual items. There aren't even any potions here. If you buy a potion from the very beginning, then the chance to survive increases significantly. If you go a little further, there will be a player who makes weapons himself, but at the moment they have no other way to get weapons. They should at least be grateful for such equipment. First of all, they need to buy the most normal of what is here. He gave Jisoo the shield that protects the heart. This shield must be wrapped around the body. She had spent points on experience gains, so he bought her a shield. Jisoo said that she would definitely return the points to him. There are 4 types of weapons in the store: sword, spear, blunt weapon, and bow. In that case, she decided to take the mace. Though with the Hyunchi skill, it doesn't really matter which weapon to use. For beginners, it is more convenient than what you can swing and not cut and chop. Mina Lee sighed heavily as she thought Sehen would buy something for her as well. Why should he buy her a weapon? What good is it to him? When he offered her points, she herself refused. The cheapest weapon costs 200 points. In her place, he would collect points and not spend time robbing banks. Mina Lee is shocked and doesn't understand how he got so many points. Sehen said it was her punishment for all those robberies. Some time later, Sehen fights against goblins with a sword. This sword is so sharp that it just pierced a goblin through and through a concrete wall. Since Sehen had acquired a weapon, he also wanted to try out the platinum tier reward. Now is the time to take advantage of it. Shape-shifting orichalcum. It is a unique item that can be used in metallic or liquid form, depending on the wishes of the owner. Orichalcum coating can be applied to desired equipment. When the coating is released, it returns to its original shape. It is metal and liquid at the same time. It's such an effective item that it even has a return function. The application of orichalcum to the short sword is completed. Now his sword is incredibly sharp, but the strength, it seems to have not affected, but still it exceeded all his expectations. Orichalcum should be helpful. Jisoo said that they arrived at the Roman Tower, which looks better than she thought. Mina Lee said it was okay. The world has just begun to change, and Jisoo seems to have already adapted to everything. Sehen asked how she was going to survive if she didn't fit in well. She doesn't even have points. Mina Lee told him to stop showing off with his points. She laughs now to ask about it, but what is their mission? Sehen says they have to catch the monster boss. Turns out there are jobs like this. Sehen asked her what task she had at the 2nd level. Mina Lee said they just had to survive. Now he understands why they ended the level so quickly, because they have to kill or die at the hands of other players until their number reaches a given number. Compared to that, their escape was a very peaceful level. Although, if not for Sehen, then all the players would have died at the hands of a guard or hobgoblins. Sehen said that there is someone there, so they need to hide behind the rocks. He saw 2 guys near the entrance to the tower. Maybe they're just standing by. It looks like they're just guarding the borders. But there are no monsters here. Sehen said that these guys are not standing there because of the monsters, but because of the people. They are wary of strangers like them. If this level involves competition among players, like survival, then it is clear why they are here. When Sehen talked about outsiders, he meant himself and Jisoo, and Mina Lee is not one of them. Did he suggest that she change her appearance in order to go to them and extract all the information from them? Sehen said that this would be the fastest and most efficient way. Only he himself must understand the situation. Mina Lee couldn't stand the onslaught of these villains and said that she would go. She quickly jumped over to another stone and began to survey the situation. These guys don't move very fast, so that's not a problem. She needs to catch the moment when one of the guys will not see the other, and then do it like this. Mina Lee swung and knocked out the guy with one blow to the neck. While the other guy does not see, she began to drag the body behind the stone. The guy turned around and did not understand where his partner had gone. Is he taking a break from work? If he doesn't come out right away, the guy will report this to his superiors. Mina Lee managed to change her appearance and said that she just felt like stepping away for a minute. Does he have to report about it now? The guy said it wasn't the first time. He needs to move because the changing of the guard is coming soon. It's time in the tower. People climbed to the top floor of the tower in hopes of catching the boss. The guy looked out from behind the pillar and saw the boss of the second level. The huge dragon suddenly opened its yellow eyes and began to move. How are they supposed to catch such a boss? They won't be able to handle it, and first they need to hide. The guy did not have time to finish, and the monster threw him away with his tail. The dragon began to suck one of the guys into its mouth and ate it. The rest of the men started to run away from there in horror, but the dragon is still faster than them. One of the men realizes that the boss won't be able to get out of here. If they just get out, they will be saved. They realize that the dragon surrounded them with its body and blocked their path. A guy with a dagger in his hand yells for them to pull themselves together. Well, for a second the dragon swallows him. They lose their last hope of salvation. The boss of this level is on the top floor. Naturally, this boss is huge, but the problem lies in the conditions of the dungeon. The starting point is the entrance to the monster boss room. It seems like the same people that were on the first level can enter there. There is only one boss monster and there are 2 teams that catch it. As a result, only one of the 2 teams will be able to complete the task. For failure to complete the task, punishment will follow, so they cannot be conceded. Sehen realizes that the one who came later sat down below. Is Jong Hyun on guard now? He asked what Sehen is doing here. Isn't he dead yet? They went inside the tower and Sehen asked him how he survived if he didn't get more experience points. Lee Jong-hyun said he was just lucky. He even began to behave much more politely. Jisoo said that Lee Jong-hyun saw Sehen fight, so he has to be polite. Let him take them to the elder. Lee Jong-hyun looked at his partner and led them. They arrived at their base. Everyone immediately began to discuss the man who fought the Minotaur. There are a lot of people here, so there are a lot of observers here. Mina Lee asked if all these people were in the last round. What did Sehen do at the last level that they are so squinting at him? Sehen said that when they ran away, he dealt with the Minotaur guard. But how could such a monster appear in the first level? Moreover, how was Sehen able to handle it? Gun-hyun saw Sehen and was happy that he survived. He hugged him with all his strength, causing Sehen to even begin to tremble. Some time later, Kyun-hyun said they were here because they came later. This matches what Mina Lee said. It turns out that they need to deal with the boss first and beat those who occupied the territory before those people at the top. Hyun-hyun said that with their current strength, it is impossible to do so. Sehen said it was possible. They must lure out those who wanted to appropriate all the laurels. At this time, a man with a red scythe and a goblin's hand with a sword wanders along the bloody roof of the building. Inside the tower there is only one monster boss, which is hunted by 2 teams. That team that fails to complete the task will receive punishment, and the punishment for not completing the mission, of course, is death. Sehen asked just in case, did Kyun-hyun say they knew about the monster boss? Did they say that the monster is at the top of the tower? Right, that's exactly what it is. If so, then they must give the boss to them so that they catch him first. Sehen must be joking, right? Sehen said that he means it in all seriousness. If this monster is on the roof, then let them catch it first, if they can catch it, of course. Gun-hyun asked what should they do with their assignment in that case. If they don't kill the monster boss, then they're done. Sehen asked him why he decided that the boss he wanted was sitting on the roof. If they watched the video, it would also be that this boss is too strong for a normal monster. Sehen realized this when he saw the footage of the other team fighting this boss. But more importantly, he got the boss stage alert when he first entered the Roman tower. This means that there is a boss monster here. After that, on no other floor, he saw a stronger monster than him. This means that he even checked the basement of the Roman tower. The boss monster has one difference from the normal monster. He gathers an army for himself to guard him. This is their difference. At this time, the guy tells Hyunam that he needs to go out and look. A beefy man with black hair asks him, are these assholes again? The man says that this time there are new ones. Sehen asked Park Dong-kwon, will he go with them too? Did he decide to trust him? Park Dong-gwon said that they were unlikely to be able to catch the monster boss anyway, so he thought there was something to it. They will leave those monsters in the other team. Go to the subway themselves. Sehun thinks Park Dong-gwon is a freak, but his brain is working fine. Gun-hyun says that even though he agreed to go together, but will they really manage? Most of them are former criminals. During the first game, Korea was full of different guilds. Among these guilds, one was especially distinguished, which was organized by criminals immediately after the changes that had begun in the world. It was a guild that, by its mere mention, inspired fear. For their own benefit, they shamelessly killed people and were ready for absolutely anything. They called themselves Sin. The leader who created this guild was Kim Ju-won. Kim Ju-won, wrapped in chains, asked them what they mean by that. Did they really come to wave their fists? Hyun-hyun said that they came to express their opinion. Kim Ju-won felt like it was too late to ask for a reunion. But they didn't think about it. They came to say that they are giving them the monster boss that is on the roof. Kim Ju-won laughed and said that this is not called giving in, but escaping. They are going to cede the boss to them, and what will they do? Die. Gun-hyun said that they still won't defeat them if they start fighting, so they will find another way out. They had better go after this boss, and when the set time is up, a new boss monster will appear and they will start hunting. Sehun is surprised how Hyun lies with such an unfazed expression on his face. Kim Ju-won asked if this is true. What else could they have? Kim Ju-won said that if he has anything else on his mind, then they are all over. A dark aura began to accumulate around him, which seemed to begin to blow everyone away with the wind. Hyun-hyun said that he makes a promise that it is true. It is a very unpleasant feeling of anger. This is the avatar of one of the higher gods, avatar of Hades. Kim Ju-won said it was just perfect. What do his students think about this? The man said that if they did not retreat, they would die. The second man said that if they were up to something, they would kill them and be done with it. Kim Ju-won said that they would do that, but they understand that they can't trust them blindly, right? Hyun-hyun said that in that case he would stay here while they fought the boss. Park Dong-gwon said that Jun-hyun is their leader and they can't live without him, so it's better if he stays. Gun-hyun agreed. But if he changes his mind, then let him tell him about it. Kim Ju-won asked if there was only one left. Everyone who is here should stay, especially Jisoo. He wanted to tie her up with his hook, but Sehun wouldn't let him. And who else is this? Sehun thought maybe he didn't like Jisoo. Even if he doesn't know about Jeong Sul-seong, he must have sensed something. Gun-hyun asked what they were thinking, but Ju-won ignored him and walked past. He was heading towards Sehun. He said he was not bad. He seems capable. Sehun replied yes he is. Ju-won's ward exclaimed indignantly, what? This freak talks so impudently to their head. Ju-won waved his hand towards his subordinates and said stop. He told Sehun that he is not so simple. Sehun said yes, so if he doesn't want to get into a fight with them, he'd better compromise. Ju-won suddenly backed away as he saw Jisoo's power radiating out. He thought, what kind of shape is that? A cannibal flower. Subordinates asked Ju-won, are these stupid morons too much? Can they just slap them? Ju-won's body trembled. Who is she? Sehun put his hand on Jisoo's shoulder and said enough. She calmed down and apologized. She said she got excited. Sehun thinks that for a Ching Xiaoxiang skill, it was a relatively moderate level of malice. No matter how crazy this Kim Ju-won is, he is not worth using this skill on him. Sehun asks him what is his answer. Sweating, Ju-won said okay, he agrees. Park Dong-won can stay here alone. Gun-hyun says that they will do that then. Exhausted, Ju-won thought, who are they? How dare they? He will definitely pass the mission and kill them all. Gun-hyun put his hand to his head in relief and said that he no longer knew whether they would succeed or not. Thankfully everything worked out. Although he is a little worried about Dong-won, he was left alone there. Sehun thought he didn't have to worry about him. Sehun said he wanted to stay there himself. Why bother? They had better start preparing. They enter the safe zone. Sehun tells people to buy the items they will need on their own. Gun-hyun said he didn't even know what it was. People began to call the system window and choose their weapons. Some of them have already bought weapons and started training. Gun-hyun watches them and asks Sehun what he thinks. Would they limit themselves to just one monster boss? Sehun says no. Gun-hyun asks if that's the case. Sehun replies yes, but still don't worry. Gun-hyun asks, right. Why? Sehun responds simply because the offer after they catch the boss is just pointless. Sometime later, Sehun is talking to someone on the phone and tells the other person to try there. Jisoo's sudden voice startled him. She asked who he was talking to. Sehun replied that he just needed someone to talk to. He remarked that she sometimes appeared so unexpectedly and frightened him. Jisoo pointed to the spear and asked, what is it? Sehun replied that he would use it in battle. Jisoo said that with a spear it's clear, but what are these rings? Sehun asked, is it workout bracelets? Using the color of the crystal, you can adjust the weight of the bracelets. Levels range from red to purple. She asks, is he going to train with it? Sehen replies that he is not. There are some people who will need them. Okay with that. What about her? Has she already completed her training? Jisoo raised her mace and said that the standard defense, and this mace would be enough for her. Sehen says it's good and offers to go to the headman. He was about to leave, but Jisoo stopped him with her question. But he knows how to use a spear. When did he get the hang of it? Sehen says yes, he knows a little. He thought he couldn't say that he learned it in a past life. He wonders what the teacher is doing now. Jisoo asks what is the best weapon he can use. Sehen says there is no such thing. He can't name anything in particular. He thinks there is no such special weapon. All weapons are so-so for him. However, for survival or victory in battle, ability is not the most important thing. At least for him it was. Because the strongest and best among people, who defeated everyone, and the only one who could stay alive, seeing the end of the human race, is he. Perhaps this time, he will be able to get the title of the strongest. Gunhyun called out to him. He already picked up his equipment and said that thanks to him, for the first task he received an excellent reward. He had a lot of points, so he was able to get good things. Sehen noticed an observer above him and thought, it seems that he also became an avatar. Judging by his character, this is not an evil god, although this they can only learn with time. He asked him, did the others finish their preparations? Gunhyun said yes, that's why he came to say that it's time for them to leave. Sehen said maybe he and Jisoo would have to go separately. Gunhyun asked separately. Sehen replied yes, there are some things to do. And also this. Sehen hands him a spear. Gunhyun asks why. Is that his spear? Sehen tells him that when they find the monster boss, they need to stick a spear in the middle of the room. If they are stuck in the floor, most likely the spear will go deep. The blade should be pointing up. But if the monster cannot be killed, he will give them a phone, let them turn it on near the spear and give Sehen a sign. Gunhyun got it. Spear and boss monster, are they related to each other? Sehen replied that he would find out later. Dongwon received a message from the headman. He wrote that the preparations were completed and let him go down to the subway. Dongwon thought it had begun. Why did it take several days to prepare? During this time, he had already challenged the boss 3 times, albeit to no avail. All the same, Sehen turned out to be right. Who he really is, there is definitely something in him. Besides, his god advised to be careful with him. Dongwon went to the window on the door and told the guard to listen to him. He had some information about the task. The guard asks what let him tell. Dongwon said that he would not tell him, let him take him to their elder. He won't harm them. On the contrary, it may even help to pass the task. He thinks about how annoying Kim Sehen is. However, Kim Ju-won is strong enough. If you have to choose, he leans more towards him. The guard takes him out of the cell, agrees and says he will take him. If this is some kind of trifle, then let him be ready for anything. Dongwon speaks naturally. At the same time underground, many rats roamed the sewers, ready to attack anyone. Gunhyun killed a couple of rats with his weapon and said that Sehen should be given credit for the advice. Without flashlights they would have had a hard time here. Sehen says yes, monsters that live in the dark usually don't like the light. A pack of rats attacked him and Sehen cut them all down with deft, quick movements. It seems that the rats do not decrease, but only grow. Gunhyun says that he kills them so easily, it's like he's catching rats. Sehen kills another rat and asks what is he talking about. This is what rats are. Gunhyun thought he didn't mean that. Sehen said okay, never mind. How far have they gone? Gunhyun thought for a bit and said that about half. Only 6 basement floors, and here is the 3rd floor. A message came to Sehen's phone. He was a little surprised. Bank Ripper Lie Mina wrote that they are going down. Sehen smiled. At this time, Ju-won left cracks on the wall. Did he think capture? What nonsense. An ordinary person will not be able to catch it. Basilisk. A look that turns everything to stone. Yes, it's just a snake. His thoughts were interrupted by the guard's voice. He said that Dongwon wanted to tell him something. Dongwon bowed to him in greeting. The guild members ask him. He didn't have anything against them, did he? Dongwon says yes, it must be now. They are fighting the monsters on the basement floors. That monster on the roof is the strongest in this building. But it's not the real boss. The real one is in the basement, that's for sure. The man said so that's why they gave up on attacking the monster on the roof so easily. These idiots wanted to make fun of them. Ju-won thought, okay, it was a psychological trap. It was obvious that they still couldn't defeat him, because he's not there for that. He said it was true. And I thought, how dare these puppies? He just won't leave it. Dongwon thinks great, let them fight. And he stays with the one who wins. And he can get rid of the punishment with the help of the skill that he got from the deity. The guard tells him that it's all thanks to him. Thank you, he helped them a lot. Dongwon replies yes okay please. And thinks, why is this moron smiling? Ju-won asks Dongwon, is this here? He answers him that yes, that's right. He wondered, but what is it? Why is nobody here? Ju-won gave the order to comb everything around. There can be no one left here. The guard asks him what if they fled thinking they wouldn't follow them. And to the very bottom. Because the faster they complete the tasks, the faster they can escape. The other guild members picked up on his words. For sure, we must quickly catch up with them and crush them. Gotta go and kill those morons. Ju-won thought, well, he can't rule out that possibility. He said fine, they'll go down. The crowd cheered happily. The guild members come down and ask, isn't it too dark in here? Let them both look. I should have at least brought a flashlight with me. They stepped into the light and saw two silhouettes. The man asked, I think it's them. Ju-won says yes, it seems so. In front of them stood Jisoo and Sehun. Sehun says that they came later than they thought. He apologized and said that they couldn't go downstairs, they would have to go back. The man standing behind Ju-won asked what he said. Does he want to sleep? Another man said that this freak seemed to be living a second life. Such a bold, right head. Sehun turns to Park Dongwon. He of course assumed that he would be with them, but he turned out to be too boring and predictable. Dongwon asks if he's crazy. He doesn't know why he shows off so much, but he's about to be finished. Sehun asks, right. Does Lie Mina think so too? The man standing next to Dongwon began to transform into a girl. Dongwon asked in surprise, what is it? Mina stretches and wearily says, well, Sehun is making her work again. Does he even know what she had to endure? These guys stink. And Dongwon thought that everything was too easy. What the hell is this? Sehun says that they even made a plan to deal with them in one go. Sehun points his finger and talks to them, to him, and even to the one above. Mina asks him what they will do now. Sehun asks how is that? They will fight. Mina says if something goes wrong, she will leave. Sehun answers as she pleases and checks the time on her phone. Back-to-back time. Jisoo stepped forward and told Sehun to leave. He wondered what. Jisoo asks if they just need to be held up so they can't get down. There is no need for them all to stay here. Sehun thinks she'll be okay. He agrees. He grabs Mina and says that he and Mina will then go upstairs. Mina started kicking and exclaimed, what is he talking about? Sehun tells Jisoo not to kill it. She asks this. Sehun points to Dongwon and says that little rat. Jisoo says sorry, she will try. Sehun tells her to cover them then. At the same time, Ju-won threw down his weapon and attacked Sehun. But he dodged it and was instantly right under his nose. Ju-won was surprised. What is it? He didn't even notice how he moved. Is this idiot an avatar? Sehun hit him. The blow sent him flying away. Min felt dizzy at Sehun's movements. The guild member looks at the head and says that this can't be. Sehun tells Jisoo to cover them. If it's too dangerous, then she can safely run away. Jisoo responds well. Sehun looked in her direction and thought that it seems that something has changed. Okay, he confides in her. He said that they left and Jisoo immediately rushed to the attack. Ju-won's subordinates run up to him and ask if he's okay. He orders to quickly catch him, this idiot. Now, men said good. And ran, but suddenly they stopped abruptly. One of them gave way to his legs and he fell to his knees. What was it? Jisoo slowly walks up to them and says that out of everyone who is here now, she is not going to let anyone out. Ju-won thinks this look. She looks at them like they are some kind of insects. He asked her who she was. He ordered his subordinates to kill her. Jisoo started twirling her mace in the air and said that it was unpleasant when so much blood got on her clothes. The man swung at her and shouted, let her die. Jisoo reacted and killed him. The man standing next to him cursed and asked what had just flown past. Jisoo was very close and stabbed him. Another man came up behind her and plunged a blade into her shoulder, but her mace on a chain immediately hit him on the head. Jisoo pulled the blade from her shoulder and blood spurted from the wound. Her wound immediately began to regenerate. The three men immediately decided to attack her from behind. Her wound healed completely and she returned her mace to its original state without the chain. She quickly turned around and hit one man on the head. Another man cut the air in front of her with his blade and Jisoo immediately stabbed him. Another man raised his fist and yelled, what the hell? Jisoo dodged his attack and the next moment her mace was in contact with his head. Ju-won stands at a distance and watches her, but who is she? There are more than 30 of them here and she is alone. She is stronger than all of them put together and not even a bit tired. Ju-won picks up his weapon and starts walking towards her. It is not so simple, but what prevents him from coping with it? In speed, muscle mass, strength, he surpasses her in everything. The mace was heading straight for him, but he pulled the man standing next to him and used him as a shield. Ju-won Hade's avatar. His eyes changed and he used the death sentence skill. If the skill hits the target, death occurs within 1 minute. However, the skill does not affect creatures with a higher level than the owner of the skill. 1 use per day is possible. He waved his scythe a little. Red energy began to gather on the weapon. Ju-won thinks she's a creep. She doesn't know where she's going. She will die. He is the avatar of the supreme deity Hades. Suddenly his head bowed. Ju-won doesn't understand what's going on. His head had already fallen off his shoulders. It couldn't happen. Jisoo looked at him one last time and turned away, releasing her chains. Ju-won thinks he's just like the rest. His head is flying in the air, and the last thing he sees is Jisoo's mace. Meanwhile, Sehen and Mina run to the top of the building. Mina says that he took and left her alone. Is he really sure that she can do it? Sehen says probably. Mina exclaimed, perhaps. What does probably mean? Sehen says that Ju-won is not such a strong opponent. Mina says he seemed strong to her when she infiltrated them. Sehen asks, right. He thinks now is just the beginning of the game. Ju-won most likely recently became an avatar. His skills probably only have a death sentence, but it takes too much time to apply it. His head will fly off his shoulders faster than he can use the skill. Mina asks him, so what is he really up to? Is he going to the roof? Sehen says yes. Mina says she understands he's strong and all, but she thinks it's too much. Sehen says that's why he took her with him. Mina asks her, and what can she do to help? She may look cool, but she only knows how to change her appearance. Sehen tells her that is enough. They reach the last door. He asks, did she do what he asked? Mina says of course. Does he have any idea how embarrassed she must have been? Let him just try not to give her a normal reward for this. Sehen tells her not to worry, she will be rewarded. He will buy her an item for at least 2,000 points. The bonus will also depend on the reward for passing level 2. I exclaimed, 2,000 is that much. Truth. If he lies, she will kill him. Sehen tells her to hurry up and change her appearance. She asked, change appearance, what he was talking about. Sehen replies yes, in a ferret. Mina begins to transform and says that she doesn't know how it's supposed to help at all, but she does it because of his request. He says that she will find out soon and asks if she is ready. The ferret wrapped around his neck squeaked in approval. Sehen says fine, if so, they come in. The doors open and they enter a dark hall filled with statues. What happened here? Sehen and Mina hid around the corner. He looks at the statues and thinks it's a petrification. They all fell victim to the basilisk. The ferret squeaked in fright. Sehen tells her to go ahead, let her go and find out where the basilisk is. It's okay, she just needs to move quickly. And that's it. Ferret is silent. Sehen says that if she's scared, he can give her a lift. Just let him say. Without thinking twice, Mina broke off his shoulder and rushed towards the basilisk. Sehen looked around the corner and thought, did she find him so quickly? He came around the corner and saw a basilisk. He mentally laughed. He thought it was not worth the effort to look for this monster. He is the guard of this level. The voice of the basilisk was heard. He says another fool has come. He gets up and says his name is Orga. If Sehen backs down now, he won't kill him. Sehen asked what he was talking about. Would he come to leave immediately? He noticed that unlike the Minotaur in the first level, this one has a name. Now monsters don't just appear. This level has a monster with a name that the players cannot destroy. This is a real guard. But the most unpleasant thing is his skill, the look that turns to stone. He opens his eyes and turns everything to stone with his gaze, at which time his eyes begin to glow. And everything that this light hits turns to stone. So it's hard to beat him. It is, however. He asks Ming if she remembers what he was talking about. This moment has arrived. The ferret squeaked and began to shake its head negatively. Sehen seemed to read her mind and said no, you can't. It needs to be done. Does she still want him to give her a lift? He takes the ferret in his hand and prepare to throw. He says okay, in which case he would have to help her. The ferret flew up and was at the level of the basilisk's eyes. The basilisk looked at the ferret with its terrifying gaze. Sehen rushed off with a knife in his hand and thought, now, this skill has a cooldown. The moment he can't use the skill, gouge out his eyes. He threw a knife right in his eye, but the basilisk managed to dodge. Sehen hid around the corner and thought, did he hit? Orga says he was aiming for his eye, and he's good. Sehen sighed and thought that an ordinary knife would not help here. Since it happened, there is only one thing left. The ferret runs towards the basilisk. Orga said, what is it? He just hit that ferret, didn't he? Sehen said for sure, according to legend, one of the enemies of the basilisk is the ferret. This is his weak point. Orga chuckled and said he thought he knew his weak point, so he wanted to use him to attack, but he wouldn't succeed. He can't resist him. A ferret was running under the basilisk. He jumped on the body of the basilisk. Orga pointed his clawed paw at the ferret, but it ducked and avoided the attack. Orga begins to use her gaze turned to stone. But the ferret continued to run on. Orga asked, is this not just an ordinary ferret? Sehen runs near the basilisk and curses in his mind, lie Mina, hurry up. Orga laughs and says that the ferret looks very believable. He doesn't know what's on his mind, but he thinks he figured it out. It doesn't make sense. Orga attacks Sehen, but he managed to dodge. The basilisk is about to use his skill and Sehen yells at Mina to quickly bite him. The ferret jumped up and sank its teeth into the basilisk's eye. Orga screamed heart-rendingly and Sehen caught the ferret. Fine. Now you cannot be afraid of his eyes. Orga screams, so it was a difficult ferret. Sehen says, of course, where in the city can a ferret come from? A huge paw of a basilisk rushes past him. Sehen avoided the attack and followed his paw with his eyes. But this was followed by another attack. Sehen managed to dodge. He thinks that he is so huge that any of his attacks are immediately visible. But if he touches him at least a little, and you can say goodbye to life. Orga yells at him that he won't leave him. He approaches Sehen again. Sehen's phone vibrated. He thought great. He asks Min if she remembers what he told her about the sign. She squeaks in approval. Sehen yells run away. And they ran in different directions. Orga attacks Sehen with his body, but he dodges. Orga says some tricks again. Sehen gets down on one knee and says that without it, they won't be able to kill him. Orga tells him it's funny. His stats are D rank, and Sehen is only F rank. No matter what he does, his efforts will be in vain. Sehen sees the monster approaching him. The basilisk squirms and says that Sehen can use any technique, but he will never be able to defeat him. Even if they take away his skill, nothing will help them anyway. Saying these words, he struck the ground. Sehen thought that he would not have time to jump. Orga says that's what it is, level difference. Sehen thinks it's rubbish. We must act before he is too late. Sehen said Orga was talking too much and snapped his fingers. Orga asked what he was up to. Mina turned into a chicken and cackled. Orga flinched and yelled loudly, his entire body writhing. Sehen quickly pulled out while holding the knife in his hands and asked if this is the level difference he was talking about. Orga swore and called him a jerk. Sehen continues to run and tries to pierce the body of the basilisk with a knife along the way. But his scales remained intact. Orga breathes heavily and says how long can he last by continuing to fight him. He doesn't know how he knew his weak points, but he's not strong enough to pierce his scales. Orga attacks him and Sehen dodges again. He kicks off and runs further, passing the monster's paw. Orga screams, will he run away from him? And then he will run out of strength and he will die. Sehen runs towards him but Orga attacked him and missed. Sehen had already jumped back. The basilisk seems to be moving more slowly. Sehen tells him not to show off. He thinks it's time to deal with him. Orga tells him that he seems to have prepared well, but the difference between them still remains the same. What is he going to do? Run away. Sehen got down on one knee, looked at his phone and thought it was finally there. Sehen tells Org that just like he said, he definitely won't be able to kill him. Orga asked, did he just now realize this? It's just too late. Sehen said no, he knew it from the start. So he puzzled over how he could be defeated. He's used to it, to facing opponents he can't kill. Adversaries who surpass him in everything. What does he need to defeat them? Choice of deity, high scores, useful skills, or a unique ability. All this, of course, is important and useful. In the first round he lacked all this. However, despite the lack of the title of the strongest, the praise of his genius, he became the last person left alive. Sehen says that with experience and patience, anything is possible. Orga exclaimed, what the hell is he talking about? It's over. Sehen chuckled and Orga looked at him dumbfounded. At the same moment, several explosions were heard in the tower. From the explosion, the glass began to explode, and the walls collapsed. Orga asked what he did. Sehen replied that it was a bomb. Someone who, for a whole week, diligently laid it out. Sticky bomb, a bomb that can be detonated using a remote control. Does not affect monsters and players. Orga says he's a fool. Does he really think he can kill him with some kind of bomb? Or does he want to throw it down? Whatever he comes up with, it's all pointless. Sehen says he knows that too. He knows that he won't be able to kill the monster with the items of this world. He points to his wrist and says that he did not cook it for him, and his efforts were not meaningless. Though he's so thick-skinned he doesn't even realize it. Orga asked what he meant. He suddenly understood and looked at his paws. They were bracelets. He asked what is it. Sehen shows him the crystal, and asks if it's their family thing to not notice anything around them when they get enraged. It's called a workout bracelet. With this crystal, the weight of the bracelet can be increased up to 10 tons. Let him try the difference in weight. The paws of the basilisk fell sharply to the ground from the weight. He screamed, stupid little man. Sehen put his foot on his head and said to hell with his level difference. He jumped away from him and said goodbye. The basilisk immediately broke through the floor under it and began to fall. Orga thinks that even if he falls, he won't die. From the blow, the bracelets will break, that's all. The moment he gets rid of the bracelets, he will kill Sehen. Orga saw a spear below and asked, what is this? What is the golden spear? Where is this from? Here is the second level. Among the weapons that could be obtained until now, there was none that could pierce his scales. One spear won't kill him, nothing to worry about. He did not have time to finish, and the spear pierced him through. Can't believe it. What's the matter? Can't be. His body was impaled on a spear. A few minutes earlier. At this time, Hyunkyun thinks that nothing is breaking through the boss. They can't do it on their own. The monster in front of them is the caretaker boss. The guy asks Hyunkyeon what will they do. Hyunkyeon and the others stare at the ceiling and don't understand what's going on. Hyunkyeon asks, did something fall from the ceiling? Are they both dead? Hyunkyeon says it looks like it does. First you need to find the others and assess the situation. The system notifies Hyunkyeon that task 2 has been completed. Their achievement is they completed the task to the silver level. They receive a reward. Hyunjeon says that if the task is completed, then the caretaker was the mob boss. Did he get a silver level? What did he do? How does it even work in general? The system notifies that starting from the 3rd task, the main quest will be activated automatically after the allotted time has expired or after the conditions are met. Hyunjeon doesn't understand what happened, so no one knows when the next task will appear. The guy asks Hyunkyeon what's going on. Hyunkyeon says he doesn't know himself. Someone says that it seems to him that everyone is alive. Hyunkyeon notices Sehen, who doesn't even have a scratch on him. Sehen says they can look at how they dropped him. Hyunkyeon doesn't understand. Did he say they dropped it? Did he drop that monster? And yet he doesn't even have a bruise. Who is he really? Hyunkyeon says it's all thanks to him. Hyunkyeon thinks they couldn't do it on their own. On the other hand, if it were those guys, overseers are not easy to catch. Yet Sehen and those guys are of a different caliber, so it won't go any further. He needs to get even stronger, so that he can survive without someone else's help. Sehen tells Hyunkyeon that he did as he said, so everything went right. Hyunkyeon asks Sehen what is he going to do now. Sehen says that while there is time before the start of the 3rd task, he is thinking of wandering around a bit. Hyunjeon asks where is he going. Sehen says he doesn't know where he's going. If something happens, they can call him. If he is not busy, then he will help them. Hyunkyeon says it's time to break up. He can also write if needed. Sehen says they will see each other soon. Sehen thinks that perhaps at that moment, Hyunkyeon felt that he lacked ability. Now he will have to survive on his own, at least up to level 7. He will cope, especially since he has already become an avatar. By the way, he forgot to ask, what is his deity? If they see each other again, he will definitely have to ask. Sehen went outside. Jisoo says that he came later than she thought. Sehen asks if she has a different coat of mail. Is the old one worn out? Jisoo agrees and says that she pulled out one of several kits he bought. Sehen thinks she is cleaning her mace as if nothing had happened. Something tells him that she treated them cruelly. Sehen asks where is that guy. Jisoo says she locked him there just in case. Moreover, he was noisy. Sehen asks Dongwon how is he doing. Dongwon tells this freak that he should take it off him. What did he put on his neck? Sehen says it's nothing special, just an interesting bracelet. Although, it would be more correct to say an interesting choker. Sehen increases the weight of the bracelet around Dongwon's neck. Sehen asks if the player will be able to support 200 kilograms. Dongwon asks what's going on. Sehen asks if he thinks he would put this bracelet on him if it was easy to remove. Dongwon asks why he treats him like this. Sehen asks, he also asks why. After all, even during the 1st task, he gathered people in the gym to kill everyone there. And this time, he was definitely going to betray them all, right? Mina Lai was there and saw everything. But he did not know. Dongwon agrees and says he didn't succeed. Sehen says he failed because he got in the way. If not for him, he would have achieved his goal. Does he know what karma is? What he has around his neck is a physical arrest, but that will be psychological. Sehen got this thing from the DLC shop. It's an absolute contract. Sehen says that as soon as he puts his signature here, then he will not be able to violate this agreement for anything. Dongwon asks, will the party promise to become a disinterested, reliable and honest person from now on? In case of violation of the contract, the choker will begin to put pressure on the neck, after which he will lose his head and death will occur. Sehen must be crazy. Sehen says that everything is within reason. He can turn a blind eye to minor violations of the contract. Dongwon asks what kind of a slave is he going to make of him. Behind Sehen stands Jisoo with a mace. Dongwon says that's not the point. He just needs a pen. How can he sign without it? Dongwon signed the contract and asks, is that all? Sehen says yes for now. He must remember that he will now always know where he is and what he is doing. He also has to be a good guy. Sehen thinks that he is only so obedient in words, and his face is all twisted. Dongwon has no choice, he must do so. Then he can start acting. By the way, Jisoo's scores also jumped. Jisoo says she got the gold level. Where will Sehen go now? Sehen says he has to go somewhere. Where is she going? Jisoo says that she also needs to look at one place. Sehen says that then they can each go about their business. They are now a team, so they can find out each other's location at any time. Does she know how to find him? Jisoo agrees and says that she has mastered this system to perfection. When she finishes all the work, she will immediately return. Sehen says that she can take her time. Mina Lai should also approach him. He will give her the promised reward. Mina Lai asks what is it. If nothing special, then he knows what will happen to him. He will be very ill. Sehun asks her not to faint. Sehun took out a secret level B ring from his inventory. This ring makes the wearer absolutely invisible for a maximum of 1 hour, can be used 2 times a day. Mina Lai says it's incredible. It's a B-grade item, right? Only then he will not be able to take this ring back. Is it really for her? Sehun agreed and asked Jisoo what was wrong with her. He will give her something next time. Then he will most likely have something worthwhile. Jisoo says it's not necessary. That's not why she looked like that. Sehun says that since they are done with the calculation, then they can go about their business each. They don't have to just stand there. Jisoo asks where is he going. Sehun says he just wants to harvest. Sehun notices that there are a lot of observers near them. He wanted to harvest here, but apparently he can't do anything. Sehun asks Ming Lai why is she following him. Mina Lai asks if she can't. Sehun says it's not impossible. Sehun thinks her watcher is getting on his nerves. Although, one observer more, one less, there is not much difference, because he has already been seen. Sehun asks why is she following him around. Mina Lai says she thought Sehun had some pretty good skills. If she is with him, maybe they will give her something. Sehun knows her. It's better for him to speak directly than to plot something in secret. Mina Lai says she doesn't just follow along. If you need anything, she can always help. Sehun says it's quite natural. Mina Lai asks, is it again? After a while, someone says they should stop. What are they? This dungeon belongs to them, so they should leave on good terms. Sehun says that they understand everything, and the man can remove the knife. Sehun turns around and tells Mina Lai that they are getting out of here. Mina Lai asks if he really just picks up and leaves. Will there even be anything to collect here? Sehun says he won't just leave. He recognized the place and now he needs to go inside. Mina Lai asks if she can provoke them. Sehun refuses and says they can do without it. He walks in with his head held high. Mina Lai says that they are not fools and will not stand by and watch him enter. Besides, surely the surroundings of the dungeon are being checked. Then how is he going to get inside? Sehun says he doesn't even know. If there is no way, then he must invent one. At this time, the righteous life says that he is very annoyed and everything is messed up. Who is this guy to interfere with his avatar? Jester says it's like a bomb for the soul. Righteous life asks, is that his avatar beside him? Does she know anything? Jester says he doesn't know anything. Sehun thinks he's really angry. Although, in fact, Dongwon still didn't really do anything, because he constantly interfered with him. TGIF says they should stop fighting. There is one good dungeon here, but only 3 people are allowed into it. Righteous Living says he's busy. The Fresh Bar asks where is it. TGIF says it's an hour's walk from the Roman Tower. Sehun thinks this is the same dungeon where the guards were. Sehun says it's around here. Mina Lai asks what is here. Why doesn't he explain anything to her? Sehun says the dungeon is around here. Does he have to report to her and report everything? Mina Lai says the entrance is on the other side. Sehun says he can make an entrance. Sehun uses a search skill rank B. If you place a hand, a search begins in a radius of 50 meters. Sehun thinks that this is the skill that was given for the basilisk, and it is at the level of white gold. Sehun says it's not here and they have to walk a little more. Mina Lai asks what exactly. It should already tell you exactly what they are looking for. Sehun says it's here. Mina Lai says that she is already tired of asking what is here. Sehun says that at a depth of 20 meters is the boss's room. Mina Lai asks the boss room. Is this the dungeon that those people guarded? Sehun says she is right. Mina Lai asks, is that all? Sehun agrees and says that's it. Mina Lai says that he also said that the room is 20 meters deep. Well, how do they get there? Can he dig the ground? Or will he start destroying everything here, like in a Roman tower? There was a building area, so he was able to do that, but the dungeon is protected by a special magic. It cannot be destroyed or entered by physical force. Sehun asks if her deity told her that. Mina Lai says she heard some mumbling. Sehun asks if he should try this. The dungeon breaker digging drill appeared on Sehun's arm. Drill for drilling, capable of changing the topographic structure of the dungeon. It is necessary to select a drill depending on the level of difficulty of the dungeon. Mina Lai asks what is it? Where did he get it? Sehun says the reward for completing the quest. Mina Lai asks if he was given such a reward. Sehun turns on the drill and tells Ming Lai that she should watch carefully as he makes his way to the boss room. Mina Lai asks when will he be able to get to the boss room with this. Sehun asks, maybe in 2 hours. Mina Lai asks, does an earth drill really have to look like this? Sehun asks if she doesn't know that this is how games should be. Mina Lai says that then she doesn't have to worry about him. After some time, Sehun says that they should change. Mina Lai says it's overkill. Sehun says they are changing. Mina Lai says that he will pay him later for this. After 5 hours, Mina Lai says she thinks she can see something. Mina Lai falls into a large cave. Sehun jumps down after her and says there they are. The system notifies that they are in the deepest part of the dungeon. The Mantis boss and his soldiers are small mantises. Mina Lai asks, is this a boss mob? Sehen says it looks like it. Mina Lai and Sehen were surrounded by praying mantises. Mina Li says she hates insects. Sehen asks if she can handle the little praying mantis alone. Mina Lai says that she can certainly do it. Sehen says that he will then take care of the boss and she will cover him from behind. Sehen takes out a steel spear from his inventory. The orichalcum coating raises the rank of this spear from F to C plus rank. Strength increased from F to B, sharpness from F plus to C, magic power from F to C, no special skills. Sehen dodges the mantis' attack and stabs him in the head with his spear. Sehen thinks it's very easy, he just has to be careful with the mantis strikes. Moreover, he just needs to put pressure on the weak spot of these insect monsters. Sehen kills several praying mantises with great speed. Mina Lai says he's doing pretty well. Isn't this monster rank E? Sehen got to the boss and says it's time for their boss to come on stage. Mantises are easy to kill because the larger the size, the slower they move, and they become dumber. They don't even know when they're being attacked. Sehen stabs the boss in the neck and kills him. The system notifies that he cleared the dungeon. He is the first of all the players who cleared the dungeon. Sehen receives an additional 1,000 points. Sehen gets the achievement, if not the first, then none. Sehen thinks it's good that the level of the reward increases based on achievements, but the title is like they're mocking him. Sehen received an F-rank crystal and an E-rank sharp blow skill. Mina Lai asks if that's it. Sehen says that it was only given for the boss, and the reward for clearing the dungeon is there. Mina Lai asks if you can take all this. Sehen says that she can take everything. Mina Lai says that he can entrust this matter to her. After 4 days, the guy says they are finally at the boss's room. They are certainly the first and all well done. The other guy agrees and says that they will now say goodbye to these monsters. They are the first to clear this dungeon. Everyone agrees with him. The guy thinks that they tried so hard and finally got here. If they clean it up, then they will have a great reward, as God promised him. Finally, he will be able to receive a generous reward. The guy says they haven't found the boss yet. There is a hole in the ceiling and there is no one in the room. This dungeon is empty. The guy doesn't understand what happened. It can't be like that. What happened here? The system notifies that Anonymous 48 has logged in. TGIF asks who cleared the dungeon where his avatar was going. Jester laughs and says it's very funny. TGIF asks if it was her. Jester laughs at him. TGIF says she should say it faster. Sehen thinks they are having fun here. Maybe he should cast the bait now. Sehen says that he found one interesting dungeon. TGIF asks where. Does he know what will happen to him if it turns out to be a lie? Sehen says it's not far from Coyote Station. He looked around for a bit to see if he could get C-grade items there. Jester asks if this is his 3rd time. This information seems to be reliable. But how did he know? Sehen laughed and says that he has his own methods. A Righteous Life asks, is he like a god from a group of soothsayers? Where is he from? Anonymous 66 says that the rules forbid asking about sources. Righteous Living says he would tell if he had the skill of divination. There are not many gods with this skill. So where is he from? Greece. Jester laughs and says he's already been told it's against the rules. The Righteous Life asks why she mocks him like that. Nothing works for him right now. TGIF says they are all very noisy. He wasted a whole week on this, so he will attack Geode Station instead. Anonymous 22 says he will go too. Sehen thinks that now the avatars will move in that direction. Mina Lai asks which dungeon they will go to next. Her god tells her to go to Geode Station. Sehen says he won't go there. Sehen remembers that in his past life there were no normal items. This dungeon is just right as bait. Mina Lai asks if she's coming. Still, it's better not to stop. If he clears the dungeons like this, he will be able to become rich very soon. Sehen says that the main task must be completed. Mina Lai asks is it mandatory? Time is not limited. The system notifies that starting from the 3rd task, the main quest will be activated automatically after the allotted time has expired or after the conditions are met. Sehen says that if the 4th task suddenly appears, then everything will only get confused. They can't miss the reward for the 3rd task. Mina Lai asks, so he will immediately go on a mission. Sehen says that first he needs to get a very important skill. Mina Lai asks if she asks what it is. He won't say it anyway, will he? Sehen asks her to look at those stars. Mina Lai says she knew it. Despite the fact that the world is collapsing, the sky remains just as beautiful. Isn't it funny? Sehen says she is right. He needs a constellation. Mina Lai asks what did he say? Sehen says he didn't say anything like that. Mina Lai asks what is the habit of stopping in mid-sentence. Sometime later, Mina Lai asks, this time he will not dig the ground. It would be great to get into the boss room right away. Sehen says it's too deep, so it's impossible to locate the boss room. It's unfortunate, of course, but there's nothing he can do about it. Before they come in, she should wrap herself in this. Minolai asks what is it? What kind of poor look? Sehen asks what does beggarly kind mean? This will protect her from melee attacks. Minolai says she thinks it also stinks. Can she wear it later when the monster appears? Sehen says that she should stop this and follow him. Minolai says it's too quiet here. Is this really a dungeon? Sehen asks if this is not a dungeon, but a subway station. Where does she think this place is from? Minolai says that she should have brought flashlights with her. Isn't it too dark in here? Sehen says there's a reason he didn't take them. They must move on. Minolai asks if he thinks they are going in circles. Sehen says she figured it out quickly. Minolai asks why didn't he say it right away. Sehen says that she should be quieter as he is getting closer. Minolai asks who is approaching. The cloth rises and Minolai asks, what is it? What's happened? Sensation as if this fabric deflected an arrow. The system window says that this is a D-grade protective cloth. It is capable of blocking attacks at close range up to 5 times. Once used, the item is automatically destroyed. Sehen says there are 4 times left and she should be careful. Sehen thinks that there are arrows in such a dark dungeon. He came to the right place. Minolai asks if she can turn into something small, and then they won't hit her. Sehen says he will hit all but one. She must look both ways. If that she can sign. The cloth protects Sehen. Sehen thinks he doesn't have to worry for now. Now he wants to look at the attacker's face. Sehen uses a D-grade pursuit thread item. If the thread is attached to an item, it will lead to the owner's location and can only be used once. The thread went to the one who fired the arrow. Sehen realized that he was there and with great speed, he found the monster that fired. This monster is called Night Shooter. This is a monster that uses dark places where there is no light, able to move very quickly. The fabric deflects the arrow and the Night Shooter runs away from Sehen at high speed. Sehen thinks he won't miss it. The difference between them is only 2 steps away. Night Stalker hit 2 more times and jumped down, releasing an arrow that destroyed Sehen's protective fabric. The Night Hunter laughs and shoots an arrow. Sehen asks what is he laughing at. Sehen thinks that often during the game, you can stumble upon small animals that are found in the dungeon. Usually in the settings it is set so that no one can touch them, both players and monsters. Minolai uses an E-grade flash skill. Shines a bright light in a 10 meters radius. If a monster or player is within range, they will stare at it for 2 seconds. They can become blind for 10 seconds. Sehen thinks that bats could probably exist in this dungeon only thanks to this token. So if you really turn into something to avoid attack, then only into a bat. Sehen impales the Night Shooter and says that he didn't even guess. This is the difference in strategy. Minolai asks if there is no separate room with rewards, like there was with the praying mantis. Sehen says that maybe. It seems that there is nothing in this dungeon, except for the items that he dropped. Sehen thinks it's because there are no other monsters in the raid dungeon besides the boss. In most cases, rewards are not given separately, but amazing items are given for killing the boss. They are not of the highest level, so that the indicators are directly evident, but its features should not be underestimated. Sehen received a Code of Darkness rank B. His durability is C rank, defense rank E+, magic resistance E+, shadow run feature B+, C-grade dark gloves, D-grade durability, E-grade defense, E-grade magic resistance, bullseye traits. Sehen thinks that at least these items are weaker than the ones the monster used. However, the emergence of a mobile vehicle is a clear success. B+ rank shadow run. This ability to move as a shadow in a 10 meters radius. Charges once every 5 minutes. The maximum number of charges is 3. Bullseye rank B makes it possible to shoot and accurately hit the target. Sehen says that's enough for him. Minolai can take the rest. Sehen thinks this skill is not easy to get, but it is one of the most needed skills. Minolai says she liked the coat too, but she can't help it. Sehen wonders if his training is enough. According to the indicators, he has a large number of skills. Now in the world there is no player stronger than him. However, this is not enough to kill him, although there will be no problems with completing the main task, because after all, his goal is to complete all tasks. The system notifies that when completing the 3rd task, Sehen will have the opportunity to purchase a level 1 set. Sehen thinks that anyway, it will help him kill that guy from the 3rd task. This freak crow. Sehen asks if they can try the quest. At this time, Jisoo asks, is there no one? She expected this. Jisoo opens the door to the apartment and calls for mom and dad. Instead of her parents, she is greeted by several flying monsters. Jisoo says she's tired of them. Jisoo hits one of the monsters with a mace and makes short work of all the others. Another monster appeared behind Jisoo and bit her on the shoulder. Jisoo grabs the monster and crushes it with his hand. Jisoo notices his father in the room and asks if he is dead. How so? He couldn't have died like that. Jisoo fell to her knees crying. Suddenly, the phone in the room rang. Jisoo thinks maybe it's Mom. Jisoo answered the phone and asked, "Is that Mom?" Someone agrees and says it's her. At this time, Mina Lai asks if there is a person. A woman tells her dear clients that she is glad to meet them. She welcomes them to the Roman Tower. Mina Lai asks, are they doing business here? Maybe because this is the only place monsters bypass. Is that possible? Sehen says that she can look back and everything will immediately become clear. Mina Lai asks, what is it then? It's strange. Sehen asks if everything that has happened to them so far is not strange. Mina Lai agrees and asks her aunt why is she standing there. Is she afraid of monsters? Sehen says that she should stop looking at her like that since she is human. The woman laughs and says that at the moment they can enter the Roman Tower for free. Will they let you help? Mina Lai asks to wait. Sehen asks what again? Mina Lai asks if he was serious about going in there. This place is very strange. Sehen asks how else is she going to complete the task. Mina Lai agrees with him. Sehen says they need to get in then. The woman says that they should be careful because the entrance and exit are in different places. She wants them to have a good time. Sehen thinks it's too clean. Employees who are ordinary people, not even players. And there are probably more such oddities than one or two. It's because of the idiotic tendencies of the freak who dominates here. Mina Lai asks if these people aren't players, are they? Sehen says that she is right, they are ordinary people. Mina Lai says they are the ones who didn't get killed, but now they can't die. Still, it's better than death. Sehen says that these people are not able to die, that's why they live like that. The amusement park works not only at the expense of the rides themselves. Suddenly, Sehen had a task. Mina Lai says that it really appeared. Seems easy, doesn't it? Sehen thinks something is wrong here. Mina Lee looks at Sehen and asks if something is wrong. What's going on with his face? Sehen says he's fine. Just not what he expected. Mina Lai asks what exactly. Sehen thinks this is not the mission it was. Another task should have appeared here, even a different rank. Sehen's mission is called Save the People. People are in a terrible situation and monsters are hunting for them. It is necessary to resolve all problems and get out of this place. The more people he saves, the higher the reward will be. The number of survivors at the moment is 138 people. Ordinary people 725 people. Task difficulty level C. Ming Lai's task is to have fun in the park. She came to the amusement park. Only now this place is not the park as she used to see it. She must ride dangerous rides and get 5 seals. Difficulty level D, unlimited time. Mina Lai asks if this is not an easy task. Just something to ride on the rides. Sehen thinks that Mina Lai got a task from his past life to take a ride and get 5 stamps. Not only did the difficulty level increase, but he also received a completely different task. Only the masters of the game or the system can do this. If this is the intervention of the game master, then he would certainly have appeared in front of him. So, after all, the second option is the intervention of the system. Of course, he killed 2 guards, but he would not have thought that the reaction would manifest itself so soon. Mina Lai asks what's wrong. She won't understand why he has such a frown on his face. Is this task really that difficult? Sehen said no. Mina Lai says you can't tell from his face. Is this really a very difficult requirement? Sehen asks to wait and says that he needs to collect his thoughts. Sehen thinks that since there are changes, there should be positives from this. We must think about the good. At the very least, this proves that the future is slowly changing. Mina Lai asks what's wrong with him. Is this really an easy task? Sehen asks if she's heard of a game like Roller Coaster Time. Mina Lai asks is this the kind of game where you have to manage an amusement park? Why is he asking? Sehen says that she should imagine that this place is the game. The manager can do whatever he wants, and since he can do everything, then any, even crazy, actions are possible. For example, break the ring to derail the trolleys, or make the Ferris wheel roll on the ground. They do not need sales and revenue, they just want to see how people suffer. Mina Lai asks is it true? Sehen says that this is true and this place can be said to be from the category of such attraction. Sehen says that this is the work of Karas, the constellation of the raven. Mina Lai asks who is this? Are they guards or game masters? Sehen says he doesn't know himself. How does he even know everything? It's most likely some kind of psycho. Mina Lai says she can't argue with that. Sehen says that not players work in the territory of the mission, but ordinary people. Only a psycho would come up with such an idea. Mina Lai says she's not sure about this, but it's also possible. Sehen thinks it makes no sense to tell her about Karas. It will look strange that he knows about it, because among the players there are no those who know about the constellations yet. In the past world, there are a lot of strong monsters, and the guards were the strongest of them, but the constellations are on a completely different level. These weren't just strong monsters, they were something completely different. This place was dominated by Karas, the constellation of the crow. He was lower than the other constellations, but possessed a certain divinity. It's still too early for constellations to appear, but this guy is an exception. Kara's lowered the level of divinity in order to be able to exist in this world. Thus, a constellation of low rank appeared. He took advantage of this for his own purposes, and now he is here. Looks like Karas is going to have some fun until there are no one who can harm him. Although, to be completely honest with himself, then in a past life he entertained himself in the same way, and then disappeared. He is a constellation with a low level of divinity, but how much harm he has done to humanity cannot be compared with a constellation even of the highest rank. Mina Lai asks, in general, he wants to say that some strong freak has settled here. You just have to be careful is all. Sehen says she's right and can keep thinking like that, only she can't relax. Mina Lai says that the layout here is slightly different from the Roman world where it used to be. Sehen says that whoever is in charge here has changed everything to his taste. Mina Lai says that this means that it was also possible. The guy asks how about this place. It will be very exciting, they should definitely try it. Sehen thinks his voice is tired from constant fear. What's on their neck? Mina Lai asks what exactly. She doesn't like the haunted house. Sehen asks if she doesn't like that. Mina Lai says she just avoids places like this, but it's not because she's scared. The collar on the guy began to glow and he asks to wait, because they still have time. Mina Lai asks what is happening to them. The guy screams and the collar exploded, and a hole formed in his body, causing him to fall dead to the ground. Sehen says that they had limited time to invite visitors, just like players have limited time to complete the task. He assumed that it would be so, but the task turned out to be even worse. Mina does not understand why they treated this man so. Sehen tells her not to think about it, it's not her fault. From the very beginning, everything was exactly as planned, that's the whole problem. In his past life, only a handful of survivors were able to escape from here. He himself learned about this place from a couple of players, but then there were more people. In any case, the one he needs is here. First they need to collect all the seals. Sehen asked the worker to tell him about this place. The man asked him if he really wanted to go inside. He won't like this place. Sehen said that he could not refuse the task, otherwise he would die. The worker said that even if he refuses, then one end awaits him. Other players who came here, they all did not last long and either died or hid. But if Sehen wishes, he will tell him. How could he understand this haunted house? Complete this task is quite simple and it just needs to go through to the end. Usually, the easier it is to complete the task, the scarier it is. Sehen said that they just need to be careful and everything will work out somehow. The worker wished them a pleasant time. As soon as they entered, Mina immediately grabbed Sehen's arm. She said it was just very dark in here, so she grabbed onto him. Suddenly they lose sight of each other. Sehen told her to just be careful and follow him. They came to a wooden bridge and something shone near Sehen's face. He yelled at Ming to duck and at the same moment a huge morning star flew at them. He shouted at her to finally pull herself together and run away from here. Together they ran through all the morning stars. If they were hit even once, they would immediately die. Sehen asked her to be quiet, but there was a scary monster behind her and she yelled even louder. Sehen put his spear into the monster's mouth and threw it away from him. These monsters have two disgusting muzzles from which you can easily wet your pants. Sehen noticed that Mina started to cry, so he took her by his back and told her to hold on tight. They moved at lightning speed towards the next monsters, which Sehen successfully dealt with even with the ballast in the form of Ming. He kicked the huge skeleton with his foot and broke it. Sehen said that she can actually handle those monsters with ease too and she doesn't have to be afraid. It's time for her to get rid of him. Mina holds onto his hair and screams that she doesn't want to. At that very moment, the monsters started running at them again and Mina started crying even harder. Sehen was already pretty tired of all this and easily coped with the monsters. All of these attacks are built on the pattern of a fear room. From all sides, as if out of nowhere, traps appear and monsters attack. However, the difference is that they actually try to kill them, they just scare them. Mina looked at Sehen killing monsters and started laughing. Sehen begs her to tell her that she's okay in the head. Although in a past life he was no better. To fight and protect someone at the same time, it's not easy for him. He asked her if she was okay. She had better hold on tight, because Sehen was about to run again. It can be considered that he is training to fight and protect at the same time, because in a past life he did nothing of the sort. Some time later, the worker can't believe his eyes. Sehen is the first to be able to get out of a haunted house in 15 minutes. Sehen said it wasn't that hard. Mina, lying on the floor, says that it was not hard for her either. Sehen said that at first she had tears, then snot, in the end altogether. The employee is pleased to see that they are in order. Sehen wants to ask him something. What is that thing on their neck? Where can Shohen buy these shackles? Some time later, as that guy said, the collar can be detonated remotely or set certain conditions. He began coating the collar with orichalcum. Mina asked, if you add a coating, will the collar become stronger? Sehen asked her why she got it. She's a humanitarian, right? He threw the collar on the floor and said that she herself would see everything now. Sehen counted to 3, and the collar exploded, but the orichalcum coating did not miss the explosion. Mina was surprised that the explosion occurred, but the collar remained intact. This means that it is impossible to break the orichalcum coating with an internal explosion. The collar was shattered, but the coating remained intact. Does he now want to share this knowledge with others to help them? Sehen said that's exactly what he was going to do. Mina asked since when did he get so sentimental. For those who have turned away from others at least once, it is easy to repeat this a second time, and a third, and so on ad infinitum. So he never passes by people. Sehen couldn't be like that person in his past life, though he was one of those whom he helped. Mina asked, will they come back then? Sehen refused, but he said he was going to help people, didn't he? But what about that man? Sehen said that even if they don't have a necklace, it's still too dangerous. Perhaps he would be better off listening to the system. Mina realized that he was just too lazy to go everywhere with her. He must first collect the seals and the missing information. He asked Min if she rides roller coasters. Mina said that for her it's easy and she's a pro at the amusement park, but the ghost house is an exception. Sometime later, Mina says she doesn't want any more. 4 seals are drawn on her hand in the form of smiling emoticons. What she said earlier is about a regular amusement park. It's completely different here. How can this even be called an amusement park? Sehen said that if not for her, he would have died 4 times. First they got on a roller coaster that doesn't inspire safety from the word at all. Things with human faces flew there, but even that was not enough. When the trolley reached the very top, the mouth of a huge monster appeared out of nowhere. Then they landed in a free fall, but they forgot to set the brakes and they were thrown directly to the ground to crash to death. Haunted house, it's a lightness after the experience. They still have 1 attraction left, so they need to finish quickly and get out of here. Sehen said that they would be able to ride the next attraction since the park's opening hours were over. The lanterns began to emit blue light, and music began to play everywhere. There must have been some sort of party going on. Sehen suggested that she hide first. They hid in the bushes and Mina saw what looked like a parade. Monsters and various creatures began to have fun with corpses and living people. Sehen closed her eyes because he would not want to show this to a child. These freaks mock poor people. Mina said that she was not a child, so he should let her see what was happening there. Sehen told her that there is that zombie there. In that case, she suggested that he get out of here. Sehen said that it is dangerous here now, because the dead bodies of the players are lying around in the parade for a reason. He told Mina that it was dangerous there, and he himself went somewhere. He said that they should not be allowed to be caught, so she should follow him as quietly as possible. Monsters roamed the park, and workers stood in front of the buildings and attractions, so the players had almost no place to hide. In a past life, there was a survivor who told him that there is a very large safari in the park. According to him, those who were there are the players who were stuck between the first and third tasks. Normally this would be impossible, but Karas made it possible. Most likely he was interested in this game of the gods. The constellations, of course, have a share of divinity. However, no matter how high level they were not gods, so they could not participate in the game. It is possible that he made a deal with the game master, or he found a loophole in the system. It's time to find out how he pulled it all off. Like he said, there are a lot of people here. The man saw 4 seals on Ming's hand. They let them in and closed the lattice door. One of the players is named Hyunseok. He praised them for having received as many as 4 seals each, because even their leaders only have 3 seals. Mina said they were just capable guys. She doesn't seem to have a shred of modesty. Hyunseok said that they could stay here and he would report to the leader. Sehen looked back and realized that Hyunseok was right. Here are players and ordinary people, in the amount of about 200 people. Not all of them, of course, but most of them. Surely he is here too. It can't be that he's not here. He saw a guy who must certainly be associated with this place. The supreme deity of Hephaestus, the 12th god of Olympus, and his only avatar, Song Shiwoo. In a past life, he was one of the most famous players. The equipment he created always fetched wild prices at auctions. There would be no player who did not dream of getting their hands on at least one of the items he created. It won't be appealing to say that the players only lasted so long in the game thanks to Song Shiwoo's equipment, even if humanity died then. This is not the Sun Shiwoo Sehen knew. Earlier he shone like the sun and did not lose hope even in the most hopeless situations. And now, this guy has such an expression on his face, as if he had already outlived his own. Min has a feeling that she might even get depressed looking at him. Sehen mentally told her that it was contagious. Next to him is probably his older brother. Sehen heard that he died at the end of the 3rd mission. They approached them and Sehen asked if they mind if they sit here. They are new and are looking for somewhere to relax, but have not yet found anything suitable around. His older brother, with his eyes closed, told them to sit down. Others shun them, so there is no one here. He enjoys talking to people. Sehun didn't even know that his brother was blind. Song Siwoo does not understand what is pleasant here, because they are two anyway. He never agreed. Sehun asked what their names are. The older brother's name is Song Chan, and this is his brother Song Siwoo. The guys also introduced themselves in response. Sehun wondered if Mina was only with him and Jisoo acting so cheeky. It's good that at least she doesn't address them with hey. Song Chan addressed them on Mr. and Miss and asked them to do their best to complete this task. They shook hands and Sehun would like to become friends with them too. He would really like to be friends with them, but something is not right here. In appearance, Sun Chan looks like a simple player, and his sword is ordinary. Song Chang said that you can't tell from the looks, but he has a bit of a swordsmanship. Ever since he hurt his eyes, he just uses a sword instead of a staff. Song Shiwoo stopped him, because he had already said that if Song Chan spoke about this, he would begin to remember. After that he decided to go to sleep. Song Chan apologized for this as his brother has become a bit sensitive lately. If things turned out this way from the very beginning, then it is not surprising that they behave so carefully with outsiders. Sehun thanked him for his understanding and said that he ran away from him not long ago. Does he mean Kara's? Song Chan talks about the guard who rules over this place, Chialwon. Sehun is shocked because he doesn't understand what the guard is doing in Kara's territory. Inside Seoul, the only guard was the basilisk, which he killed. And Song Chan talks about another guard not far from that place. Maybe because of this, the task has changed, like Song Si-woo. Suddenly they found out details about Sehun. This world is a game where the server is controlled by the game master, but he is by no means the highest being. There is someone who is above the master of the game, who interferes with the rules, who leads the game and controls it. This is a system. It must be that all this is connected precisely with the system, because the guard is a hidden monster, which is determined by the system. Sehun, of course, knew that this would most likely happen if he acted too conspicuously, but now it's stressing him out a lot. He decided to give it a try. Starting tomorrow, he will start collecting information and be as careful as possible. Either Mina is really so brave, or she doesn't worry about trifles, but she sleeps sweetly. Sehun noticed that Sung Chan, where are you going at such a time? He told the guards at the door that he needed to go out. The man asked him where he was going alone in such a state. Song Chang said that she knows roughly the area, so he can go there alone. The guards agreed to open the door for him, but if he didn't come back, they wouldn't look for him. Sehun noticed that the general reviewer was following him. Sung Chan said he was going to the bathroom, so why monitor him? There is definitely something wrong here. Anonymous 48 entered the community and greeted the jester. She said that lately he began to appear in the chat quite often. By the way, they love him here. He seems to have some good information. TGIF went to that dungeon that Sehun was talking about and seemed to be satisfied. Sehun remembered the god from whom he intercepted that dungeon. He asked the jester if she mind watching the columnists together. The jester asked him why he would do that if he could use his browser. Sehun said that there is one player who haunts him, and the general observer has good night vision. Besides, without a personal avatar, the browser is not given. One player constantly refuses to become his avatar, so he keeps an eye on him. The jester was surprised that, apparently, Sehun was not such a famous god. Sehun of whom, that he means the player who walks with the jester's avatar. He doesn't seem to want to be anyone's avatar at all. The jester asked him, is he also hunting for him? Recently, many have laid eyes on him, but he refuses everyone. The jester saw him with her avatar. If she didn't have Ming, she would have made the request too. The more she watches him, the more interesting she becomes. Sehun returned to the topic and once again asked to borrow her reviewer. The jester said that she didn't care, especially since her avatar was sleeping now. Well, if some cool information comes up, he will first share it with her. She asked if she should just point her browser at the player he was after. It looks like he is now looking into his system window. Sehun said that he was referring to the player who just got off the Safari because there was something wrong with him. The system notifies that the jester has invited him to her browser. The reviewer noticed that Song Chan went into the forest alone. By the light of the moon, a certain bird flew in front of Song Chang and landed on the top of a tree. He got down on one knee and said that he had come to report. Sehun doesn't understand what's going on. The bird asked him, did anything unusual happen today? Song Chang reported that there were 2 new players. This voice does not sound like the voice of Karas. That means it's guard Chialwon. The bird ordered him to watch them, and if the players start doing something, then he should immediately report it to him. Mr. Karas needs more people. Song Chan said that he understood everything and the bird disappeared. His behavior was not feigned. The jester was surprised by this turn of events. She asked Shohan if he guessed about it. Who would have thought that this guy would be a spy? Sehun said it was a secret. But why did it happen? As Song Shiwoo said in a past life, his brother was a very kind person, and even sacrificed himself to save his brother. The next morning, Sehen started asking all the people in the area about something. Even picking up the information was not so easy for him. But if you put everything together, then in general everything coincides with the past life. Everything matched except for Chiolwang. This starfish is a fairly rare type among monsters. This monster is slightly slow, but has solid armor and tremendous strength. The more metal he eats, the more his defense and attack becomes. Sehen wouldn't even be able to hurt him with his current skills. It turns out that Chiolwang obeys Kara's. Now such an opponent is clearly too tough for him. Mina said she didn't know what he was up to, but he wasn't about to hunt the guard, was he? They had already suffered so much last time, and he again was going to climb into the thick of it. Sehen said that so far this monster is very powerful for him. He says that as if then this monster will be within his power. But if the conditions allow, then why not? No matter what they do now, Song Shiwu will still not get better. When time passes, everything will resolve itself, so for now, Sehen will leave him. He said that he had one thing to do, so he would go off the safari and come back. He needs to meet someone, so he will have a request for Mina. She has to look after those two, and later Sehen will tell her everything. She must be by their side until he returns. If she notices something strange, then she should report it to Sehen. Mina agreed, because in principle there is nothing complicated in this task. Sehen decided to taste what Chiolwang is like. The map shows the location of the castle and the safari park. There are many goblins inside the ruined castle. Human horror, these are excellent methods of raising prices. In part, Kara settled here for the sake of interest, but it was the right choice. However, what's the matter, Chilwoong? Bandage Karas with black wings said that the fun was in full swing. Xiaowang said it was related to the third task. Karas asked if the strongest player has 3 seals so far, right? He so liked to look at these people shaking with fear, which even 2 seals could not receive. Xiaowang said it was like that until yesterday. A player appeared who was able to get 4 seals. Not even 1 player, but 2. But where did these players come from? Besides, one of these players is not even supported by a deity. Roller coaster and water rides, free fall and even a haunted house. There, after all, from the very beginning there was a high level, which then, in addition, was raised. If it goes on like this, today they will be able to receive the 5th seal and complete the task. If Karas intervenes in the main task, then problems can begin, although this method could simplify everything. What if this player himself comes here? It just can't be. Karas told him to just leave it at that. It might even be better for the 2 of them to complete the task, since there are fewer and fewer players riding the rides lately. Xiaowang seems like the players are no longer motivated due to the high level of difficulty, and new players are starting to show up less and less. Karas asked what would happen if they were able to complete the task and leave the park. Doesn't Xiaowang think that other players will get some incentive from this? For a dumb creature, Karas' head works well. Xiaowang said it was an amazing plan and he wished him a pleasant viewing. Xiaowang leaves because patrol time has already begun. He turned out to be right. When Karas first saw Xiaowang, he thought he was dumb. Xiaowang told him that at that moment, he just hadn't fully grasped the whole situation yet. Guards were rarely added. But Karas found it amusing to watch Xiaowang at his feet, pleading. But no one knows the reason for its addition, neither Karas nor Akardos. Karas said that Xiaowang can leave. Karas thought it would be nice to meet more insects today. At this time, Sehen found the road that Xiaowang usually walks while on patrol. If this is true, then he should have been here a long time ago. Finally he came. Xiaowang said that he was not interested in killing crazy people. Who would doubt that he serves Karas, because they even think the same way? Sehen realized that everything was the same as before. Surely he wants to see Sehen run away from him in horror. Xiaowang smashed the ground with a huge hand, but Sehen easily dodged this attack and approached him. He was unable to cut through his hard skin with a sword covered in orichalcum. Does he even eat metals while on patrol? Sehen didn't think he would be such a formidable opponent. Although if he wasn't like that, he wouldn't listen to Song Chang's reports. Xiaowang didn't think there were players who didn't fight at their best. He's not fun to play with, so what's the idea for him to talk a little? Maybe he doesn't have the energy to talk anymore. Sehen told him that he talks too much. Or is it some kind of guardian? Xiaowang doesn't know where he came from, but his corpse won't even leave a wet spot. In such a case, Sehen invites him to check it out. He waited for Xiaowang to attack him again and climbed up his arm. He's a huge monster, so there must be a lot of cracks in him. Sehen attacked him again, but realized that he couldn't achieve normal punching power. Judging by the fact that the coated weapon has not deteriorated, Xiaowang's body is not harder than the orichalcum itself. It turns out that it is the Shohan that lacks the strength to break through this armor. Xiaowang attacks him again, but he easily dodges. He must find the weak points of this guard. Sehen attacked Xiaowang in the leg, but he turned around and attacked him in return. Sehen decided to throw the Xiaolong eye knife, but that place was pretty hard too, so the knife just bounced off. Does this monster have any weak points? Sehen is ahead of him in speed, because for the sake of this battle, he tried to raise all his indicators to the maximum. Now all of its indicators are at level E in the state of stopping the counter. His stats are higher than any other player, and yet he can't even scratch a Xiaolong. He, of course, guessed that with such a level, it would be difficult to go after this monster, but still. Now he understands why at the mere mention of the name Xiaolong, people's veins begin to tremble. If this guard is that strong, then it's possible that Kara's abilities are even greater. Sehen was hoping to slam this monster right here, but he has no choice but to use the first round set. Shilwoon asks him where did he go. He runs away from him like a miserable little rat. Sehen asked him what is he talking about. Is he too slow? Xiaolong got angry and started yelling that he would kill him. He began to destroy everything around in search of Sehen, who at that moment was already running away from there because he had nothing more to do here. Now, with his skills and items, it will not be possible to kill this guard because this requires a powerful blow of a strong attack. In the end, he has only one way left. Song Chan asks Mina if she and Sehen are siblings. Mina was lying on the grass and reading something. She asked what. She sat down and said of course not. They even have different last names. How can they be brother and sister? Chanu says it's true. It just seemed to him that they were very friendly, so he thought that they were from the same family. Mina says that she just has no words. If this were the case, then on the contrary, they would behave like a cat with a dog. And they're not that friendly. On the contrary, she has the feeling that they are not real brothers. How can it be that the relationship between brothers is so good? Chanu laughs and says that they are definitely brothers. It's just that Mr. Sehen seemed very unusual to him, that's why he asked. After all, he received as many as 4 seals, which is not at all easy. Mina pulled up her sleeve and exclaimed that by the way, she also has 4 seals. Chanu laughs awkwardly and says exactly, she is also well done. Mina says more. Sehen approached her from behind and asked what else would you mean. Mina twitched and said he scared her. Sehen calmly asks why is she so scared. Mina said to warn him when he comes. He replies that he did not try to hide. Chanu laughs and tells him that they were talking about him. Sehen asked in surprise, about him. Mina replies that he was just wondering how she met him. Sehen says that he caught her robbing a bank, that's how they met. Mina exclaimed with displeasure that, according to him, she was like some kind of criminal. Chanu says that they are really very friendly. Sehen tells Chan that if he doesn't mind, he would like to talk to him. Chanu asked what. With him, Sehen says he has something to say to him, but this is not the right place. He invites him to step aside. They walk among the trees and Chanu asks where are they going. Sehen stops and says this is fine. Chanu asks what he wanted to tell him. Sehen turns to Mr. Chan. Is he accidentally leaking information about this Xiaolong place? Chanu abruptly pulled out a sword and waved it to cut a flying leaf. In the next second his blade was already at Sehen's throat. Chanu asks how did he know. Sehen says there is a way for everything. To be honest, he wanted to ask him something, but apparently, he will have to save it for later. Chanu asks what does that mean. Sehen straightens his hair and says that he should try to attack him with all his strength. He wants to see what he can do. Chanu sharply pushed his sword and Sehen dodged. Next lunge, Sehen dodged again. Chan continues to attack him, but Sehen dodges and does not join the fight. Chan's blade flashed next to Sehen's head. Sehen thought he wasn't bad. Chanu swung his sword and sent a blow down. Sehen managed to jump away. He thinks, but Chanu doesn't even see anything. Is it a spiritual eye? Chanu drew his sword and said. He spoke so boldly, and now all he does is dodge. Chanu says if he does not want to talk, then he has no choice but to kill him. He sheaths his sword and stands up. Sehen recognized this position. Chanu took the sword and pulled it out of its sheath. In one quick jerk he pointed his sword at Sehen. But he caught the blade in his hand and said, sword technique in at that level. Chanu thinks it can't be. Did he catch his sword? Yes, and 2 fingers. Dexterity is about 6 to -70, and strength is about 50. Pretty high numbers considering he's not an avatar. In other words, it's all about his strength and agility. Chanu recoiled sharply and raised his sword again. He landed numerous blows, but Sehen dodged them all. Chanu stands up again and thinks, but this time he will definitely hurt him. Sehen grinned and extended his hand forward. He parried his blows with 2 fingers. Chanu was already beginning to sweat. He gave up and exclaimed, breathing heavily, what the heck? Sehen shows his gloves and says that he has good items. To be honest, he was surprised by his ability. Chanu says that compared to him, his skills are nothing. Sehen asks why is he spying for Xiaolong with such powers. Chanu sheathed his sword and said nothing. Sehen asked is it because of Xiu. Xiaolong promised to keep Xiu alive in exchange for help. Shanu replied yes. When he first encountered the Qiaolong, he fought against him alone. No, he can't even call it a fight. He was nothing more than a toy to him. As a result, going to him alone proved to be an unwise decision on his part. In that battle he lost his sight, and the Xiu has since fallen into apathy. After that, he had no choice but to agree to the proposal of the Qiaolong. At that moment, having felt his strength on himself, he was in a hopeless position. However, he wanted to save the Xiu at all costs, even if it means going to hell. Sehen asks how long has he been supplying him with information. Shanu replies that he has been doing this since they were on safari and still is. Basically, it is information about what is happening among people. He straightens his hat and asks, what is he going to do now? Will he tell about everything else? Sehen replied that he would not do anything now. Shanu looked at him in surprise. Sehen said that so far it hasn't bothered him in any way. On the contrary, he thinks he can take advantage of the situation, because they know how he will behave. He gathers information, but he doesn't do anything. That means he just likes that the players are afraid. He probably told him to watch the others so that they could not escape. He asked when is the next call. Shanu replied that in about a week. He understood everything and exclaimed, is he going to fight the Qiaolong? He certainly knows that he is a strong player, but the Qiaolong is of a completely different level. They have no plan, no idea how to hurt him. Any plan or attack will be useless because of his power. Sehen said that he knows this. He saw him recently. Shanu asked what? Did he meet him? Sehen says that he is completely different from all the monsters he has faced so far. His body is very strong. However, just because he couldn't kill him right away doesn't mean he can't defeat him in the first place. Shanu asks what does that mean? Sehen tells Chan that he just needs to keep following his instructions. Just let him leak information to him too. Chan was about to say something but Sehen interrupted him. He said he would tell the details when they got back. And of course, he must tell Xiu everything. Shanu asked, Xiu, it is necessary. But why? Sehen replies that Xiu is one of the main figures in this matter. When they returned, Chanu told his brother about everything. Xiu exclaimed, why didn't he immediately say that this happened to him? Chanu apologized and said that he didn't want him to worry about him anymore. Xiu screams, what if something happened to him? Does he think he would be happy with that? Chanu once again asks for his forgiveness. Sehen and Mina stood nearby and watched them. Mina asks Sehen, is that why he told her to keep an eye on those two? He answered yes, he had some kind of strong presentiment. Mina quietly said if this could be considered good intuition. She asked what to do now. Sehen says it's natural to kill him. Mina asks who exactly. Is that a Qiaolong monster? Sehen confirmed her words. Mina says okay, she thought so. Then she goes to do the job. Sehen told her that she had better stay out of here for now. The Qiaolong is most likely looking for him, and he has already noticed her too. Mina turns around and asks in tears, what was he doing out there? Xiu asks is it true? Are they going to kill the Qiaolong? Sehen asked him, did he hear everything? Xiu said yes. Sehen tells him that things are not going well right now. He won't be surprised if he comes here and starts killing or kidnapping people. According to his brother, they had about a week left. Xiu asks if he is really going to fight Qiaolong. Sehen tells him that he probably knows that there is no other way to get out of here. Xiu says it is. But this is too much even for someone who could get 4 seals. Sehen is right, it's too much for him alone. He squats down and says that's why he'll need his help. Xiu asked in surprise, his help. Sehen asks him if he wants to try making a weapon that will kill the Qiaolong. Xiu looked at him in surprise. Then he clenched his hand into a fist and said that he would try it. Sehen shows him the tools and asks if that's enough. In front of them was a basic production kit for making equipment. Xiu looked at the tools in surprise and asked where they got all this. Sehen replied that it was a reward for the previous task. Mina asked is it true? Sehen replied of course. And in his mind he said that this is not true. He bought it in the DLC shop for points. He asked Xiu, how is it? Is that enough to do something? Xiu says that's enough. His eyes lit up and he said that he could not wait to make something quickly. Mina whispers to the Xiu, doesn't it seem strange to him that such objects appeared in such a place? Why did he agree so easily? Xiu looks into his system window and says that it's good. He is glad that he can at least create something. Mina says what nonsense. She elbows Sehen in the side and asks her last time and now did he plan this from the start? Sehen asked what exactly. She says that she knew what kind of person he was, but she did not think that he would act like this with a young boy. Sehen asked her, underage. Yes, they are only 3 years apart. Mina exclaimed in surprise, what? Xiu walks up to her and laughs awkwardly. He says that he is a 3rd-year high school student. Mina says he really looks younger. She thought he was in elementary school. Sehen tells her enough about it. She asks what? Sehen points his finger at the ground and says let her try to set up a dome here. Mina asks, dome? What dome? Sehen replies that it is a protective dome so that others cannot enter here. He asks why she pretends she doesn't know this. She knows how to do it. She says no. How did he know? And started to run away. Sehen thinks her main ability is to make people nervous. But now there is a third task. For sure she received the skill of installing a dome. Mina squatted down and drew lines on the ground with her finger. She finished and stood up. A dome formed around the Shiu work area. She proudly asked, how? Cool, right? Until she herself allows it, no one will even know what is happening inside this space. We can consider that this piece is cut off from the world. Sehen smiled nervously and thought, wow, she knows how to share space. Yet supporting a high-class deity is a completely different level. So in the first round no one could find her when she escaped. He opens the system weapon window and says that it is not in vain that they say that if you want to become an avatar, you must choose a high-class god. He throws the weapon to the Shiu and says that it can be melted down and made into a weapon. Shiu caught the weapon in surprise and asked where he got all this from. Sehen replied that if you wander through the dungeons, you can find anything. Shiu asks what should he make of it. Sword, a spear, or a blunt weapon. Sehen says no, not that. He hands him a roll of paper and tells him to look over here. Shiu unfolds the paper and begins to examine. He asks, did he draw it? How could he? He sees this for the first time. What is it? Sehen looks at his palm and says that he already said, this is the weapon that will kill the Qiaowang. Meanwhile, the Qiaowang stands among the rubble, thinking. He thought that with such abilities they would walk and collect seals, but judging by the lack of data, they are not in the safari either. A bear runs up to him and calls to him. Qiaowang asks what is it? Challenge Mr. Karas. The bear caught his breath and said yes. Everything is right. Qiaowang says that soon they will have fun. Great, then you need to go right now. Bear exclaimed, right now. But it takes time to prepare other monsters. Qiaowang doesn't matter. He grabs the bear by the neck with his trunk and says that he alone is enough. Mina and Hyunseok were on a rock looking down at the people. Hyunseok asked if he was really coming today. Mina says she doesn't know. Sehen said so they just have to wait. The man below was yelling at the people to go faster and let them watch so that they are not chased. Other monsters may appear. Gotta be ready. Mina squatted and thought. At first they ignored their advice about evacuation. And then their attitude changed dramatically when he showed them the seals. What if there were no seals? The ground suddenly shook and they turned towards the sound. Hyunseok told her it's the trembling of the earth. Mina started to transform into a bird and said that she would go and check what was there. She soared into the sky and flew. She thought, who is it? Is this really a Qiaowang? On the ground, she saw the Qiaowang making its way through the trees. Mina thought, how on earth are they supposed to catch him? Mina went back to the Hyunseok and said it was close. Hyunseok said he knew it. He will warn the others to hurry up. Mina thought he was faster than she expected. Maybe take it and run away. Although Sehen helped her so much, and she became attached to him quite a bit. What should she do? She holds her head and says, maybe try to lure him. Chanu walks up behind her and tells her that she won't need it. Mina turned around abruptly and asked, why is he here? Does he want to fight him? Chanu says that there is no way he could have run away so brazenly. Of course, his strength is not enough to fight the Qiaowang, but he can at least buy time. After saying these words, he quickly rushed towards the Qiaowang. Mina sighed excitedly and wondered, when is Sehen coming? Chanwoo runs through the forest and hears Hyunseok screaming for everyone to run. It's Qiaowang. Need to quickly evacuate ordinary people. Chanwoo thinks he's been following people all this time. He's been the eyes and ears of the Qiaowang, so now he has to answer for his actions. Anyway, you need to buy time. He ran to the Qiaowang and sat down on one knee. He bowed his head and said that he was waiting for Lord Qiaowang. Qiaowang says he is so diligent. Chanwoo replies that he needs to hurry, then he can catch the fugitives. He will take him a short way. The Qiaowang thought for a moment and said he didn't want to. Chanwoo got excited. Qiaowang said that he didn't want to listen to him because he was trying to buy time. He is not one of those who would rush to help him and, like a faithful dog, would run here, would he? He turned and walked on. Chanwoo thought he couldn't just let him go. He stood in front of the Qiaowang and pointed his sword at him. The Qiaowang says they haven't fought him for a long time. He hopes his abilities have grown since then. Chanwoo prepared and abruptly rushed to the attack. He was behind the Qiaowang and hit him on the shoulder. The Qiaowang put his hand on the impact and said what was the use of speed, he should have used a better weapon. Chanwoo thought that at that speed he didn't even scratch him. The Qiaowang brandished his fist and told him that he had done a good job of getting him information. Chanwoo mentally asks for forgiveness from his brother and was already ready to say goodbye to life. The Qiaowang was about to hit him, but suddenly his hand cracked and then completely shattered into small fragments. He exclaimed, what the? Sehen did it. He asked what was the use of his power. I should have eaten better metals. Qiaowang said, finally getting to see the real Sehen. He thought, how could he break his arm? Sehen says he's glad to see him again. This time he brought a friend with him. He asks, introduce them. This is the one who will blow his head off, Pile Bunker. Meanwhile, Mina flies over the forest and watches. She thinks that this place was definitely somewhere here. Sehen always gives her stupid tasks. She saw Shiu below, and here he is. She landed and ran up to him, asking if he was all right. He looked at her and told her to hide with him. Sehen said that this is the safest place. Mina replied that of course it was, but how is he going to kill this monster? They heard a noise in the forest. Sehen fought the Qiaolong. Sehen was smaller than him and therefore he could easily move around the Qiaolong's body. Qiaolong said he's a scoundrel. He swung and slammed his fist on the ground. He thought one hit. It only takes one hit to crush him. Sehen held onto a tree behind him. Qiaolong thought, when did he manage to do this? Sehen says that after the last meeting, he seems to have become even more stupid. The Qiaolong got angry and pointed his huge fist at him. Sehen noticed that he was moving even more slowly. He dodged his blow and thought it all because he lost his arm and became less stable. Still unpleasant, he wanted to finish him in one blow. Qiaolong lost sight of him and said that he himself came to fight, and now he's chickened out. Sehen landed on the ground nearby and said that everything was fine. But after one shot from his weapon, he had to wait for reloading. There's still a minute left. He asks the Qiaolong, does he know what that means? That means he has about a minute left to live. He can twitch with all his might as long as there is time. The Qiaolong yelled that he was a guard. It can't be that he was killed on the third mission. Without having time to do anything, Sehen ended up behind him. He thought, how could that be? Sehen leaned a weapon against his head and said that a minute had passed. Qiaolong excitedly told him to wait. He has an offer. He won't kill people anymore. Sehen smiled triumphantly and said it wouldn't work like that. The next moment, the weapon smashed the Qiaolong's head into small pieces. Shanu felt that the sensation of the presence of the Qiaolong had disappeared. System windows appeared in front of Sehen. He gets the Guardian Hunter achievement and achievement reward. He can now deal 30% additional damage to a guard. He receives a reward for killing a Qiaolong guard. Sehen thinks he was feigning nonchalance, of course, but a guard is a guard. He barely made it. Gotta get stronger. Shanu comes up to him from behind and asks, is he definitely dead? This Qiaolong? Sehen answered yes, he crushed his head. Even a starfish dies from this. Shanu said that it turns out this monster can die too. Several observers appeared above them. Shanu asked where he got such a weapon from. Sehen said that he would tell him later. There are a lot of witnesses here. He thought it was too noisy in here. People watched from behind the bushes and asked if he died. Is he really dead? This huge monster. Did they finally get rid of it? Chan bowed to Sehen and thanked him. He said that he could only thank him. He had nothing more to say. Sehen said don't do it like that. Mina, sitting in the bushes with the Shiu, asked if he was not an intermediate boss. One more left. People suddenly turned in their direction and asked what it means. What are they about? Mina said no, nothing, and started waving her hands and apologizing. Sehen covered her mouth with his hand and told her that they would tell her the details later. He needs to tell them something. He thought it was the turn of the Karas at last. In the chat of the deities began to discuss what had happened. The Greek general asks, who else is this? Anonymous 97 writes that they have not seen each other for a long time. Isn't he on another channel? The Greek general answers yes, not him. He says what was it at all? Freaky Friday says he's apparently blind. He doesn't see that this guy killed the guard. The Greek general swears and asks how this is even possible. Whose avatar is this? Freaky Friday answers without a clue. He doesn't seem to be an avatar. They do not have access to this information. Anonymous 97 calls the jester. She asks what to him. Anonymous 97 writes that this guy walks with her avatar together. Does she know anything? The jester replies that if she had known, they would not have learned anything from her. Anonymous 97 disappointedly wrote that he thought so. One-Eyed Mia asks how he could kill the guard in the first place. He's not above E rank, is he? The Greek general writes that, moreover, this guard should not be here at all. Isn't that weird? Righteous Life writes that judging by the way he behaved with his avatar, he thought he was unusual. But it turned out that he was just a psycho. The jester watches the chat and says what a funny guy. Just her style. What will they do with the remaining raven now? Mina asks Sehen, did they give you anything this time? He replies that they did, of course. She asks, right, and what exactly? And holds out a stone in the palm of his hand and says that this is called Grimmer. Looks like a normal stone. Skill a rank Grimmer gives the ability to eat metal and turn it into a body part. It is possible to use the starfish skill. Mina exclaimed, a rank. Does this mean that if one devours orichalcum with this, then the body can be partially made orichalcum? Sehen answered correctly if the skill was used. Mina disappointedly said that she would never see such a thing in her life. Sehen replies that it is not necessary. He just got lucky. He himself is surprised that the Grimmer fell out to him. She turns away from him in displeasure and says that he must show off such things to others. Sehen said she was the one who asked first. He called out to her and she asked what. He threw Grimmer up at her and told her to take it for herself. Mina managed to catch it and exclaimed how it is possible to throw such precious items. She asked why he was giving it to her. Sehen says she seems to need it more. She wondered, her. He says that she can change her appearance. For example, make a weapon out of your hand and turn it into metal. Mina exclaimed in surprise, is this possible? He asks what is she talking about. She should try it herself. She asked uncertainly, will it disappear after the first use? Is he sure he can give it to her? It's a very valuable thing. Sehen says it's not very valuable, just rare. He noticed that she became timid at times because of this. He tells her to consider it a reward for her help. She will be able to unlock the potential of the skill more than he can, so let her just accept it. Mina exclaimed, only then he should not refuse his words. She takes because she gives. She also has a conscience. Sehen replies that he won't say anything. She put her palms together and a bright light poured out of them. She gains the starfish skill. Sehen thinks he could share this skill with her if only she wasn't an avatar, but there's nothing to be done about it. Though if she couldn't reincarnate, she wouldn't have lasted that long. He looks at her and thinks that she definitely has great potential. Over time, people run down the street towards the exit. Shanu at this time protects them from the monsters. People and workers run as fast as they can. Sehen sits on a bench and calls the workers over to him. He changes the collar of one of them and the worker asks if it's safe. Sehen thinks it looks like everything is going smoothly. He says he's filming it. The collar exploded on the worker's neck, but did not inflict a scratch on him. The worker thanked him dazedly. Sehen says no, it wasn't difficult. He thinks how many people and calls the next one. Mina comes up behind him and says, well, he has a face. Sehen said that he told her to watch the raven. What is she doing here? She says she just thought she forgot something important. Sehen asks what. She shows her hand with seals and says that she is talking about seals. If they run away, what will happen to the quests? They have 4 stamps each, he just leaves them like that. He replies that she did not get the seals alone. She says uncertainly, this is of course all true, but if they let everyone go, then there will be no one to put a seal on. And how now to perform tasks in this case? Sehen calls one of the workers. The man gets frightened and points his finger at himself and asks, is it him? Sehen tells him not to be so scared. Does he have a seal? The man asks, seal? Well, there is. Sehen asks if he can get a stamp. The man puts Mina's stamp on his hand. She doubts and says, no, unless something happens if you put it like that. A system window popped up in front of her, which announced that she had completed her task. Sehen told her to see if everything worked out right. She desperately collapsed to the ground and asked, so if it was possible to get the seals so easily, why did they have to suffer and receive these seals? Sehen tells her that he was the only one suffering then. She asked, is it really so important now? Sehen told her to take a closer look, there's not even a reward. So it was so easy that they don't give anything for it. Mina started whining and screamed that it wasn't fair. Sehen thought it was only necessary to get the seal. It turns out that everything was resolved with the tasks of other players too. Everyone except him. Something is wrong here. Meanwhile, Karas sits on the throne and asks where did the Chiolwang go. No one to be seen today. He noticed a mouse in the corner. The mouse began to stutter and said something happened to the Chiolwang. Karas screams, what is it? Stop stuttering already, let him speak vividly. The mouse replies that he himself is now trying to find out what the matter is. Karas interrupts him and asks if he needs to repeat it again. Let him quickly tell what happened. The little mouse fell in a bow and said that it seems there was an accident. Karas says, it's true, with his size, he probably managed to soak many. He must have wiped out half the park. He even wondered how many he had killed. He laughs and sharply asks, but did he really ask him about this? The little mouse is shaking with fear, and says in a trembling voice that this is not the case, Lord Chiolwang is dead. Karas asked what he said. What nonsense, is it true? The mouse confirmed his words. Karas asked who did it. He replies that he doesn't know it either. Karas screamed, and what have they been doing all this time? The mouse says that they resisted the players who suddenly attacked. Karas asked if the players attacked. Damn, how dare they challenge him? He called out to the little mouse, and he cringed all over with fear. Karas ordered him to immediately collect all the monsters and send them on a safari so that they would not leave a stone unturned there. The mouse says there is a small problem. Karas asks, so what? Does he mean to say that he is afraid of the one who killed the Chiolwang so he can't do it? The mouse replies that several monsters have already gone on a safari, but according to them everything is empty there. Karas repeated, everything is empty. He began to turn into a crow and screamed, what a freak did it. Sehen felt something and thought that it seems that everything has begun. People are leaving the park in an organized manner. Chanu says that there are a lot of wounded. They need to hurry. Sehen walked up to him. Chanu noticed him and said, "Mr. Sehen." Everything was resolved so easily that he was even scared. Should they go outside and it'll all be over? Sehen hesitantly says it is as long as they are safe. Chanu asks if he's talking about a crow. Sehen says yes, he will surely be here soon. They were visited by some strange and terrible sensation. Chanu asks what is this feeling? Really, this feeling came from the castle. Sehen looked up, he's coming. The raven took off, cutting through the air. He flapped his wings and looked around the park. He sank a little and appeared before the people. Powerful currents of air emanated from his swings. Everyone was watching him with fear on their faces. Sehen thought he looked pretty intimidating. Definitely a constellation is a constellation. The raven landed and dust rose from the ground. He says it is commendable. He didn't think he could get him to act. Sehen thought that, as he had guessed, he was not an easy opponent. He hadn't been this worried in a long time. That time with the orc, he was also a little afraid, but this was due to the restrictions of the second stage. He knew roughly what tricks he would use. Even in the battle with the Chiawang, he was slightly worried about the sudden transformation, but he was not afraid. This time he was really nervous. It's not fear, it's concern for all the people he's fighting for. In a past life, he would have shamelessly abandoned them to save himself. He shouted to the people that he would detain him and let them run along with the others. Mina took his glory and yelled that they had to hurry. Now is not the time to stare. Kara says that they act like they think he will stand and silently look at everything. He shouted that they are idiots. He flapped his wing and released feathers at them, attacking them. It's time for the final battle. Sehen quickly parried all of his punches. Karas asked if he dodged all of his punches. Sehen was a little out of breath and wondered if he really decided to give it his all from the very beginning. He called the Karas and asked if it was him. Sehen asks back, "Is there anyone else here?" Karas let out a chuckle and said, "What you can't see." He didn't think that some little man would address him in such a tone. Sehen asked if he didn't deserve it. Let him look not at himself. He came here to catch these very little people. Karas said that pathetic cockroach talks too much. Sehen thought great, he pissed him off. Now all he has to do is play for time. And half the people still haven't left here, so he needs to win at least half an hour. Will it work? No, he has to cope, because everything he has done so far has been for the sake of this moment. The Karas soared high into the sky and then flew down with a jerk. Sehen dodges with Shadow Run and thinks he needs to be cool. In dexterity, strength and other indicators, the Karas surpasses him. However, he has a darkness outfit that allows him to survive and attack the enemy right on target. The raven flies after the shadow and realizes that he has this nasty skill. He flew up and Sehen emerged from the shadows and thought he could do it. He threw a blade at him with the gloves of darkness, which allow you to hit right on target. Karas thought, does he really want to keep up with his speed? How dare he? He grabbed the blade and broke it in half. Pathetic human. The carp develops great speed and flies down with lightning speed. Sehen tensed up, that's it. He did not have time to come to his senses, as the carp quickly landed on the ground, crumbled the ground and fragments of stones flew everywhere. One stone broke into two pieces right in front of Sehen's face. Karas cut a stone and wanted to hit Sehen, but he managed to crouch and dodge the blow. The carp flapped its wing and cut Sehen's cheek. Sehen jumped a few meters away from him. Karas said that he didn't want to fight at full strength, but it hit him too hard. Sehen stands and tries to catch his breath. Karas raises his hand and says that he is a scoundrel, so he will teach him an invaluable lesson, which he will not receive anywhere else. A beam of light began to emerge from his hand. Sehen thinks, is he really going to use that same skill? How is this possible? It's beyond expectation. Karas starts to change color to white and tells Sehen to look at him closely with his lousy eyes. This is the power of the constellations. Sehen looks at him and thinks, go crazy. Karas releases some feathers and some of them hit Sehen. Karas wishes him dead and continues to fire feathers, but Sehen dodges each one. Karas asks what happened. Was he moving faster? Sehen uses a shared Death Star skill and a regeneration skill. Sehen thinks that with the regeneration effect and the Death Star, pulling time will be easy. It seems that almost everyone managed to get out. He just needs to hold out a little. Karas says he thinks he just needs to get out of here and it'll all be over. It doesn't cost him anything to kill them all before he gets kicked out of here, because the level rules don't apply to him now. Sehen thinks that let's say his options are limited, but that's against the rules. How can he use the transfer skill? Karas says that he is finished and will die now. Sehen thinks Karas is very fast and won't be able to dodge easily. Sehen uses Shadow Run and thinks he needs to at least hide first. Karas says that the fact that he is still breathing is already admirable. He realized that Sehen is not a simple guy. Kara's caught up with Sehen and says that he is too unusual. Sehen pissed him off at first, but he still deserves the credit. He should take it as an honor to hear such words from Kara's himself. Sehen says Kara's talks like he's worth something. Kara's says it doesn't matter. The main thing is that Sehen won't be able to match him. Kara's grabs Sehen by the neck and asks if he understands this himself. From the very beginning, he was nothing more than a bait in order to buy time. They have to finish this fight, because he also needs to kill those outside. Sehen asks, right. Kara's agrees and says that he should just die quietly. So be it, he will show mercy and will not kill him with a painful death. Sehen thanks him for that and says that he also has something to say in the end. From now on, when he thinks that he has already won, he should not be so careless. The system notified that all the people who were in the park had gone outside. Sehen completed the main task number 3. Soon he can receive a reward and can purchase a round 1 transfer kit. Sehen purchased the first round transfer kit. He can get all the skills or items that were earned in round 1. Depending on the level of the main quest, he can only get 1 skill or item with no level limit. Sehen says proof of transcendence. Sehen pierces Kara's through and thinks how to avoid the blow. The system window says that the proof of the transcendence of rank S can increase. When fighting a constellation monster for 30 minutes, all indicators are increased by 100%. When attacked by a constellation monster within 30 minutes, Sehen can deal fatal damage to the monster. In the case of a special person with no ability, using the skill is not possible. Reuse is possible after 30 days. Kara's took off, tearing off a piece of weapons from his stomach, asks who is he. He's not even an avatar. Where does he get such power from? He did not even think that because of some human being he would have to endure all this. Sehen must die, as befits an insect. Kara's fires feathers, but Sehen dodges all shots and launches a spear at Kara's, but he dodges. Kara's asks this idiot if he really thinks that some kind of spear could hit him. Sehen thinks it's not for nothing that he has the skill of hitting a target. The spear enlarges and hits Kara's. Kara's says that this cannot be. Kara's fell to the ground. Sehen thinks that he threw the spear by casting proof of transcendence, and target hit on him, but even that failed to pierce his heart. Kara's is very tired of him. Kara's releases a huge amount of feathers. Sehen notices this and pulls out a shield that blocks all shots. Sehen thinks he should move. Kara's asks if he is an ordinary player. How is this possible? Sehen hits Kara's leg from a distance. Sehen asks this raven, how can a constellation monster yell like that because of an ordinary player's attack? Now Kara's felt how dangerous he was. Kara's thinks it's definitely some kind of bug. He releases a few feathers, but Sehen easily deflects them. Kara's does not understand, is this possible? Kara's asks where did he even come from? Kara's releases a huge amount of feathers. Sehen blocks some feathers with his hand. Kara's releases more feathers and says that he must die. Sehen uses Shadow Run and approaches Kara's. Sehen is about to attack, but Kara's has erected a wall of feathers to block this attack. There is a strong explosion. Kara's says that Sehen is now unarmed. He showed off so much, and now he has become a laughing stock. Sehen jumps towards him, but Kara's asks this idiot if he thinks he can beat him with his bare hands. Kara's grabs Sehen by the head and slams him into the floor. Kara's laughs and says that in the end he will lose, but for an insect he has been floundering for a long time. Sehen says that then Kara's is too dumb for a raven. He had already said that he should not lose his vigilance. Kara's realizes that this freak is using a spear that pierced his stomach. How dare this little man? Kara's has lost control of his true form and is bleeding from his mouth. Sehen throws Kara's body off him. Meanwhile, in another dimension, Akarthos thinks it's just crazy. He cannot report upstairs that there is a bug. All because of this stupid raven. He had to play quietly, but for some reason he ran into the player. He shouldn't have believed that raven. He thought it was funny, so he got 50,000 points and closed his eyes. Although he was weak, he still belonged to the constellations. He thought everything would work out. There is also a problem with player balancing. How is it that he is already using the transfer skill? Arcados has set it up so that the constellations can't use their full power in the game. Could it be system related? In any case, Raven is still an unknown constellation and most likely few people know about it, so it may not report up yet. Arcados does not know how this little man managed to kill the raven, but now he will have to watch him. He should watch him very carefully, because this player is definitely some kind of bug. The system announces that the first major update is about to begin. Now the main task will fully take place in the open world format. It is possible to move to other areas by train or metro, as well as the passage of several tasks. It is possible to create a guild. An easy way to create a guild is available in the extension interface. To create a guild, you need a large number of points. Additional updates will be announced later. Task number 4 begins. The next task is a great raid. Each area has its own raid boss. When you fight with him, the indicators of the damage dealt increase. Destroying a raid boss may give you special items or equipment, as well as quest rewards and additional damage points. Sehen thinks the open world is finally here. Now he will have to merge into a new society. Mina Lee asks, what is this guild? Also some kind of boss raid. Why is everything so confusing? The map indicates that the raid will appear in 15 days. Mina Lee asks, why so much time? Sehen says it's because there are people who haven't finished the third task yet. Song Si-woo asks how he feels. Sehen says that it's been over for a long time. Song Si-woo says that he is just about done with the repair of the equipment. Song Chang asks, can he get up already? He must have had a serious injury. Sehen says he's fine because he used the skill. Sehen thinks that even though the wound was actually deep, the regeneration skill went up from F rank to E rank. Sehen tells Mina Lee that he is going to Dijin. What will she do? Mina Lee asks why he suddenly decided to go to Dijin. What about the raid boss? Only in Seoul there are 4 of them. Why would he go to Dijin? Sehen says he wants to visit Seongseum. Mina Lee asks what is he talking about. Sehen says he has things to do. Mina Lee asks if she ever understood him. She should just take it for granted. Sehen asks what will be her answer. Mina Lee says she won't go. Sehen notices that the jester is now staring openly. He was lucky that Kara's used the vision blocking technique that time. The black curtain skill covers everything around with darkness and blocks visibility. Otherwise, onlookers would surely have seen the spear piercing Kara's heart. Sehen says that her god wants her to go with him. Mina Lee says she won't go anyway because she doesn't want to go to Dijin. Sehen says that then he has an offer for her instead. Mina Lee asks what offer. Sehen says that he would like to make the same offer to Sung Shi-woo and Sung Chan. How about joining the guild he will create in the future? Mina Lee says that to be honest, she doesn't really like it. Song Chan says he doesn't know if he can be of any use to them. Song Si-woo asks what is he saying. Personally, he wants to be in the same guild as Sehen. Sehen says that they shouldn't be so tense. They can say what they think like Shi-woo. Sehen thinks he will be very helpful. For starters, Song Shi-woo will become the best master, and Song Chan-woo is a strong enough player, not inferior to the avatars of the gods. On top of that, he has the rare skill Spiritual Eye, which has a lot of potential. Mina Lee says she doesn't care. In principle, she is ready to go with him. Song Chan says that if they agree, then so will he. Sehen says they won't be able to leave later. Mina Lee asks when will he go to Dijin. Sehen says he's leaving right now. The voice wishes a good day to dear visitors. They are on the high-speed train to Dijin station. Their staff will do their best to make their trip comfortable. 2 guys say that this train belongs to their Eastern Moon Guild now. All the passengers started to run away to another car, but Jisoo was going in the opposite direction. Sehen doesn't understand what's going on. Some noise in the back of the car. Maybe a monster has appeared. Most of them are players and will be able to figure it out themselves. This time the reward is not very good. Before that, he only received white gold level items, but this time he is going for such a common reward. E-rank Hunter's Sense allows you to determine the approximate location of an object using items or monster tracks. Sehen thinks it's a normal level. It says that this skill is a rough location, so it's not a very accurate skill. In any case, he has enough reward for the Raven and the passage of this task. The system notifies Sehen that he has become the new master of the Raven constellation. He gains the Raven's Eye skill and the Black Curtain skill. Sehen cannot use his full power due to his lack of divinity. The skill will be unlocked after increasing the level of divinity. He receives the status of a lower deity. The Raven's Eye skill creates a black raven that can be sent out to scout. There are no restrictions on the number, but the more he creates, the more difficult it is to control them. Sehen thinks it's some sort of crow-shaped watcher. Black Curtain is the same skill Kara's used. When he used it, there was a feeling that everything around was swallowed up by darkness. Maybe it changes depending on who uses it. He likes this skill more, although it doesn't matter. However, now skills are not the most important thing. For the destruction of the constellation immediately give divinity. Although this is a lower level divinity. In general, this is also beneficial. If all goes well, he will be able to see Dijin as the watcher of this witch. A witch who wished the death of all mankind despite her love for people, and at the same time wanted to keep them alive. Even Funny says that she was the most good-natured to people among all of them. Sehen needs to sleep, and when he wakes up, he will already be in Dijin. One of the Eastern Moon Guild thinks that this is the same fool that he often heard about. She has black clothes and shoes. When a red aura appears, it means that everyone around will die soon. He didn't think the story would turn out to be true. Something hits the fleeing guild member and he falls. The guild member asks Jisoo to have mercy on him and says he won't do it again. He will live quietly if she doesn't kill him. Jisoo asks Uncle, does he want her to believe these words? The guy says it's true. She must believe him and he will improve. will help people and even get a job as a volunteer. Jisoo says he is very funny. The people running away don't understand what happened. Did something happen on the train? Jisoo called out to Sehun. Sehun asks when did she arrive. Jisoo says it's too much. They had come with him on the same train. Sehun asks if this is true. Why didn't he know anything? Has he done all his work? Jisoo agrees and asks why did he come to Daejeon. Sehun told her to take the train, so she got on. If she hadn't checked the location in the command window, he would have left. Sehun asks if she's been checking where he is all this time. Jisoo agrees and says that they haven't agreed on where and when they will meet. Sehun asks if she knows he was in the Roman Tower. Jisoo agrees and says what she saw when she checked out the location. Sehun asks why didn't she come to him then. Sehun thinks that if Jisoo was there, it would be much easier for him to defeat the crow. Jisoo says that she actually wanted to come right away, but a third task appeared on the way. It was simple, just dreary, and because of this, she was late. Sehun says that if that's the case, then there was nothing she could do about it. He came to Daejeon to catch the Daejeon raid boss. Jisoo says she knew it. Sehun asks if she won't ask anything else. For example, why did he come to Daejeon when there are only 2 raid bosses, and there are 4 in Seoul? Mina Lee grumbled a lot. Jisoo asks if he ever acted normal enough to explain it. Even when he said that he would come here for Seongsim Bakery, she didn't think anything strange. Sehun doesn't understand if she thinks good of him or bad. Jisoo asks where are they going now. Sehun says that they will go to Dunsan, and he will tell the details on the way. Jisoo agrees. After some time in the city of Seoul, Silom district, Mina Lee says that this Sehun could already tell exactly where in the Silom area she should be looking. Mina Lee recalls that Sehun said that he would draw a few features on a piece of paper. She can use that to search. Mina Lee asks how she can find foreigners in the area, a father and daughter with blonde hair. On a piece of paper it is written that the father is an American of a large build and laughs a lot. A mestizo girl, about 13 years old. Mina Lee says that this is not a photo, but a drawing. How to ask, here with this to look for. Ming Lai thinks that all the more, judging by the situation, it seems to her that the monster here staged a massacre, and no one managed to survive. She thought she had an easy task. Suddenly, a monster appeared next to her. Mina Lee thinks that this monster is a lycanthrope. If she doesn't kill him right away, then she will suffer later because of the rebirth. Something big hit the monster. A man with blonde hair, standing on the roof, tells the schoolgirl that she must go here because it is dangerous there. Mina Lee notices that they are a foreigner. Maybe she needs them. Mina Lee came to him and thanks him for helping her. The man says that they should help each other. By the way, how is his technique? It's called rock fall. The girl says that she is already ashamed. She said they shouldn't have saved her. A man tells his daughter that this is not right. Even if there was no special need for it, they cannot stain their hands with the blood of a little schoolgirl. The daughter says that he can look at her observer. She is most likely even stronger than them. Mina Lee thinks it's really just like Sehun said. Mina Lee says it's destiny. Can she get their names? The man asks if she means what their names are. His name is Luke Taylor and this is his daughter Lynn. Mina Lee asks if she can walk with them. Mina Lee thinks that this uncle is definitely a player, since he was able to throw such a big piece of concrete, but she does not know about her daughter. Luke laughs and agrees. Lynn refuses and asks why would they help someone who is stronger than them. Mina Lee thinks that since Sehun suggested joining them, there must be something in them. What was he talking about? Something like the keys that will lead humanity to hope. Mina Lee texted Sehun that she found the people he was talking about. At this time, the military inspect the territory. Jisoo says that the society is really gradually coming into order. Sehun said that since the game is open world, the quests can't be random. The military man approached them and asked if they weren't players by any chance. Can they give their names and registration numbers? The military was ordered to check the personal data of the players. Sehun thinks that trying to control the players in this world is stupid. He asked Jisoo if she could jump to that building. The military man asked them to wait, because he could not just let them go. They didn't care what he said and easily jumped to the roof of the neighboring building. Jisoo asked why did they come here. Sehun wants to hunt down the raid boss. Sehun said it was true, but not with his own eyes. He activated the raven's eye and ravens flew out of its shadow. Jisoo was surprised and asked when did he get this skill. Sehun said he got this skill recently and has yet to learn it. While the crows are looking for the raid boss, can he check Jisoo's stats? Sehun opened the system window and was surprised at how fast it had grown. All of her stats had reached E rank, and she had also mastered the technique of defeating vital organs and realized regeneration up to rank C. Even the Heavenly Murderer's body skill is already level 3. This means that an evil aura has already taken possession of her, or the harbingers of this should appear. What happened to her? Unexpectedly, the crows sent Sehun a signal, so they need to go. Judging by the size, this is not a simple monster. Everywhere there are heaps of debris from the destruction. These are the traces of the raid boss. Jisoo asks why the raid boss has already appeared, because there is still a lot of time on the timer. Sehen said they shouldn't blindly trust the timer as most of them are traps. Traces of huge wings and claws. Maybe there was a fight between a winged monster and a beast. Sehen said that these are the footprints of the same monster. Jisoo found feathers, but there are no traces of bird claws around. Suddenly they felt something and the ground beneath them seemed to explode. Jisoo realized that it was indeed the same monster. It's hard not to believe it when you see it with your own eyes. A black tiger with huge white wings. This is one of the 4 evil creatures in Chinese mythology, Gungi. Sehen didn't even think that Gungi would jump out at them in the open. He thought for a long time how he could find this monster, and this handsome man himself went out to meet them. If such a huge tiger could hide here, then this means that the cave is located in that place. The system announces a new 4th main task called Advanced Guard of Destruction. Sehen is facing a calamity he dares not fight alone. He needs to join forces to win and survive. The difficulty level of the task is rank C, and they must complete this task before the city is completely destroyed. Jisoo asked if they should just kill this monster together. Sehen said that they just found him too quickly and only they got the quest at first. Jisoo sensed that a strong smell of blood was coming from. The tiger was right behind them, and someone's horn was sticking out of his chest. By chance, has it already come alone, that idiot? Tiger 90 straight at them, but Sehen managed to jump away. A tiger with scars all over its body ran past them and disappeared. Sehen is sure it was definitely a horn wound. He thought it was a bit later on from what he heard. There were too many inaccuracies in the past life, so Sehen is not sure if he remembers everything exactly. He ran to some place and realized that this was not a Gunga's lair. It was the nest of the now-dead sacred unicorn, the Kilin. Jisoo saw something similar in Chinese mythology. Maybe it's Kilin. She heard that it had white hair. It must definitely be a Kilin, especially since it does not have a horn. The horn that was in the breast of the tiger was the horn of the Kilin. In this kind, the great strength of the Kilin is hidden, which is weakened and fell in battle, but this effect remains unchanged. Sehen wanted to find traces of Gunga as soon as possible in order to go to the Kilin and take his horn. It's a failure, because without the horn he can't get to where the thing is. And if the Gungi still absorbs the power of the horn, then everything will be bad. Jisoo suggested that they look around here just in case, because if this is a dungeon, then there might be a reward. In appearance, the level is not very high, so it is unlikely that something like a Kilin horn will fall out. Jisoo found mithril, which is the hardest metal after orichalcum. She also found something like an egg. Sehyun's eyes immediately widened at the sight of that egg. Jisoo said that something was pulsing in that side under the carcass, so she dug and found it there. Sehen immediately began to thank her from the bottom of his heart. For the first time she sees him so grateful. Kilin egg, or rather, its fruit. The female Kilin has been carrying the fetus for a long time and soon a new Kilin will hatch from there. Kai if a male, Lin if female. And the collective term for those, Kilin. It turns out that this is a monster egg, and more precisely, a sacred animal. He must try to awaken the sacred animal with an incubator, diapers, and a nourishing drink to keep the pet healthy. Can this be used to resurrect a Kilin egg? The system asks to pour the player's blood into the accelerator. Blood that has become an accelerator will have an impact on the pet's abilities and stats. The limit 48 hours. Sehen is sorry to drip his own blood there. Perhaps Jisoo's blood would be more suitable for this, but her Death Star skill would not be suitable in this situation. Mina is perfect for this. Finding another suitable player during this time will be difficult, and in terms of statistics and skills, she surpasses many. He received a message from her that she had found the people he was talking about. It's very timely. At this time, Mina looks into the system window. This guy told her to tell him when she found them and now he's not even replying. Unexpectedly, she finally got an answer. Sehen asked her where she is now. Is he joking? Wouldn't he even tell her that she did a good job or something like that? How can he be so ungrateful when he makes her do such a job? She'll just punch him in the face if he doesn't answer her properly again. A second later, she got very angry and started talking nasty things about him, but at the same second, Sehen and Jisoo were behind her. Mina noticed that the two really liked black clothes. Taylor asked them who they were. Do they know Miss Mina Lee? Sehen said that he is Mina's partner, and nice to meet you. He also introduced Jisoo. Taylor shook his hand and said that he must have heard his name from Mina. Mina thinks that this guy is not her partner, but he is just using her. How does he even know this guy's name? She didn't say anything to him. Sehen turned to her and she asked him what task he wants to give her again. Sehen said that he was going to give her this mithril as a thank you, but it's okay if she doesn't want to. Mina said that she really wants this item. Where did he even manage to get mithril? Jisoo reminded him that they need to hatch the egg quickly. Sehen turned to Lin and said that this is a holy beast's egg, but to hatch this egg they need her help. There is nothing complicated here and she should just put her hand on the egg. Lin incredulously asked if anything strange would arise. Her father told Lin that Sehen doesn't look like a bad guy so she can trust him. Lin touched the egg with her hand and her hand began to bleed. Sehen apologized and said that it looks like she got hurt on the sharp surface of the egg. The system notifies about analyzing the accelerator's data, applying the accelerator to the holy beast Killen's fruit. The accelerator's power is successfully applied to Killen's fruit. Sehen must give the fetus the necessary nutrients to hatch. Now they only have to wait until the egg hatches. Mina realized that it was the egg of a sacred animal. Maybe because of this he told her to find these people. Sehen said he couldn't tell her yet, but she would soon find out for herself. For now, she could do with staying close to them. Mina said that it was not difficult for her, but he remembers about the payment, right? Mina is very helpful as long as he gives her reward in exchange. He thought he could do it alone when he started the second round with all the knowledge he had gained. But when he met heavily modified Minotaurus and Karas, he realized one thing. He needs to take into account the intervention of the system. For this he needs her. This is a player who has the strongest skills that even the deities fear. Pinnacle of humanity, Lin Taylor. Lin told this Ajasi that this egg is very beautiful and asked if it should hatch now. Ajasi, its equivalent of old man in Korean, where people usually call men in their late 30s to 40s by this. Sehen said that's true, but does he really look that old? Mina told him that they were 10 years apart. Wouldn't she call him Appa? For that matter, maybe Mina should call him Ajasi. They have a difference of 4 years with her. Jisoo asked her what did she just say. Mina is afraid of this ant even when she just stands and does nothing. She asked Sehen will he go to Dijin again. Sehen said that even if he came back now, he still wouldn't get into the boss raid. Mina said it was understandable since it wasn't time for the boss to show up yet. Jisoo said that they had already seen this monster. Mina doesn't understand how they did it. Can they explain what they actually did? After some time of talking, Mina thought the raid boss would be about the size of a guard, but it turned out to be too big. Sehen said that in terms of combat strength, the guard is even stronger. The difference is that the raid boss has higher defensive stats and more health, so he's not that easy to kill. He has much less restrictions in his actions. If this monster is not touched, then it will create so many problems that no guard can compare with it. Mina asked, in that case, they need to kill him quickly. Sehen said that it's too early and the other players aren't ready yet, and the raid boss itself has changed. Was the Gongi wounded by the horn of the Killen in a past life? Or had there been a change in Dijin City while he was on his way there? In the past, he had never been to this city, but the attack of this monster was so sudden, as if he was waiting for him. If you think about it, there were a lot of footprints, as if the monsters were trying to trap them. The battle between Gunga and the Killen ended too quickly, although not even 3 days had passed since the announcement of the raid bosses. The more he thinks about it, the more inaccuracies he finds. Of course, it could also be the interference of the system that is trying to contain Sehen, but there may be another reason. Like the game master, Akarthos realized that Sehen was unusual after all. He didn't think he could dodge so easily. He thinks that Sehen got something in the dungeon. Could it be the fruit of a Killen? But even if it is, the egg still won't hatch. But why is Gungi so weak? A horn has just crashed into his god, and he is already moaning in pain. Akarthos made him absorb the horn of the Killen. In order for him not to notice anything, he needed to slightly increase his wound healing and adaptation skill. If he tries, then this tiger can turn out to be an incredible monster. After 2 weeks, Jisoo asked what the military and police forgot here. Sehen said that they wanted to show that last time, because of the surprise attack, they fought with less than their strength. Jisoo asked, but their weapons don't work on the monster, right? Sehen said that this weapon still has a small effect, although for a raid boss it's not even a thorn in his side. Jisoo said they could have just left it to the players. Sehen said that in this case, the players will have even more power. They certainly do not want to lose the power that they have found with difficulty in the open world. Jisoo said she didn't like it. Sehen suggested that she approach the other players first. There are many more players here than in his previous life. The players are talking and asking who wants to hunt the raid boss together with the healer in the party. Other players need a person who can heal wounds. The guy approached Sehen and invited him to join his team. Sehen said that this is not in his plans. The guy thought that he wanted to show off in front of the girl, but not to die for long. He will take up the mind when it's too late. It is immediately clear that he is trying to be on the same team with Jisoo. She is so cool. Jisoo, that there are people like that everywhere. Maybe they should deal with him. Sehen hopes it was a joke and told her to go faster. When a raid boss appears, people like him will die themselves. Unexpectedly, they saw Pak Dong-gwon. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat and asked them what they were doing here. Sehun said that he wants to ask him this question. What happened to Kyunhyun since Dongwon was here? He didn't forget what he promised, did he? Dongwon said that Junhyun had gone to Jeonju because he was worried about his family, and Dongwon was told to come here. Judging by his outfit, Sehun realized that Dongwon had worked hard in the third task, which meant that he had gained a new skill. He is still far from the skill of transmission. The transfer skill cannot be mastered in the normal way. Avatars can only do this with the help of their deity because they have such a devastating effect. The problem is that the deity does not give this skill just like that. The instruction to go to Dijin was most likely from Junhyung or Righteous Living. The Greek general asked in the chat, the guy who killed Karas, what is he doing now? Anonymous 97 suggested that he went to Dijin on a raid. T-Jiff hopes he won't do anything weird this time. Tea with Lemon asks him to stop talking nonsense. The jester laughs at these fools. She wrote that she wanted her avatar to go to Dijin. But she is not with him, but he gave her something interesting. This is a secret that the gods themselves will then see and be surprised. Sehun realized that she must be talking about Kiran's egg. The jester has such a temper that she would never tell them about it, so Sehun doesn't have to worry about it. The deity that controls Luke also knows how to keep secrets. Sehun asked Park Dong-gwon, did he learn the skill of motivation? Can he use this skill right now? Park Dong-gwon says that he has not learned this skill. Sehun took out a crystal that makes the weight heavier and asked him if he knows what will happen if he lies. Park Dong-gwon immediately began to say that he had learned this skill. Sehun felt that his raven had noticed the pavement stirring. He ordered Dongwon to use this skill immediately. Dongwon asked him why he needed this skill so unexpectedly. Sehun said that otherwise everyone who is here will die. Is Gungi lying in wait to attack the players? If this monster would fight with them, then there is no need for him to go around, especially since there was still a lot of time left before his appearance. In that case, the answer is simple. Before the battle, Gungi wants to eat. Sehun ordered everyone to run for cover as the raid boss is approaching. The players laughed at him because there were still 10 minutes left before the boss appeared. What shelter is this moron talking about? Let him rather stand there silently and continue to wait. Sehun yelled at them that if they stood still, they would all die. But as he thought, words would not help in this situation. He started to hurry up Dongwon. But he said that this skill can't just be used on command. Maybe the skill has some activation conditions. Dongwon said that he needed to understand the subject's way of thinking to some extent, and if he began to manipulate people without warning, then it would no longer be an inducement, but hypnosis. In that case, Sehun told Jisoo to drag the weapon, and he would signal to her. Does she see that fire hydrant? She should hit the fire hydrant with all her might into the ground right in front of him. Sehun will also attack. Dongwon should use the prompt skill when the trade boss pops up and people panic. He needs to get them out of here. Can he do it? Dongwon said that usually people don't panic easily. Sehun took out a weapon and told him not to worry as there would be a commotion soon. There are only 5 seconds left until the boss appears. Players immediately felt that the ground was shaking, although it was not yet time for a boss raid. The time is up. The Tiger Gungi burst out of the ground. Sehun activated his weapon and signaled to Jisoo to attack together. Sehun doesn't understand why such an idiot crawls underground even though he has wings. Players do not understand what is happening because the time has not yet come. They immediately see that this is an unusual monster. The military ordered everyone to open fire on the attack and they began to fire at the boss. After their attack, a sieve should remain from the monster. But this did not happen and the tiger got out. The tiger began to growl all over the area and its appearance changed. Is he going to evolve into an adult? If this is true, then this is a problem because the adult Gungi is the same as the guard. It will increase the scope of actions and it will be very difficult to cope with it. Judging by the fact that he fully receives the power and his horns, there was not without a master of the game. This freak Acardos is to blame for everything. Gungi raised his paw up and attacked the ground. The military keeps shooting at the boss with everything they have. Gungi doesn't even feel their bullets and just glares at them angrily. Sehun yelled at Dongwon to start quickly. He activated the urge skill and told the players to retreat as quickly as possible. Let them deal with the monster, and they need to get into hiding soon. Do they themselves not see that this monster is not affected by modern weapons? Looks like the players just got the 4th task. Dongwon runs out of skill. The player raised his sword and shouted that they could kill this boss because he is very huge, so they have something to hit him. They want to make a bloody mess out of this monster. At the same second, a huge paw of a tiger approaches this player. Sehun manages to kick the player at the last moment. He told them to fight properly because this monster not only has a big body. The pile bunker is too slow a weapon to deal with such a monster. Sehun will only need 1 spear. Players are angry that they cannot get close to the boss and behind his prickly fur. They also won't be able to attack the boss from afar, because his skin is too thick and even magic arrows won't pierce this. What should they do? Kill the boss or run away from here? Right now there is an opportunity to confront this monster without loss, but Sehen does not know when this tiger will turn into an adult monster, so they do not have much time. At the same second, the tiger begins to take off the air on its red wings. The players have completely lost hope, because they do not know how they can catch the monster, which can even fly. They definitely need to run away from here, because if this monster falls to the ground, then half of the city will end. Will they just stand there and wait for death? Sehen can't let that happen. Before the tiger comes down to earth, he must kill him. Compared to Kara's, this monster is just an immovable target. Sehen threw a spear on a chain at the monster and hit its wing, which made him very angry. Players are interested in what skills Sehen has, since he is even capable of such. Sehen yells at them to pull the chain towards themselves, because they must pin the monster to the ground. Jisoo took the chain and motivated other players with it, because even if a girl helps, then they should try. The other player doesn't know what Sehen is up to, but all they have to do is pull that chain to bring the monster down to the ground. They began to pull the chain like a rope, and the tiger finally began to fall to the ground. The time has come to kill him. The players began to activate magic spells, but the tiger had already begun to turn into an adult. If this continues, he will completely transform, so they need to finish him off quickly. Sehen attacked the tiger in the face, but it turned out to be very tenacious. Sehen felt like his damage had reached the tiger's skull. Jisoo said that she would be more suitable for the role. Does she really want to stick a sword in her heart now to cause the maximum effect of the Death Star? The deeper the sword goes into the heart, the more the gain increases. And as if not only that, she also uses the regeneration skill to immediately recover. And it remains to make only one move and attack the monster right in the skull with many attacks. Sehen yelled at the others to run as far away from this monster as possible. The tiger got angry and pinned Jisoo against the wall with his head. Jisoo was not at a loss and again hit the tiger on the head with her mace. The monster opened its mouth and was about to devour it. He still swallowed Jisoo, and it shows that he is in pain. He shouldn't have put everything in his mouth. A real raging war broke out inside his body. The players do not understand what is happening to him, and they think that he is exhausted. The monster fell to the ground and everyone thought that he had died, so they decided to get closer to him. The girl approached the monster and said that he looked very intimidating. At the same second, Jisoo burst out of the monster. The players are shocked that she just got out of the monster's head. She told Sehen that after all, even a raid boss would die if his brains were blown out. Mentally, he begs her not to smile when she says such things, because he becomes uncomfortable. Dijin South Korean chat. Lemon Tea can't believe Jisoo actually did it. Honest Life wrote that his avatar performed well. Brilliant Starlight asked if his avatar is the girl who delivered the final blow or the nice guy who threw the spear. Honest Life wrote that his avatar is the one who evacuated the military at the very beginning to prepare the battlefield. The Greek captain wrote that he wanted to make this girl his avatar from the very beginning, but she rejected him. Surely she already has the support of a god with a high rank. Honest Life asked the gods if they think the raid boss is weird. He has way too much experience. Anonymous 27 said it was guard level. If they finished off this monster a little later, he would have smashed everything here. Tea with Lemon suggests that the master of the game may have intervened, and if not, then the monster simply could not become so strong. Brilliant Starlight asked, but why would he? Maybe it's all because of that guy in black who did away with Kara's. The Greek captain said that it was quite possible, because lately he had shown himself well. He also killed Kara's. Anonymous 48 invited them to express their suggestions. Who does he take them for? What happens if he doesn't like something, and he takes on other avatars? Tea with Lemon said that this should be stopped immediately. Sehen should stop throwing words around and say what his offer is. Honest Life said that this Arcados can't cope, so their server is the most unpopular. Anonymous 35 said that Arcados really didn't know how to work and they couldn't get away with this. After that, the master of the game Arcados could not enter the Korean server for a long time. All players started viewing their rewards and system windows after the battle. Sehen received the skin of Gungi Ranka. This is the skin of one of the 4 monsters described in Chinese mythology. A rare type of adult fur, very tough and durable, and can also be used to make excellent items. They were lucky that the monster changed into an adult before Jisoo finished him off. Jisoo said that she received Dark Marble of the ominous Saint rank as a condensed form of Kyonki, and the Fallen Killen. This item contains extraordinary power. If you make a weapon out of this item, then it will become a weapon of the highest class. They don't have the proper materials right now, so it's not possible to make weapons right now. Jisoo offered to give this item to Sehen, as she only finished off the monster at the very end. Sehen said that this item belongs to her, and then she will find another good item and can use everything together. The more she helps other players, the more hungry mouths there will be. Sehun is enough and the gold level. Jisoo said that she also has a gold level, while Dongwon has a silver one. Well, how could he earn such a level? Because all he did was run away. Dongwon says that he helped people avoid danger and thanks to him they were able to fight. If he participated in the battle, he would have received the gold level. Jisoo said that she interfered in vain. Because of this he got such a level. Sehun said that's not the point. If he wanted to kill the monster, then he would have to tinker. He asked Dongwon, surely his task is also done. What is he going to do now? Dongwon said he had some business to do. Sehun decided it was best to leave him to slowly grow while he was around Gunhyun. He told him not to do anything again if he wanted to live a long life. In that case, they will slowly go to Seoul. Does Jisoo have any business? Jisoo said that she would only have cases if her mother could contact her. She doesn't even have a clue where she might be, as she spoke to her once, but she didn't say anything. No one in this world knows when he will die. If her mother found out that her daughter was alive, but did not even try to meet and did not even tell where she was, then there must be reasons for this. The more powerful Jisoo became, the more often Sehun had this question. If in a past life he had not left her to die, what would have changed? In the past, she didn't even have time to develop her abilities and died, but now Jisoo just shines. In this life she became his guide. In the past, she died, but now she is alive, and this proves that fate can be changed. As soon as they left, an unusual observer formed behind them. A man leads tied children by a rope and tells them to obey as long as they are spoken to nicely. The poor children were crying and calling their parents. The man told them to shut up. Why did they make a noise? Who will make noise? He will die. Did they understand his words? Another man asks him, is there a big catch today? He replies that they found a place where ordinary people were hiding. There is an elementary school on that side, and that's where they hid. The man asked, where are they taking these children? The man who leads the children said that he did not know this. He was simply ordered from above to bring them and that's it. Another man asks if these are demons. Maybe they need the blood or the souls of children. A man walking nearby said that the thought alone makes him scared. The man asked, but for them they are scary, aren't they? Some man interrupted their conversation and said that they were talking so much here, you might think that they had nothing to do. The men turned sharply and looked at him. It was their leader, Shin Chawon. He lit a cigarette and his subordinates excitedly asked what was he here on. Chawon tells them to be quiet. There is a rat among them, and he came for it. Men exclaimed, what? Who could sneak in here? Chawon puts on gloves and says he doesn't know. The man asked him what. Chawon replied he said he didn't know. The man next to him asks, then. Chawon says he doesn't know, so you have to kill everyone, right? The men cursed and ran away. Chawon annoyedly said how it infuriates him. He took off and told them to come here. He grabbed one of the men by the head. After a short period of time, he sat covered in blood and pressed his index finger to his lips. He said that for them the black sky is a joke. Seoul, Shinram area. Mina and Lin are walking down the street. Lin enthusiastically says that if it wasn't for Mina, they wouldn't have earned so many points. Mina asks smugly, did she really do well? Does she see how cool she is? She has a gold level. She thinks it's certainly not without the merit of the stone Sehun gave her. Lin says that she was so scared that something would happen to Mina, or Dad. Mina says that everything is in order, and Uncle Luke is also not one of the weak, but she is generally something. Before Mina finished speaking, Lin's warning voice interrupted her. She screamed, from behind. Behind Mina was a man who swung a hammer at her. Mina turned around and managed to dodge at the last moment. She immediately jumped away from the man and turned her hand into a weapon. She cut through his hammer and then struck the man in the face with her hardened fist. Another man screamed, oh shit. Are these weird girls? She knocked him out with one punch. Around the girls began to converge men. The man's eyes changed and he said that she was an impudent little thing. But who did she think she was? Mina noticed that his eyes had changed and thought maybe it's a monster in the form of a man. He doesn't seem to take her seriously due to her age. Her hand began to transform and the man exclaimed, go crazy. This arrogant girl avatar. Mina's hands turned into praying mantis claws and she said yes, it's a special mantis scythe coated with mithril. She broke all the weapons of men in one fell swoop. The man barely held back the blow and said here is a small fry. He yelled at another man to take the girl from behind. Mina heard his words and turned around. Exactly, Lin. The men got very close to Lin. Mina ran towards her as fast as she could and thought she was too far away. The men attacked and Lin deftly dodged their blows. Mina thought this was her chance. She attacked and cut off everyone's hands. The men took to flight. Mina sighed and started gathering the sheets of paper into a bag. He ran up to Lin and asked if she was okay. Lin says she's fine. Mina says cool, how did she dodge like that? She thought that she was about to be seized. Lin says that she herself does not know, she just repeated her techniques. Mina asked her tricks. She thought, what difference does it make that she hadn't been caught? She looks at the severed hand and thinks there is something fishy about it. Black blood. Sehen said that he would come today. She would have to ask him. Some time has passed. Sehen asks if they were attacked by strange people. Mina depicts on herself and says she cut off the man's hand, and black blood poured out from there. Sehen thought they were after Mina and Lin. Also black blood, which means that they were definitely servants of the devil or a black gang. But they don't have enough strength yet. They should be lower than grass and quieter than water. Is it really because there is no Kim Ju-won? If everything goes the same as in the previous life, the black gang and soul shouldn't have appeared because of Kim Ju-won. But if it is not, then their influence may have increased. It turns out that he only helped the appearance of these demons in soul. Lin asked him if he knew who these people were. Sehen replied that he knew. Mina said proudly she knew it. She had said he knew them. Luke asks who are they. Sehen thinks that he hasn't seen Luke's face like that in a long time. He can be understood. They were trying to kill his daughter. Sehen says that it is likely that these are those who are connected with the devil. Luke asked in surprise, with the devil. Mina and Lin were also at a loss. Sehen says that the problem is that he doesn't know where they are going. He thought that other people dealt with them in a past life. Jisoo told him that she had one suggestion. Sehen asked in surprise, an offer. She asks if he remembers what she said about the third task. She said that it was not so difficult. There were just a lot of opponents. Sehen is correct, and mentally noted that therefore he had to deal with the Karas alone. Jisoo continued and said that she then came across a person with black blood. She thought it was his skill. Sehen thinks there is no doubt. These are the ones who made a contract with the devil. Groups associated with the devil appeared in this world. Last time Jisoo crushed them. Apparently there are still groups left. He says that first you need to go there. Where is this place? She said. Hwagok-dong. Gangseo-gu, Seoul. He walked down the street and thought she said that it was somewhere here. He looked up and said, has someone opened shops here? He thinks it is still dangerous to do so. However, ordinary people have nowhere to go. Sehen approaches some man. The man says that judging by the clothes, he is a player. Did something happen to him? He doesn't have the goods yet. Sehen said that he wanted to ask something. The man asked what? Sehen asks if there were any cases of kidnapping around here by any chance. People nearby visibly tense up. The man got nervous and said that he did not know anything. Don't ask him strange questions. Sehen asks, are you sure? The man says yes. Sehen thinks it's definitely there, but he has few leads. Maybe try again. Sehen calls him and the man exclaimed, what's the matter with him? He said he had nothing to say to him. Sehen shows Jisoo's photo on his phone and asks if he met this girl by any chance. The man recoiled and told him to take it away from him. Sehen wondered what she had done here. He says that this girl is his friend. The man said he understood. He will tell everything. Let him just remove it. He says that there are a lot of extra eyes and offers to go inside. He mumbled that she was a very cruel girl. They went inside and sat down at a table. The man says these guys have been hanging around here lately. How is it? The guild. I think that's what it's called. Sehen says yes to the guild. The man goes on to say that they are not here from the very beginning. That girl in the photo, she killed them all, so in their area now you will not find such people during the day. Just at the sight of her face he becomes terrified. Sehen thought that it was generally clear what Jisoo had arranged here. He doesn't know how she got on them, but it looks like she broke every existing organization. And the black gang took advantage of this and took over the area. The man says that they started stealing children and forced the residents to keep silent under the threat of death. Sehen eats food and speaks clearly. He thinks that if they steal children, then their goal is a mask of sorrow. In this world, not only gods play games, there are other creatures called demons. The first chose no more than 2 avatars for themselves. Because they need to be controlled, they focused on them and provided great support, but at the same time intervened and gave instructions. Things were different with demons. One of them could sign a contract with a lot of people and share his power. In addition to this, he could endow their servants with his power. They could even own entire guilds. Demons, unlike the gods, did not look at the possibility, abilities, and character of a person. They looked at only one thing, a thirst for power and a weakness for temptations. All that mattered to them was whether a man would blindly follow them. The rest did not matter. For them this game was not entertainment, but a reality that led to the destruction of mankind. If these creatures are collecting children, do they really want to get the Mask of Sorrow? The Mask of Sorrow is thickened skin of a demon. Its owner is a rather strong demon of level 27. His name is Nibiru's. Kara's is no match for him. He absorbs human sorrow and vitality, with the help of which he becomes stronger. Life force turns into points and comes Nibiru's. So the strength of the mask becomes more and more. He can manifest a power equal to the constellations. Sehen thanks the man for telling him. He wishes him good trading and says goodbye. Now one detail is clear. The group in black are the servants of the demon. It turns out that they are connected with Nibiru's. Now he knows what he will do next. He must deal with the group in black. His raven flies over the city looking for the white buildings the salesman was talking about. Sehen thinks that almost all the buildings around here are white, and most people with dark hair and dark clothes. Yes, it will be difficult to find. Sehen stands among the corpses and thinks that we need to find their leader and finish him off. Some man comes up and asks him who he is. People gathered around Sehen. The man asks where did he come from? What did this happen here? Is he from the Eastern Moon by any chance? Sehen asks, Eastern Moon. And what is it? He thinks that it looks like a guild has been formed that trades with robbery. In theory, they should hide and sit quietly. He takes out twin blades and says that it is not necessary for them to know who he is. Anyway, they will all fall down here. The man exclaimed indignantly, what a freak. Sehen uses the raven's eye skill and crows start flying out of the shadow puddle. People began to protect their faces with their hands. Where did these crows come from? Sehen took advantage of their distraction and quickly dealt them fatal blows. The man swung his sword at him and Sehen used Shadow Run to dodge. The man screamed that he was a monster. Sehen slid down like a shadow and moved on. The man pointed his finger and shouted out. He ran that way. Sehen thinks, where are the kidnapped children? If they hid them, then most likely in the basement. First you need to get rid of this rabble, and then you can think. They serve Nibiru's. He jumps out of the shadows and thinks that means that each of them is no better than a dirty bastard. After some time, Sehen steps over the threshold of the prison cell. There were several kidnapped children sitting there. The boy asked who he was. He held in his arms a girl who was crying and asking for her parents. He asked, are they going to that place now? Sehen asked that place. He thought maybe he mistook him for one of those who kept them here. The boy says that they told them that they would make players out of them. Sehen thought, did they tell them such nonsense? And with the help of this lord here, he tells the boy that it is impossible to become a player at will, much less impossible for an ordinary person to make someone a player. Boy objected, cannot be. Guys like them came here and became players. Sehen says that they were most likely like that from the very beginning. It is impossible to become a player by human forces. The boy screamed that he was a liar. They promised to make players out of them. If not, then let them out of here. He wants to go outside. Sehen steps aside and says okay, that's what he was going to do. The children immediately perked up. Sehen tells them to go home. He dealt with those uncles who kidnapped them. Children ask, is it true? Sehen replies yes, and don't trust other people's words anymore. He thinks the world has changed so much that even children want to become players. Well, in any case, the children are saved. Now we need to carefully look around inside the building. By the way, did he search the 7th floor? It looks like there was a boss there. He ought to take a good look at that place. Meanwhile, in another place, children were sitting in cages and crying. Xing Chaowen sat in the middle of the room opposite the large cage. He thinks how noisy it is, and why did he need them? His subordinate comes running and says that they have a problem. After all, Chaowen told him not to loom before his eyes. The subordinate said that he had something to convey to him. The Hwagok branch is completely destroyed. Chaowen exclaimed, what kind of people are these? The subordinate clarified that these were not people, but one person. The records show that it was a man in black clothes, but some crows closed the cameras, so the quality is poor. Chaowen thought, in black clothes, maybe a servant of another demon. Many hunt for them, but where did the crows suddenly come from? He asks, where is the older brother? The subordinate replies that he is on the 5th floor. He went up to the 5th floor, and the man who was sitting on the luxurious sofa asked Chaowen, did he come? It was the boss of the group in black. His name was Kang Jongwoo. He said that some idiot killed the guys from the Hwagok area. Chaowen said that he had already heard about it. Jiangwoo tells him that he will have to deal with it. Chaowen answers naturally, as he pleases. Jiangwoo patted his shoulder and said okay, they can't let this person treat them so lightly. He trusts him, but that guy looks strong, let him be careful. Chaowen tells him that he need not worry and leaves. There were at least 50 people in the Hwagok area. This guy in black is not ordinary, that's for sure. But according to Nibiru's, from those who signed the contract, there was still no one stronger than him. Let this moron wait for him, soon he will be finished. Sehen looks over the documents and thinks about their headquarters in Incheon. The exact location of the headquarters is indicated in the documents, so there will be no need to suffer, only there are too many extra eyes watching him now. The Jester's watcher flies up to him and Sehen thinks they'd better watch their avatars, like Mina. He waves his hand away from the observer and says that he must try not to be detected. What is the point in attacking if the enemy sees the observers? The watchers begin to disappear, and Sehen thinks that the attention of the gods just irritates him. But one of the observers did not disappear. Why doesn't it disappear? Is that the witch's watcher? No, it can't be. He gets up and leaves, and the observer begins to disappear. If everything here is like in a past life, then surely she already has an avatar. Okay, now the most important thing is to decide how to deal with them. Yes, there are so many of them that base cannot be compared at all. Here even he will have a hard time. The observer of the jester flies up to him and asks, is there really no way at all? Saiyan thinks, how is this possible? Is the observer still talking? He says okay, first he will get the kids out of the basement. For as clear as day, those children are being used to cut the mask of sorrow. In the basement, the men pulled the girl out of the cage and dragged it somewhere. One of them told the other to go faster. They need to move, because today the situation is not the best. Why are these little assholes dying so fast? They should have lasted at least 2 more days. The other man replies that he doesn't know. The branch in Hwagok was destroyed. Now we need to look for new puppies. Saiyan hides around the corner and thinks, is he too late? The man asked, can you leave them like that? The other man replied that he did not know. Usually Captain Xing Chaoan dealt with this personally. Saiyan heard this name and thought, Captain Xin Chaoan. Was he also in that gang in a past life? He can't do that. Maybe they'll come up with something else. He came out around the corner and the men asked, who else is this? Some kind of unfamiliar face, newbie or what? Why did he stand up like a log? Let them help quickly. The man did not have time to finish and Saiyan cut the throats of both of them. Saiyan walks up to the girl's body and crouches next to her. He lifted her head and thought it strange. The mask of sorrow is an artifact that feeds on sadness. The one who has this sadness sucked out walks in sadness until the very moment of death and then dies. Such people, even after death, have far from peace on their faces. The mask of sorrow has less power than he thought. Judging by the records he saw in the Hwagok area, in 2 weeks they sucked out the lives of so many children that the mask should have gained strength. He noticed some object next to the girl and thought that after a certain time, gas is released from the bead and kills what is nearby. This is the object. Who is using it? Were the demon servant or contractor going to save the children? He takes the pearl in his hand. He doesn't understand what that man was trying to achieve, but first you need to get the kids out. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, Youngwoo yells at the subordinate and asks if he still hasn't figured out who it is. He replies that Chavan is looking for everything, but there are no traces. Chavan knocks on the table with his fist and asks where did he come from. It will be necessary to ask Mr. Nibiros to wait a little longer. It will take time to collect new children. A man in black clothes who controls the crows. It is quite possible that this is a servant of another demon. His subordinate says that no servant, or rather a contractor, can defeat the guild leader. Jiangwu speaks naturally. If he is not as strong as Chawoon, then he is no match for him. His subordinate asks about Chavan. Will everything be all right? Jiangwu asks what is he talking about. He replies, isn't he too strong? If he has something else on his mind. Jiangwu interrupted him and said stop talking nonsense. It may seem so from the outside, but Chavan treats him like an older brother and he will never betray him. The subordinate says well, if this is true. Jiangwu interrupts him and says that this is not the main thing now. He walks over to the window and his subordinate says he should think about it anyway. Jiangwu says okay, we should go back to that player with the crows. He saw something in the window and stopped abruptly. The subordinate asks what is the matter with him. He stuttered. Jiangwu asks him if he sees it too. A large flock of crows gathered outside the window. Subordinate asked in surprise, crows. Crows began to break into the building and broke the window. Jiangwu yelled, what is this? Why are there so many ravens? They covered their faces against shards of glass and the claws of raven. His subordinate screams that something is glued on their paws. Youngwoo exclaimed, what is this? Small bundles of dynamite were glued to their paws. Is that an explosive? The building began to explode from all sides. Meanwhile, the voice of Nibiros was heard in Chavan's ears. He reported that their headquarters had been attacked. Chavan was riding a motorcycle and asked if this is true. Nibiros says he's an idiot. Would he lie? With such dregs, such situations always happen. Chawoon asks what happened to Jiangwu and the mask. He replies that after the explosion of the building, the mask was under the rubble. He thought the man who attacked them would take the mask away when he took the kids out, but it's there. If he has divine power or is associated with demons, then he must know for sure that the mask cannot be destroyed. Chavan asks if his goal was to free the children. Nibiros says he doesn't know this. Chavan says he couldn't just die like that. He made a contract with a demon. Nibiros says that he made the contract, but the body is still human. The one who controls the crows, or maybe so. He decided not to speak further. Chavan asks what is it? Nibiros replies that the sign of the raven has recently changed. Chavan asks, is the sign of the raven a constellation? Nibiros confirms his words and says that it looks like he was killed and his power was appropriated. More precisely, the place of the raven cannot be taken. It is empty. Chavon asks him, does he know him? He answers how not to know him. He is now one of the most famous players. He, like a demon, cannot get into the community of gods, but sometimes rumors reach him. Chavon speaks clearly, let him lead. Nibiros asks where. Chavon speaks to this player. Nibiros replies that he is still at headquarters, probably checking to see if there are any survivors. Chavon asks, does he have partners? Nibiros answered yes. Why does he ask? Chavon says that this player is not one to show his appearance. Even in battle he does not fight face to face. You have to make him fight so that he can't hide anywhere. Let him lead him to where his companions are. There is his base. Nibiros says he doesn't care, but if he loses to him, it's possible that he will lose interest in him. Chavon asks if it's because he won't be able to resist him. Nibiros is right. He doesn't want to advise him on a fight that he will lose. However, this does not mean that there is no way. Chavon asks how. Nibiros says that the mask is not yet complete, but if he puts it on, he can defeat the raven. No, he will definitely win. He knows he doesn't like it, but right now he's not in a position to choose. Chavon agrees and tells him to take him. He plans to do the same to him as he does to the other servants. Nibiros says fine and gives him a mask. Keep it well. He, the demon Nibiros, will bring him victory. Chavon says it's funny. Sometime later, Luke, his daughter and Mina are sitting in a cafe. Mina asks the person who just entered, who is he? Chavon found them a few minutes ago. Mina stands by the window and dries her hair with a towel. She looks at the downpour outside the window and says that it pours like a bucket. In such weather you can't really clear up. Lin walks up to her and hands her tea. Mina thanks her and asks where is Jisoo. Lin says she doesn't know. It seems she hasn't arrived yet. Mina asks, right. Probably standing guard in this weather. Luke sighs and says he doesn't feel comfortable using the skills. Mina says, well, he does. Let him just move his arms and legs and that's it. Luke says how difficult it is. It doesn't come out very well. Mina proudly hits her chest with her fist and says everything is great. She will tell you more next time. Suddenly she was interrupted by the sound of a broken plate. Mina exclaimed, what is it? What's the matter? She asked Lin if she was afraid of lightning. Didn't she get hurt? Lin said in horror that something was coming. Mina asked, is it coming? Lin replied that she did not know, but it was definitely something terrible. Chavon entered the cafe. Raindrops were dripping from his clothes. Mina asked who he was. Everyone in the cafe began to look at him. Mina wondered, who is this? Familiar Sehen. She wanted to ask something, but Chavon almost hit her with his fist, but Mina managed to duck down. Chavon looked at her with an interested look. Mina thought, who is he? The next moment, Chavon punched her in the stomach. Mina was surprised by his blow. Could he even withstand her mithril? Chavon tells her that if she keeps quiet, he will quickly kill her in return. Mina sank to the floor and held her stomach. She transformed her hands into praying mantis claws and sent him to hell. She swung and went on the attack. Chavon dodged and struck her with many blows. Mina attacks him again and he dodges. Chavon raises his fist, but Luke's hand stops him. He says he's good at waving his fists. He is sure that he was far from being the weakest opponent before the start of the game. Chavon tore his hand away and said he didn't have time. Let him just die quietly. Luke says he can't do that because he has a daughter. They locked eyes and attacked each other. The sound of cracking glass and thunder mingled into one. Meanwhile in Incheon, Chuan, band bass and black. Sehen holds explosives in his hands and says that the effect is 100 points. Only his head is splitting. After all, he called somewhere under 100 birds. Then the guys in black can be dealt with the help of this. They probably took the mask themselves. He can't destroy it anyway. The jester's watcher is circling around him, and Sehen asks, what is this? The jester says her avatar is in danger. Meanwhile at the cafe, Chavon thinks if Luke had a little more experience, he would be a real problem. Mina and Luke were lying on the floor. Lin ran up to her father and called him. Chavon, looking at her, recalls some moments from his life and thinks how tired he is. Nibiros says, and here is something interesting. Chavon asks what suddenly again. He tells him not to kill this child. Chavon asks why. Nibiros says that she has great power. Her high pure magic, she would surely come in handy for them. Chavon says okay, but what about the others? Nibiros said he didn't care. Chavon approaches Lin and tells her to follow him. Lin asked what? Chavon says that if she does not want them to die, then it is better for her to go after him. Lin asks if she goes after him, will he save them? He confirms her words and she agrees, but as soon as she approached him, he hit her on the back of the head and she lost consciousness. Chavon took it and began to leave the cafe. Suddenly he saw something. An axe flew past him and a voice was heard behind him. She thought he could dodge. Chavon turned around and thought, what is it? Human. Jisoo was standing outside and he asked her if she was with them. Jisoo didn't answer and quickly lashed out at him. Chavon noticed that she was moving faster than him. but she just pounced and that was it. He wanted to grab her hand, but he missed and Jisoo attacked. Chavan managed to dodge in time. Jisoo thinks he should have died by now. She tells him that he has a strange walk. Chavan asks what is it about. He thinks she's weird. Jisoo says she was sure she hit him, but he moves so dexterously like he's a snake. Chavan replied that this was due to the boxer's experience. Jisoo said she was a boxer, so after that she got into a fighting stance. Chavan said she was a very annoying girl. Jisoo approached him and attacked with her fist, but Chavan dodged. Jisoo got comfortable and began throwing a lot of punches. Chavan got into a defensive stance and noticed that she only aimed at the head and attacked without thinking. There is nothing difficult for him in this battle, but her skill annoys him a lot. He will deal with her with one blow. He dived under her arm and punched her in the face. From his impact, she flew off and hit the train car. Chavan thinks that although he dodged, he did not expect such speed. She almost managed to repulse his attack with her second hand. It was a little dangerous. He had to run away before this problem swelled into an elephant. He got on the motorcycle and started it. He saw Jisoo rise from the wreckage and thought, crazy. He drives down the road and thinks this is not a dream. What dexterity must be for her to catch up with him at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. Jisoo was chasing him at great speed. Chavan got nervous. It seems she is only accelerating. At such a pace she will catch up with him. Jisoo almost reached him, but suddenly her mask prevented her and Jisoo fell. Nibiru says that Chavan doesn't have to thank him. How could he let his main dish be spoiled? Chavan thanks him for his help. Incheon, pier. Chavan sits with Lin on the pier. Nibiru says that this raven should appear here soon. He is looking for Chavan. Chavan thinks, who is he? And this foreigner is at the same time with him, and a high school student with strange abilities, and a girl who is interested in the demon himself. Surely there must be a reason for this interest. And the girl in black. If there are such people around him, he himself is not simple. If he has the same level as the girl, then he cannot count on success. Nibiru says that's why he suggested that he wear a mask. Chavan replied that he was still thinking. Nibiru asks, what is there to think? Without a mask, he is a corpse like the rest of the rabble. Don't think he's helping him. He just doesn't want to lose what he found with such difficulty. If he loses like the last moron, then he will break the contract with him. Chavan says he knows it. It will be possible to think about it after the first battle. Crows swirled in the sky. Nibiru tells Chavan to get ready. He has come. Sehen appeared in front of Chavan. He asked if he was a raven. Sehen asks Raven. Yes, that's him. He thought he had seen it somewhere before. I think at the fights, like it was mixed martial arts. Right, so he's a fighter. He looks at Lin and thinks she seems to be alive. He asks Chavan why he kidnapped her. Chavan replies because he thought this was the best way to bring him here. And as he sees, he did not fail. Sehen asked if he called him because of the gang in black. Chavan speaks naturally. He senses Sehen's power and asks why is he hunting them. Sehen says that there was a case. His partners were attacked by the servants of the demon. Chavan asked, attacked. Sehen said that's why he decided it would be best to take out everyone associated with them. He asked, and who is he? The one who avenges the boss. Chavan's hands turned black and he said that he simply had a debt that he had not yet paid. Sehen noticed that his hands had changed. I guess it's the strengthening of the body. He tells him that he hasn't fought unarmed in a long time. Let him not take in head to regret later. Chavan prepared his fists. Sehen and Chavan rushed into battle at the same time. Sehen attacked him, but Chavan dodged and retaliated. Sehen was able to dodge and clasped his hands, after which he swung. Chavan was surprised at his reception. Sehen threw a punch but Chavan blocked it. He barely contained his blow and thought that he was too strong. Nibiru says he warned him about this and told him to wear a mask. Here he is a fool, which is why these low-class people are no good. Chavan thinks if he can defeat him if he wears a mask. Nibiru says that if he continues to resist, then he will have to use force. Does he know the difference between a contract with a god and a contract with a demon? Chavan suddenly froze and trembled. Nibiru says that unlike the gods, they can force. Chavan reached into his inner pocket. Sehen noticed this and attacked him with feathers. Chavan took the mask in his hands and she repelled all blows. Chavan brings the mask to his face with trembling hands. Nibiru says that it was so hard for him to watch the boring fight, but at least now he can enjoy it. Chavan is trying with all his might to resist, but the mask is already very close to his face. Nibiru says it's for him, the weakling. If he had been stronger, he would not have had to resort to such measures. A bright beam of light rose into the sky. Chavan put on a mask and screamed. Sehen thinks this is already starting to get on his nerves. According to memories from a past life, he assumed that if he put on a mask, then perhaps his scores would become equal to his. Chavan completely put on a mask and now his body was not subject to him. Nibiru said it was fun to control him directly. Sehen thinks it's immediately obvious that this is a terrible mask. Nibiru turns to the raven and says that he will introduce himself first. He bowed in a welcoming gesture and said that he was ranked 27th in the rank of demon. His name was Nibiru. Sehen drew his sword and told him to attack faster. It's not good for him to stand in the rain for so long. Nibiru laughed and said how worthless he was. So is it true that he killed the Karas? No, it's impossible. With the power that comes from him now, it's impossible to hunt the constellation. With these words, he rushed to the attack. Sehen blocked his strike with his sword and thought well that the mask was not fully formed. He does not take strength. He throws his hand up and thinks that however his movements are too simple, he will be easy to deal with. Sehen raised his sword and wanted to cut his neck, but as soon as he made contact with the neck, cracks began to appear along his blade. Nibiru calls him a dirty little man and says that he is not bad, since he is trying to resist the demon. Sehen dodged his punch and noticed that he was slower. Sehen hit him and blood spurted from Chavan's mouth. Sehen raised his sword again and thought it was more like punching a pear. He stabbed him again and thought that even if he couldn't cut him in half due to the magical effect, then the demon must surely feel pain as it controls Chawan's body. Can he still laugh in this situation? It seems that rank 27 is not his whole essence yet. Nibiru says that he sees that he has good skills. He is also arrogant to the same, but he still remains only a pathetic person. Chawan's body fell, and he said, "What is? Why is he not moving?" Sehen thought it looked like he had beaten him up a lot. Nibiru asked in surprise, "How can he still talk?" Chavan said that from strong blows he came to his senses. Moron. But he didn't expect more from him. Nibiru says it's all useless. As long as he's wearing the mask, he can start to control him again. Chavan inhaled air and began to beat his head on the ground. Sehen looked at him in surprise and thought, does he really want to regain his consciousness so much? Is he trying to resist the demon's manipulations with his own powers? How unusual he is. Chavan continues to beat his face on the ground and Nibiru tells him, here he is a moron. Does he really think that this will crack the mask? After a few blows, the mask still cracked. Sehen thought that only the one who is at least the same level with him, or he himself is a demon, and also the one who made a contract with him, can destroy the demon artifact. Yet he managed to do it. Nibiru asks what is he doing? How stupid of him. If the one who made the contract destroys the item belonging to the demon, it means that he wants to break the contract with him. Chavan says that he doesn't care about it, because he still wanted to get rid of him if he lost. If so, he will be the first to throw it. The demon was angry. Chavan tore off half of his mask and Nibiru screamed. Chavan's hair turned gray and he told Sehen that he made him wait too long. Sehen replies that not really. He no longer has a pact with the demon. Is he sure he still wants to fight him? Chavan says he didn't fight him because of the demon. Sehen thought, does he still want revenge? He no longer even remembers what the boss of that gang in black looked like, but he brought up his 6 as well. His contract is broken, and experience points remained at the same level. Now all he can do is one single attack. He invites Chavan to fight in a decisive battle, and attacks him. The whole world before Chavan's eyes seemed to freeze. He sees movements that he had not seen before. Now, in this state, he can do anything. Chavan dodged his blow. Sehen noticed that he was speeding up. Do the experience points from the mask still remain? Chavan raised his fist, but suddenly his eyes rolled back and he missed. He fell to his knees and Sehen took advantage of that. He said that he was just unlucky, and after these words he kicked him with his foot. It was a strong blow and Chavan was thrown into the air. He fell and was already unconscious. He fell into the water and splashes of water diluted the night silence. Sehen watched the last of the air bubbles rise to the surface before he turned around and left. He takes back his words. Chavan thinks, what is it? Why did he survive? He opens his eyes and sees a snow-white girl in front of him, who is hiding from the sun with an umbrella. She says the remnant from Nibiru has woken up. He seems to be wondering how he could survive. It was she who saved him. And he's funny. Chavan realized that this was not a person and asked who she was. She takes him by the chin and says that he has many questions, a miserable remnant. But still she will answer his question. She is one of the 7 demons that rule the devil world. Her name is Azazel. She is a demon of laziness. At this time, in the building of the Gangnam district of Seoul, the man asks, so he offers to unite. The guy asks, didn't he say that the bear was rotting from the head because of the showdown with Crescent Moon? Master Kang Taesung, the avatar of the god Ares from the Outrising Guild, says that this is none of his business. The fact that he was the first to suggest this suggests that there is a catch somewhere. Master Park Sung-hyuk, the avatar of an unknown god from the Genesis Guild, says he can't deny it. Master Lee Ah-young, God Frey's avatar from Lycoris Guild, asks, what's the matter? If they continue to bicker like this, then she will leave. They show such manners to the one whom they themselves called here. Tae-sung thinks he can't just kill him. Sung Hyuk says they should stop this. Today, he called them all here not just for the sake of uniting. He has questions about the main task. This piqued the interest of Tae-sung and Il. Sung Hyuk says that the guild update took a little time and the main quest never started. However, there is an omen. Haven't they heard that dungeons have been popping up all of a sudden lately? Sung Hyuk believes this is an omen. This time there were a lot of dungeons. Because of this, strife between guilds is growing more and more. He made one guess. The next task will most likely focus on competition between guilds in the fight for dungeons. He does not suggest that they unite, but at least they should not quarrel. It's just a proposal for a peaceful solution to the problem. At that time, Sahan thinks that after the fourth task, it became possible to form guilds. The guild building purchased within the city limits can now be configured as a safe zone. He thought that this would happen a little later. After all, the attention of the gods was already riveted on these guys. Therefore, he planned to become a member of another guild, but after meeting Chawon, he changed his mind. He needed a safe zone so that neither the invader nor even the observer could get there. Jisoo asks Sahan, is this his building? Sahan asks who else could it be. Mina is surprised that you can buy this with points. Sahan thinks he wanted to buy the building a little later, but it doesn't matter now, he should think positively. In the guild building, you can feel a little freer, as there will be no gaze of observers. One of them will be storage, another one for Shiu. Floors should be enough. Sahan says he'll tell you more inside. Sahan looks at Jisoo and asks why is she so sad lately. Jisoo says she just couldn't defend. Sahan says that this is already in the past. Jisoo says that she realized that she was missing a lot, not just increasing experience points and applying skills. She thinks that she needs to master a specific technique. Sahan thinks she's very strong even now, so how strong does she want to become? Sahan did not pursue Chawon due to the explosion, but something clearly prevented his attack. Only demons could intervene that much, especially considering that this power was able to deflect his blow. It is possible that this is one of the 7 demons. This irritates him very much. Mina asks when will the next task start. There were no announcements or announcements. Do you really have to search again? Sahan says probably not. Mina asks what then. Sahan says that she should wait a little more. When everyone is gathered, he will tell. Sahan talks about the capture. Song Chang says that dungeons have become unexpectedly large lately. Sahan says that the number of dungeons does not yet indicate occupation. Printing dungeons, in other words, only those groups that the marked people are in will be able to enter the dungeon. Until now, there were no restrictions on entry, but now you can set them for about a month. Sungchin says that it will be beneficial to take over as many dungeons as possible then. Sahan says it's correct. Stable supply of resources, acquisition of points, growth of players, this is a kind of chance to become a leader in Seoul. Sungchin says the real competition will start then. Sahan says that the major guilds have already begun preparations. They may have heard that several guilds have already appeared in Seoul. Mina asks if non-guild members can't take part in the main quests. Sahan says that's why he brought them all to this place. He would like them to join his guild. Song Shiu says that he agrees, as he said before. Sungchin says he agrees too. They owe him a lot, so he agrees to everything. Mina says that she doesn't care, because she's too lazy to look for another guild anyway. Jisoo says she does too. Luke tells Sahan that he doesn't feel like he and his daughter will be of much use. Lin agrees and says that Dad was beaten badly last time. Luke tells his daughter that she cuts him without a knife. Lin says it's true. Sahan says it's okay, on the contrary. He wanted to ask them to join his guild. Sahan thinks Lin has the best ability out of all the players left alive at the moment. Luke, in turn, is very compatible with the gods as an avatar, so he is not inferior to other players. In a past life, he was even among the strongest for some time. Luke says that if he says so, then he agrees. A hero like him they can trust. Sahan asks is he a hero? Luke says that to be honest, he tries to be like that too. Although he has already lost in battle once, therefore he is not worthy of this title. Sahan thinks that there are no people in the world who would not fit in with this title as much as he does. Mina tells Sahan that this is very important. What will their guild be called? If there is no name yet, then she would like to offer her own. Sahan says it's already been decided. Mina asks what is the name. Just not anything weird. Sahan says that their guild will be called Dayside. Sahan thinks they will be the ones who kill the gods. In the guild dungeon, Song Shiu asks how Sahan could get such a place. At this time, in the guild building, on the 2nd floor in the training room, Jisoo attacks, but Sahan jumps to dodge the blow. Sahan thinks he should take back the words that she lacks the bloodlust for someone with the body of a celestial assassin. Most likely, even now, she is unlikely to fight with all her might. She is even able to control her bloodlust. Sahan was so engrossed in the fight that he didn't even notice when Jisoo pinned him against the wall. Jisoo hits the wall next to him. Sehun says that's enough for today, she's doing pretty well. Jisoo says she never even hit him once. Where did he learn to fight like that? He just played games, didn't he? Sehun asks why is she asking about something like this even though she has watched him fight so far. Jisoo says that seeing and fighting in reality are two different things, but she thinks she roughly understood how he moves. Sehun thinks this is her talent. Mina enters the training room and asks if Sehun is there. Sehun thinks there's another one with superpowers. Mina says everything stinks here afterwards. Sehun thinks he should get her to train with Jisoo too. Sehun asks what happened. She said she would never come here. Mina says that some strange sounds are coming from the incubator now. Unexpectedly, the sounds of a fanfare were heard. Sehun thinks this is a sign that the Kirin fruit is finally ripe. Sehun asks if he's not out yet. Mina says only sounds are coming. Sehun thinks he's finally out. The system notifies that the maturation of the Kirin was successful. Sehun gets the achievement of the one who tamed the sacred animal. This is the first birth of a Kirin child. Mina takes the baby in her arms and says that he is very cute. Sehun doesn't understand how effective the catalyst must be to turn a horse into a human. How did it even happen? In the system window, it is written that a Kirin child is a creature in which human blood, which has extraordinary abilities, and the power of the sacred Kirin animal are combined. Lifespan and strength are the same as the Kirin. At birth, it looks like a baby, but within a month it turns into a teenager, and then into an ordinary young man in his 20s. He has extraordinary abilities, and is good at magic. It has a good character, but it can deteriorate as human blood flows in it. Development depends on the method of education. Sehun says that he will be a teenager in a month, much like Lin. Mina says it's sad because he's really cute. Sehun asks if it's a female or a male. Mina asks, how can you talk about a child male or female? He must wait, she will check now. It's a girl, so he can't look. Sehun thinks that if it comes to that, she belongs to him, that's too much. Sehun says that it is worth giving her a name, let's say White. Mina doesn't let him finish and let the girl Snowy. Her name is Snowy. Sehun asks why. Mina says it's because she's white. They should show it to others too. Sehun says she can do whatever she wants. Sehun thinks it looks like it would be a good idea to leave her Mina for now. After some time, Sehun says that there is one important point in this task. Depending on the dungeon, there will be different points. The system notifies that the main task number 5 is called Dungeon Racing. They need to capture the dungeons that have appeared in the city. They must join forces with their comrades to take part in the competition. Every time they seal a dungeon, they get points. The team with the most points wins. You need to succeed with your partners. It is forbidden to participate in this task alone. The task is activated after joining the guild. The higher the rank, the greater the reward. Points depend on the conquered dungeon. Difficulty level either remaining time is 1 month. Jisoo says it's important to clear as many dungeons as possible. To be honest, there are too few people in their guild. Won't it be difficult to compete with others? Sehun says that just capturing will be difficult. Jisoo asks if they have other ways. Sehun says that they need to attack those dungeons that give a lot of points. Mina asks how do they know which dungeons are worth the most points. Even the guys from the 3 largest guilds who initially deal with this do not know this. Sehun asks how she knows what they know and what they don't. Mina says she was bored so she spied on them a little. It looks like only the Genesis Guild has been analyzing how they might appear. Sehun says that this means that the dungeons definitely have some sort of spawning principle. He has a map with the designation of the dungeons that have appeared in Seoul recently. Jisoo asks how did he know about it. Sehun says he checked with the crows. Luke says that looking only at this, nothing is clear. Sehun agrees with him and says that this alone is not enough, they should look into it. These are the constellation, the lyre, and the boots, but they give few points, only 1 to 3 points. Mina asks how are the constellations related to the dungeons. Sehun says that this is sort of a small hint, and also a sign that the quests that will appear from now on are connected. Their goal is dungeons for which they give high scores. They are divided into groups, depending on the categories of constellations. And the dungeon, which is located in the place where the brightest star of the 12 signs of the zodiac, is approximately 10 points for them. The most important thing in all this is Mina Lee, but he will explain this a little later. Sungchin and Sehun will go together. Mina says that forever all the explanations for later. Sehun tells Jisoo that she can't just fight the players because it's a competition, not a deathmatch. Jisoo asks, but bad people can be killed, right? Sehun says that he will leave the bad people up to her, but she can't kill them in front of others, because they will get in trouble if they draw too much attention to themselves. Jisoo agrees. Sehun thinks that she is no longer a child, so she can deal with everything herself. Sehun notices a notification that he received a letter from the Dream Witch. Sehun remembers that he was her avatar in the first round. Sovereign Overlord says he was looking forward to this competition. War is calling him. The Hammer King says they can look at what a stupid username he has. Sovereign Overlord tells him that he is the last person he wants to hear it from. Righteous Living asks who controls the City of Soul now. Scandinavian Beauty says it's her. Sovereign Overlord laughs and says she doesn't have to worry, it won't be long. A little more and his avatar will destroy them all. Thick Statue asks, is this his person? Anonymous 48 says they haven't seen each other for a long time. He has information about dungeons that give high scores. The Scandinavian Beauty asks, if this is a god with a prophetic lineage or something like that, who is his avatar? She can let him into their guild. Anonymous 48 refuses and says that instead of wasting time on this, they should take a look at it. First of all, these two places will have the highest score in Gangnam. Scandinavian Beauty says if this is true, then Gangnam belongs to her. Thick Statue asks if there are no good places around Hans. In his opinion, the dungeons with the highest score are. Sovereign Overlord asks what's the matter. Why did he stop in mid-sentence? Thick Statue says that he understood everything has a reason. Anonymous 48 says that they should wait a bit, and he will explain everything in order. Sehen thinks he should give them information about the dungeons, which will give them 3 to 5 points, and a little 10 points each to gain their trust. Looks like he chewed it up. He is only interested in the time and place of the appearance of the 12 Constellations dungeon, which means that the leader of the Genesis Guild is already in the know. Sehen finished with the distribution of information. Now he had to deal with the message from the goddess, whose avatar he was in the first round. A message from the Witch of Dreams. Sehen remembers that gods can send up to 10 messages per month to players. Gods, even their own avatars, rarely have to send messages because of this rule. It's very unusual that a god would send something to an ordinary player like him. Even in his previous life, he didn't receive messages. In the message, the Dream Witch asks who is he. Does he not want to answer? She was a little interested in him. Sehen doesn't understand. Doesn't she care about the message limit? The messages say that the other gods say he is already someone else's avatar, but she doesn't think so. Simple human strength is cool. She even wants to applaud him. What does he think about becoming her? She can make him the winner in this game. Sehen thinks it looks like she doesn't remember anything about the first round, which is good, but he can't finish again like he did last. Technically though, it wasn't her fault. Sehen wrote that he refuses. The Dream Witch, after reading the message, says that she respects his choice. He can turn to her whenever he needs help. She will always watch over him. Mina recalls that Sehen told her that she would be the most important link in this battle. At first she will hide near the gate, and then Mina thinks Sehen is only doing what makes her work. The guy says that soon there will be a dungeon. Everyone should get ready. Mina doesn't understand why so many people. It looks like there really will be a 10-point dungeon. But he sent her alone to such an important dungeon anyway. Mina asks if she should slowly start to deal with it. Mina turned into a bee and sat on the guy's back. The guy says everyone should line up. The charging row should hold back the guilds that will follow them, and the front row goes to the dungeon. Everyone says that they must fight for their goddess. Mina thinks there are a lot of strange people here. She must quickly finish her work and run away from here. The guy who entered the dungeon says they can't relax because they don't know what monsters will appear here. This is very different from other dungeons. Mina flies away and thinks they are great. The guy says that everyone should take their positions. Mina says it should be okay if she keeps going straight like she is now. She should do it around here somewhere. Mina turns back into a human. He didn't think she'd have to use those explosives again. She must lay an iron pipe here and attach explosives. Now, thanks to this, the entrance was blocked and the exit route was protected. She doesn't know where Sehen got this explosive from, but he seems to like it. Now, if she continues down this path, the dungeon will be cleared. The man says they are lucky today. He must control the area. If anyone shows up, he must kill him. The guy says that if it is someone from a strong guild, then they will have problems. The man says it doesn't matter. If they've come all this way, they'll most likely be weaklings. The man himself did not expect that they would find a dungeon in such a backwater. If it goes on like this, then his level will increase. Since he was so lucky, he should find out about other places as well. Jisoo says she was told there are no people here. The man in the dungeon asks who is she? How did she get in here? He said to kill everyone who gets here. The guy says that he let her in because he was sorry to kill her. The man says that luck is on his side today. They have to deal with it themselves. The two guys grab Jisoo by the arms. The guy asks why he can't move. He tells the captain about it. Jisoo notices a moon tattoo on his arm. It seems that she was told that this is a crescent moon. Jisoo counts from 1 to 4 and says there are 33 people. The man does not understand what is happening with this fool. Jisoo says that she thinks that will be enough. Guild ranking. The first place in the top is occupied by the Outrising Guild. The overall second place belongs to the guilds Genesis and Daisai. 4th place is occupied by the Crescent Moon Guild, and 5th place is occupied by the Lycoris Guild. As Hong Gion had guessed, their guild was in 2nd place on the list. Sung Hyuk said that it would be better for them to give up the championship to the Outrising Guild. They will hold the position, and next week they will create a sharp gap in points so that no one can stop them, even if they really want to. The guilds of Crescent Moon and Lycoris are not exactly aware of the constellations. Hong Gion asked the captain what he thinks of the Dayside Guild that shared 2nd place with them. Sung Hyuk said that he asked for a divine revelation, but it looks like his god doesn't know about it either. It seems to him that this guild prefers to operate in the shadows. They check all the dungeons for which they give high scores. There is something in common between their guilds. This is what they also know about the relationship between scores and dungeon locations. They will need to follow them. At this time, Sehen thinks that as he hoped, most of the guilds are targeting the low-rated dungeons. 2 difficult dungeons have already been cleared by Mina, and Jisoo has cleared the dungeon by 5 points. Their guild already has 25 points. He holds Snowy in his arms and logs out that Luke and Sung Chan don't have any problems either. Lin told her uncle that she wanted to hold Snowy too. Sahan said this baby would be a little heavy for her. Sahan still can't get used to being called uncle. Lin asked him if he could teach her how to fight like Jisoo. She thinks that she alone is of no use. Sahan said she can't do it yet, but it's not because she's still small. First, she needs to know herself. Lin said, upset, that she didn't know herself at all. From the very beginning, Lin was not the type to train or hone her skills. She only gets stronger by following the others. And you need to realize that efforts are secondary. Snowy started to create magical bubbles, one of which touched Lin. Lin said that she felt as if her mind had cleared up. Sehen wondered if this was magic. Although this child is also very unusual, since she uses magic already on the 2nd day after birth. The bubble touched Snowy's nose, and when she sneezed, something flew off into the wall near Sehen's face. Lin asked her uncle, was he scared? Sehen said that he wasn't afraid. Who could have known that she would fire a light beam from her horn? Even in his past life, Kiran didn't do that. Sometime later, Sehen tells Sung Chan that the Genesis Guild is now trying to contact them. Most players actively discuss the members of the Dayside Guild. Sung Chan asked if Genesis would actually try to contact them. Sehen said that it is quite possible. They think that only they know about the constellations and the distribution of points for dungeons. Since Dayside only clears dungeons that give high scores, naturally they might have an interest in them. Sehen has no intention of dating them yet. Song Chan asked him if he really suits him as a member of the guild, because maybe there is someone better than him. Sehen said it fits great and doesn't even have to worry about it. Even if there is someone better than him, then he most likely has already become an avatar. The shared skills of Sehen and Song Chan are the decisive battle time and spiritual eye. Jisoo also got a little stronger. Sehen thinks they might even accept one more person into the guild. They need to hurry, because if they mess around this week, Mina will start grumbling. Sung Chang says it's weird because he thought Sehen would want to clear the dungeon for 10 points, but he chose only 5 points. Sehen says that the Genesis Guild is behind those dungeons. Moreover, there is nothing wrong with low ratings, because there is no big difference in points for monsters, although the items differ in quality. While they were talking, they got to the place. Now they should lay down their arms and Song Chang should follow him. Sehen combined Gunga's skin with a coat of darkness, and got in a great outfit, so he needs to test it. He will carry him from now on. At this time, the players crowded around the guild rating, because they do not understand what happened to the rating. The Dayside Guild came out on top. People and players hear about such a guild for the first time, so they think they are scammers. Who are they anyway? At this time in the meeting, Lee Ah-young said that it turns out that those who clear the dungeons are the guys from the Dayside Guild. Sung Hyuk said that most likely it is. He can't say anything about other guilds, but it's definitely them. The problem is that they don't show up. There is speculation about the dungeons they cleared, but no witnesses. He has the feeling that they are watching all their actions. T-Sung said that they themselves are not doing well either. Some strange type is constantly spinning near their area, but they can't check who he is. Sung Hyuk said it was Dayside. They need to be careful, because no one knows if the Dayside Guild is collecting information about other guilds. T-Sung has a question. He is not talking about those guys from the Dayside Guild, but who are they? How did they manage to rise in the rankings so quickly? He remembers that there was a difference of 20 points between them. Sung Hyuk said that they were just lucky, because all the places they cleared turned out to be high-score dungeons. They better think about how to stop the Dayside Guild, because at such a pace, the authority of all 3 of the strongest guilds may fall. 2 weeks left to complete the task, and now is the best chance to catch them. First, they need to stop clearing the dungeons and find out what kind of guild it is. They need to stop thinking about points, and the guild members should wait for further instruction. Lee Ah-young said that they were guarding the entrance to the dungeon, but Dayside cleared everything anyway. Sung Hyuk said that this is true, however, up to this point, they did not pay attention to low-grade dungeons. Judging by the scores, it looks like these dungeons were hunted by the Dayside Guild. Now they have no other way, and it is better to understand this now if they want to achieve something. Maybe they won't get a chance to know who they are anymore. Their guilds will temporarily stop clearing the dungeons because they want to see the faces of these jerks. Sung Hyuk also makes a promise that he will definitely reveal the Dayside Guild. Sometime later, Sehun noticed that border security had been stepped up. Is it more important for them to find their guild than to clear the dungeon? If they're trying so hard, he needs to meet them at least once. Most of the warriors are in the dungeons, but that's even better. He wonders where the head of the guild sits. He hopes that he will come across at least one chapter. He saw Hong Gi-eun in the corridor and activated Shadow Run. The girl sensed him and tried to attack him with her sword, but he blocked this attack with his hand. She asked him who he was. Let him reveal his face. Hong Gi-eun, deputy head of the Genesis Guild. She is known for her extraordinary ability and lack of flexibility in character. Hong Gi-eun said that she didn't need to ask the thief who hid like a rat who he was. She ordered him to die. Sehun is already tired of her character and asks her to listen to him first. She started swinging her sword again, but Sehun dodged and with a wave of his hand tore off the blade of her sword. Hong Gi-eun told him that he was not so simple. He asked her to listen at least if she was addressed. They need to stop and talk. She tossed aside the broken sword and took out another hidden weapon, the Urumi sword. She waved her sword and it began to lengthen. Sehun easily dodged this attack. Hong Gi-eun rushed towards him with a dagger in her hand. Sehun doesn't realize how many swords she has with her. After some time of battle, Hong Gi-eun asked him to kill her. Sehun asked her not to make him speak twice. He is from the Dayside Guild and came to talk to the head of the guild Genesis. Hong Gi-eun said that if he's from the Dayside Guild, that would change things. Sung Hyuk asked if this is the same representative of the Dayside Guild. Sehun did not expect that she so easily agreed to take him to the head of the guild. Sung Hyuk asked why he should believe him. Sehun only said the word constellation and Sung Hyuk immediately understood everything. Not everyone in their guild knows about it. He asked Sehun to sit down and they would start another conversation. Miss Hong Gi-eun did a good job and can be free. She said that if something happens, then Sung Hyuk should immediately call her. She is very busy, yet she is the deputy head of the guild, although she lacks ingenuity. Sung Hyuk asked what issue Sehun came to them about. Sehun said that they actually called him. Since he knew about the constellations, can Sung Hyuk believe that Sehun came to ask him to loosen his control over the dungeon? Sehun said that they can continue to control the dungeons. He asked him not to tell the other guilds that he saw him, otherwise they might do something stupid. Sung Hyuk asked why should he continue to control the dungeons. There are 2 places in Seoul that Sehun will tell him about. There are also 16 more dungeons in the area that they should not enter under any circumstances. He says that as if they go there something bad will happen. Sehun said that maybe that will happen. This is the constellation of Scorpio. Some assholes hid a bomb there. 8 signs of the zodiac out of 12. Fragments of the constellation Scorpio, which is known for its cruelty. The problem is that even Sehun doesn't know where they are. He can't give details, but a monster sleeps in the Scorpion's dungeon that can turn all of Seoul into a sea of blood. Does Sehun invite him to believe in these unfounded arguments? Where does he get this information from? Sehun told him that he could consider it one of his skills. As proof, he will give him some data that he will believe. Sehun needs to get his trust by any means, because he must certainly interfere with this matter. What he then had to endure in a past life was a real hell. Sehun doesn't know where it all started. Because of the guild clearing the dungeons, a monster woke up, after which hell unfolded. Perhaps it was a trick of the publisher to amuse the gods. The Scorpion, which had absorbed the magical powers of the players, got out and this was the beginning of the tragedy. From a fragment of the constellation of the Scorpion Antares came out 2 others. It took only a week to defeat a third of Seoul. The Rising Guild took massive damage in this battle, and Lycoris and Genesis also had to stay dormant for a while. Player growth in Seoul has slowed down, and the growth rate of players in Korea as a whole has also dipped noticeably. Therefore, this time, Sehun must definitely prevent this tragedy. Among the 18 dungeons, there are only 2 places where the constellation of the Scorpion can appear. He hopes nothing else has changed. Sung Hyuk was contacted by a scout, and in the place that Sehun indicated, Mithril really turned out to be. He wonders how this guy knew about it. What level is he in the Dayside Guild? Sung Hyuk thanked him for this information. This is not just some metal, but a whole mithril. If he gladly gave them the mine, it means that he had something more valuable. Sehun can see from his expression that it's hard for him to understand all this. The Dayside Guild already has 2 deposits of mithril and white steel, so giving them just 1 vein is a trifle for them. If there really is a monster in the dungeon, then now the primary task is to destroy it. Sehun said that it would be nice if Sung Hyuk watched the dungeons for a while. Sung Hyuk asked if it would be better to talk to other guilds as well. Sehun asked him if he thought they would trust him and obey him. Sung Hyuk asked him, did he expect them to watch the dungeon? Sehun confirmed this, but if Sung Hyuk decides to refuse, then he has another plan for this. Guarding a hunting place in online games is a common thing. He talks like he knows a lot of ways to counter them. This looks a bit presumptuous. Sung Hyuk decided to believe him because he is quite capable. If even a player like him can't stop the monster, then it won't be easy for them either. If he needs help, he can contact them at any time. Sung Hyuk will definitely thank him for Mithril. Once they're done, then Sehun can leave. Sung Hyuk suggested that he go along, but Sehun had already disappeared, although he did not lose sight of him. If Sehun suddenly attacks someone, then inevitable death awaits his victim. Sehun returned to the guild building and began to think. The scorpion, of course, is dangerous, but it does not reach the level of the guard. They just need to prepare properly and then they can stop the scorpion. It will all work if Sehun really prepares well. Pure Silver Gas Mask B rank. A specialized gas mask made by combining rare mithril and other types of materials. He will be able to breathe fresh air, no matter what poisonous gas is around. Song Si-woo asked him if he liked it. He did everything as he asked. To begin with, he made 5 gas masks. Sehun thanked him and said that if he needs anything, he will buy everything for him. Song Si-woo said that he just likes to invent all sorts of things, especially since Sehun already gave him this workshop. The better the workshop, the more profitable. Sehun will have to prepare a separate gift. Song Si-woo asked if he liked the outfit he made last time. Sehun said that this is the best equipment he currently has. Song Si-woo asks him not to exaggerate, although he is pleased. Sehun didn't exaggerate when he said that. The Dark Knight coat has all the stats of an A rank, and the Gunga Wing skill is a great item. All he had to do was cover his basic equipment with mithril. Song Si-woo asked why Sehun covers everything with mithril when white steel is more durable. In the case of a gas mask, it is still understandable, but it seems to him that weapons made of white steel do not need to be covered. Sehun said that he does this because of the nature of mithril. He is sure to be knowledgeable about metals, so he will immediately understand what Sehun means. This time, he won't have to use a material as volatile as orichalcum. Sehun wants to go alone, but he can't because he won't have enough time alone. The system can suddenly intervene in this, so I decided to take everyone with me. Mina asked if they had to go into every dungeon and search there. She feels like they're making life difficult for themselves. Sehun said that it is not necessary, and he will tell everything later. He asked Luke to keep an eye on the other players and handed him the bracelet. He got this bracelet as a reward for clearing the dungeon, but he thinks that this thing will be very useful to Luke. Luke won't be able to check the bracelet's effect since it belongs to Sehun, but he thanked him anyway. With the help of crows, Sehun finally found the power of the star not far from here in the 5th and 12th dungeon. One of the dungeons is in a gate state, so he couldn't check it. It is the last dungeon that is exactly in the place where the star constellation of the Scorpion shines brightest of all. Song Chan said that if the dungeon hadn't formed yet, then they should at least start with these 2 dungeons. Sehun said that in their state, it would take at least 2 days, so they would have to deal with the last dungeon separately. In this case, they will try to clear the dungeon that is directly in front of them. About 10 people are standing near the entrance to the dungeon. Mina can transform and go inside. But what will the others do? Sehun made an angry face and said that they should just clear the dungeon. Judging by his expression, he is going to kill them. Jisoo said she would take care of the case, but she said she only kills the bad guys, didn't she? Jisoo said that it has been like this until now, but now it's an urgent matter. Sehun said that even if it's urgent, they shouldn't kill them just like that. Even if they have a reason to kill them, they better think 100 times. Jisoo is now in a dangerous state, and has so far suppressed the power of the Death Star. But one thing is clear to Sehun, Jisoo is not the same as in the beginning. He told her to entrust this dungeon to him. After 1 second, Mina can't believe he was able to deal with everyone so quickly. Are they just stunned and not dead? They went into a kind of ordinary dungeon, in which there is nothing unusual, but it is only an appearance. Sehun told Sung Chan to get gas masks, because they don't know what might happen inside the dungeon. It looks like it's not a simple monster, since they have to immediately put on gas masks. Meanwhile, in front of the gate to the 18th dungeon, Luke is sitting near a dungeon that hasn't formed yet. The goddess personally sent him a message about some strange feeling. She asks him to be careful with the 18th dungeon. According to rumors, they have about 2 days. But if the goddess personally sent a message, then this means that there may be something really dangerous inside. The player yells that these gates are strange. Another player asks him if he thinks something is moving there. The dungeon formation speed has increased dramatically. As Sehen said, most likely the game master or publisher intervened. Unexpectedly, Luke received a new message. This dungeon doesn't even look like other dungeons. He has no doubt that this is a 10-point dungeon, otherwise it wouldn't look like this. Kang Taesung said that he had never seen such a shape of a dungeon that looked like a bright poisonous mushroom. They should check it out for themselves. A subordinate asked him, but doesn't that violate the treaty with the other guilds? Taesung said that one dungeon won't do anything, especially since the Genesis Guild has its eye on another dungeon. They didn't seal this dungeon, but they definitely went there, so they definitely won't be able to tell them anything. If this mushroom turns out to be poisonous, then he will simply spit it out and that's it. Half of the subordinates enter with Taesung, and the rest stay here. During this time, Song Chan fights the goblins and cuts them down in an instant. The goblins keep yelling at the whole dungeon while Sung Chan deals with them. Mina asked when did Sung Chan get so strong. Sehen said he helped him a little. Mina began to persuade him to help her, but he refused her. A replacement, he has something else for her, but he'll mention it when they get back. He still remembers his desire to have a fight between Jisoo and Mina. The best teacher for a talented player is another talented player. If she fights Jisoo at least 3 times a week, then she will be able to achieve noticeable results, if she survives of course. Sehen felt the aura of the stars and realized that they were in place. The room with a bright crystal on the ceiling is quite spacious. Sehen ordered everyone to step back and check if they were fully equipped with a gas mask. He drew his weapon and attacked the crystal with it, destroying it. Sehen told them not to relax because it will come soon. The crystal began to crumble and someone inside looked at them with a glowing black eye. The crystal finally collapsed and a huge scorpion appeared in front of them. It was because of this scorpion in a past life that the people of Seoul were simply swept away. The usual gas mask from the venom of a scorpion could not be saved, so the losses were not small. Mina asked if he could definitely destroy it. Sehen said that apart from the poisonous gas, this scorpion's level is even lower than that of the guard. They must keep in mind that after this scorpion they will need to catch another one. They begin their hunt. Suddenly Sehen received a message. At this time, the guildman asks the head to look at the middle-level crystal. So far, they have only been able to get a low-level crystal, but the monsters here have dropped medium-level crystal. Taesung said that he does not see any special ore veins, but such crystals are already a great benefit. If they make equipment from these crystals, then they can become stronger than the rest of the guilds. Taesung thinks they did wrong to go into this dungeon. You can't seal the dungeon, but there is no agreement about farming, especially since these guys from the Genesis Guild were the first to start it. The ward yells to the head that the search is almost over. The rest say they found a huge hole there. Taesung wondered if they would try to collect everything here without a trace. Luke hid in the armor of a knight and heard all this. The problem is that if they go down to the very end, they will be in danger. If it was a normal situation, then the goddess would surely order them to be rescued. Of course Luke would have done it himself, but now he does not know how to be. The goddess sent him a message that it was dangerous there and he should get outside quickly. This message looks like she wrote it in a hurry. The leader of the Outrising Guild must have become much stronger than him. If Luke goes after them, will it be of any use? The goddess sent him a message that it was dangerous there. Luke laughs and says, well, she gives of course. He is certainly weak. But how can he leave ordinary people and run away? The observer of the goddess flies up to him, and she writes messages to him that these are not ordinary people, but players. They are stronger than him. If the enemy is beyond their power, then even more so for him. Luke says he's still in the military. Even if they are players, for him they are citizens whom he must protect. He asks the goddess, does she know when he experienced the greatest joy since the world became like this? It was when she chose him as her avatar, and she said he had the heart of a hero. She said that he is someone who has the heart of a hero and is not inferior even to mythical heroes. She said that she would like to work with him. But if he now turns around and runs away, will these words be worth anything? The goddess of justice Estria said he was amazing. Kang Taesung examined the crystal and said that it is a stone with a dungeon seal. What a radiance. You can immediately feel the level. Luke burst into the room and yelled for them all to get out of here. The monster has the strongest poison inside. If they do not hurry, then altogether they will lie down here as a mass grave. The crystal began to crack and Taesung asked who was he. Where does this information come from? A system window appeared in front of him with a message from God. He wrote to him to run away from here now. Taesung exclaimed, what? Why is he only now being told this? The crystal cracked even more and Taesung yelled that they were retreating. A scorpion began to emerge from the crystal. Everyone froze in horror and looked at how he crawled out of the crystal. The scorpion says that he didn't think the cracks would appear so soon. He expresses his gratitude to the little people. It was the scorpion Antares. The reason why he had an interest in playing on the ground is the death of the Kara's crow, and the fact that this constellation was acquired by a person. So when he was asked for several scorpions for the game, he expressed a desire to participate personally. However, the difficulty level needed to be adjusted as he was one of the 12 constellations and possessed an above-average divine power. That's how it all worked out. Antares lifted his claws and attacked. He thought he didn't like the drop in points, but overall it's not that much of a problem. He saw how people were running away, and thought that running was not the worst solution. Okay, so be it. He will give them a head start and release poisonous gas to have some fun. Besides, Virgo's avatar is here, so he knew in advance about his appearance. But this guy doesn't look like something special. The game has already begun, but there cannot be such a strong player capable of killing the constellation. Surely there is some other way that the one who killed the Karas found out about. One person did not manage to avoid the blow and Antares told them to move faster, cockroaches. Tison watches in horror as his comrades are crushed by the scorpion's claws. Antares says one has only to lightly touch, and they are already blown away. He is not even interested. He swung his claw and Tison and Luke began to hold back his blow. He says, after all, an avatar is an avatar. Sweat broke out on their body. Tison thought about Luke, what a psycho he was. One arm broke from one blow. Because of his greed, the members of the guild suffered. Luke yells for him to retreat faster. He will delay it. Tison exclaimed what? If he blocked his blow in this position, then his arm is unlikely to have remained intact. Luke says he doesn't care. This monster is now relaxed. Who knows? There may not be a second chance. Let him run faster while there is time. Tison asks irritably, who does he take him for? However, he thinks it's true. He can't defeat this monster. The best thing he can do is run away. He slung his guild member over his shoulder and told Luke he was leaving the monster on him. Antares is surprised and asks, is he in such a situation, and sacrifices himself? They're all going to die anyway when he comes out. He removes the pincers and says he doesn't show mercy twice. He attacked Luke and began to crush him with his pincers. Luke barely held back his blow. Was he finished? He asks Lynn's forgiveness. The rest will surely be able to take care of her. He screamed and cowered under the pressure of the claw. Astria has reached out to Luke Taylor. She asks him to be her representative. Luke was very surprised. Antares exclaimed, what? Representative? What does he say? She is going to make an alliance, which was not made even in the time of myths. Astria holds out her hand to Luke. Antares asks if she's crazy. She ignores him and he draws out her name. Luke looked at her in surprise and said quietly, the representative of the goddess of justice, is he? Suddenly his bracelet lit up and Sehen appeared in front of him. He apologized to Astria and said that she would have to be patient. Antares asked who he was. Where did he come from? Sehen said he was just walking by. Antares thought no, something else is more important. Is there really a player with such power? Sehen tells Astria that Luke Taylor is the right rep for her, but she knows it won't work. Astria asks how does he know this? Sehen replied that he has a skill. She chose him as her representative to save his life, but in this situation, she better be patient. An Astria watcher flies by and Sehen thinks it's a good thing he gave him the bracelet. The DLC outfit was useful. This is a location-changing bracelet that allows, depending on the state of the user, to instantly transfer to the location of the owner of the bracelet. Luke asks Sehen if he doesn't have enough ability to become a goddess representative. Sehen replies that this is not the case. It will just be difficult for a person to endure such a thing. He thinks it's the other way around. The problem is that he's too good for it. If Astria used all his strength, his body would collapse and simply rupture, and he would not be able to look at it again. Luke says that if he says so, then it is so. Thanks to him, he stayed alive. He thought he would die. Sehen tells him that he can get some rest. He will take care of the rest. Antares asks how dare they talk here in his presence. Sehen held his claw and asked him if he came because he wanted to check how he killed the Karas, right? He pushed away his claw and Antares asked how he knew this. Sehen says it's just his style. Well, he'll know it anyway when he starts hitting him. Antares attacks him and Sehen dodges all of his attacks. Karas, which was an ordinary constellation, could not fully show all his strength, and Antares is a top-level constellation. For sure, his strength was underestimated more. Astria exclaimed, Certificate of Transcendence. Sehen deflects Antares' blow. The scorpion asks how long will this window dressing be? Don't underestimate it. Sehen takes out his sword and tells him not to worry. He never underestimated him. He thinks he hit him pretty hard. How hard he is. He took off and thought if so, then you need to aim at the area he joins. Sehen stabbed him and Antares said stop playing games. It releases poisonous gas. Sehen covered his mouth and nose with his hand and yelled at Jisoo to hit the scorpion's head. Jisoo jumped up and swung her mace. She hit him on the head and Sehen noticed that he was open. Now he won't see anything. Sehen wanted to attack him but Antares dodged and said that he was a nasty human. Did he aim for his eyes? Luke held up a huge rock and said it would help too. He threw a stone at the scorpion. Jisoo and Sehen started attacking Antares together. He thinks the situation is getting dangerous. Now he understands how they defeated the Raven. Especially this guy. His equipment looks ordinary. What kind of skills does he have? How humiliating. If only he could use his invincible skill. He shouted at them that he was Antares, one of the 12 signs of the zodiac. Vile people. He sprayed the cloud of poisonous gas harder. Sehen thinks he knows for sure that poison gas doesn't work on them. Why is he spraying it like that? Did he decide to create a veil? A large hole formed on the floor, in which Antares disappeared. Sehen said that they were too late. Let the others be careful. He will surely attack by popping out of the ground. He clenched his teeth and said how it pisses him off. Suddenly a scorpion's tail appeared from the ground. Everyone immediately jumped away. Sehen thinks, isn't there a way? A thought came to him and he asked Jisoo if she could buy some time. She asked time. Sehen said yes. Antares detects their location by vibration. Let him try to tease him. Jisoo smiled and agreed. Sehen turns to Mr. Luke. He stood, trying to catch his breath, and asked what happened. Sehen asked if he could request a conversation from the goddess. Luke repeated, at the goddess. Sehen said yes, he would like to ask her for the power of the 7th zodiac sign. Astria thought he wants to ask for the power of the 7th sign. Sehen says the 7th sign of the 12 out of the zodiac, Libra. Astria thought a little and wrote to him that she would not ask how he knew this. She understood that he would not tell. But does he really want Luke to use Libra? If so, she cannot give him her consent. Sehen says she just needs to summon even if Luke can't control the Libra. The goddess said softly, if only to call. Sehen calls out to Jisoo and she asks what is it. Sehen caught her and gave her a little hug. He said that he knew it was uncomfortable, but let him bear it for a bit. Jisoo agreed with him and he covered the shield in front of them with orichalcum. Sehen turned around and looked at Luke. The goddess explained everything to him, and Luke said, so this is the goal, to call. He couldn't pronounce the name and thought, what's the matter? He can't say it out loud. He even catches his breath. But you have to be patient. He drew air into his lungs and stretched his hand up. He calls the scales of the goddess Libra. Meanwhile, on the street, Gion and Sunhyuk looked at the sky in surprise. Gion told him to look up. Sunhyuk said, but this is the territory that Outrising is in charge of. What is happening there? Is that why he told them not to go into the dungeon? A huge beam of light rushed from the dungeon into the sky. Antares asks, so did he really call for Libra? Here's the psycho. There is no one here who has divine skills. Sehen listened to him and held Jisoo in his arms. She was a little embarrassed. Antares asks, why call if none of them can even pick up these scales? Luke was covered with sweat and he became ill. Antares thought, no, wait a minute. Come on. There was a deafening roar. Huge golden scales fell from the sky. Sehen and Jisoo were sitting behind the shield. He thought that Antares had calmed down a bit. He looked at the scales. This is Libra. It immediately disappeared because there is no user. Sehen looked towards Luke. It looked like he had passed out from the impact. He did his best and did a great job in his role. And now it's Sehen's turn and he began to get an iron stake. Antares looks at him puzzled, and many iron stakes are pierced into his body. He did not expect this. Antares looked at Sehen in the air and saw him as a great danger. Will he, Antares, die at the hands of the player during some 5th task? It cannot be. By no means can it be. There was an explosion. Sehen landed on the ground. He knew he would. Antares is gone. That's right, because the death of one of the 12 signs of the zodiac is a big problem that cannot be compared with Kara's. The publisher had to put his hand here. It's a pity, and Sehen could have received a good reward. But if the publisher intervened, then the system will not leave it just like that. He looks into the window of the system and thinks that something must have appeared right before he disappeared. The system reported that he had beaten one of the 12 signs of the zodiac to a pulp. He gains the Scorpion Hunter achievement and in a rank skill choice. Sehen thinks okay with this achievement, but picking in a rank skill is another matter. They generously slept, not in vain he tried. Still, if he could handle it, he might at least get a divinity, or a skill, a bit of a pity. He felt a strange energy emanating from underground. What's the matter? What kind of powerful magic is coming out? He hit the place where the magic came from and exclaimed in delight, is this Esther? Astral metal Esther, similar in power to mithril. But does it have stronger magic resistance? And in terms of the conductivity of magic, this is the best metal. It retains the virtues of other metals, and at the same time has the unique power of Esther. It's not just a rare metal. Sehen wondered if this would be enough for the initial capital. But one problem remains. He looks at Luke and Jisoo and thinks how he can take these two with him. Can fly. Players on the street are discussing the Dayside Guild. For sure this guild won the first place. Someone heard that they called a star from the sky. Another player asks to tell about that man with black wings who took off into the sky. They say, according to rumors, everyone who made a contract with the devil was destroyed. The players exclaimed. Finally it appeared. A ranking window appeared in front of them. Dayside was in first place. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, Azazel lies on the bed and says that she is bored. She is so bored lying in bed all day. Chavon trains punches and asks, then he can challenge her to a fight. Azazel asks why would she fight him. Chavon stretched his hand and asked if it would be better for her to return to the world of devils. If she kept idly, the demons would start whispering behind her back. Azazel lies with her head hanging down and says that she does not really want this. Who dares to say something about her? She's just too lazy, that's all. She called him a despicable worm and Chavon smiled. He said that he did not understand how it was possible to be so lazy in the third place in the world of devils. Azazel replies that she is lazy because she is strong. She has been so strong since childhood. She never trained or did uninteresting things. This is a feature of the strongest. She thinks though there is one person, that golden-haired girl they saw that time. If she wants to become a demon, will she have to give up her seat? Although it's not that important. Chavon asks, then why is she still with him? He's just a low-level player who's obsessed with getting stronger and training, which she dislikes so much. She says that it looks like there are many different thoughts in his head. She already said it looked funny. His efforts and techniques are the exact opposite of her skills, and his struggle to fill the missing talent with his diligence reminds her of a teddy bear out of a toy box. She is tired of these observers. She is much more interested in watching everything live. How can you just look at a toy and not play with it? She asks him why he wants to become stronger. Is it to take revenge on that raven? Chavon denies her words and says that he lost there. He will fight him again if he meets him, but he has no desire for revenge. In this situation, he just does what he can, that's all. Azazel looks at him and thinks he's got it. He has no purpose. And she thought, he doubts, so that's the reason. She tells him that she would like to go shopping. Chavon asks, to the store. Does she need something? She says no and offers to just go out for a bit. Chavon quietly asked what she was up to again. They reached their destination and Azazel said that it would be nice here. Chavon noted that this place is not exactly to her taste. She replied to this worm that he talks too much. She climbed up on the panels and Chavon asked her what she was going to do. She replied that she would meditate. Chavon wondered what was going on in her head. They are located in an industrial area. Suddenly, he noticed a girl running between the columns. He thought, where did the child come from in such a place? Azazel thinks that someone like him, who even used the pearl to free the children, won't be able to watch this. She asks him what he is worth. Let her go. If you leave everything as it is, the girl can die. Chavon asked, are the demons already saving children now? She asked in response, where is it written that it is forbidden? Chavon thought that she never gave normal answers. The girl ran through the industrial zone and thought that in her future there was nothing but death. But recently, everything has become so vague that she can no longer predict something. Someone who was originally not supposed to intervene in this matter. Men were chasing her and shouting that there would be a dead end soon. They can't stop, they'll get her soon. The girl, with tears in her eyes, turns in their direction and bumps into someone. She fell to the ground. Chavon stood in front of her. The girl saw black clothes on him and was scared. Is he also a demon, or not? She has some other feeling. He is a contract soldier. She should have run into a contractor when she was running away from these servants of the devil. She cowered in fear and asked him for help. The men who were chasing her asked, who else is this? This is the one who made a contract with the devil. Isn't he new? Chavon looked at them and thought that they were servants of the devil. But why are they all wearing blue clothes? For a long time they only wore black clothes. The man asks him who he is. Is he after that girl too? Does he think they will give it to him so easily? Chavon hit him in the face and the man flew a few meters away. Chavon told him to shut up and just die. Some time has passed. Chavon rested, sitting on the edge of the table, and the girl looked at the corpses of her pursuers. Chavon asks her to listen to him. She turns around and asks what. He turned in her direction and asked why they were chasing her. Not even one, but a whole gang. She began to mumble uncertainly and Chavon said that if she doesn't want to, then she doesn't have to say it. Let her go. She asks in disbelief, what? He said if she didn't want to answer, then he wouldn't ask her. It seems that he dealt with all the pursuers, but then she can handle it. He thought that he must have asked her too much, but if they want to grab her again, he will not be able to do anything. Chavon was descending the stairs and felt her presence from behind. She followed him. Chavon thought that she was strange. Surely she would not run after his motorcycle. They go out to Azazel and she exclaimed, she has finally arrived. Azazel went downstairs, took the girl by the chin and asked her what was her name. She asked dumbfounded, what? Azazel repeated the question, what is her name? The girl replied that her name was Sua. Sua thought, who is that in front of her? Maybe she's a player. Chavon tells Azazel not to scare her. She replied that she did not scare. If he was going to take her with him, she would have to go separately. Chavon said that he planned to leave this girl here. Azazel asked, is it true? But she is not just an ordinary child. He replied that he didn't care. Sua got excited and asked him to wait. She thought that this man had changed her fate. She was originally supposed to die here. He turned around and asked what was the matter. Sua asks him to take her with him. He asks why he should take her with him. She replied that she could see the future. Chavon specified, the future. Sua admitted that she is the avatar of Skuld, the goddess who rules the future. Sua knows how this game will end. His gaze changed for a moment and he asked, and what next? She wondered what. He asked if that was the reason why he should take her with him. Sua says that if he doesn't, her brother will die. She began to cry and tremble and said that her brother was dying. Initially it was she who had to die, then her brother would have decided to take revenge, escape from imprisonment, and then he would have survived. But the opposite happened, and now her brother will die. Chavon was silent and understood everything, so she knew the outcome of events and therefore brought him here. Let him just tell him this, he asked Azazel. Will she be able to return alone? She answered of course, he can go, and she will take a walk. Chavon got on his motorcycle and told Sua to sit behind him. She asked what? He replied that first you need to go back, and then they will talk, and by the way, he does not have a helmet. They returned and Sua began to talk about how those who kidnapped her and her brother were a rival guild to Crescent Moon. Chavon was drinking coffee and asked what the name of the guild was. She replied that it was the Cape of Darkness Guild. He thinks Cape of Darkness. They broke away from the Cape group, didn't they? It's no wonder they're outrageous. He asks if they steal children too. Sua says that's not the point. They just wanted to use her abilities. With her ability to see the future, they were going to benefit from the guild events. Of course, she didn't want to help them. They took her brother hostage, so she gave them minimal information. Suddenly, Azazel suddenly appeared in front of them and asked how accurately she could predict the future. Sua was frightened by her appearance and almost spilled her tea. She said that for starters, she can see what will happen in 3 seconds. These are very simple scenes. There is almost no skill cooldown, and she can use it whenever she wants. She can also see a certain date, such as a few days or months later. The further the future, the longer the cooldown of the skill. Azazel says this is more than a normal avatar's skills. Maybe her own skills were added here. She thought she looked normal physically. Wow, what synergy they have, since Skuld treasures it so much. Chavon asked, is that all? Sua said that there is something else. She knows how this game will end. Chavon asked how the game would end. Azazel thought, how is that possible? Even the gods are not allowed to know this. Although, if it's a human being, it's possible she could bypass the system. Sua clarifies that she can see the end. She knows how this world will end. Azazel asked what is the end now. In most cases, such games end badly, so everything will be bad here too. Sua denies her words. Azazel asks, is there a happy ending then? Sua replies that this is not true either. Azazel asks, not happy? Sua says yes. In her mind, she said that to be honest, the end has already changed once, but she does not know the reason for this. She knew what the end would be before the game even started. She knew that only one person would survive. Bad ending, lonely world. But the ending changed just before the start of the game. Then she saw the end that would be this time. This was the real end, in which Sehen was able to subdue the demons and became the demon lord of madness. At this time, Sehen yawned tiredly and thought that he planned to stop at the 2nd or 3rd place in the ranking. But somehow it happened that they took 1st place. He doesn't know if they got scared or retreated, but they didn't get any points in the end. Although it's better than giving away the Crescent Moon dungeon. More importantly, why is Snowy looking at him like that? She says she's thinking about what to call him. He asks to call. She confirmed his words and said maybe she should call him Dad. Sehen was already getting nervous at these words. He said no, you can't. She asked, then who is Mom? There is no mother as such, but if you think about it, then Lin is suitable. He asked her if she was crazy. Snowy asked, why not? He answers her that of course it is impossible. Society will peck him. Let her just call him by his first name. It's more convenient for him. Snowy agreed. Sehen thought, this Mina. She says that such a cold creature is very cute, and she drags her everywhere with her. However, she is rather unusual, perhaps due to Lin's blood. But she had already manifested 5 magic attack techniques and even a regeneration skill. If she continued to develop, then she would become as great as Lin herself. He asked her if she wanted to tell him something, so she waited here. She confirms his words and says that Chan's uncle asked him to tell him that there was a dungeon that he was looking for. Sehen asks, dungeon? He looked out the window and sent the raven to investigate. He thinks Chan was kind of told that he had business there, because he constantly went into the dungeons, so he gained strength. The news came pretty quickly. The raven flew through the forest and found what he was looking for. Below he saw a dungeon of dreams. Sehun gets up from the couch and says to go. Snowy asks, does she have to go too? He tells her that this time he will need her power. She asked in surprise, her strength. He answered yes, the power of the sacred beast to open the dungeon door. The dream dungeon, unlike other dungeons, was separated from the world. This is called Instance Dungeon. And to enter the dream dungeon, an item with sacred power is needed. But despite such great restrictions, you could get Laplace's hourglass as a reward. This is an S-rank treasure that can show the future of one person for 30 minutes. However, due to the incomprehensible limit of half an hour, it is perceived as garbage. But he desperately needed it. He asks Jisoo why is she following him. She wouldn't be able to go into this dungeon with him anyway. She replied that just like that, she wanted to take a look at the Instance Dungeon. In addition, when he enters, someone will have to look after Snowy. He agrees with her and says that there is a problem with that door. He asks Snowy if she can open the door. She got a little worried and released a magic bubble from the horn, and it flew towards the door. It made contact with the door and burst. The door began to emit light, and a portal appeared in its place. Sehun patted Snowy on the head and said that she did well. Jisoo asks if they should just wait there. Sehun says they can go back. Then Jisoo replied that they would. Sehun reaches out to the portal and enters. The conditions for clearing the dream dungeon depend on who entered it. It mostly has to do with the person he most wants to see. Although he himself is the first time in such a dungeon. Sehun sees the ruins and thinks that it looks like a memory from a past life when he was in this building. Suddenly he heard a loud sound. The building collapsed and Sehun protected himself with a barrier. He went downstairs and thought that what he regrets the most is that very task. It stopped and began to form magical holes. A guy appeared behind him. He felt it and turned around. He clenched his fist and spears shot out of the magic holes right at that guy. He quickly jumped back to the roof of the building and spoke of how dangerous it was. Sehun asked what he was doing here at this time. Min Suho replied that naturally he had come to kill him. Sehun replied that he knew it. He thought that it coincided with his memory. Everything was planned just perfectly. Min Suho says that you should have agreed to the terms. Well, in principle, it is clear that it is better to save the players than ordinary people, but still there are too many of them. And yet, Sehun was going to attack them anyway. Min Suho asked Sehun what he planned to hide and do it on the sly, right? Sehun remained silent and thought that the dream dungeon was trying to make him laugh. This task is one of the ones he regrets the most. Its conditions were quite simple. 1,000 good players and 100,000 ordinary people. One had to choose one and save. Each of the teams could not leave the area monitored by the game master. The rest of the players had to choose one side, and after the choice it was necessary to kill the opposite team. It's a really terrible job. And that time he chose 1,000 players, because the game needs players more than ordinary people. So he had to fight Min Suho as well. Min Suho asks Sehun what's the matter. Doesn't look like he's going to fight. If he goes back quietly, he will make an exception and not kill him. He doesn't have the mindset to kill all enemies like he does. Sehun replies what a relief. Now he'll just back off, but that doesn't mean he's giving up on the mission. Min Suho proudly presses his fist to his chest and says it doesn't matter. No matter what his team does, they will still win. Sehun thinks about how self-confident he is, but there is an explanation for this, since his guild was the strongest at that time. Sehun raises his hands and says he's retreating today. Min Suho says it doesn't look like him. Sehun says he has too much on his mind right now. He said that he went and abruptly took off. Min Suho lifted his head and looked thoughtfully at the sky. Sehun raced at high speed and thought that his body was still not what it was in his youth. How old was he then? He seems to be 30 years old. In any case, this moment will not be the same as in a past life. After all, in theory, here he was supposed to kill Min Suho. How will his guild react? What does Min Suho think of him and that he just backed off? He remembers how Lin Taylor stood near people. In the past life, he made a choice he regretted. Sehun stopped at the top of the building, looked at the night city from a height. In this mission, he killed Lin. Song Shiu asks Sehun how it went. Did he succeed? Sehun says he didn't succeed because too much was in the way, so he got out of there. Sehun notices that Song Shiu looks like a stranger. The people behind Song Shiu ask, did it look like the players on the other side wouldn't ambush them? He should tell them some details. The time to complete the quest is almost over. Sehun says he doesn't know everything either. He needs to think about something, so they should think about it themselves. After a while, Sehun thinks that nightmares are really terrible. And where did such a stupid dungeon come from? He guessed that his growth rate was much slower compared to him in the second round. The system window says that his strength is 118 points rank A, dexterity is 62 points rank S, magic power is 55 points rank B, Physical strength is 94 points. Rank as Sehen thinks that now he has much more skills. And the task, it turns out he needs to do it again. The system notifies that an additional task is cleaning the Dungeon of Dreams. Sehen's memories have taken shape and he must complete a task from the memories. Warning: if he dies inside the memories, he will die in reality. Task difficulty level B. Time limit until the end of the task inside the memory. Sehen doesn't understand. Can he, like in his previous life, just kill the enemy? Maybe it will be easier for him to do it a second time. Still, something is not right here. Is there no other way? The Dream Witch asks what is he thinking so hard about. Sehen recalls that at this time this girl was already acting as his supporter. Sehen asks the witch what's the matter. The witch says that he is not very friendly today, but she still supports him. If this time he saves humanity, then his choice will be the right one. Sehen knows for sure that this is a lie. If this world continues to follow this plan, it will eventually be destroyed. And the fact that he returned to that moment, which can no longer be changed. Even then, he couldn't curse her, because her concern for humanity was sincere. Sehen calls the witch, but changes his mind and tells Hydra that he has one question for her. Hydra asks what did he just say. Sehen says he has one question for her. Hydra says that she is not talking about this, but about what he said before. Sehen says he called her by her first name. Hydra asks to say it again. Sehen calls her by name and asks if she's happy. Sehen recalls that the Dream Witch Hydra is an external god who appears in the Cthulhu mythos and is also the only deity who has shown interest in humans. In other words, this is a deity from another world who wanted to participate in the game from another universe. However, there was no such creature that could at least say something to her. Whatever she did, she had the power to forgive her everything. Perhaps that's why even the system itself left her alone. Sehen doesn't know why she wanted to make him her avatar, but she supported him in every possible way, wanting humanity to stay alive. This is his god, who left after the destruction of the world. Hydra says that today he is kind of strange. What does he want to ask? Sehen says it's about the Dream Dungeon. Hydra says that she didn't expect the question about the Dream Dungeon. Sehen says that he just happened to remember it. Hydra asks if it is possible that this situation is his dream. Most likely because it's a dream dungeon, which is why he called her by her first name. Sehen says that's not exactly the reason. Hydra says that people don't change their minds so quickly. Any being with individuality cannot do this. Even gods who just look like humans can't do that. If someone knows how to experience emotions, then this is quite natural. Sehen is not someone who depends on his own memories to talk about it. Besides, he hadn't visited the Dream Dungeon yet. His current situation had nothing to do with this dungeon, so she could only come to that conclusion. Sehen asks if she doesn't care that she's not real. Hydra says that she doesn't care about such things at all. He never called her by her first name. It's a pretty nice idea. She feels a little out of her element, but she won't ask him about those things. Sehen says that he wants her to tell him about the Dream Dungeon. Some things haunt him. Everything here is too perfect. He doesn't remember the faces of all the players he's met. However, this person definitely existed in this world. He wants to know if they were accidentally created by the dungeon, or were they really involved in this event. Hydra says that she did not expect anything else from her avatar. He's right, human memory is a very unstable thing. This world cannot be created only from the memories of man. Sehen asks what does that mean. Hydra says that using human memory as a basis, they are looking for that moment in time. They then directly copy his world. If this is done through the system, then it is quite doable. His past or future takes shape. The people who exist here begin to behave and think in the same way as those characters. But they are not real. They're just copies that the dungeon created, even her. Sehen says he seems to be starting to understand. Hydra asks what exactly is he beginning to understand. Sehen says that he understands how he can complete this task. Sehen thinks that in order to clear the Dream Dungeon, he needs to complete this quest again. He could do it in the same way as in the previous life, but if he wants to get a normal reward, then the answer that he already knows cannot be used. The result that the Dream Dungeon wants to see is not a repetition of the past. It needs to be completed perfectly, as he could not finish it then. If he had saved that child, if he had only done so, would it have turned out differently? Song Xiu asks if he wants to find Mina. Does he hope that she will help him in battle? Will Mina really help him if she does what she wants? Sehen says he has one reason. To be more precise, he needs an item that she can make. Song Xiu asks, an item she can make. Sehen says he needs an elixir. Maybe Song Xiu can make it himself. Song Xiu says that as far as alchemy is concerned, it will be too difficult for him. However, most likely there is not a single player who can know where Mina is now. Isn't she one of those who come and go like the wind? Sehen says it's true. Song Xiu says that then he will go now as he has something to complete. Sehen thinks that even if Song Xiu, who is the best equipment manufacturer and knows all the top players, doesn't know where she is. Then what about others? In addition, now he cannot enter the chat. If so, then he has no choice. Sehen asks Idra where is Mina now. Idra tells Sehen that he is becoming more childlike. Usually all he did was ignore her. Sehen says it's a vision, so you can afford to be more shameless. By the way, she could write a message instead of showing up like this. He had heard that appearing in his form also cost moles. Idra says she doesn't have to worry about things like that. If it's a real illusion, like he said, then what's the point of her keeping points? Sehen asks, so where is Mina? Hydra says that this child is in Chonin. Sehen says that then he should leave right now. Some time later, Sehen, standing in front of the building, asks if this is here. Sehen understands that this is high school. Upon entering the school building, Sehen thinks the place is perfect for horror movies. Sehen notices the school uniform and thinks, doesn't Mina wear the same uniform? It looks like she's not wearing this uniform for convenience. Sehen, sensing danger, deflected the blade that was thrown at him. Mina says she didn't think he could block it. Sehen says that he didn't think she would decide to ambush either. Mina says that the current world is already completely plunged into chaos. Wouldn't it be better to strike suddenly before she was killed? Sehen says it's true, it's been a while since they last saw each other, but it's too much. Mina asks, has it been a long time? Right, she thinks she might have seen that disgusting face before, about 2 years ago. So what's the matter? Had he just come to see her? Sehen says you can say that. Mina asks how did he know she was here? Is there still an avatar that still talks to their god? Sehen asks if he thought she was the favorite too, didn't he? Mina says that it used to be like that. Although it's been about a year since she's completely done with it. Sehen thinks that now that he's thought about it, he doesn't remember seeing the Watcher the last time he saw her. In the end, this game is nothing more than the entertainment of the gods, who then abandon their avatars. Mina asks, since he came here, he must have something to say, right? He should follow her, because this is not the right place to talk. When they entered classroom 3-2, Sehen noticed something on the table. Mina says that these are photographs of the dead. Sehen asks, are they all? Mina agrees and says that, however, she couldn't get all the photos of her classmates. Sehen asks, it looks like they were a very close-knit class, is that right? Mina says that's not entirely true, she doesn't have many friends. The world began to change, so she had to change too. She was a quiet child before. Sehen says he can't imagine it. Mina says that before she passed the first task, she realized that it would not go any further. She realized that she had to survive, no matter how. In addition, she is very good at acting. She still remembers the day the game started. She and her 2 girlfriends decided to skip school and go to Seoul, when all of a sudden the world just took off and turned upside down. Sehen asks, isn't she from Seoul City? Mina says that she came from a provincial town to play. At that time, she had a friend who needed to go to Seoul, so she helped her. However, she separated from her friends and stayed in Seoul for a while looking for them. At first she had no money, so she robbed banks, but it was all to no avail. The school uniform was the only thing that united them, so she could not wear other clothes. Sehen asks how did she find her friends. Mina says she found them, but it was already too late. They endured for a very long time, but when she found them, they were almost there. Sehen asks how long did you endure? Mina says that it looks like they made a contract with some kind of devils, but they used them and then killed them. It seems to her that everything was in vain. Therefore, she honors the memory of the dead as best she can. Her parents died on the first day, so she had nowhere to go. Sehen thinks, could it be the Dark Brotherhood? Sehen remembers, didn't he kill all the members of the Dark Brotherhood? Sehen asks if her friends didn't happen to belong to the Dark Brotherhood. Mina asks if this is the same place that Nibiru's ruled. Her friends were elsewhere. Sehen thinks that in the future he should be more careful when dealing with those who made a contract with the devil. He should tell Jisoo about it too. Mina says that he asks about such small details so much, it looks like he's a little bored. So what's his business here? Sehen says that he was actually going to ask her for help with the task, but after listening to her story, he thinks it will be quite difficult for her. He wanted to ask her to make an elixir. Mina asks, assignment. So he's talking about choice. She first wanted to choose 100,000 people, but then mistakenly chose 1,000 players. Sehen doesn't understand if it was really a mistake. However, luck seems to be on her side. Mina says that since she was getting bored, she will help him. How many bottles of elixir does he need? Sehen says he only needs 1 bottle and wanted to ask her to make 1 more. Mina asks what is it? She can't create anything more than an elixir. Sehen says he knows about it and it's easier than the elixir. Here it is, she should do the same so that it can be used by higher ranked players. At that time, Min Suho thinks it's weird. First he retreated, and now he has completely disappeared. This is not at all like him. What is he up to? Someone asks Min Suho what he thinks. Now there is a meeting, The rest he has to think about later. Min Suho apologized. Shang Song Hwan, Silver Hand Guild leader, says that the quest is about a week away. They must sum up. The guy asks if he can't just deal with everything. Wouldn't it all end after using one skill? Shang Song Hwan tells Kang Junshik not to underestimate them. They are, of course, a strong guild, but there are capable players among them. If they launch an attack in a hurry, they may get hurt themselves. Kang Junshik says he is too careful. Isn't this the usual toothless genesis? Shang Song Hwan says that Saint Xinyuhua is still there. Kang Junshik asks who is this saint who abandoned 100,000 ordinary people. By the way, when he thinks about it, there is also that guy in black. He makes a bad impression. This is the same strange guy who used various types of guns. Shang Song Hwan says that he is talking about Sehen. He is very annoying. He is most likely the strongest player on their team. Kang Junshik asks the youngest of their team, didn't she want to kill him? Shang Song Hwan says he should stop talking about it. The guy enters the room and apologizes for interrupting the meeting. The guy says they have a problem. A huge number of players have been found outside the quarantine zone. Kang Junshik says that's why they were very quiet. Have they finally finished preparing? He's coming. The man in the armor says that he will go instead. If he goes, it can damage their guild. He quickly clears up and returns. Some time later, Sehen asks, did she do it in 2 days? Mina says she just had nothing to do. Sehen thinks that after all, Mina is from the future on a completely different level. If she agrees to everything so easily, then he should immediately ask her for help. By the way, today will be the very day when they will be dealt a crushing blow. Although he immediately joined after recovering from the battle with Min Suho, and they won. Only most of them had to be killed with a sneak attack. He should go to Song Shiu and immediately advance. This battle will be fought by Kim Ti-hong. Now he has a great opportunity. He must defeat Kim Ti-hong while he is acting alone. Kim Ti-hong asks what will they do now. The man says they should have retreated when the ambush failed. Kim Ti-hong says he gives him 10 minutes to make up his mind. This is the last warning. The man asks the captain if they will really retreat. The captain asks what he's talking about. Does he seriously want to fight Kim Ti-hong? The man asks the captain, does he have no pride at all? Is he really going to run away from the enemy who laughs in their face? The captain thinks this guy is way stronger than they are. But why did he warn them 3 times? Maybe they have a reason why he can't fight right now. Maybe they should try to fight. The captain says they won't retreat. He'll break his neck here and now. Kim Ti-hoon says if it's his choice, then there's nothing he can do about it. From now on, he will fight alone. The guy behind Kim Ti-hoon asks if everything will be okay. His opponents are high-level players. Kim Ti-hong asks if he still dares to say something behind his back. The captain asks this arrogant freak if he really thought he could handle them alone. The captain uses the axe or a skill. The captain thinks the idiot didn't even try to block the head, although it is possible that he was too fast for him. Kim Ti-hong asks if he knows Baldur. The captain remembers hearing about it. This is from Northern European mythology, the second son of the great god Odin, Baldur, the god of light. Undoubtedly, this is one of the gods of the highest rank. Kim Ti-hong says that Baldur was universally loved and nothing in the world could harm him. Kim Ti-hong sends the captain flying with a punch and says that this applies to him as well. The players are amazed that Kim Ti-hong defeated a high-level player with a single punch and they need to get out of here as soon as possible. Kim Ti-hong asks who told them he let them go. He's already warned them 3 times. They themselves are to blame for not wanting to retreat. Kim Ti-hong rushed in pursuit with great speed and, catching up with them, delivered a blow of great force. Kim Ti-hong says it is him. Everyone around was talking about the guy in black, so he was curious to look at him. He immediately recognized that it was Kim Sehen. He had heard that Sehen wasn't the type to fight face to face. Sehen says that's true, but those idiots could die. Kim Ti-hoon thinks there are no players in the Silver Hand Guild who are stronger than him, but he was able to block his shot. Something capable of resisting his power. Sehen asks Kim Ti-hoon if he knows what kind of chronic disease RPG games have. There are times when there are not very useful items, but they are still not used. In the end, it seems like a waste to use these items, so he doesn't even if he should have used them. Kim Ti-hoon asks what is he even talking about. Sehen thinks that he from the past was too cautious. Sehen says that to put it simply, he won't be able to defeat him even if he puts his life on the line. A message appeared in front of Kim Ti-hong's face, saying that he should quickly run away from there. At the same moment, Sehen struck. Kim Ti-hong doesn't understand. Hasn't his skill been activated? Did he use poison? Sehen says this is the end. This is a good start. Sometime later, Sun Huk asks if what he just heard is true. Does he mean that he killed Kim Ti-hong? Sehen asks if the news about this has already spread. It all somehow ended up like this. Sun Huk asks if Kim Ti-hoon is the one he can somehow kill. Sehen says it's something like that. Sehen thinks that if his name becomes known to everyone because of what happened, it will be easier for him to get out now this time. If he hadn't been stingy with the use of mistletoe in his past life as well, then he would have been able to lessen the losses that were his fault. Mistletoe is an S-grade item. It is the branch that started the Norse myth of Ragnarok. Mistletoe can nullify God's skills. Sun Huk says that he knew Sehen was strong, but didn't think he was that strong. Sehen says he is indeed stronger than he looks. He will be able to meet face to face with all the leaders of the Silver Hand Guild. Sun Huk asks, is it really possible? He says he can single-handedly take on the entire guild's silver hand alone. He's not lying about that, is he? Sehen says that he has no interest in lying. Now can he express his opinion? Sun Huk agrees and says he wants to hear it. Sehen says he wants Sun Huk to give him 3 days. He will finish the quest in this time period. Sometime later, the sacred Shinyuwa says that she was seriously surprised this time. Very surprised. What did they do? It wasn't enough for him that he killed Kim Tae-hoon, so he decided to bring his corpse here too. Just what was he thinking? Sehen says that she is the most wonderful magical healer among the players. Shinyuwa thanks him for the compliment and asks, but what's the point of him bringing the corpse to her? Sehen says there is no particular reason for this. He's just asking if it's possible to ask him. Shinyuwa asks, is he really crazy? How can she revive a dead person? Sehen says that he thought it was possible for the sacred Shinyuwa. Shinyuwa says that he should stop saying sacred this, sacred that. This annoys her. Sehen asks if she can't revive him. Is there any reason? Shinyuwa says that he is dead. She is sure that the reason why her regeneration skills have no effect. Sehen asks if she's sure about this. Shinyuwa agrees and says that he did a good job of killing him. But how did he manage to heal his wound? She has very little vision of the stab wound. Sehen says that he gave him the elixir before he died. Shinyuwa asks, why did he kill him then if he gave him the elixir? Sehen says he doesn't know. Shinyuwa asks he is trying to test something on her, isn't he? Sehen denies this. Shinyuwa says that he should stop lying. Does he really think she's just going to fall for it again? If the effect of the elixir was activated, it means that at that moment he was alive. Also, it means that he died after the elixir was applied. Does this mean that he should have been healed since the elixir was applied to him, but he died? This is weird. Sehen says that's the way it is. Shinyuwa asks what does it mean it is. He does it again. He acts like he doesn't know what's going on when he really does. She realizes that Sehen is planning something. Giving her this corpse, which is not just a corpse, is also necessary for this, isn't it? Sehen says it's because there's no one here he can trust as much as her. Shinyuwa says that he has a great command of words. Situations like this won't just get bigger, will they? Sehen says he will, but it won't be necessary to come here as he will take care of everything in one go. Shinyuwa says it's fortunate. Next time he will have to tell her that he will come. Then she would at least be able to prepare for it. Sehen says he will do it. He'll bring her a present or something like that the next time he comes. Shinyuwa says that he might just not bring her any more work. Sehen remembers that after this quest ends, Shinyuwa will die in the next one. But this moment is nothing more than a fantasy that the dungeon shows him. It will all be over as soon as he completes the task and gets out of this dungeon. Last time, he couldn't even greet her the way he did now. Shinyuwa told him that he should not lose consciousness, he could survive. Sehen remembers that she took care of him for a long time after he was injured in a fight with Min Suho. But they couldn't meet again after he was cured. At that time, Kang Junshik asks if this freak has always been this strong. Chong Song Hwan says that he must have known about Kim Tae-hong's weaknesses. There is a good chance that he used mistletoe. Kang Junshik asks who could know he has something like this. Chong Song Hwan says that Sehen said he would prepare carefully to be able to fight any player. Kang Junshik asks the child, isn't she surprised? Lin says that she is not surprised, as he was also able to kill her father after all. Kang Junshik says he thought that was what he was famous for. Kang Junshik recalls the Soul Collapse incident. The hero who killed one of the 12 constellations, Taurus Aldebaran, was Luke Taylor, and Sehen was the one who killed him, saying he was out of control. Because of this, he was famous for a while after that, but the news quickly died down as the person concerned disappeared. Lin says that the goddess made her her avatar after this incident, but she no longer spoke to her, likely due to her father's death. Although, she really thinks that the goddess has been watching over her all this time. She will definitely kill this man. Kang Junshik says that Lin is talented, so it's quite possible someday. But he can't wait that long. He will be the one to kill this freak. Everyone in the room feels that he is determined. Jian Seowen slams his fist on the table and says that they have been too carefree until now, because they thought there was no player capable enough to take on the Silver Hand leader. But in the end, they lost one of the strongest members of the guild because of this, and in a short time too. They no longer have the luxury of being so frivolous. Just in case, they need to make sure that no one does anything alone. They need to inform everyone about this. After 2 days, they will make sure to repay their debt as soon as their preparations are finished. Sometime later, Sehen puts the guy to sleep behind the backs of the other two. Sehen asks if he should start now. Civilian territory is over. Hydra observes Sehen with the help of an observer and asks him what he will do now. Sehen said he would fight. Hydra asked him, does he think he can handle it alone? She didn't know he was that reckless. Sehen said he just didn't do it before. But why did he change his mind? Sehen said that he just found out that he can do a lot more than he thought. The main reason is that earlier he did not take into account that he had Hydra. As she knows, he refused to use the power of the gods in every possible way and considered it to be tightening a noose around his own neck. In fact, it really is tightening the noose, but this is not so important, unless he dies, especially since this is just a fantasy world. He asked Hydra if she could edit videos. Young Sang Hwan is on the roof of the building asking Min Suho if he checked the quantity. Min Suho said that it is unknown, but judging by the fact that they operate in secret, there are not many of them. Young Sang Hwan is watching the whole city, but they never caught his eye. Maybe they are already outside the city, or do they have a skill that allows them to cover their tracks? Lee Soren said that it pisses her off and suggested that they just attack them. Min Suho said that they don't know what the ones they've already attacked can do. Lee Soren, the leader of the Silver Hand Guild, said that if they don't try to catch their eye, it means they're in the minority. What can they do if they are few? Which is why they should strike first. Min Suho said they don't know for sure, so she should be patient. Lee Soren said that he doesn't usually act like this. Is he really chickened out? He just has a bad feeling. Lee Soren yells that if they leave it like that, they will be trapped. He doesn't do anything. That's why she's nervous. In that case, she'll be fine on her own. These cowardly morons can't even deal with some small fish. Suddenly felt some kind of aura, but when she turned around, she saw nothing and thought that it seemed to her. But judging by the black smoke, there's definitely something there. She saw something glowing in the darkness. Is it a bomb? This is very stupid, because some loser got caught by a specialist in magic. Now she will make an ordinary piece of iron out of this device. The bomb did stop glowing, but the base of the bomb lit up instead. Lee Soren does not understand what's wrong, because she removed the magic. She realized it was a trap when a massive explosion went off. Everyone saw and heard that something exploded in the back street. The players inhaled the smoke and started coughing. The player fell to the ground dead from this strange smoke. Lee Soren managed to escape the explosion, but she inhaled the smoke. The good thing is that she didn't pass out. But what is the effect of this poison? Sehen knew that she would be the first to find the bomb. Although Lee Soren found the bomb first, she is completely safe and sound. Maybe she's fine, but normal people aren't. Because of her, smoke spread throughout the city. The bomb was twice as powerful, more than he thought. Lee Soren gritted her teeth in anger and asked him what kind of demon he was. Sehen took out a blade and said she was finished. Morian is quite a troublesome existence. Lee Soren cannot understand how he learned the name of her god. He is unusual, so she must finish him off with one blow. She did not have time to do anything and blood gushed out of her mouth. Sehen hasn't seen such skills in a long time. She did not even notice his presence and he was behind her, thrusting a blade into her. The bomb seems to have served its purpose well. Lee Soren died and collapsed to the ground. Although he needs to handle the backup first, he doesn't feel so good about this. Then, he needs to wrap it up quickly before the other guys come. Kang Junshik and Min Suho spotted Lee Soren and rushed over to her. Sehen said it's clean here. They should arrive by now. And so it happened. They clenched their teeth at the fact that they found this freak. Min Suho understands that this is his mistake. He shouldn't have let Sehen go. He was too stupid to think that he was one of the players who fought for the people. He should have put an end to it even then. A lot of ordinary people die because of this smog, but the smog has already spread and now even the players are at risk. Lee Soren also died. He must kill Sehen, because he cannot be left just like that. Kang Junshik agrees. Min Suho, contracted god Matcha, and Kang Junshik, contracted god Agni. Sehen said that storm and fire is a terrible combination. Min Suho summoned his weapon and quickly followed the fleeing Sehen. Sehen realized that this guy is very fast, because he was behind him in a matter of seconds. Confident in his victory, Min Suho impaled him with his weapon and landed on the ground. Sehen played his cunning tricks and it was just a doppelganger. There are plenty of pesky Sehen on the battlefield. Kang Junshik summoned a fire tornado and yelled at Min Suho to dodge it with all his might. He ordered Sehen to die and was about to attack him with a tornado. Sehen activated the barrier on the tornado and said that he couldn't just let him use his skills. Kang Junshik didn't expect this turn of events. Sehen said that even though it was created with a skill, it was only fire after all. If you block the supply of oxygen and magical powers to the fire, it will easily go out. Kang Junshik reactivated the fire and said that Sehen was too arrogant. He slammed his fist on the ground and summoned a fiery tornado more powerful than the previous one. Sehen managed to dodge this explosion. They noticed it and called him a rat. Sehen told him not to worry as he had nowhere else to run. He wondered if Young Sang Hwan should be there, whether he trusted these two or he is busy with other business. But one thing is clear to Sehen: this is an ideal situation. They look pretty tired. Kang Junshik said he was talking nonsense, and they were just a little tired because he was running back and forth. Sehen said that he won't run away from them anymore. Is he ready to take a hit and die? Sehen said he just didn't need to run anymore. Min Suho realizes that something is wrong here. Sehen never interferes unless it's to his disadvantage, meaning he only fights when he's sure he'll win. He was hiding, and then he broke into them alone. He also acts so nonchalantly in a fight with two leaders of the Silver Hand Guild. In normal life, he would never do such a thing, which means that this is a trap. He grabbed Kang Junshik and said that they urgently need to get out of here. But it's too late. Everything around began to study the bright blue light from the crystals. They do not understand what is happening and fall to their knees from this pressure. Does he know how to use magic? Sehen said that to be precise, he doesn't use magic. He just activated the magic tool he had set up here in advance to catch them. Kang Junshik said that if he thinks it will help him catch them, then it won't happen. Sehen said it was a swamp with a special paralytic poison. Just in case, he tells them not to think that he is acting meanly, because they are fighting 2 against 1. Min Suho figured out why that jerk killed Lee Soren, who was a mage in the first place. If she had been with them, they would have lifted this spell. If they had only guessed ahead of time, this would not have happened. After a short time, other players saw this and hurried after him. Sehen wanted to do everything quietly, but he failed, because dealing with each player separately is also work. Young Sang Hwan already figured everything out. Can Sehen handle him and the others at the same time? He has the last way. Unexpectedly, he noticed a player near him who repelled his attack. Mina asked him if this was revenge for her attacking him last time. She got bored, so she came to help him. She was just curious what he was up to, but now she sees everything herself. He thinks he can do it, it's just a game. The players stood behind them and at the same second jumped to attack Ming. Mina snapped her fingers and made them stop mid-air. She is also participating in this task, so she will help him, because she has done almost nothing so far. Sehen thought she didn't really care. Mina says she doesn't give a damn about it for the most part. The players surrounded them and pointed their weapons at them. She is really haunted by how this task will end. She summoned many knives and threw them at the players. Sehen asked her if it's too much. Mina told him not to worry, it's the same as his daggers. First, they need to deal with him. Sehen has to make sure he can't get here. If he shows up, Mina will run away. Still, she is too quick-witted, but Sehen hopes for her help. Now these gentlemen, they must interfere with her. Young Sang Hwan thinks it's all because of him. His desire to save both players and ordinary people led to this result. This is some kind of mass terror. He should have stopped him from the start. Unexpectedly, Sehen told him that this task would be over soon. Young Sang Hwan noticed him and immediately moved towards him. He activated the fiery skill of victory, Kleom Sale. Sehen wondered if Young Sang Hwan was getting too excited to not notice anything around him. He does not know how this skill works, but if he uses tricks and pounces on him, then he may not leave a wet spot. Although this does not apply to him. Young Sang Hwan's mistake is that he relies too much on his own strength. He said that his mistake was that he showed too much mercy. He should have killed Sehen right away. Young Sang Hwan is not as strong as Min Suho, but he is also quite dangerous. It is not profitable for Sehen to fight in such a place, so first he needs to get as far away from here as possible. Young Sang Hwan realized that Sehen was trying to lure him in, but he thinks Sehen himself knows that he has no weak points. Sehen said he didn't know about the others, but he didn't have anything special in store for him. He accelerated and continued to run, angering Young Sang Hwan even more. Does this mean and vile person really think that he can defeat Young Sang Hwan alone? Sehen confirms this. He's just crazy. Sehen said that all preparations are now complete. Compared to him, he lacks a lot. He doesn't even have the brilliant skills he has. But he still has some things he's better at than Young Sang Hwan. Is it really his meanness or the ability to bluff? Sehen said that he certainly has this, but not only that. Young Sang Hwan will learn the most important thing from his own experience, because it will be much faster. He summoned the Hydra and the sky suddenly became much darker. Young Sang Hwan asked him what he was up to. Huge magical hands appeared behind Sehen. Player Kim Sehen has summoned the Dream Witch Hydra. Does he want to be her representative? Sehen nodded and divine power began to envelop him. He became the representative of the Dream Witch Hydra, an outer god. Also, he got the skill of spiritualization. He can temporarily use divine power by summoning it into his body. Sehen thinks that the system should have written there that you can die from using this skill. He can't even tell if he feels anything or not. One wrong move and he risks losing his mind. However, the power of the last player on Earth is quite within his power. He instantly darted straight towards Young Sang Hwan, who lost sight of him for a second. Even if he is the representative of the goddess, Sehen didn't let him finish, and their swords, shining with skill, crossed. Young Sang Hwan is shocked to realize that his Kleom Sale skill has disappeared. Sehen summoned his blade and attacked Young Sang Hwan with it. He had said that he would feel it firsthand. At this time, Lin was behind him with a blade in her hand. But she did not have time to do anything, because Sehen managed to jump away. She ran towards him without hesitation. This is similar to the Min Suho technique. This isn't on the same level as just an imitation. She's almost using it to its full capacity, it's just that she lacks experience. The green glow of Ling's sword changed to red. This is the Kang Junshik move. A huge tornado broke out, which Sehen managed to dodge. This is what is called superb talent. He looked at the observer and thought, not ready yet. The game watches him and says the stage is ready. Who knew that her avatar would achieve just that? A little girl who wants revenge because of her father, and the representative of the goddess, the killer who killed many people in the life. Everyone will love this scenario. Now it's time for them to get to the point. Sehen understands why Lin wants to kill him. Does she blame him for her father's death? Lin said that maybe it was, but that's not all. Sehen is too hard on himself and those around him. At this rate, soon there won't be anyone left. Sehen says it's funny. Is it really the one who could not do anything, but only stood and watched? Lin said she knew she looked funny, but he had to find another way. Sehen, consumed by his pride, couldn't see anything around him. What's happening now is nothing more than an omen. He would live on, but she's certain that he would regret it. So she, as Luke Taylor's daughter, must stop him. Her father would like it too. She summoned the goddess of justice, Astrea, and asked her to be her representative. Astrea remembered how she bestowed her blessing on Luke and touched Lin. At this time, the jester sits on an armchair and says that she is very bored. She hasn't played in almost a year. Maybe she should turn into a male god and go seduce the goddesses. She saw through the system how two representatives of the god were fighting among themselves. Lin is the avatar of Astrea, and the other is divinity of outer space. Dream Witch Hydra, a deity of the highest rank. If you compare them in terms of level, then it's like a battle between an ant and an elephant. It's just amazing. Astrea is fighting a strong player with whom she has such a big difference, also with the help of this little girl. Her opponent is also not from ordinary guys. The jester is surprised that a human uses the spirituality skill and is able to remain sane. She thinks that he himself can become a god, if only he will get the divine power. But that's not the point right now. Such characters cannot be seen in any game. She saw a lot of players and thought maybe she should get into the game too. Nina watches their battle. So Lin can also be a full-fledged representative, but if she took the place of Luke, then she would take on a completely different look. He has no time to stand and admire her, because as soon as he is distracted, he is finished. His opponent is getting stronger and stronger every minute. Sehen summoned blades from another dimension and aimed them at Lin, but she repelled his attacks. Sehen summoned more blades and clenched his fist. Lin was once again able to resist his attacks, much to his surprise. He tried to attack again, but she got behind him and pierced his chest with her sword. Sehen began to disappear, and Lin noticed many other doppelgangers. Sehen summoned perennial iron ore. It is a giant man-made meteorite, created by fusion of years of iron ore, walled up in a nearby dungeon in an imaginary space. He dropped this huge meteorite directly onto Lin, but suddenly the meteorite began to crack. Lin finally destroyed the meteorite and got out of these shackles. Sehen began to collect the fragments of the meteorite around him, but Lin at the same second was behind him. He attacked her with the collected debris, but she still managed to jump away. He still can't catch her. Is this really the pinnacle of humanity? Lin approached him and raised her sword over him, activating the single flash skill. Players look at this battle and do not understand what is happening. Mina thought it was a dream. This struggle is already far beyond the human level. Is it possible that what she sees are called the representatives of God? She just has no words. Suddenly she felt someone's presence and turned around. The personal observers of the gods crowded into the sky. Such a number of observers could only be seen at the very beginning of the game. This guy Sehen seemed strange to her, but he really is an incredible person. Sehen took out his blade and thought that the introduction was enough and it was time for him to finish. He repelled Ling's attack and she realized that direct attacks on him still did not work. If he blocks her next strike, she will step aside and aim directly at his throat. She did so, but as it turned out, he had exactly the same plan. They stabbed each other with their swords and Lin collapsed to the ground. Observers are talking. Is it really supposed to end so insignificantly? She died. Sehen realized that he really misses the regeneration skill and the Death Star. He still has some work to do. He wonders if he has time to use the elixir. The system notifies him of the completion of the task. He knew that he would succeed and the ending would be gorgeous. He picked up the sphere and broke it, releasing a huge explosion of energy. The lying bodies of the players suddenly began to come to life. Lin also woke up and did not understand what had happened. Mina says that there is one item that can put the subject into a coma. It worked on monsters, so some used this item early in the game. Few people know about it, but after a certain level, the item stopped working, so they simply forgot about it. Using this item, you can enter a person in a state of clinical death and complete the task. Sehen came to her and asked her for strength, and a bomb to enhance the effect of the bead, as well as a liquid potion obtained from smoke fumes. Ordinary residents fell into a coma after inhaling this smoke, and Sehen himself cut high-level players with a blade poisoned by a potion. It also played a role that the enemy side kept people locked up for safety, so he managed to put everyone in a coma. He mixed poison into the drinking water and Mina joined in. So he dealt with the players. As a result, everyone who was on the side of the enemy fell into a coma. Lin asked if it was better for him to just ask her for help. Mina said that in this case, only the question of assignments would be resolved and everything would end there. Lin looked to the side and saw the joyful players. She was wrong, because he had already chosen the best way. She thanked him for that. Mina said that it all ended in a sentimental way, didn't it, Jester? That is Loki. Ydra watches and says it's like a comedy. No one died, but the gods returned. The game, which was already dying, came to life, and everyone was waiting for another end. He achieved a new result, but it all turned out to be a dream. Did he really have to act so desperately? It seems that he really is the last player on Earth, since he was able to achieve such results. What a fine fellow her avatar. Thanks to the skill of spiritualism, she learned a lot about him. He is a solo player, also in the second round. If this is the case, then she will not be able to conclude a contract with him. Therefore, it will be impossible to open the door, because Lynn Taylor herself is the key. However, you need to have 2 keys. He will learn about this later, but it is quite funny to watch. By the way, for such an outcome of the game as a reward, just some kind of Laplace's hourglass, isn't it too heartless? She will give him a gift from herself, because the gods are such illogical creatures. Sehen woke up and said how dark it is. He came back, didn't he? He would like to see what happened after. Okay, so it will do. He feels something in his hand. In his palm lay Laplace's hourglass. This is an item that can cause the future of one person. He gets up and thinks he needs to get out of here. Snowy and Jisoo are probably back by now. The system window notifies him of the achievement. He receives the status of the former representative. He achieved results that no one else had ever achieved. He gets a big reward as a result of outside interference. He gets a new skill. Sehen wondered what X-Rep means. So it's not just a hallucination from the Dungeon of Dreams. And what is this great reward? Jisoo asks him what he is standing in the aisle. Was he going to come in? Jisoo and Snowy were waiting on the other side. Sehen noticed them and asked how long they had been waiting for him. Snowy did the math and said it was 7 hours and 22 minutes to be exact. Sehen replied that it was less than he thought. He offers to come back and rest a little. It must have been hard for them to wait for him. He turned and walked towards the exit. He thought it was quite possible to change this world. Jisoo lowered her gaze and looked at Laplace's hourglass in her hand and hid it behind her back. They come out of the dungeon. Ydra smiled slightly. She hopes he will like her gift. Sometime later, in the guild building, Sehen sat in the gym and thought that all this seemed strange to him from the moment he got a new skill that did not even have an exact name. He opened the system window. He didn't think the Ydra skill would come back to him. Imaginary space, a skill that can create and open a temporary space in the air. In a past life, he often used this skill with spiritism, but he usually failed to open a space where there were living beings or large objects. Although it's a pretty good skill because it links directly to the inventory. But why did he have it? He hadn't heard of such a skill appearing as a reward in a dungeon. This is probably somehow connected with Ydra, and there is no way to ask her personally. No, when she herself realizes that he is using this skill, she will be the first to start a conversation. Mina approached him and asked what was it. New skill. Sehen looked at her in surprise and she asked what was the matter. Why is he looking at her like that? Sehen said no, nothing. By the way, where did he go? She replied that she wanted to take a little walk. Sehen understood everything and smiled, so she was looking for friends during these very walks. He says just don't mess with weird types. Mina tells him not to worry, because he knows her. She immediately runs away as soon as it becomes dangerous. She says that he is somehow strange today. He became like this after he returned from the dungeon. It looks like he had a hard time there. Sehen says it's a little hard, but she should never go there. Mina leaves and waves her hand. She says that she'd better buy everything. She doesn't want to bother. Anyway, he didn't get anything special there. Sehen thought, since that's the case, it would be better to deal with Mina first. She said it had to do with the devil. Sehen unleashes the ravens from the shadows and thinks the most important thing is to gather information. In an empty room, Jisu's voice calls out to Sehen. She looks around the corner and thinks, has he gone somewhere today? That she was bored. She has a feeling that Snowy and Lin are afraid of her. She wondered what was wrong with her. She walked past the window and looked at her reflection. She thought it was unusual. Then she decided to go into the dungeon. Snowy asked her if she was going to go inside. Jisu said that she would come soon and went inside. This place held memories of her past, nightmares from her childhood. She was not able to attack at full capacity, but she was satisfied with the dungeon. She came back from her memories and looked at Laplace's hourglass. She wondered if Sehen would get mad if he found out. If you apply this to yourself, what kind of person will she become in the future? Will she be able to return to normal life as it was before? She uses the item and thinks she doesn't know it. She closed her eyes and immediately opened them. She remembered something. An injured man sprawled on the floor in front of her and asked if she was sent from the Cape of Darkness Guild. Is she the one who made a pact with the devil? Jisu did not answer him then. Cape of Darkness, they were quite strong in the Gangbuk area. It is said that the guild leader made a contract with the devil. Since she doesn't have much to do, I'll have to visit her there tomorrow. The sun had already begun to set. Jo-woon talks to the man and asks him what about the information about the Dark Cape group. The man asks what kind of information he is talking about. This man's name is Song Soo-jun. His nickname is the Backstage Information Network. Jo-woon replies that he does not need anything so grandiose. It will be enough for him to tell the location. Soo-jun heard that the Dark Cape group was destroyed. He wondered why someone like Shin Jo-woon needed the location of the Cape of Darkness Guild. He doesn't want to go against them, does he? This guild is slowly gaining strength. You can't cope with it alone. If he just needs a location, then he will tell him so. Soo-jun told him everything. Jo-woon said okay, he can go. How many points should he give him? Soo-jun replies that 1,000 is enough for him. Jo-woon remarked that it was cheap. Soo-jun says it's not that important information after all. He thought that if he named too high a price, then he risked being left without a head. Jo-woon gave him points. Soo-jun said goodbye to him and told him to contact him again. Azazel appeared next to Jo-woon and she asked, why did he ask what he already knew? Jo-woon replied that he wanted word to reach them that he was looking for them. Azazel asks, so this chatterbox is telling everything to the Cape of Darkness Guild. Jo-woon confirmed her words and said that if the guild leader Park Do-young is not there, it will not be good. Jo-woon is quite famous. For sure this will get his attention. Azazel says he's so overconfident. Does he think he can handle them? Jo-woon asks, what does she herself think? Azazel looks at him contentedly and says that she shouldn't have asked that. Jo-woon says that it will be possible to go there tomorrow. Song Soo-jun is definitely on his way to the Cape of Darkness Guild right now. He hasn't had a normal fight in a long time. An Iron Devil of the Cape of Darkness Park Do-young Guild. Jo-woon hopes that his level will disappoint him. Meanwhile, Sehen is looking for something in the system window, and he found what he needed. He found Mina's friends. He doesn't know the names, but he knows the faces, so he quickly found them. The problem is how exactly to terminate the contract with the devil. He wondered if there was anything in the DLC shop. Everything will work out if he destroys the devil's relic, like Shin Jo-woon did. But this cannot be done with a simple effort. Even he, who is participating in the game for the second time, has only seen this once. The easiest way is to make the devil terminate the contract himself, which is quite difficult. Sehen entered the guild building and was greeted by Snowy and Lin. Lin asked, did he come? Sehen noticed that only these two were there and asked, where are the others? Lin replied that they had most likely gone for points, and Mina said that she would go for a walk. He asked, right, where is Jisoo? Lin replied that she also said she wanted to go for a walk. Sehen asked in surprise, Jisoo. She's not one to lean for no reason. She studied at the university all the time. And when the world changed, she hunted monsters or trained with him. Lin said she thought she said she was going to some guild. Sehen's look changed immediately. Lin clapped her hands and said it was like the Cape of Darkness Guild. She asked Sehen if he knew one. Sehen mentally swore and rushed back. He knew it. Jisoo only knows the guilds that are on her kill list, but he didn't think that the Cape of Darkness Guild would also be there. She had been quiet lately, so he relaxed. Maybe she is unhappy that he did not pay enough attention to her due to the fact that he was busy. But she won't kill Mina's friends, I guess. Meanwhile, at the Cape of Darkness Guild building, the head asked, is it sure that Shin Jo-woon is looking for them? Shigun says that this is true, because he already told everything yesterday. Park Do-young sits on a chair and says that's right. He thought, but why? He wants to take over their guild. This cannot be. He is not one of those who seek power. In anger, he threw the monitor off the table. He thought it was even better because he wanted to fight him once. If he wins the battle with him, then he will receive the title of the strongest player who has entered into a contract with the devil. If there is still a girl who sees the future, then Seoul will be in his hands. He needs to deal with Shin Ja-woon and free the guys. If he can't get them back, he'll just kill them. And when it's over, the second Dark Cape group will appear. No, Cape of Darkness will be the first. Meanwhile, Ja-woon and Soo were going somewhere together. He asked her why she was following him. She replied that she was just a little worried. He replied that he was more worried that she was following him. She said when she saw the future, there was nothing dangerous for her today. She thought that the problem was that her brother's future was constantly changing. Since she saw it, she couldn't let him go alone. There was a being that could change the future. They stand in front of the building and Ja-woon says this is the building. Soo answered yes, correct. Ja-woon noticed that it was too quiet here, even strange. Maybe Soo-jun didn't tell Park Do-young anything. They enter the building and he thinks he will know about it when he goes inside. He looks around the empty room and asks what's the matter. There is no one here but them. Out of the corner of his ear, he caught a sound. It seems to be on the upper floor. Soo says her brother is in the basement. Ja-woon asks, in the basement? How does she know this? She replied that she was there too. Ja-woon thought for a bit and said the basement means you need to go there. They were descending the stairs and Ja-woon heard voices. Someone asked, is it okay if they hide here? Another person replied that he did not know. You just need to sit here. It seems that some kind of chaos is going on upstairs. Soo points his finger and asks Ja-woon, how about going there first? Ja-woon replied that he felt the presence of two in that direction, but her brother was not there. Soo says that she knows this, but it would be better to look where she pointed. Ja-woon looked at her and thought that she must have seen something again. What an annoying habit. They enter the room and Ja-woon asks what's the matter. Why are there children here? Of course, he knew that this was a low-grade guild, but to use children as workers. He clicked and the children began to whisper. The girl with the ponytail asked in a whisper what everyone else was doing. Was it not because of him that they were told to go upstairs? The girl with the flowing hair suggested that maybe he destroyed them all. She didn't want to fight. The girl clasps her hands and says that if so, there is only one way left. They kneel before Ja-woon and ask him not to kill them. Ja-woon remained silent and asked Soo, did she know about this? Soo said yes. Ja-woon says, how annoying is she asking to take them with her? Soo asks, surprised, what? Of course not. Ja-woon thought, then why did she bring him here? Maybe they have something. They are just servants of the devil. Soo quickly ran out of the room and said that now they have to go save her brother. There is no more time. Ja-woon said that there was no one here anyway. Soo replied that that was not the problem and urged him on. Ja-woon leaves the room and hears a sound like something is about to jump out. Same problem. Footsteps are heard behind Ja-woon's back. He asks, why are they following him? Two girls followed him. The girl with the ponytail happily said that they were also here not of their own free will. They just thought that if they followed him, they could get out. By the way, her name is Himi. She points to a girl with flowing hair and says her name is Jae-san. Lee Himi and Park Jae-san. Ja-woon says he didn't ask this. He thought that they couldn't willingly join a guild like Cape of Darkness. He turned around and wanted to say something to them, but Sua's voice interrupted him. She saw her brother and rushed to the cage. In the cell, Suho was covered in blood, and his legs were chained. Ja-woon came closer and asked if this is her brother. Soo pressed herself against the iron bars and confirmed his words. Ja-woon broke the bars with his hand and entered the cell. He examined him and said that he had a fever. First, we need to take him upstairs. They came out of the basement and Ja-woon had the feeling that everything was very strange. There is absolutely no one here. Suddenly, very loud sounds were heard from above. Ja-woon yelled to everyone for cover. He threw off Suho and pulled the two girls closer to him. He yelled, Suho, take Suho. Ja-woon pushed the girls away and Suho caught her brother in her arms. Himi rubs his head and asks what was that. She opened her eyes and she saw that the ceiling had already collapsed, and Jisoo was standing on a pile of concrete and debris, holding someone's corpse by the head. Himi saw the corpse and recognized it as guild leader Park Do-young. Is he already dead? Himi was horrified. Jisoo turned around and looked down. She saw Ja-woon and threw the corpse of Park Do-young away from her. Her eyes lit up and she told Ja-woon that she didn't think they would meet again. Ja-woon replied that he thought so too. Jisoo took up arms and Ja-woon remarked that she was armed this time. She jumped up abruptly and swung her mace. Ja-woon reacted and dodged the blow. For a moment their eyes locked and their bodies touched again in a fight. Jisoo kicked off and she lunged at Ja-woon. He thought, what a surprise attack. He hit her under the chest and blood gushed out of her mouth. Ja-woon realized that it wasn't his attack that mattered, but that she wasn't going to block. Jisoo's wounds healed quickly. She swung her mace and hit Ja-woon. Drops of blood fell from his body. He stood in a defensive stance and remarked that she had amazing regeneration skills. A blow to the jaw was supposed to prevent a concussion. His body was hardened by magic. Wow, what power. He glanced at the corpse of Park Do-young and thought, judging by the fact that his arms and legs were in place, it seems that he was not called the Iron Devil for nothing. Jisoo stood nearby and prepared to attack. Jo-woon stood in a defensive stance and thought that if she even hit him right once, then he was dead. The muffled sounds of a bloody fight could be heard from the Cape of Darkness Guild building. Jisoo extended her mace with chains and attacked. From her powerful blow, an explosion occurred, which threw Jo-woon back. He groaned in pain and noticed that Jisoo had become much stronger. It's clearly not just about the growth of points. She relies not only on her feelings, she has learned how to properly respond to attacks. Jisoo approached Jo-woon and attacked again. How pissed off he was. From her blows, even stones are broken into small pieces. It's not profitable for Jo-woon to fight her, but if he runs away now, these girls won't survive. Plus, 2 of them are servants of the devil. He has no choice but to fight. Jisoo turned to him and took a large boulder in one hand. If Jo-woon doesn't finish her off with one blow, then he himself will lose. Jisoo threw a boulder at him. Jo-woon gathered his strength into a fist and beat the boulder away from him. Jisoo suddenly appeared from behind the rubble. Past Jo-woon slipped the chain of her mace. He needs to collect all the magic of the mask. Jo-woon gathers all his strength and fights back. But Jisoo's eyes lit up even more. Jo-woon thought that she didn't think to dodge his blows, but on the contrary, she attacked him herself. Is she out of her mind? Jo-woon and Jisoo hit each other and were pushed in opposite directions. Blood gushed from Jo-woon's mouth. He thought that the situation was not the best. If not for these contractors, he would already be dead due to the damage. In the place where Jisoo fell, thick dust rose. Jo-woon thought, what about her? The dust had settled and Jisoo could be seen. She lay on her back in a pool of her own blood. Her neck was broken and her head lay unnaturally on her face. All her bones were broken. Her fingers were twisted and bones were visible on her legs. Jo-woon thought she was finished. Himi worriedly asked him if he was okay. This girl, is she dead? Jo-woon replied that it was most likely. Jae-san said in horror that that girl was moving. Jo-woon did not believe her words and turned around. It can't be. Her neck bone is broken. How can she move? Jisoo stood on the ground and her bones healed quickly. You could hear the crunch of her bones. She took her head and turned it sharply, thus returning it to its place with a characteristic sound. Her red eyes looked at Jo-woon and smiled. Jisoo said that she thought he would be shocked. Jo-woon swallowed nervously and realized that there was no other way. He has no hidden power, no hidden trump card. What a soulless look she has, as if she is looking at a stone lying on the road. The girls behind him looked at it fearfully. Jo-woon thought, how can she be called human? Jisoo took a few steps and took off. This is the end for Jo-woon. Drops of blood dripping from his face. Jo-woon asked what was the matter. The tip of Jisoo's mace only cut his forehead. Jo-woon asked her why she stopped. Her gaze returned to normal and she replied that she had won this time. Jo-woon, dumbfounded, asked what. Jisoo repeated and said she won. Does he want to play again? Jo-woon thought, won. If you remember that he attacked her comrades, she, on the contrary, should have killed him. Jisoo said that he didn't kill anyone that day, although he could have. She admitted that in fact she wanted to kill him, but there are children here. She opened the system message box. Sehun texted her not to kill the masked man. She said yes and some didn't want him dead. Jo-woon asked, so she won't kill them. Jisoo turned to him and asked if he thought she was an assassin. Does he think she kills everyone? He asked, is it not so? Jisoo put away her weapon and said she was just sensitive to evil. But now no evil spirit comes from him so that she can kill him. In her mind she said that Sehun wanted this person to protect those children. Jo-woon leads the children out of the building. He thought she must have said something about a crow. He owes him. Sehun watched from the top of the building as they left. It was already dark outside. Jisoo walked down the street, and the sound of her steps diluted the silence of the night. She was lost in her thoughts. Her heart is about to burst out of her chest with fear. It looks like Jo-woon's words she just heard touched something in Jisoo's soul. When the fight was over, Jo-woon was curious about something and asked her why does she follow him everywhere. Because she and alone can become stronger. She asked if he was talking about him. Jo-woon replied that he was talking about a raven. Yes, he is, of course, strong, but she is unusually strong. It's strange, but she obeys him so much. She asked, is it true? He asked if the message she was checking during the fight was from him, wasn't it? He understood this by the fact that she did not kill him. Jisoo then turned around and told him that it was a secret. She was suspiciously obedient. She remembered these words and said that it was true. People don't abandon those who obey them. But it's not time yet. She needs to lie low and wait. Wait for her to be strong enough to hold him even if he wants to run away. Sehun, watching Jo-woon from the rooftop, breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the two girls and thought that Mina's friends he saw in the dream dungeon were definitely them. He took a sip of water from the bottle and put it in the dimensional hole. Behind him was Azazel. He spotted her and said she was the demon that made a contract with Shin Jawoon. Azazel said how amazing. She hasn't introduced herself yet, and he already knows who she is. In a past life, she did not enter into contracts. She's pretty lazy, but why did she suddenly get a contract? He told her that he had his own way of getting information. She agreed with him and said that there are many ways. You can see the future or use a skill that allows you to see clues. In this world there are many incomprehensible and inexplicable things, and you can think of. She thought he would kill the one she made a contract with. Sahan replied that he could do it. She asked, then why didn't he do it? Sahan turned his head towards the children and said that he needed to save these children. Azazel abruptly approached him and asked if it was because of the contract. Sahan was a little taken aback and said that they made a contract with a demon. Only a contract with a demon of a higher rank can override it. Azazel rubbed her chin thoughtfully. She answered, well, everything suits her. She herself does not have to do anything. It just became a few more servants and she just needed a maid. Sahan smiled and said that she agreed too easily. Azazel told him that she was interested in him. She would like to make friends with him. In addition, most demons like to have fun. Naturally, not only she had an interest. Having said these words, she looked up. Observers were flying above them. She spotted someone and told Sahan that he was being followed by a pesky individual. Hydra was watching him. He looked at her watcher and thought, she must be aware that he has her skill. Why doesn't she say anything? Or should he speak first? Azazel said she needed to get back to her contractor. She wished the crow good health and said that they would see each other again. Sahan mentally told her that he didn't really want to see each other again. He sighed and sat down on the edge of the roof. Whatever happens now, he can prepare. He assigned one raven to her, and if they meet again, it will be during the battle in the Devil's World. Devil's World, Palace of Lust. Akator sighs and thinks about Sahan and says he's a jerk. Not only does he do not understand what, he also makes him cautious. Who knew that the gods would begin to show their displeasure? They have too many rights as gods. He looked up and said it seemed to be here. In any case, a chic palace. Is it really higher than the highest-ranking deity? He opens the doors and enters the palace. Inside, on a luxurious chair sat the demon of lust Mara Papias. He is the sixth devil in the world. He was slightly surprised and said what an interesting visitor he had. He told Akators that he actually enjoyed the game. Akators got down on one knee and bowed his head. He replied that it was an honor for him. Mara Papias asked what was his business with him. Akators says he has come to ask for it. The demon repeated, ask. Akators answered yes. There was silence. Akators looked at him questioningly. Mara Papias said, let him tell you what his request is. Akators looked at him in surprise and thanked him. In short, he would like to borrow the power, or rather the strength of the one who signed a contract with him. Meanwhile, a system window informs Sahan that he has acquired a new rank resistance to psychological attacks. This skill has a growing type. This skill resists most mental effects. This will nullify psychological attacks below B rank and mitigate the impact of attacks above a rank. Sahan thought it was good to have the right to choose an A rank skill. Wow, he got a skill that cannot be obtained in the usual way. The skill is still growing. If he just tries hard, he can upgrade it to S rank, in which case he will be immune to psychological attacks. He walks into the gym and asks Jisoo to help him. She stopped her workout and asked how she could help. She trained her S-rank Ferocious Assassin skill, which increases power when absorbing blood. Sahan sat down on the floor and told her to sit down too. She asked, should she just sit down? He told her to look at him now. She moved closer and asked, is it just to look like that and that's it? He said don't just watch, can she use the Death Star? Jisoo was surprised. Sahan asked her to do the same as when she tortured the people of the devil. Jisoo sighed and said, but she thought it was with him. Looks like he's mastered some weird skill. Sahan replied that something like that. Jisoo agreed and took a deep breath. Her eyes lit up red and she affected Sahan. He activated the skill of resistance to psychological attacks. He held his head and Jisoo asked if he was okay. Sahan replied that, in principle, it is normal. He asked if she could enhance the skill. She said she probably could. She strengthened her skill and gazed at Sahan. As he expected, the Death Star skill itself is a psychological attack. An ordinary player would not even be able to move from this. Sahan shuddered and thought that this way he could practice using the skill. He asked Jisoo not to stop and she smiled back at him. Some time has passed. Sahan thanked her and said that was enough for today. He asks Jisoo if she needs something too. And then he always turns to her with some requests. Jisoo replied that everything was fine. He gave her a weapon, after all, so let him assume that they are in the calculation. Sahan replied that he gave her the weapon because he promised it. He just needs her help training for a while. She asked for how long. He replied that for about a week. Of course, he knows that this is a big load. Jisoo interrupted him and said okay. Sehun looked at her in surprise. Jisoo said with a smile that she could do it every day. Besides, she still had nothing to do. But in return, she will also have one special request. Sehun says, of course, let him say. She offered to do it not in the training room, but in his or her room, just the two of them. Sehun asked why. Probably so that others would not suffer if they come here. Jisoo replied something like that. Sehun thought right, if Jisoo hits Lin or Snowy, they will get hurt. He agreed and said he didn't think it was any special request. Jisoo said who knows, she might be special, but that would be enough for her. Sehun said that then from tomorrow they will do so. He will wait for her in his room or he will come to her. Jisoo agreed and said it was even better for her. 2 months have passed. There was a special task, competition of servers. This is an event where 100 representatives from each server are selected and they perform a special task. This time the task will be a treasure hunt. Additional details of the task will be told to them by the game master at the place of the task. The venue is determined randomly. After the end of the task, all players will return to their home server. Holding time 2 weeks. The system wishes good luck to everyone who has been chosen as a representative. Sehun thought the quest was being run by the publisher himself, so even the explanations are pretty polite. And he's pretty sure the location is Glastonbury. There was someone who saw the third candidate, Sir Arthur, live. Sehun upgraded his psychological attack resistance skill to S rank. Since he's upgraded his psychic resistance skill, he'll be able to share it now. He says it seems like it's slowly starting. Mina is trembling with excitement and asks if she can definitely enter this 100. Sehun approaches her and asks, if not her, then who? Mina angrily said that she did not want to participate in this task. She wondered if her friends Himi and Jaesan were also in the top 100. Sehun thought, it looks like she really doesn't want to take part in this task. No wonder, because so far she hasn't seen anything good during the tasks. Besides, she found her friends. Probably because of this she doesn't want to participate even more. Jisoo warms up and asks if she doesn't hit 100, should she still go to the rally. Sehun says no and offers to solve it when they see the contents of the task. Everyone agreed with him. Song-chan said that Jisoo is so calm, but he is very worried. Shiyu encourages him and tells him that he will be fine, don't worry. He prepared the equipment for him. Song-chan laughed nervously. Sehun thinks right, there is no need to worry about Song-chan. After all, he recently transferred so many points to him. Jisoo is so strong that she doesn't even realize it herself. In principle, he decided on all the participants, himself, Mina, Song-chan, Jisoo, only 4. He could not leave the children alone, so Mr. Luke would be with them, especially since he himself said that he did not have enough points. The system notifies you that a special server race task is starting. The system asks all players to calm down and wait for the next instruction. All 4 emitted a blue light. Sehun said it looks like it's starting. Mina, Song-chan and Jisoo stood and waited to see what would happen next. Sehun said that they would see each other a little later. UK, Glastonbury. The players teleported to the green field. Sehun said that this seems to be the main field for this assignment. Suddenly a voice was heard from below. Snowy asked in surprise, why was she here? Sehun looked at her in surprise and asked what she was doing here. Snowy ran up to him and said that she was playing with Lin when she suddenly found herself in this place. Sehun thought maybe it was some kind of pet in the games and she followed him. He sighed and thought that it was necessary to protect her as much as possible. He wanted to tell her something, but she suddenly fired a beam of light at the monster that was behind him. Sehun turned around in shock. Snowy apologized and said that the monster had suddenly appeared. The monster's body fell to the ground and Sehun said okay. Snowy asked if he wanted to tell her something. He replied that he wanted to, but changed his mind. Sehun seems like most of the members are already here. Despite the fact that the organizers have chosen few participants, they gather here from other servers. This is a rather unexpected situation. Sehun summoned a raven and saw that all the players were doing well. Snowy asked him if he would join them. Sehun said that he wouldn't join as the treasure hunt is still done separately. It's about the time that it appeared. That idiot is the game master of England, Akainen. Akainen greeted all the players and introduced himself. They were summoned to this place for an event mission. In simple words, this is the time of bonuses. This is something like a gift for server representatives. They probably saw in the status window that this task will be a treasure hunt. Items of rank D and above are hidden throughout Glastonbury. Items can lie in ordinary chests, on the ground, and maybe on trees. Some items players can get if they kill the monster. Under no circumstances should they attack a guard, even if it is a treasure hunt. The Sentinel of Glastonbury is a dragon. Players should avoid this dragon in any case. Eric Sanders contacted God Apollon, asked if he could kill the guard. Does he have the right to do so? Sehun remembers that Eric Sanders was the avatar of Apollo. As someone who had been chosen by the god of the sun, he was treated Kang Junshik of Silver Hand as his rival. Now that he thinks about it, a few of the Silver Hand executives must be here too. The latecomer Min Suho wouldn't be here, but Kang Junshik, Chen Sanghuang, and Lee Soren definitely should be. Akainen said that he heard about the player Eric and how he hunted the guard and even killed him. By the way, among them there is another player who killed the guard. Eric took out the fourth guard, and the first three were killed by the same player, and he did it almost alone. Eric told him to stop talking nonsense. How could he kill a guard on his own and 3 guards as well? Eric admitted that he was the fourth, but does Akainen want him to believe that that player killed 3 guards? Akainen said it was true. Since the player won't admit it himself, he won't reveal his identity, but it's a fact that the player who killed the 3 guards is among them. Eric just can't believe it. Snowy asked Sehen why is he hiding it. Sehen said that if they found out, they would start pestering him. This Akator seems to be throwing words right and left. Akainen went on to explain the rules of the mission. As he said, the Glastonbury grounds are hidden items that players must collect. He invited them to look at the evaluation list of items. Subject A rank 20 points, B rank 10 points, C rank 5 points, D rank 1 point. The player noticed that S-grade items were not on the list. Akainen said that in this quest, there is only one most valuable S-rank item, for which you can get 50 points. Eric said that he heard that the most expensive item is SS rank. Akainen said he was sorry, but there were no such items. If they already give the players SS grade items, then there may be problems. But if there is such a subject, then it would be possible to get about 100 points for it. Eric realized that it would be a fight for some kind of items from A to C rank. When the task ends and the scoring begins, the server with the most points will receive various privileges. This privilege is double the points. Akainen clapped his hands and said that those were the rules of the quest, but the players wouldn't be interested in just looking for treasure, right? In addition, they prepared various tests and additional tasks for them. Sehen thought that judging by the memories from his past life, it must be monsters that appear day and night, as well as a village with surviving members nearby. Additional tasks will be in that village. The monsters that appear at night are very strong, and there are 2 guards here. Sehen will have to act according to what he knows from his past life. The more he needs to find one place. Akainen said that in the end he has one more important detail. All items that players find here, they will not be able to save in their inventory until they return to their server. They can put items in bags or use some kind of skill. Do they all know the reason for this? It's all about robbery. The treasure hunt begins. The duration of the task is 2 weeks. Akainen can't wait to find out who will be the owner of the S-rank item, as well as which server will take the first place. Finally, he wished everyone good luck. Snowy asked him, and what is he planning to do now? Sehen then tells her that they will operate separately at first. The kids can manage without him. The game master said that it didn't exist, but it most definitely does exist here regardless of the quest, the SS rank item, that is. Sehen said it was time for them to go. Snowy asked him where will they go. There are hills all around. Sehen said that there is a village nearby. Snowy saw a nearby village and asked if he meant this place. Sehen replied that the monsters had already captured this place, and the village they needed was in another place. He recognized this because he does not see the footprints of people. They have yet to find the village they need. With his search skill, it will be fast. When he did reconnaissance with the Raven, there was no sign of the village around, which means that the village is located in a place that is not so easy to see. As Arthur said, there is a forest with an unnaturally huge lake. Maybe this is the right place for them. Jisoo has definitely joined Sung Chan, so Sehen doesn't think they'll do anything. Snowy asked how long they have to go. They've been in the woods for a long time. Sehen asked if she was afraid they would get lost. They almost arrived. Someone in the forest shouts that this item belongs to him and demands to give it back right away. The girl screams that she can say the same thing, but she grabbed this item first. Sehen summoned the Raven again and sent it out to investigate. He was very surprised when he saw familiar faces. Lee Ahyung of Lycoris and the Saintess Shin Yuhua. How did these two manage to meet each other? They already have their own fans. These two are quite stubborn people. Snowy said that at this rate, it's not far from a fight. Will Sehen intervene? Snowy saw what was happening there with the help of magic. Sehen never ceases to be amazed by her rapid skill growth. He said that he had not yet lost his mind to go there on his own, so they would figure it out themselves. Snowy doesn't understand why they are fighting, because they are both from the same server. Sehen said that it's just competition, because everyone doesn't want to give the other what he saw first. He told Snowy to get out of here quietly, otherwise they would notice them and come after them. Some time later, Snowy senses strong magic in the place Sehen was looking for. It seems to her that some kind of magic spell is activated here, similar to the one that scares away monsters. Sehen said that's exactly what it is. This is exactly the same lake that Arthur was talking about. He ran here, running away the monsters, and then he realized that they would not come here. But he was still afraid of the monsters that might be outside, so he never got out of here. Arthur was mentally exhausted, so he threw himself into the lake and chose death. And he ended up there. Snowy saw Sehen step into the lake and asked if they should go into the lake. She can't swim. Sehen picked her up and told her to close her eyes and hold her breath. Does she have magic tricks that can be used in water? Snowy said that as he already knows, her magical skills appear depending on her actions. Sehen knows that since she is Killen, she cannot drown in the water even if she fully enters it. She should still try to hold her breath just in case. They began their dive into the lake, which looks like it usually does. One cannot do without the skill of finding the path of Sehen. He saw stones with shining seals and realized that this was exactly here. He began to turn the stones and the magical portal opened. They entered the safe zone. In a beautiful village untouched by monsters, they were met by 2 guards. They were told that the players could enter the village. They walked down the street while the rest of the townspeople discussed them. How did this player get in here? Is it definitely a player who came from the outside world? As Sehen said, this is just a replica of Glastonbury. It seems that these people are seeing the player for the first time, because they are isolated from everyone. The guard led him to the house where they were already waiting for him. Someone said that he did not think that someone from the outside world would still come here. The girl in the witch's hat said that for the first time she had a guest whom she did not invite. Should she be more careful? Besides, he brought with him an interesting little thing in the form of Snowy. Sehen said that if she wants to talk, she should first introduce herself. The girl snapped her fingers and the light in the room instantly began to turn on. Her name is Morgan Le Fay. She is the owner of Avalon and the Last Witch. Meanwhile, Jisoo looks at the map and doesn't understand why Sehen is heading to another place. Was he up to something again? If he wanted to join forces, he would have called her a long time ago. Judging by the fact that he hasn't called her, he doesn't need her help just yet. She still lacks strength. She doesn't have many abilities and doesn't know how to create weapons. Just anyone can fight. It turns out that there is nothing special about it. Until this world turned into a game, she was his only one. She regrets. If she had only known that the world would change so much, she would have acted differently. Now she had only physical strength left. She still remains in second place behind Sehen. If he suddenly decides to leave her, then she will not be able to stop him, so she tries not to do what he might not like. She must obey him in everything and follow him, as she obeyed her parents because she was always a diligent child. She can pretend to be a good kid all the time. She was immune to mental disorders and hence she had the ability to perfectly control all her emotions. To be honest, it was not even immunity, but more the ability to control these oddities. Therefore, the desire to kill was not something special for Jisoo. Thanks to this, she did not fall into madness from the Death Star and was able to remain a good child. However, she had a desire to hold Sehen in her arms. She understands that this is not possible, and she must remain good for some time. She doesn't want Sehen Appa to hate her, so for now she has to be an obedient and kind girl. Avalon, a utopia where fairies and magicians roam. The owners of the land are Vivian, Nimue, and the real witch who has been alive since the end of Legends, Morgan Le Fay. Sehen only now realized that he was in Avalon. Morgan asked him if he had come here without even knowing what this place was. Sehen didn't even know about it. Judging by the fact that she calls herself the Last Witch, this means that there are no other witches anymore. Morgan asked the newly appointed crow sign to introduce herself. Morgan thought it was a unicorn, and this is Killen's infant. Morgan thinks this makes sense. The Celts said that they had become a game element or something. Nothing's weird no matter what happens now. Besides, Morgan did not even think that Snowy herself would come to her. Morgan asked, so what do they want? It hadn't been a long time since people visited her without the escort of fairies. She will try to help in any way she can, even if Sehen says he wants to get the legendary sword. Morgan said there was no problem and snapped her fingers. It turns out that he wants this Excalibur SS rank. The system warns that this sword can only be used by someone who has the right to master. The exact abilities of this sword cannot be verified. Does Morgan offer him to pull out this Excalibur himself? Sehen tried to do that and realized that only those with or S rank muscle strength could wield this sword. That's why he won't be able to use that sword. Whatever he does, it's all useless. He won't be able to draw that sword, so he'd better ask Morgan for something else. Sehen insisted on his own and said that he would still take this sword. He activated the skill and thrust the sword into the dimension, whereupon he thanked Morgan. She asked him to wait and became very nervous. She will give him many other good things, but maybe he will leave this sword to her. Sehen told her not to worry as he would personally give the sword to its owner. Morgan asked him if he knew who the owner of this sword was. He's not Merlin, so how does he know that? Sehen said he has his own ways. Morgan said that he even sounds like Merlin and gives the exact same impression, which pisses her off. Sehen thought, is this really an insult? Sehen said that if he didn't find the owner of the sword within 2 weeks, he would return the sword to her. Morgan said that in that case she cancels her words about Marilyn. Sehen realized that it was still a name-calling. But in return, he still asks her for something else. Does she agree? Morgan told him not to worry, as she would reward him generously. She promises this to him as the Lady of the Lake. Also, Sehen wants to stay here for 2 weeks. Does she have anything against it? Morgan said that he could stay here as long as he wanted, but then she would have a request. Could he lend her this child for a little while? She won't do anything strange to her. It's just that she's never seen the Asian holy beast. Therefore, since such a thing, she immediately wants to know a little more about it. Snowy said she was just Killen's infant, and not a Killen. Morgan told her not to be afraid, because she would do nothing wrong. Sehen asked her to teach Snowy magic in that case. Sehen told Snowy that walking with him would be much more dangerous for her than here. Besides, Morgan is not bad, albeit a witch. If something happens to her, she can call him and he will come right away. He'll be back in the evening, so he asks her to be nice while he's gone. At this time, Arthur is walking through the forest and, limping, leans on a stick. The players asked, what kind of loser is this? The English server is really a shame, since such a freak got into the list of game participants. And why such garbage is represented by their server. The player does not understand how other English players should be proud of themselves when there is such a disgrace among them. He kicked his stick and asked if it wasn't so. Arthur lost his balance and fell, and bottles and other items began to fall out of his bag, which he immediately began to collect. The player told the others to look at this jerk. Doesn't he even have pride? Arthur didn't answer and continued to pack his items into the bag, which made the bully very angry. The player immediately grabbed Arthur by the throat. Arthur asked what was wrong with them. What did he do wrong to them? The player called him a pathetic coward and threw him to the ground. If he's so cool, maybe they should fight. Unexpectedly, a lot of crows flew at the players and they even thought it was a monster. The head bully doesn't know what it is, but he knows they can kill these creatures. Crows began to fly back to the owner, and the bully asked who he was. Sehen said that he had business with this man, so they had better get out of here. Some time later, Arthur asked Sehen why did he help him. Sehen asked him back why did he let them beat him up. Sehen can safely say that Arthur was stronger than those idiots. Arthur said that he was an ordinary weakling. He thinks it would be pointless for him to show them strength in such a situation. They were right, he's a damn jerk who let his family die. But still, what does Sehen have to do with him? Sehen said he came to heal his leg and mind. Immediately afterwards, the system alerted Arthur that Sehen was inviting him to become a member of his team. Arthur immediately refused. Sehen asked him if it was because he couldn't get rid of his visions. Sehen respects him, but he wants Arthur not to give in to illusions and face reality. Arthur is grateful for his help, but he thinks he should leave things as they are. Sehen suggested that he talk about something else. Is he a fan of King Arthur by any chance? They are in Glastonbury, where the legend of King Arthur lives. Doesn't he think it's a great topic of conversation? Arthur said that someone did like it, but it was his son, not him. He really wanted to get here, but Arthur was constantly busy with work, so they could not travel together. Why Dre Gok? Sehen is talking about the Welsh dragon. Arthur told this legend to his son. Sehen asked him if he wants to meet the red Welsh dragon in this case. They got inside a high mountain. Arthur said his son would love it. Sehen said that this is a rather lukewarm reaction from a person with the hero's name. His son always teased him and said that he didn't look like King Arthur at all. Sehen told him that he could be a hero. Arthur said it was nonsense. How can he? Sehen interrupted him and summoned Excalibur to prove it. The fact that Arthur can pull that sword out of the stone will be enough. Arthur asked him why he was doing all this for him. Didn't Sehen already say that he wants Arthur to join his team? Sehen knows what visions Arthur is seeing. Countless people have died since they started the game, and several people have started to have the same symptoms as Arthur. Many have started having visions of their dead family. Arthur said he didn't want to forget his son. Let it be just a hallucination. But he just wants to see him. Sehen said that if these hallucinations were his real family, they wouldn't leave him like this. They would like him to live a normal life. At least Sehen would have done so, so Arthur must draw that sword. Just as Arthur needs this change, Sehen needs Arthur. Arthur still decided to take the sword. At that very moment, Sehen sensed something in the raven's gaze. At this time, someone is wondering when Crow will appear. A girl named Chris Bright sits on a rock and yawns. The player demands that she return his comrades to their previous state. Chris turned him down. Her demon said it was the fastest way to find a raven. He needs to calm down and look at the situation from the other side, because at least she will not kill them. The player said it was simply unthinkable. and yelled at Eric to come to his senses. It has an enchanted status. The player does not understand at all where she got such an idiotic skill. Suddenly a raven flew by his face. Sehen asked why is she hiding behind his name and doing this. Chris smiled and said she was doing it because she had business with him. She received an order to kill him. Of course, he heard that she was an arrogant and self-confident fool, but he did not think that everything was so bad. Chris said he looked rather confused. She understands this, because in a normal situation, she would not fight him. She is aware, but she didn't want to waste her time catching him with her magic. She cast a spell on the last player. Her skill is really very powerful. Sehen uses the mental fortitude skill, which allows him to resist most effects on his mental state. Chris has heard that Sehen is trying to save as many people as possible. But what about those people? If he resists, then she will kill all these people, so it is better for him to stand still. He does have a mental attack resistance skill, doesn't he? He also has no right to use it. If he fulfills these conditions, then she will save his life. Sehen understands that Chris is a good thinker, since she has gathered here those people who are perfectly affected by her skill. This complicates things a little. Maybe he should use Pocket Dimension to launch a sneak attack. Suddenly someone yells at someone to stop following her. She really annoys her. Shin Yuwa tells Li Ahyung that she should have been the one to tell her, especially since it's her subject. Shin Yuwa looked around and asked why there are so many people here. Is there an item here? Li Ahyung doesn't understand what's going on here. Chris asked the raven if they were his comrades. Li Ahyung asked if she meant the crow from Dayside. It's definitely the same guy who interrupted them in the dungeon. Sehen denies this, but Sun Hyuk told her that it was Sehen who cleared all the dungeons. Chris stepped in and asked who is this annoying girlie. The raven is talking to her now, so this ugly thing better stop bothering them. Li Ahyung said that Chris talks too much for a girl who still plays with dolls. She activated Brisingamen and moved her burning hand. The effect of this skill is quite simple. This skill gives absolute power over men. Since its effect was restricted to a specific group and had a limited number of casts, Brisingamen was much more powerful than Chris's charm. If Ahyung Lee was still alive during the trolley dilemma quest, Li Ahyung told everyone to leave this little girl on her and go to her. Players have noticed that they can move again. Has the enchantment been removed? Chris is shocked by what is happening and mumbles that she still has female players in her power. Shin Yuwa noticed that something strange was going on, but it turned out that they were all under a status-affecting spell. She channeled her magic into the heads of the girls and they started to fall. Chris doesn't understand how she could cancel her skill. Chris tried to enchant again, but their magics intertwined and Shin Yuwa said it was useless. Chris is struggling to keep his charms, which is why he even starts to growl. Li Ahyung told this stupid girl to learn how to talk normally. Sehen pulled his blade out of another space, because now is his best chance to deal with the one who made a contract with the demon. Chris started screaming in fear and asked him to squash their bet. Sehen asked her what made her think she deserved a draw. A second later, blood splattered. After that, a female silhouette appeared in front of Chris, who approached her. A girl with gloves on her hands brushed blood from Chris's lips and scared her very much. She almost died. Her sister said she really died. She saw her twin Suris in front of her and thanked her. Suris told her older sister that she was too good at dying. Suris would have been done with this long ago if they weren't synchronized Marapapia's contractors. Chris honestly thought she could take him down in one go, but she can't believe he took her down so easily. She didn't even kill anyone. Suris said that it's only a natural reaction from someone who's familiar with demon contractors. But thanks to Chris now they know they can't defeat him with spells alone. Chris asked what should they do. To be honest, she doesn't want to mess with him anymore. Suris said that they could not refuse the personal request of the game master because their lives were at stake. But what else can they do? They don't even have any fighting skills. Suris told her little sister that it was alright because she had a plan. If they don't work, the game master shouldn't be able to have any complaints. The Red Dragon, YD Gok, and the legendary beast, Behemoth. At this time, Mina, Song Chan and Jisoo don't understand why the earthquake suddenly happened. Song Chang assumed it was a guard. Until now, there have been signs of a completely different scale. Mina said that this beast is flying in the air right now, so why is this ground shaking? In the distance, the earth could not stand it at all and collapsed as if from an explosion. A terrible toothy creature escaped from the ground, which began to destroy everything around. Mina, looking at this, understands that even Sehen will not help them in this situation. Jisoo suggested that maybe she could jump into this monster's mouth and kill him from the inside, as was the case with Gungi. Mina, of course, understands that Jisoo has an amazing regeneration rate, but still, such tricks will not work against this thing. She will be hard chewing gum or toffee for this monster. Sung Chan asked Jisoo if she had any news from Sehen. Jisoo scanned the message box and didn't find anything new there. Jisoo looked at the map and did not understand what he was doing there. Sehen asks Morgan if she awakened these beings. Morgan asked him back, is she crazy to do that? Snowy was very surprised, because these are the same divine mythical creatures as she is. Morgan asked if Sehen feels too comfortable here. He also brought with him some strange creature. Sehen said the man's name was Arthur, and he was the master of that Excalibur that Morgan had so carefully guarded. Morgan looked at Arthur one more time, waiting for a miracle, but finally gave up. She's sorry, of course, but she won't be able to believe it until she sees it with her own eyes. That's why Sehen wanted Arthur to draw his sword in front of her. He asked Arthur to show her this. Arthur didn't seem to say that he was going to draw his sword. Sehen just respects his opinion and wanted to wait, but unfortunately they don't have much time. He is generally surprised that, at the sight of these creatures, Arthur can still hesitate in making a decision. Arthur said that he had no guarantee that he would be able to draw the sword. Sehen said that the more he stalled, the more players would die. Is this what Arthur wants? Arthur looked at the sword and agreed to do it anyway. Morgan swallowed nervously in anticipation. Sehen and Snowy tensed as well. Arthur was still able to easily pull his sword out of the stones. Players immediately began to send system alerts. The master of the SS tier weapon Excalibur has been found. Morgan was surprised that Arthur could actually do it. Sehen seems to have a keen eye for such things. At least he's better than her. Morgan added that he is still a bit brash. She summoned her staff and began to cast a spell on Arthur in an unknown language until he understood what was happening. Now Sehen needs Arthur to agree to the deal. His legs and non-activated physical abilities will recover. At this time, the red dragon plows the area. Tired Teeman says that he can't even take a break lately. Han Gian said that their guild master would come up with a plan. Teeman told her to stop. Even Sung Hyuk will have no choice but to pray when he runs into these guys. On the contrary, the good thing is that he is not physically strong enough to participate in this game. The player told the others that they needed to deal with Behemoth first. It will be more difficult for them to deal with the dragon, but they will be able to kill the Behemoth. Those players who are in the top 10 players from each server should lead the attack. The player has a skill with which they can learn the monster's abilities. This skill suggests that Behemoth gets bigger over time. Naturally, Behemoth has certain growth limits, but if left untouched, Behemoth can become dangerous. It is for this reason that the player Eric will stand at the forefront, because he already has experience in fighting the guard. He'll do it for them, right? Eric asked if he was really suitable for this role. Is there another Eric who has defeated a sentinel here? Eric realized that his business was bad. The guard he killed was not at all of the same magnitude as this monster. The squad should prepare and Eric will aim for the Behemoth's eyes. Eric ordered everyone to go on the offensive, but suddenly he noticed something strange. This is the same lame-footed one, but he no longer limps, so he also received a sword. Behemoth moved to attack, but Arthur jumped up and cut off his paw. The Behemoth fell to the ground and Arthur called out to Sehen to attack. Sehen attacked the guard with his huge two-handed sword. Song Siwoo said that it was a weapon that contained enough ester and mithril, as well as impenetrable iron. He did everything as Sehen asked, but he is not sure if he will need this weapon. Sehen believes that everything has its time of use. From this powerful blow, a shock wave went through the entire district. Sehen left his sword in the guard, and he flew away on the wings of a raven. He yelled at Arthur to attack the guard's legs so that he could not move. Sehen is always asking him for something complicated, like a contract, like a sword. He thinks that it is quite possible for him to do this now. Arthur gathered his strength into the sword. This skill is Punishment of Faith, S rank. Reinforces impact with the condensation of energy like magic and vigor. Behemoth keeps running at him. The player asked the others if they would just watch it. They should all go on the attack before things get worse. Eric, Young Sang Hwan, Lee Soo Rin and the rest of the players directed their forces to attack the guard. Arthur swung his sword, causing an explosion. When the smoke cleared, the players saw Arthur and a pair of glowing eyes. The guard is unharmed and continues to move straight towards the players. The player yells at them not to stop, because they need to continue to put pressure on the guard. Eric wondered if there was any hope that they would defeat this monster. He felt an aura. It turned out to be a red dragon, which began to growl at the whole district. Eric says that it was not easy for them to deal with one guard, and then another appeared. What did he do after the first attack? Sehen says it's a lot harder to control than he thought. Sehen thinks that maybe Arthur knew how to control him even before he shared with him the skill of resisting psychological attacks. Sehen gets the same feeling and is about to fight the dragon. Sehen calls Arthur. Arthur asks if he should block this one too. Sehen says he has to pay for those items. Arthur says that it's good that there are two of them at once. Sehen thinks he's right. Just like Morgan, if this is the same dragon from the legend, then he will not be able to kill King Arthur. The dragon lands next to Arthur and says that he is surprised. Arthur asks if he can also talk. The dragon says it's a kind of magic. He did not even think of meeting again the one who would take this sword in his hands. It's not easy being a guard though. Arthur asks how did the red dragon from legend turn into a monster. The dragon says that this role was determined for him by the system. They became players, and he became a monster. Arthur asks if the red dragon couldn't resist this. The dragon says that it is impossible to resist what includes the laws of the universe. There is not much difference between them. Arthur says it's strange then that he turned into a monster. The red dragon was supposed to be a player, wasn't it? The dragon says that only people who look like gods become players. Therefore, they are able to make their avatars out of them. He would like to tell the owner of the sword a lot more, but he cannot. However, according to the oath of the gods, he can only help him once. Arthur asks him to wait and tell him more, but the dragon flies away and attacks the behemoth, the dragon clenching its fangs so hard that they begin to crack. The player asks what kind of battle is there. The dragon makes a very loud roar while standing on the behemoth and looking at Sehen. Sehen looks at him and thinks, doesn't he want to get involved personally? The dragon figured it out very quickly. Sehen looks at the sword that was left in the body of the behemoth and accelerated, hitting the two-handed sword with his weapon. The players who were nearby were splashed with the blood of monsters. The dragon immediately flew off somewhere. The system notifies Sehen that he has earned the God Slayer achievement. He receives a special reward for destroying a strong guard. Sehen thinks it's great, but where did the red dragon go? Although, if he stayed here, he would have to fight them. The player says that he was very surprised. He didn't think Sehen was such a great player. His name is Julian. Sehen says he doesn't need to thank him and says his name. Sehen thinks he was there too. This is a player from Germany who made a contract with the god of another constellation. In a past life, he was quite active. Julian tells Sehen that so he turns out to be Korean. Does he mind if they talk a little? Sehen apologizes and says he'd better leave because of the prying eyes. Julian says that he is right and that it will be better for him. He hopes that they will meet again and have the opportunity to talk. Sehen gets wings and says that he also hopes so and it's time for him to leave. Sehen flies somewhere and thinks that this time he made sure that all the servers are merged and will only get bigger in the future. Now every outstanding player is important to prepare for that moment. Akaters asks, is that how he deflected his mental attack? Mara Papias says that it happened. Akaters thinks he even gave the behemoth's location. Mara Papias says he doesn't even know if to speak up, but he didn't feel the slightest threat. It's just amazing. This player is too strong. Akaters says he looks cheerful. Mara Papias says strong players are a great incentive for them. He is already looking forward to how he will show himself in the competition that will soon begin in the world of the devil. Akaters thinks he didn't feel even the slightest threat. In addition, he knows in advance about the method of attack, no matter what guard appears. If only that idiot red dragon would listen. This will not work. There aren't enough monsters to finish him off, so he needs to find another way. A notification appeared in the system window that in the ranking of the server competition, England took first place, South Korea second, and third and fourth places are still not set. Sehen thinks that around now the game master will have his say. Morgan asks the Raven, he solved all the problems, then why does he have such an expression on his face? Sehen says that the game master Akainen did nothing. Morgan asks if it's not for the best. Sehen says that this is strange, because usually the masters of the game are not like that. Sehen asks Arthur if he still hasn't found the answer. Arthur agrees and says that he is such a person. He took out his sword, but his courage did not increase. Sehen says that's right, once the contest ends, he should think at his leisure and he will definitely succeed. Arthur says that he believes in him too much and it seems strange to him. Sehen says that he has a good feeling. Snowy asks Sehen, is the match over? Sehen says not yet, but the results are clear. For this we'll give about 100 points. With scores like that, no matter how good the server is, it will be hard for him to catch up. Arthur says he doesn't even know how to thank him. And not only him, but all the players in England are grateful to him. Sehen says he's not doing this for praise or thanks. It will be enough for him if England can reach the European level, and if its players get an incentive to become stronger. Arthur says that Sehen is sometimes too selfless, which is even suspicious. Sehen says it's just because he has to finish the task. Snowy grabs Sehen's clothes and asks if she can go with him. Sehen says no and Morgan shackles her in a magical bubble. Sehen leaves and says that the chance to learn magic from a great witch is very rare. In return, he will listen to any of her requests next time, if of course he can do it. 1 week has passed. The system window says that there are no new messages. Jisoo thinks this is too much. She ended up not being able to find it until the end of the contest. She knows she's busy, but can't she just say a few words? Jisoo, sensing someone behind him, says that he must leave if he does not want to die a terrible death. The guy doesn't leave and Jisoo asks, why people never listened to her the first time. The guy tells his sister that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Han Hyun-soo says that it is very good that she is alive. He was a little worried about her, although he heard the news from his mother. Jisoo asks, is he with his mom? Hyun-soo agrees. Jisoo thinks she should endure. Jisoo asks if he came to her, so he wants to say something. Hyun-soo says it's too much, he could have found her by accident. Jisoo says that he is her brother and she knows for sure that he does not have such a character. Hyun-soo says she's still so reasonable, although she's always been wary. Jisoo says he should stop spouting this nonsense. Hyun-soo says he's nothing special. He just wanted to invite her to meet in Seoul sometime. They can have dinner with their mother because they have not seen each other for a long time. Jisoo notices the tattoo on her brother's neck and remembers seeing it on the bandits on the train before. At this time, someone screams loudly. Hyemi and Jisung, running to the screams, ask Sua what happened to her. Sua says it's nothing, just a nightmare. I mean, she saw the future. Hemi asks what kind of future did she see. Sua says that the people in Seoul will all die. Hemi asks why. Sua asks if they remember that girl in black. Hemi asks, in black clothes, so she's going to kill everyone. Sua says that things are constantly changing, so it's not certain yet, but she clearly saw the killer with the Death Star. At this time, Sehun said that this would not work. He saw in the article that Korea was in second place thanks to the same guild. Anonymous asked, is it the best guild in Seoul? It is the strongest guild in all of Korea. Looks like the Dayside Guild is gaining popularity. If they become too famous, it can only create problems for them. He saw Mina, who is quite giggling. It turns out that she tried the most. While everyone was focused on the dragon, she single-handedly collected items and collected quite a lot. But one thing still haunts him. Something strange has been happening with Jisoo lately. It doesn't look like she's offended by anything. If he had known, he would have talked to her more often. Sehun walked up to her and Jisoo immediately closed the system message window. Sehun asked if he could ask who the message she was looking at with such a serious face was from. Jisoo said that these are messages from her little brother who wants to meet her sometime. Unlike her, he was always capable in everything he did. Sehun, even in his past life, had never heard that there was a person who was more capable than Jisoo Han herself. Sehun apologized that he might be asking too much, but she thought about it because she didn't have a good relationship with her brother. Jisoo said that's not the point. He said that their mother is with him. Sehun said it was good because she was looking for her mother. Jisoo agreed with him, but to be honest, her mom doesn't like her much. To be more precise, she is even afraid of her. Does that mean she doesn't really want to meet her younger brother? Sehun invited her to come along. Jisoo was embarrassed and said that today he is too kind. Although it sounds a little unexpected, but she agrees. But she has one problem, which he will soon find out for himself. Sometime later, they walked through the ruined city and Sehun asked if they were walking in the right way. Back alley, this is somewhere devil puppets gather. Is this the place she was talking about? They arrived at the ruined cafe and went inside. The guy greeted them, but when he looked up he started shouting demon slaughter. An axe flew past him. Jisoo asked for 2 Americanos. She called her axe back to her and repeated her order. The guy asked them to wait a bit. Sehun was surprised that she had already mastered the item return skill. It looks like Jisoo is quite a famous person here. When they got their coffee, Sehun asked her where is her brother. Jisoo said that she had just received a message from him that he would be there soon. Hyun-soo came to the cafe and said that she came earlier than he thought. Jisoo asked him, where is mom? Hyun-soo called her impatient and said that she could have at least asked how he was doing for a start. He noticed Sehun and asked who is it. Jisoo said it's the oppa she likes. Sehun covered himself with sweat. Hyun-soo asked again, what are these jokes? He can't believe that she can like someone. Jisoo said that this is not a joke. Sehun had a vague feeling, but Jisoo had never spoken about it so directly before. This is probably the same problem that Jisoo was talking about. Hyun-soo has black hair and black eyes. Did he make a contract with a demon? Hyun-soo sat down at the table and said that honestly he couldn't understand. Jisoo interrupted him and told him to get down to business. Hyun-soo said that it already looks more like her. He wanted to show her something. He has changed a lot and is no longer the Han Hyun-soo he was before. As she herself sees, he made a contract with a demon who ranks 17th in the hierarchy of demons. And his sister, it seems, could not conclude a contract with anyone. Sehun thought that she formally signed a contract with him. But if it's the 17th-ranked devil, then it's above Nibiru's, a top devil. Hyun-soo said, the same court is still acting like a kind girl. She constantly holds back, then endures. He thought she had changed since the world was different. But she is still the same as she was before. Jisoo said she felt more comfortable this way. Hyun-soo called her a monster. Is this the same Jisoo that Sehun knows? Hyun-soo said that he would take her to her mother. Jisoo did not have any talents as a child, but the more she got something, the more her father demanded of her. He yelled and hit her because they put so much into her, but that's all she can do. She should try a little more. It must show them at least some results and justify their investment. Jisoo's mother, seeing how her daughter fulfills these unthinkable demands of her father, felt fear, and this fear turned into cruelty and violence. She beat her and beat her and beat her again. Only tears and her daughters could calm her down. But for Jisoo, violence was a meaningless act. Seeing Jisoo smile through her tears, her mother was horrified. No suffering could intimidate Jisoo. She was very dependent on her mother, but this is wrong and she realized it too late. Jisoo was sure that she just needed to obey and endure. After that, Jisoo began to hide her ability and humbled herself, ignoring her father's demands, but her mother still did not love her. Her father's expectations spilled over to her younger brother and even her mother's love. Hyunsoo, who had been overlooked until now due to his sister's ability, was desperately trying his best to satisfy his parents' interest in him. Although unlike her, he was not able to achieve great success. His father asked him, "Is that really all he can do?" And here is his sister. She watched such scenes until she entered the university. After that, she just had to wait until her mother forgot about the past. When her mother forgets everything, she will again try to get close to her, but this time without strangeness. The world has changed. Her father died, and her mother still avoided her, but now she wants to meet her, which is rather strange. Sehun asked Jisoo what was happening to her. Maybe she's worried about the people around her. Jisoo said that she is fine and she doesn't kill everyone, although she senses quite a bit of an ominous aura here. But now her brother is with her, so she needs to be patient and calm down, because she must be good. Maybe even Sehun won't understand. She must calm down, because she cannot show her true face. Hyunsoo thought it was rather strange that everyone called Jisoo a demon slaughterer, since she wasn't an avatar and didn't even have a contract. But still, all those victims were weaklings. They came to the appointed place. A large door appeared in front of them, and as soon as Hyunsoo stepped inside, all the servants bowed their heads to greet their branch manager. Sehun asked him what he was up to. Jisoo didn't know he was a branch manager. Hyunsoo asked her if she had heard of the Crescent Moon Guild. He became one of the leaders of this guild. He is the manager of the newly established Gangnam branch. He says this to prove that Jisoo is a jerk. Jisoo just said okay. Hyunsoo asked her if she wasn't even jealous of him now. Did she feel that now he was taller than her? Jisoo agreed and asked where is their mom. Hyunsoo did not expect her lack of reaction and told his sister that she was very boring. He ordered the servant to bring it here. Sehun and Jisoo tensed at those words. The servant handed the leader a white box. They understood immediately. Hyunsoo generously handed the box to his sister and said it was his gift for her. Jisoo can't believe it because he loved their mom. It just can't be. Jisoo was completely shocked when she opened the box and saw the contents. Hyunsoo laughed and asked his sister if she was surprised. How does she like his surprise? This is her beloved mother, even though she was afraid of her. He's done well, since he took revenge instead of her. He killed his mother who constantly beat Jisoo. Jisoo asked him why he did it. Their mother loved him. Hyunsoo said that she hoped so, but he was a burden. Jisoo herself knows about their mother's brain problems. When their father went missing, their mother turned to Hyunsoo. She's not even a player, but some kind of human being, but she still constantly told him what to do. Their mother was always looking for Jisoo, and said that they would be safe with her. That's why he killed her. Sehun realized that Hyunsoo is a real psycho. Hyunsoo told her not to worry, because soon he would send her to her. Hyunsoo told her not to worry, because soon he would send her to her mother. She will always be by her side and so he will be calmer in his soul. Sehun realizes that he must intervene because Jisoo can't touch his brother. Suddenly he felt a terrifying feeling and turning around, he saw only their mother's head on the floor. Jisoo pushed her mother's head away from her. She mentally told herself that she must not, she must endure. She put her hand to her chest, thought that she must continue to endure. Sehun called her. Next to her is Sehun. No, she can't stand it. She must kill everyone to protect what is valuable to her. Hyunsoo called out to his sister and said that she was quiet for some reason. What same she boring, must same be modicum with the reaction. Jisoo took a few steps forward and Hyunsoo said she finally came to her senses. He started to draw a weapon and said that then he would show her how strong he had become. Jisoo grabbed his throat and Hyunsoo asked, how did she behave? He raised his sword and said that then she would not like the fact that he would cut her back in half. He hit her, but Jisoo stood still. Hyunsoo wondered how she survived such a blow. Her wounds began to heal quickly, and he wondered how much stamina one should have. Jisoo squeezed his throat harder, and Hyunsoo wheezed. He asked his sister to let him go. Jisoo didn't reply and Hyunsoo asked, Jisoo. Jisoo thanked him and Hyunsoo's eyes filled with horror. Jisoo's lips broke into a wide, dark smile. Hyunsoo fearfully asks her to wait and let him go. Jisoo stepped on his foot. Hyunsoo grunted in pain and shouted at his subordinates, "What are they worth? Will they look like this?" He orders them to seize her now. Jisoo squeezed Hyunsoo's throat to a crunch and ripped his head off his body. The office was raining blood. Jisoo stood bathed in her brother's blood. She held his head in her hand and said goodbye to him. She threw his head aside and Sehun thought they were in trouble. The madness she had held back for so long was awakened. Jisoo called out to him and then repeated his name over and over again. She turned around and Sehun got scared and he asked what. Jisoo laughed and said that he answered her anyway. She will protect him, so don't worry. She will not allow him to become the same as her mother. Never. Sehun wondered who she was going to protect. Her condition could lead to disaster. He must stop her. Jisoo says that his face is somehow bad. Is it because of the insects around? She would deal with them. Let him trust her. She took out a weapon and told Sehun to only trust her. Sehun thought that this was no longer a competition. He had to be ready to kill her, otherwise he himself might die. Jisoo's eyes lit up. She has to take everyone out. Everyone. More and more murderous aura began to emanate from Jisoo. She needs to take them all out. Bloody tears poured from her eyes and she screamed at the top of her lungs. She abruptly took off and Sehun was horrified by her speed. She approached two of her brother's subordinates and killed them at once. She looked the other way, turned around and took off. She went through the office in a bloody death hurricane. The people she killed screamed in fear and pain. Sehun intervenes and thinks that he doesn't care what happens to the guys from the Crescent Moon Guild, but at this rate, her condition will only get worse. He yells at Jisoo to stop. Jisoo enjoyed what she did. Sehun did not want to fight her, but he created dimensional holes in front of her, from which swords emerged. Sharp blades flew in her direction, but she managed to dodge. She caught one blade and threw it at the guild member. The blade planted 3 people on itself at once and stuck into the wall. Jisoo turned towards Sehun and he thought, great, let him come here. Jisoo's eyes rolled back and she took off in a completely different direction from Sehun. He was surprised, so she distinguishes people in this state. You can't let her leave the building. There was an explosion. If Sehun lets her out of the building, be in trouble. Jisoo thinks she should kill everyone. She can no longer lose the people she loves. She must protect them in order to stay good. No one needs this good child without close people. A series of powerful ones passed down the street. Sehun tried to stop Jisoo by putting bracelets on her and making them heavier. Jisoo collapsed down and screamed. Her hands were now chained to the ground. Sehun didn't think he would use it again. Jisoo tried to stand up and Sehun told her not to waste her strength. These bracelets weigh 10 tons. He opened the system message box and thought maybe Mina could do something. He looked at Jisoo and was very surprised. She freed herself from the bracelet by tearing off her arm. Sehun looked at her in horror. Did she really tear off her arm? She began to tear off her other arm and screamed. She stood up, her arm not yet fully recovered, and she wiped the blood from her face. Sehun thought, with the restoration of a rank, is it possible? But the person must still be in pain. He cursed mentally. At this rate she would soon reach the center of the city. Sehun took out a powerful weapon and mentally apologized to her. He would have to smash her upper body. If he wants to protect Seoul, there is no other choice. He braced himself and dived into the shadows. He appeared behind her and again apologized and attacked her. His impact kicked up a lot of dust. Sehun stared at her body, breathing heavily. Sehun turned away and sighed. As a result, Jisoo died here as well, both in the first round and in the second. He looked down at his bloody hands and said that it was all because of him. She shouldn't have been brought here if he'd prevented her from opening that box. He closed his eyes and swore. Suddenly someone attacked him from behind. Sehun fell to the ground and thought, what was that? He looked away and saw Jisoo's axe next to him. Jisoo's body healed and she called Sehun. She said he should have aimed for her head. She began to take slow steps towards him. She squatted down in front of him and asked for forgiveness. Sweat broke out on Sehun's body, and he was trembling all over in pain. Jisoo asks him to forgive her, but nothing can be done. She had no other choice. But that's fine too. She smiled through her tears and confessed to him that she wanted this because he is very strong. If he doesn't like her and runs away, she won't even be able to catch him. So she was constantly worried about it. Sehun breathed heavily and thought that she had completely lost her mind, that she had a mixture of reason and madness. This is bad. Jisoo told him not to worry. She would always be there, even if he doesn't have legs. She stopped in mid-sentence and said, no, on the contrary, it would be even better for him to be without legs. She can become his legs. He no longer has to suffer from the game. Now she will protect him. Jisoo thought she did well. It's good that the world has changed. All her loved ones will always be by her side. She moved away from Sehun and felt someone's presence. Is there anyone here? But everyone in the area either died or fled. Out of the corner of her ear, she heard a rustle. A white mouse ran past her, drawing a circle around her. Jisoo looked at her and realized that it was Mina. She thought, okay, She got her axe back and swung it. She threw it at the mouse and screamed Mina's name furiously. A barrier formed around Jisoo, but her axe kept flying towards Mina. Mina dodged and squeaked in fear. Meanwhile, Sehen was sitting on the ground and his legs had already grown back. He was surprised and said, "Even this grows together." Almost a perfect cut. He did not think that she would help him. Mina said she didn't want to come. She pointed to the observer jester and said that the jester just said he was in danger. Sehen thanked her and looked back, and he asked what did she do with Jisoo. Mina replied that she locked her in a dimensional rift. Sehen said the same one he used when he made the bunker. Mina said he has a good memory. Sehen asked how long does the skill last. Mina thoughtfully said that about as long as her magic, about 2 days. As the last time it will not work to split. For this you need to remove the action of the skill. Sehen replied that he understood. And he thought Jisoo lost her mind, and then she came to her senses again. Most likely the problem is not in skills, but in her personal characteristics. He asked Mina if she doesn't have any good skills for situations like this. Mina shrugged and said no. Sehen thought, even if Mina doesn't know, then the others can't be expected either. This time, nothing comes to his mind. Someone's voice tells him that he has such a concerned face. Sehen replied that it's natural, you need to think carefully about it. He recognized this voice and asked Yidra, what is she doing here? Yidra smiled and said that she was afraid that he would start praying to another god, so she rushed in as soon as she could. He should not be so surprised. She did not directly come into this world. In modern terms, it would be more correct to say that she simply threw a dummy file into this world with the help of a VPN. Although the process was a little tricky. Sehen asked if this is possible. Yidra replied that if you act like demons, then anything is possible. Usually the gods don't put that much emphasis on the game. Naturally, there are limits. If the player gives her a good reward, then she can help. Otherwise, the system will perceive it as an error and delete it. Sehen asked if she was talking about an award. Yidra said that the player can give their points to the god. Mina asked, is it really possible? The observer jester took off from his seat and indignantly flew up to Yidra. She laughed and said, if you don't like something, then let her try. It's ugly to envy God. FYI, like a god, she follows the rules too. The jester's observer continued to resent. Yidra said that even now there is a broadcast, for sure, and the publisher is aware. Sehen asked, broadcast. Yidra confirmed his words and said that she has recently become addicted to videos, so she began to post them on GodTube. Her nickname is Dream Witch. Let him then subscribe to her, put a like and press the bell. Yidra was beaming and San thought she was posting videos. But in a past life it was not so. He said nothing. Yidra said, in general, let him mean that she films everything. He's going to save this girl who's locked in a crevice, isn't he? Sehen looked at the gap and confirmed her words. Yidra said that she can influence the mind and cause hallucinations, so she will give him advice. Jisoo has to meet her mother. It is not so difficult, then her features will again appear, and she will quickly come to her senses. Sehen says the problem is that it's not possible. Yidra answered, what if she says it's possible? Sehen asked in surprise, but how can this be arranged? If you don't go back to the past, then there is no way. Yidra interrupted him and said that he had already been once in the past, even though it was a dream. Sehen understood, so she knows that he was in the dream dungeon and what happened there. But from where? Yidra said that if this problem is resolved, she will have a lot of followers. The method is very simple. If you change the dream dungeon, then the reward will also change. Sehen asked if the reward will change. Yidra said yes, as he knows. There is a quest in the Dungeon of Dreams. He already knows about the reward. If he changes the dungeon itself, then the reward will change. The task is to return Jisoo's mother. The reward will also be Jisoo's mother. Sehen asked why is she donating her points and helping him. He's not even her avatar. Yidra asked what is it about. She doesn't want to spend her points. Sehen asked what. Yidra snorted and said how shameless he was. Naturally, this is at the expense of his points. After all, she said that she should receive a decent reward from the player. She smiled and said that fixing the dungeon was worth 100,000 points, and asked, is it feasible for him? He should thank her. Usually for that price none of the gods would do such a thing. Sehen opens the system window and says that he is grateful to her. He transferred the points to her and Yidra said that she had such a headache from all this complex system. Often she would not be able to do this. Sehen asked, now he can use. Yidra tells him to wait a bit. Sehen thought she seemed to be saying that she edited videos and posted them. Yidra says that when he goes inside, he will be transported to the time when Jisoo's mother was still alive. In that place, Yidra may or may not have signed a contract with him. Sehen thought it was true. He doesn't know how, but Yidra from the second round knows the information from the first round. She must have created a similar situation in the past. Yidra told him that was all. She clapped her hands and said it was time to work. She directed her powers to the dungeon. The system window notifies that the dream dungeon is changing due to external interference. The dream dungeon has become a dream temple. The Temple of Dreams passes into submission to the player Kim Se. Yidra said that this is her temple, but he is the owner. Now he can be called the head of the temple. Sehen climbed the stairs and entered the Temple of Dreams. He had a feeling, just like from the previous dungeon. A system window informs that Sehen can choose his 3 skills and enter the temple. Sehen thought, only 3. When it comes to his skills, he won't be able to use equipment, karas, or general skills. Then he chose a few skills. According to Yidra, he traveled to a time when Jisu's mother was still alive, but there are no scars or calluses on his hands. He thinks it's not that far in the past. What is this moment? He does not feel the presence of people. With his points, he is rather weak. Maybe it's the first round. Suddenly, someone screamed and Sehen hid behind the rubble of the building. He looked in the direction the sound was coming from and swore. There was a huge scorpion and a large number of players next to it. Sehen thought, what an unfortunate moment. Is this about the end of the dungeon race? It means that the smoke is poison. He closed the airways with his hand and quickly took off. He didn't think Yidra would send him to the moment right before she died, though she said she didn't have much control over the timing yet. Sehen jumped down from the ruins of the buildings and thought that next time he would need to talk to her. First, he needs to find a safe place. He puts his hand on the ground and activates the search skill. A wave passed from him, and he found a great place to hide. He heard a noise behind him and thought it was a monster. In his condition now, it is better to avoid battles. He remembers and thinks correctly. That time it was the same. He was just collecting items, and then he lost consciousness from the venom of a scorpion. Fortunately, someone saved him, and he was able to return to Mr. Luke. Perhaps someone dragged him on his back and then threw him down the road. He could have died, but he was lucky. Sehen sat down and said that now you can breathe easy. He opens the system window and thinks that the scorpion will be caught tomorrow and Yidra will also come soon. He needs to quickly clear the Temple of Dreams and get out of here. On the system task window it says about a side quest, clearing the Temple of Dreams. You need to find in the dungeon, which was created according to the memories of the player, Kim Se, Han Jisu's mother, Sun Kyeon, and get out of here. However, she must follow him of her own free will. Sehen wondered, should she go of her own accord? In other words, she must be persuaded, and that will not be easy. Sehen gets up and thinks that first he needs to find her, and he will think about the rest later. She must be with her brother Jisu, and he is probably in the Dark Cape Gang or in the Sin Guild. Since it happened, Dark Cape Gang will suit him more. Sehen talks to Sujun's informant. Sujun asked if the players who recently joined the Dark Cape Gang are Sin. Sehen asked if he knew anything about this. The person's name is Han Hyunsu. Sujun repeats the name Hyunsu and says that from what he heard, this guy is called a rising star. Sehen asked where is he. Sujun replied that he was in the Sin Guild. Sehen sighed and thought, and why exactly there? He hoped it would be a Dark Cape Gang. He asks Sujun if he knows where he was sent. He replies that he doesn't know that, but if it's a newly opened branch, then he knows. However, it won't be free. Sehen says he will give him 1,000 points. Sujun agrees and hands him a roll of paper. Sehen thanks him and Sujun, which is not worth it. He is grateful to him. He asks if he has no more questions, can he go? Sehen said no and Sujun's face darkened. Sehen cut off his head and brushed the blood from his sword. He said that he would tell the Sin Guild everything if he let him go. In the second round, he lived happily ever after. Sehen stood behind the wall and looked around the corner. He looked around and thought that this is a great place that suits this guild. Yidra should be coming soon. How uncomfortable he is without the Raven Eye skill. Sehen used search and had a strange feeling. Who could it be? Player. In the first round no one followed him, because there was no reason for this. And there is no point in secret surveillance if they do not see each other. Maybe something has changed in this Temple of Dreams. Yidra appeared behind him and said, well, she's late. Sehen turned to her and angrily said that she was late of course, but the problem was different. Why did she send him exactly at the moment when Scorpio appeared? Yidra replied that she had told him that she was still unable to control this skill well. And now she was late because she synchronized her memories with this world. Sehen sighed and said okay, let her make him her avatar first. Yidra replied that it was easy and placed 2 fingers on Sehen's forehead. The system window announces that he has become the avatar of the dream goddess Yidra. He got the skill of imaginary space. Sehen's look hurt strength. He said that with such a skill he was a little calmer. Yidra said that she saw something interesting along the way. Sehen asked interesting. Yidra said that they originally met him later, so she didn't know that the girl was still alive. Sehen asked, is that girl? Yidra said that he must have felt it himself. Didn't he have a strange feeling of being around? Sehen replied that this is true, but he does not know who it is. Yidra asked if he didn't know. She laughed and said that she understood everything, so he did not know either. It looks like she was still alive at the time. Sehen asked who is she talking about. Idra said the name Han Jisoo, and Sehen's gaze immediately changed. Idra said that she looked like a monster who had lost her mind. Sehen asked her to wait and asked if she said Han Jisoo's name. Idra told him to think carefully. She was pierced by a sword right after the game started. Sehen confirmed her words and Idra said it meant she already had the Death Star skill. Didn't he know how durable people with this skill were? Sehen thought, he knows that with such a skill, a person can be reborn even if there is no trace of the heart left. He asks if Han Jisoo was still alive at that moment. Idra said that she thinks so because she saw her in person on her way here. Sehen thought her words made sense. He didn't check if Jisoo died or not. But then why? Idra says that he has such a face, as if he does not understand anything. What is there to puzzle over? Let him go and see for himself. Sehen agreed with her and activated the search skill. Jisoo is about 40 meters from here. He used the soundproofing and walked towards her. This time, he will check properly. Was Jisoo really alive? But then why? Why was she circling around him and not even trying to get closer? He found her location and rapidly approached her. He landed on the roof of the building and saw Jisoo circling in one place. He thought that she seemed to have lost sight of him and was confused. It is not clear from its appearance alone. But his gaze suddenly changed. Idra was right. Jisoo turned to Sehen and he saw her crawling on all fours covered in blood. Anyone would say that if they saw this spectacle. A monster without a mind. He looked at her and thought, is this Han Jisoo? When he passed out due to poisoning in the first round, someone carried him to the place where the hatch was. Was it Jisoo? Sehen watched her and thought, but why has she changed so much? He jumped off the roof and caught Jisoo. He pinned her to the ground and thought that now she does not have such a regeneration skill as in the second round. Apparently, therefore she is cautious. Sehen took a strand of her hair and Jisoo's look changed. But at the same time, she does not show hostility towards him. It's definitely Jisoo. Sehen pinned her to the ground and stroked her hair. Jisoo closely watched his hand. He asked her, does she understand his words? He stood up and told her to follow him. Usually, those who have the Death Star skill feel hatred for all people. These are innate conditions for becoming an enemy of humanity. But Jisoo didn't show any signs of this, probably because of her personality. Maybe it's the same with her. Idra looks at Jisoo and says that she reminds her of a pet. Jisoo was lying on Sehen's lap and he suggested that her temper might have subsided due to the injury she received from the goblin. But it is likely that the Death Star could, on the contrary, manifest itself even more. Idra asked how to manifest like Jisoo from the second round. Sehen said yes, in the second round. This skill merged with her instincts. So she at least looked like a human back then, but now it's different. She seems to have completely lost her personality. He thought he didn't know if it was Jisoo's specialty or if the Death Star's defense mechanism was triggered, but he knew for sure that she stayed close to protect him. He didn't feel it in the first round. She must have died at some point while following him. She died protecting him from a danger he didn't even know existed. She couldn't tell anyone everything. Sehen stroked her head and asked for her forgiveness. In the second round, he will definitely save her. He suggested maybe they will go slowly. Sin Guild headquarters. One of the guards says it's too quiet today. Another guard was lying on the table and asked if he thinks someone got in here. He sighed and said, what kind of fool would dare attack a guild run by Hades' avatar? All these idiots went scorpion catching in Seoul. He got up and saw that his partner had disappeared. He asked, what is it? Where did he disappear to? Here he is a moron. Again he decided to joke his jokes. From the wall, hands began to appear above his head. The guard's neck cracked and his head fell to the floor. Sehen stretched his arms and called out to Han Jisoo. He told her not to bite that garbage. Jisoo held the guard's severed leg in her mouth and looked at Sehen. She spat out the man's leg and smiled. Sehen thought it looked like her fighting skills hadn't completely disappeared. He watched as Jisoo played with a severed human leg and noticed that she moved more nimbly because the regeneration skill was not to be relied upon. He told her that it would be dangerous further, so the path did not follow him. Jisoo shook her head negatively and made incomprehensible sounds. Sehen said that if she didn't try, he wouldn't be able to protect her anyway. Jisoo brought her hand to her chest and slowly began to speak out the words. Sehen asked what. Jisoo pointed her finger at him and said she would protect him herself. She will protect him. Sehen sighed and said that let her do what she wants. Meanwhile, Sun Kyeon tells his son Hyunsoo that it's still not good, it's dangerous there. Hyunsoo yells at mom and asks her to stop saying that to him. This is the only way to stay alive. He must grovel before those who are stronger than him. She always did that too. Kyeon replied that it was true, but she couldn't go there. She had a bad premonition. Hyunsoo asked her if it was because the guild leader had his eye on her. She replied that that was not the point. Hyunsoo went ahead and said that he was just calling him. He asked his mother if she wanted to go with him. She asks him to wait. Hyunsu asked if she didn't want to. She replied that she would go. Hyunsu says she doesn't have to dodge all the time. He thought if it weren't for the guildmaster's addiction, he would have finished him off a long time ago. One has only to use it wisely, and he will be able to climb up. Soon he will make a contract with the devil and he will become the leader of the guild. He will prove that he is better than his sister. The building was on fire, and spatial holes were placed in its premises, which let the venom of a scorpion inside. Sehen thought it was good that everything was resolved so easily. The poisonous gas of these scorpions just came in handy. Only Kim Ju-won and Han Hyunsu are left. They are in the office. That is great. Ju-won sits in the office with his legs on the table and says that there is a riot outside. Hyunsu and his mother stand in front of him. Hyunsu agreed with Ju-won and said that it looks like bugs have appeared there. Ju-won said it looks like some good guys have come and can be of use to them. Now only 5 survivors remain in this building. Hyunsu asked in surprise, does that mean they only have 2 opponents? Ju-won has the royal eye skill, which detects the presence of the living and the dead. Ju-won confirmed his words and said that it was funny. Ju-won abruptly stood up and slammed his palms on the table. Hyeon flinched and Ju-won asked if he scared her. Hyeon said no, and Hyunsu told the leader that he shouldn't interfere personally. He would deal with everything himself. Ju-won asked how confident he is in his abilities. Hyunsu confirmed his words and thought that since he had such a chance, he should win his trust. You can't just rely on this stupid woman. Anything can happen if the guild leader suddenly grows cold towards her. Hyunsu pulled his sword out of its scabbard and thought that he was already strong enough. He was not the Hyunsu he was before. An alien aura emanated from behind the door. Ju-won used a skill and felt him approaching. Sehen kicked down the door and Hyunsu pounced on him. Sehen jumped up and dodged his attack. The next second, he landed behind Hyunsu and hit him on the back of the head. Hyunsu passed out and fell to the floor. Sehen turned around and Ju-won said that he has an extraordinary ability. Now he understands why his guys were weaker. He likes strong players. Kan Tisung from the Outrising Guild was a small fish to him. In Seoul, no player interested him. Sehen remained silent, and a dimensional hole began to appear behind Ju-won's back. Ju-won wondered if he could cheer him up. Ju-won sensed something was wrong and Sehen appeared from behind him from a dimensional hole. He said he didn't even think about it. Ju-won asked what is it about. Sehen replied that he didn't think he talked so much. He hurt his neck and Ju-won exclaimed that he was a freak. Blood gushed from his wound and he threw his sickle at Sehen. From the blows, dust rose in the room. Sehen dodged quickly and thought that Ju-won's stats are pretty high right now, and he also has that skill that he can't relax. Ju-won covered his wound with his hand and told Sehen that he was a jerk. He would rip him apart with one blow. Dimensional holes began to appear around him. Ju-won looked at this in bewilderment, and sharp blades began to fly out of the holes. Ju-won quickly dodged them using agile moves. He noticed that Sehen uses good techniques and asked if he was afraid to fight face to face. Sehen asked, is that all the guild leader can do? Ju-won said he's a freak. He didn't want to use that skill either. Kaini. Ju-won's body began to dissolve into thin air. A red haze passed through the room. Sehen started to look around and thought that this is the skill that allows him to hide with a surprise attack. This is one of Kim Ju-won's abilities that pisses him off. Ju-won smiled and appeared behind Sehen and attacked him. Blood spurted from the body. Ju-won sighed heavily and blood gushed out of his mouth. He asked, but how? Did he see him? Sehen managed to plunge a sword into him and said that he did not see him. Ju-won asked, then how did he know? Sehen replied that he just thought he would jump out of there. While the enemy is guarding his rear, he will certainly decide to jump out in front and strike. Ju-won fell to his knees. You can hide your presence, but habits will not go anywhere. Ju-won said that he nailed him like the last dog. He spoke the last words and he fell dead. Sehen said great. He looked at the trembling Hyeon. He found her. Hyeon thinks that if she keeps going after him, she might die. Sehen asks if she's in trouble. Hyeon sees Jisoo and asks if it's her. What's wrong with her? Jisoo hugs Hyeon. Sehen says that they can't stay here for long, so they should move on. Hyeon asks should she go too. Sehen agrees and says that he came here for her. Sehen thinks they can't play for time, otherwise the guild members will arrive here. Sehen tells Jisoo that she must keep up. Sehen takes Hyeon on his shoulder and jumps out the window. Hyunsu thinks it can't be. Did they treat him like a small fish? If he had made a contract with a demon or a god, things would have been different. This irritates him very much. Hyunsu receives a letter from Hades. Hyeon asks if she should meet Jisoo, but she's here. Sehen says it's too long to explain. Sehen doesn't understand what to say to her. I wish Idra would show up and explain everything. Jisoo hugs Sehen's leg. Hyeon says it's amazing that Jisoo listens to people like that. Sehen says that if she shows the same reaction, she will most likely treat her the same way. Hyeon says she doesn't want that. Sehen doesn't understand why she is so afraid of Jisoo. Sehen asks Hyeon, did she beat Jisoo? Hyung denies it and asks if she could do that. Sehan thinks that the type of people like her harm others in order to overcome their own fears. But why then does Jisoo love his mother so much and endure so many things for her sake? Jisoo says that mothers should not be hated. Sehan says that's not the point at all. Hyung asks Jisoo what did she just say. Jisoo tells her mother that she is a kind girl. Hyung reaches for Jisoo, but Sehan hears some sounds and suddenly a crack separates them. Hyunsoo asks if she dodged such a blow, although it would be uninteresting if she died so quickly. Sehan thinks he purposely left Hyunsoo alive because of his family, and this Hades knew who to get close to. Sehan asks if this is all about killing him. Hyunsoo says that to be more precise, the god Hades wants to test his abilities, and Sehan is just an obstacle in his path. Sehan tells Hyunsoo that his attacks could harm his sister and mother, as he completely lost his mind. Hyunsoo says he was aiming at them. He wanted to get rid of the annoying sister and the mad mother with one blow, but he prevented him. Sehan thinks it looks like Hades gave him quite a few points, maybe because Kim Joo-won died. Sehan tells Jisoo that she must protect her mother. Hyunsoo really pisses him off. Sehan did not want to kill him because he still needs to persuade Jisoo's mother. Hyunsoo asks if he doesn't quite understand what's going on. Hyunsoo uses the Kaini skill. Sehan blocked Hyunsoo's shot. Hyunsoo doesn't understand how he blocked the punch. Most likely, it was too obvious an attack. This is quite possible. Now he will hit right. Hyunsoo throws a few punches and asks what's the matter. How did he block his punch? Sehan says that due to the fact that he destroyed the building, lime powder filled everything around, which is why he leaves footprints when he moves. What is the point of having high scores if they have a completely different experience? Sehan impales Hyunsoo. Hyunsoo doesn't think it can't be. He's the Demon King's avatar. The deity chose him. But how is it? Why some idiot? Hyunsoo laughs and asks, so is it true? Sehan asks what's so funny. Hyunsoo says it's too bad. Hades told him that he would not be able to resist him, so he would tell him how to bring him down. Sehan doesn't understand what he's up to. Hyunsoo says he of course refused. He didn't doubt that he could kill someone like Sehan with his own powers, but it looks like this god was right. Hyunsoo grabs Sehan's hand. Sehan asks Hades if it was really worth bringing it to this. Hades, having taken possession of Hyunsoo's body, asks him for sure, wondering why he did this. To be honest, he himself does not know, but his mood is spoiled. He has the feeling that this is not the first time he has killed his avatar. Sehan thinks that Hades doesn't remember everything like Hydra, but he still has feelings. He did not think that Hades would inhabit the body of the dead Hyunsoo. Hades asks if he can still block death. Sehan realizes that due to the difference in performance, he will not be able to escape, so he will have to cut off his hand. Hades strikes, but Jisoo kicks Hades' arm. Sehan says that Jisoo is doing well. Hades says they are gross freaks. Are they not even afraid of God? Sehan asks why they are afraid of some losers. Hades realizes that because of this attack, something crunched in his hand. In the body of this person, it will be difficult for him to defeat too. Hades says that he admits that this time he lost. Sehan doesn't understand. Is he up to something? Once he strikes, he will put an end to it. Hades says that although he lost, he will not be able to win either. Hades delivers a blow that releases a wave. Sehan dodges and cuts off Hades' head with one blow. Sehan notices that Hades had a smile on her face. Wasn't he the target in the first place? Sehan warns Kion of the danger, but the destructive wave was already near her. Jisoo takes this blow instead of his mother. Sehan calls out to Jisoo. He runs up to her and picks her up. Sehan asks why she did it. Jisoo says it's because he told her to be protective. Sehan asks, did she wake up? Jisoo says she must have regained her sanity because of the pain. Is her mom okay? Kiyoung breathes a sigh of relief and says she's fine. Sehan notices that she looks very calm. Jisoo says he shouldn't be angry. She herself knows that her mother is afraid of her. Where did she go wrong? Sehan says it's not her fault. Jisoo says that he said that even then, although he no longer remembers it. Jisoo apologizes to Sehan and says that now she can no longer protect him. Sehan says she shouldn't think about it. Jisoo says that he is strong. He will definitely be able to beat this game. He was always like that. If he started something, he brought it to the end. Jisoo coughs up blood and says she has one request. He must never forget her. Sehan promises that he will never forget her. Jisoo says it's good. The system announces that Sehan has received the Love Girl in Pain feature. Sehan doesn't understand, so it wasn't a skill, but a feature. The system notifies that the love of a girl in pain is a feature that consists of the hopes of a girl. It contains love for only one man and wants to protect him. Sehan thinks that he can't find out what this trait's effects are. There must be some kind of manifestation conditions. Kiyoung cleared her throat and asked if Jisoo died. Sehan confirms this. Sehan thinks that maybe she's acting so calmly because she's still alive. Her son was killed and her daughter died protecting her, and such a woman is Jisoo's mother. Kyung asks if he was going to say something to her. They seem to have to go to another world. Is it safe there? Sehun refuses and says it's not necessary now. It looks like he was wrong, because Jisoo did not really need her. Kyung asks what he means. Sehun doesn't know how Kyung treated Jisoo before, even if she beat her as a child, but all this is already in the past. He can only see the present and evaluate it. She is nothing more than poison to Jisoo now. Kyung asks him to wait and says that she is actually talking to him. Sehun says it's not necessary. Sehun thinks that if he brings this woman with him to the second round, he will have nothing to say to Jisoo, who is overcome with madness. Judging from the way she hesitated as she looked at her daughter, she might still have maternal feelings. But those feelings she should have shown towards Jisoo from the first round. That's called being a mother. Hydra says that soon his time will be over. In this, he will fail the task. Does he agree to this? Sehun agrees to this. Idris says that if he doesn't bring Jisoo's mother, there will be no other way to get her back. Sehun says there is a way. He was from the very beginning. He just tried to avoid him, but now he has decided everything. He is responsible for Jisoo. Hydra thinks about his words and says that she is still indulgent, so she will allow one more person to be added. Hydra opens a portal. Jisoo thinks that it's not like him. He failed the task for the first time in the second round, but still, he can't say that he got in a bad mood from it. After a while, Mina asks Sehun if he's okay. Sehun says it's not that important. She can release it at any time. Mina says that since he says so, can she really do it? She will immediately run away as soon as the barrier falls. Is that normal? Sehun says that she should run as far as possible, and she has to take care of anyone in her path. Mina asks if he's going to fight her. Sehun says that he is going to save her. Mina removes the barrier and escapes. Sehun thinks that while Jisoo was locked up, her madness increased. She looks like she's in agony. She must have tried to suppress it and endure it in any way she could. She's terrified, isn't she? Sehun calls out to Jisoo, but she only makes sounds. Sehun says she doesn't need to hold it back. It is not necessary. He will accept everything. She can attack. Sehun sees a system window that says she has berserk status. Her attack has increased by 50%, and her defense has decreased by 50%. Sehun doesn't understand what else berserk means. Jisoo runs towards Sehun with great speed and strikes. Sehun pushes Jisoo away and kicks her mid-air. Sehun says he feels like he just hit a piece of steel. Jisoo threw a huge rock at Sehun, which breaks and the debris causes Jisoo to stab. Sehun blocks this blow with one hand while the other is about to attack. Sehun cuts off Jisoo's arm, which held her weapon, but the arm regenerates at a tremendous rate. Sehun thinks that with such a power of regeneration, it can be considered that there is simply no punishment in the form of a decrease in defense power. This is the reason why she put everything into stats and not other skills. Jisoo runs towards Sehun with his weapon. Sehun thinks that small wounds will only increase the effect of the assassin's holy body skill. In such a case, he must use impenetrable steel. Sehun sends this huge cube to Jisoo. Sehun thinks it happened around here, right? Jisoo gets up, but Sehun attacks her and Jisoo sits in the rubble. Jisoo opens her eyes and sees Sehun reaching out to her. Sehun says that she should stop resisting. Jisoo notices that her body is chained up. Sehun touches his head to Jisoo's head and says it's over. The system notifies that the memory of the two players is being synchronized. Some time ago, Jisoo asks, "Isn't it boring to have fun alone?" Sehun says not really. Jisoo says it makes sense since he has always been lonely. Sehun says he just finds it more comfortable being alone. Jisoo says that this is exactly what people usually call a loner. Sehun asks why is she talking to such a loner then? Jisoo says she doesn't know how to say it herself. Sehun says she is weird. Jisoo asks, isn't she normal? Sehun says that's what he thinks. He feels like she's wearing a mask. Actually, though, he doesn't really care. She shouldn't think of it as something bad. He doesn't rebuke her or anything like that. It's just who she is. Jisoo asks if he gets really angry if she says she wore a mask and cheated on him. Sehun says he doesn't care. Who is he to her to care so much? Jisoo says what it means. Sehun says he's fine with that so she can relax. She has a face like he's scolding her for something. She didn't do anything wrong, so she should stop acting like she's walking on eggshells. Jisoo asks is it so obvious? Sehun says it's very noticeable. She's been like this since they first met. He could never be such that in that sense she is something special. Isn't it more comfortable to live the way she wants than to walk on eggshells all the time? Jisoo says that then everyone will be afraid of her, just like her mother. It is possible that she is a terrible person. Sehun asks who knew this would turn into family conversations. Jisoo says there's not much here. She just doesn't like it. Sehun says he doesn't know what exactly she's hiding, but she's not as bad as she thinks. If she was bad, she wouldn't even talk to a loner like him. Jisoo says that she thought he just liked being alone and that doesn't mean he's a loner. Sehun says he just said so. In any case, he can come to him when she gets tired of pretending. Whatever it is, he won't care. Jisoo asks, even if she's going to be really scary. Sehun says it's true. Meanwhile, Jisoo and Sehun continue to synchronize memory, and Jisoo breaks the bars that were holding her back. Sehun jumps back and asks Idra if she's sure it's not a failure. Are they still syncing? Jisoo is tormented by seeing Sehun's memories. Jisoo tells Sehun that she didn't forget. He kept his promise, but she can't do it anymore. She can no longer hide her true identity. After all, he's just like her mom. Sehun says she didn't do anything wrong. It is his fault, because he could not prevent such a turn of events. He let his guard down too much because there hasn't been a crisis so far, which hasn't really felt like a crisis until now. It's still hard for him to properly respond to her feelings, but at least he'll never leave her. So she should stop being so nervous. Jisoo looks at him and agrees with him. Idra, who's been following this, says she's generous. So it's okay, at least the video turned out good. She is very generous. Warning: the backdrop of this dungeon is a complete illusion. Dark King asked if this is also a dungeon. One Eye Lost wrote that this is a dungeon that displays the world divided in two. Grease Commander says look at them showing off that they know something again. Burning Sun asked, they're not even avatars, right? But what's wrong with them? Maybe it's some kind of bug. Grease Commander wrote that from the very beginning he spotted this girl, who is very strong. Don't Marry wrote that he hoped he would go with her regardless of other girls. Northern European Beauty said she was against it. Isn't it better to love a lot more? Hydra copes well with video editing, and moderately hid what happened with Hades. With Jisoo, everything ended well. Sehun wondered what the next task would be. This Arcadis is probably pretty annoyed right now. Arcadis says that these two are just psychos, and given that these two are members of the same team, everything becomes even worse. The idea is that around this time the guards should have been released, but the problem is this guy. If the guards begin to serve him, then it will be problematic. Arcadis thought maybe he should release 12 signs of the zodiac. But if something goes wrong, then the Korean server may completely disappear. The constellation will be enough to kill Sehun. He just has a constellation suitable for this. It should be slightly corrected, and for the battle with the player it will become the most optimal constellation. Mina said that her head will soon burst from this preparation of the potion. Sehun told her to keep making the potion anyway to increase her skill level faster. Mina asked how did he know that she would need these ingredients. Besides, the skill of alchemy appeared in her quite recently. Sehun said that he knew this day would come and prepared ahead of time. Mina asked if he said he could see the future too. Maybe that's how he found out. Song Chan said that thanks to Mina, his life has become much more comfortable lately, because now he can take as many potions as he wants when he gets hurt. Mina started screaming that she had already told him to use the potions only when necessary. She's already tired of it. Sehun said that if her level rises, he will let her rest. Also, he has already set aside a few items that will suit her. Mina said that once she made this potion, she would reach the intermediate level and immediately rest. Sehun was surprised that Mina was already at an average level. She is very capable and quickly pumps skills. Mina was glad that today she will wallow all day. Let him just try to disturb her. Sehun noticed that Song Chan and Song Shiu received system notifications. Mina said that the main task has finally appeared. What will they do this time? She can't see the notification because she's making a potion. Sehun apologized to her, but she won't be able to rest today. Main Quest 6. The Machinations of Mamajek. Find Mamajek, the chameleon constellation that has infiltrated Seoul. The chameleon will take countless forms to torment the players. If the constellation is not found soon, the suffering will never end. It is recommended that players avoid fighting constellations. The quest will end naturally once Mamajek admits defeat. Difficulty level C, time limit 1 week. Sehun said that they would need Mina for this mission. Sehun has never met Mamajek, but he has heard of him. Mamajek of the 1,000 forms. As the chameleon, it has the ability to shapeshift just like Mina. But the difference is that it can even copy the abilities of its assumed form. This constellation was the one that copied countless abilities to divide and isolate humanity. Mina asked with tears in her eyes, what is this stupid quest? What does it mean to accept defeat? Later this title will pass to Mina. Mina Lee of the 1,000 forms. That name was quite famous for a while. However, Mina disappeared shortly after defeating Mamajek, so nobody heard how she managed to win. Jisoo asked if Sehun is worried about something. Maybe she could be of some help. Sehun said she didn't have to do anything. It's just that this job just doesn't suit her. Besides, she still hasn't moved on after what happened. She can rest, and they can handle themselves. If Mamajek starts copying Jisoo, then the situation will become just terrible and everything will get out of control. Jisoo asked, is he going to act alone with Mina? Sehun told her that Mina is still a minor. Jisoo should stop thinking about weird things and just do what Sehun says. At this time, the children are training. Snowy created a lot of bubbles and said it was Lin's turn. Lin dispelled each bubble with lightning speed with her attack. Snowy started to applaud Lin. Sehen said that the level of their games is off the charts. He considers taking Lin on the main mission because she is also a player. He thinks that this task will be a good experience for her. Does she go to the dungeons? Lin sometimes goes underground with his dad. Snowy will not go on the main mission and stay here. Lin said that you made the equipment for her. Sehen said that in that case they could leave right now because the main task had already begun and they needed to move. He activated the Raven's Eye and saw Mamajak in the street. From what he heard, Mamajak's divinity as a constellation was supposed to be the lowest tier. This is an aura of at least an average level, and Sehen definitely did not expect this. With this level, Mamajak can even turn into Sehen. That idiot Arcadis is up to something again. Mamajak realized that this was undoubtedly Karas' skill. It turns out that this person is now a new raven. Mamajak stuck out his long tongue and said that first he should remove his extra eyes. He stretched out his tongue so much that he could kill a raven. He looked into his locket and said it's almost time now. Elise, a little time earlier. Arcadis says that if Mamajak did come, then he can assume that he is ready to accept this task. Mamajak told the esteemed game master that he was honored to receive a task from him. As Arcadis already said, the reward will be an increase in divine rank. The task is very simple. Mamajak only needs to kill one player. Currently, Raven-mouthed Mamajak says this should be the approximate location of their guild. Another flying raven was killed. Sehen says that this is already becoming problematic. He didn't think Mamajak was the object of all crows. Sehen needs his raven's vision to react to his shapeshifting abilities. During the first playthrough, Mamajak divided the major guilds by instigating conflict. So, he must be going after one of the two guilds. The ones who didn't have a divine deity of mid-tier or above the Outrising and Genesis. Someone asked Sehen, they just need to gather information for him, don't they? Song Chang will take care of the Genesis guild and Luke will take care of the Outrising guild. Luke asked if it was too dangerous for Lin. Her stats haven't increased that much. Sehen said that she would be fine. Her stats will improve over time and they're already above the average range. She just needs to understand her own power. She is highly regarded by Sehen because she has a lot of potential. It's time for them to move. Mina asked why did Sehen take her with him? How can she help him? Sehen told her to believe him. It's all part of the plan. He can't tell her that she beat Mamajak in the first round. But still he is very interested in how she did it. Lin pointed her finger at Sehen and said that she had a strange feeling here. Sehen noticed a man on the roof of the building who immediately attacked them. Sehen managed to grab Mina before she was attacked. This is an attack using a paralyzing skill. Sehen told them to get ready to attack. Mina asked what Sehen did again. Sehen said he didn't do anything wrong from the beginning. The player yells that the opponents have noticed them and it's time for them to attack. The players started firing at them with magic and arrows. Mina turned into a squirrel and dodged all the attacks before jumping onto Sehen's shoulder. Sehen asked if she shouldn't be protecting Lin at this time. The evil squirrel Mina squeaks and shows something to him. Sehen saw Lin dodge all attacks. Does that kid have eyes in the back of her head or something? But it's still for the best. The player yells at the others to stop attacking the girl. They should not waste their energy. They should attack that guy in black. Sehen told Mina not to even think about running away so she wouldn't be attacked. These guys have already noticed that she is with him at the same time. Sehen activated many dimensional dimensions and said that he could deal with them with one blow. After a short time, Sehen asked them why they suddenly attacked them. The linked player tells that damned chameleon to shut up. If it wasn't for the order of the guilds, he would already be dead. Sehen doesn't understand what he's talking about. It used to be called a raven, but now it is called a chameleon. Shouts that even if he kills them, he will still be captured. Throughout the city of Seoul, a bounty was placed on his head. Sehen understood. Mina asked what this guy is talking about. Lin told the players that they seemed to have misunderstood. Sehen said it's Mamajak's order. Lin still didn't understand. Mina said that Mamajak transformed into one of the guild commanders to manipulate everyone and give orders to the players. He probably said that the chameleon has transformed into Kim Sehen. All of the players would have agreed to capture Sehen if Mamajak transformed into one of the Big Tree Guild Masters. Originally, Mamajak would have turned the guilds against each other before anything else. Song Chang also learned that Mamajak took the form of a guild leader and gave the order to kill some man. But the fact that he's out to get Sehen like this most likely means that Arcadis is involved. Mina said that Sehen's popularity has turned against him this time around. Given the reward for this quest, none of the players really care if Sehen is real or not. Mina asked what should they do now. It's all too confusing. Sehen said that it's not so bad. It would have been annoying to try and find Mamajak, but now they know that he's hiding inside a guild. Taesung hopes he doesn't decide to run away from this. Everyone has been cooperating very well as he would expect from the 3 major guilds, and the clone seems to be doing fine. From what he heard, Kim San tries to protect as many players as he can. What an interesting trait. At this time, in the vicinity of the Yongdyung Po, the player says it's here. They say they saw Mamajak nearby. They must hurry or he will run away. Park Shinal, vice master of the Outrising Guild, asks, who would have thought that he would appear and disappear into thin air so quickly? Standing next to him is Hongge, vice master of the Genesis Guild. Sehen watches them, thinking he hasn't seen them in a long time. As expected, even the vice guild masters were also involved. Mina asks, is he going to fight? Sehen says that he will try to sort it out by talking if he can. Lin says it would be nice. Sehen tells Lin that if a fight starts, she should keep a good eye on it. She can learn a lot if she just looks, that's more than enough for her. Sehen comes to the players. The players, noticing him, say that this is Mamajak. Daeun says that the news that he is moving around Yongdyungpo turned out to be true. Is he Mamajak? Sehen denies this and gives his name. Gaian is surprised and asks if it's true. Sehen doesn't understand why she trusts him so easily. She should have been a little suspicious of him. Shinal asks why she trusted him so quickly. Does she really think that this guy who can transform would easily say that he is Mamajak? Gaian says he is right. Sehen says that if he was a fake player, he wouldn't show up here in person. Gaian says he is right. Shinal asks if this could not also be part of his plan. Why is she so quick to lose her guard? Gaian says that he may be right. Sehen thinks it won't end if they keep going. Sehen says that he knows the contents of what he talked about with their guild masters before. They were there beside them at the time, so they should remember that too, right? The only people who know about this conversation are Park Sang-hyuk, Gaeun, and him. Gaeun says she doesn't remember much. Sehen says that then he will be able to show himself easily. The conversation they had then was about the constellations. After that, she left the room, as per her guildmaster's wish. Gaeun asks if it was like that. Dongwon screams that he made it all up. She can think all she wants, she still won't remember. Sehen doesn't understand that this freak Park Dongwon is here. No, it's not Park Dongwon. He doesn't even have the training bracelets he has hung around his neck. It's Mamajak. Mamajak uses the taunt skill. All the players gathered to fight him. Sehen infuriates this freak. Gaeun says she has made up her mind. After thinking about it, she remembers that Kim Sehen was extremely strong. If they can fight them and win, that will be strong evidence. Everything should be fine as long as they fight, and whichever side defeats the other, they will come out victorious. Even the mission stated that it would be more than enough for Mamajak to admit defeat. Real or not, everything should be fine until they kill him. Sehen says that she can go and attack him. He was an idiot when he thought he could convince her. All players attack. Sehen defeats several players at once with one blow. The player is amazed at how strong Sehen is. Sehen wonders what about Mamajak. This is the reason why people with transformation skills are very difficult. However, he was able to figure out that he also couldn't copy the items a person is equipped with. Should he now focus on the fight? Sehen says loudly that this will be a teaching lesson. Do not miss even a second, and look carefully. Overcoat jumps and asks, training lesson. What is he even talking about? Sehen deflects his punch and says it's none of his business. Sehen thinks he's pretty strong, but he's still a long way from Hong Gaeun. Gaeun flies over Sehen to attack him. Shinal thinks that he also has normal indicators. Gaeun attacks, but Sehen blocks this blow and strikes, but Gaeun dodges. Sehen thinks that he would be able to quickly defeat her if he could outclass her, but that wouldn't be the best way to train. Sehen says they should all look over here. If they really think he's Mamajak, then they should attack him with everything they have. Sehen thinks that Lin should look carefully. Now everything that happens here will become her experience. Gaeun thinks it can't be. They had so much military power, but they can't even touch the hem of his clothes. Sehen asks Gaeun if she's calmed down a bit. Where is her guild master now? Gaeun asks this freak, does he really think he can go to the guild master now? Sehen repels her attack and says it's the other way around. He's trying to help them. If he was Mamajak, then they would be dead by now. Gaeun says it's true. What does he mean by helping them? Sehen says that Mamajak was supposed to take on the appearance of her guild master. Although, by this time he would have already changed into a different uniform and got out somewhere. Gaeun says it can't be. She's sure she heard that he couldn't transform again for half a day after the last transformation. Sehen asks who is the source of this information. Her guild master himself confirmed this. He's sure he would definitely leave a clue. He would never have thought that they could stop him. He had to leave a tip that would help him get to the next point. Gaeun says that the guild master said he is heading to the Lycoris guild. Sehen says that it looks like Lai Ayong is still safe. Ayong says that these freaks were always talking nonstop about being the third great guild. But then they go and team up without her. Although it's great, she'll just take this chance to gather more information about Mamajak. Someone asks if she's interested in learning about Mamajak. Ayeong does not understand what is happening and is about to use magic. Ayeong uses the Brisingamen skill. Mamajak tells the goddess that she shouldn't be so angry. He didn't come with anything specific in mind, just because it's annoying. Ayeong asks if he is Mamajak. Mamajak says that he already knows about her skill, so she shouldn't do anything rash. His heart belongs to only one woman. She won't have a single chance to seduce him. Ayeong asks if there is no one outside. They need to get rid of this idiot. Mamajak says that he put all the people outside to bed. Their short meetings were fun. Mamajak puts a sword to her throat and says that now they are saying goodbye. Outside the window, Sehun flies on wings and Mamajak notices this. Sehun flies in through the window and asks if he came pretty fast. Right. Mamajak says he's surprised. Who would have thought that he would get here so quickly without killing a single person? Sehun asks why is he trying so hard to kill Lai Ayeong. Mamajak says that her ability to control the crowd annoys him a lot. Mamajak offered to stop this unpleasant conversation and disappeared. After that, he turned into a dragonfly and, approaching Sehun, attacked him. Sehun blocked this attack and jumped away from him. It doesn't look like he had high scores, so that's why he tries to escape with the help of reincarnation. Mamajak lost sight of Sehun for a second and received an attack to the stomach that sent him flying out of the building. This freak was able to grow wings and soared into the air. Sehun needs to make him move slower, so he summoned a lot of crows. Mamajak disappeared again and reincarnated as a raven. After that, he reincarnated as one of the most popular demon contractors in recent times and ended up behind Sehun. After that, he activated the Cyclops arm and hit Sehun with all his might. Sehun managed to activate Shadow Run and approached Mamajak, piercing him through and through. His body simply vanished into thin air, and Sehun realized that it was a doppelganger. Did he want to play a game of tag or something? Is he trying to stall for time? Mamajak was behind him and laughing said that of course not. Now he understood why the master of the game was after him. On the orders of the game master, he must kill Sehun, but it would be nice to temporarily disable him in order to get that girl. Mamajak is confident that Sehun's existence will be the biggest variable in this game, but he'll be ending things here for today. It's a little uncomfortable to keep fighting Sehun, knowing that he still has some ability that can destroy a constellation. Does Mamajak know about his proof of transcendence ability? Sehun asked what happened to Seong Hook Park and Kang Taeseong. Did he kill them? Mamajak said that it would be difficult to corner Sehun if they were dead already. Although it is a shame that he couldn't kill the lady over there. It's time for him to leave. He's very busy. Sehun attacked Mamajak, causing him to slam into the side of the building. It turned out to be just a doll, so that's why his base stats were so low. But then, where is he actually hiding right now? Sehun received a message from Mina that Mamajak is trying to take Lean with him. Mamajak is on the seal next to the system windows with images of Sehun. Mamajak asked Neveroth for any information about Kim Sehun. Why is he showing him that? This is perfect. Mamajak can't believe a human body could be this ideal. A vessel like this could withstand anything. It's the perfect body. He turned to Elise and said that he had learned so much for this day. He raised his divinity and endured for a very long time, but now he will release her. A lot of time has passed and finally this moment has come. He placed the medallion on Lin and activated it. Suddenly someone told him that he must have been having a hard time. Lin grabbed the medallion and Mamajak thought that Elise was reborn. But instead Mina told him what in the world were he trying to feed Lin. It was even blender than the potions she makes. But still, it turns out this medallion is the weak point of this uncle. Mamajak began to shake with anger and asked what she had done to his dear Elise. Mina jumped away from him and wondered why she even did it. She can't believe what's happening now. A few hours ago, Mina said that she understands that Sehun is busy, but how could he leave them alone? Lin said that it's quite impressive how he could still fly after that battle. Mina said that this is nothing new. Honestly, he never even stops to consider other people. Suddenly Mina noticed that something was flying straight towards them. She told Lin not to panic and activated the area isolation skill. Now she is running away from Mamajak in the form of a robot, and cannot believe that she did it. Mina transformed into a ferret to make it easier and faster for her to escape. Mamajak destroys everything around to bring Elise back. The Bulgasari skill strengthens the physical body through the absorption of metal. If not for this skill, then there would not even be a wet spot left of her. The jester wrote to her to run away from there. She didn't help her because she complained about her succession ability. The jester wrote that her ability is better than Mamajak's. It lets her copy the powers of legendary creatures later on. She's such a clueless noob. Mina asked, so what? All this skill can do now is copy the target's physical body. Mama Jack transformed into an Orline and started shouting all over the area in search of Elise. He spotted Mina and attacked her. Mina dropped the medallion and Mama Jack tried to take it. Mina activated the giant hand and said that she wouldn't just give him the locket because she knows how much it means to him. She turned into an eagle and took off, but at the same time a huge dragon flies behind her, who tries to devour her. Mina manages to dodge and can't believe that the dragon is now chasing her. She received a message from Sahan. He told her to lure the dragon into their guild building. Mina asked if they would attack him as a team. Sahan said that he will temporarily remove the safe zone settings. Mina just has to do as she's told. The evil Mama Jack is still trying to get her medallion back and keeps flying after Mina.